protagonist. His life is a total disaster. First, he gets bullied and beaten up daily. And if that's not enough, his little brother one day got bullied so badly that they made his little brother blind with multiple fractures. And if this was not enough, their parents also died in a car accident. But wait, there is more. One day on Christmas Eve, a hot damn angel kidnapped 9 billion people from Earth and teleported them into a dungeon, giving them unique abilities. While others get abilities like super strength or mind control, Ryu ends up with a skill so trashy, it's almost laughable. Well, all his stats are below average, every single one of them, and his unique gift, when he dies, he goes back to the day of New Year's Eve to start all over again. Then, without any unique abilities and with trashy stats, he died countless times, got tortured, betrayed, you name it. Yet, Ryu grits his teeth and drags himself through the hellish floors, one after another, for years. Alone, and finally, after what feels like a lifetime of suffering, he reaches the top floor. However, the journey takes a cruel turn. To proceed to the final level, one must be part of a team of 5. Ryu, ever the loner and still a virgin, doesn't meet the criteria. So once more he dies, this time on his 99th attempt. Yet as fate would have it, the clock resets. It's New Year's Eve, and Ryu finds himself back at the starting point with one last chance to change his destiny. Seeing his hands still trembling, Ryu can't shake off the memory of the unimaginable pain he just went through. He can't believe that he died because he was alone on the last floor. It was almost too much to bear. Frustration kicks in, clenching his fist and steeling his eyes. He gets ready to give it one more go, one final try. Ryu then yanks off his hoodie, throws it aside, and looks down at the ground. He's deep in thought, thinking about who he could possibly team up with this time around. So guys, today's like goal is 2,000 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. The scene suddenly shifts. Now the spotlight is on this piece of shit. Youngmin, the guy responsible for turning Ryu's life into a complete, living hell. Youngmin and his underlings are all smiles, giddy about the fact that they're about to turn into adults. No more sneaking around with fake IDs to buy alcohol. They're in a chatty mood, talking about the jobs they want in the future. When it's Youngmin's turn, his smile turns darker, more dominating. His buddies ask him what's on his mind for the future. Without missing a beat, Youngmin says he's going to be a gangster. Hearing this, his friends pause. They look concerned, almost freaked out. They tell Youngmin he must be nuts. One bad move in that world, and it's curtains for him. But Youngmin, always the unapologetic jerk, brushes it off. In his view, he's got just this one life to live, so why not live it doing what he enjoys, beating people up? His friends manage a weak laugh, but on the inside, they're pissed off. They're silently labeling him a full-blown psycho. They're also thinking about ditching him for good once they're out of school. Then, to divert the conversation, one of Youngmin's friends asked about what he plans to do with Ryu. Referring to him as his errand boy, Youngmin remembered Ryu as a gloomy loser and with a sinister grin, said he obviously wouldn't let Ryu go. Even after graduating, he would continue to mess with Ryu until he got his fill of enjoyment. Then, one of his friends noticed someone and turned to call Youngmin's attention. He pointed out that he had found Ryu, Youngmin's errand boy. Seeing Ryu, Youngmin became excited, and the countdown for the New Year's Eve began with only 5 seconds remaining. But something unusual happened. A dark aura surrounded Ryu as he removed his hoodie and turned towards Youngmin with a cold, determined look, leaving Youngmin perplexed as he sensed that something was different about Youngmin's confusion turned into seething anger as Ryu glared at him. He clenched his fists, ready to beat the crap out of Ryu. However, his friend intervened, suggesting that they let it slide since it was the new year. Just as the bell rang to signal the arrival of the new year, a chilling voice echoed through the area, addressing all the humans as if they were insignificant creatures. This unexpected voice left Youngmin and his friends stunned, wondering where it had come from. From above the sky, the angel descended ever so slowly, dressed in a pristine white gown with enormous wings to match, one eye obscured by a piece of cloth. The angel looked down at the crowd with an amused smile. She commented that watching humans always felt like observing monkeys in a cage. Meanwhile, the crowd below was losing control, some thinking it was an event organized for the new year, while others were taken aback, finding it all too real, and some were already enamored by the angel's beauty, calling her hot and pretty. Ryu, on the other hand, glared up at her. Even though she looked hot, after seeing her for the 99th time, his anger still boiled within him. The angel let out a slight laugh, calling all the humans trash for falling for her beauty. She warned them not to have any naughty thoughts, as she had no intention of mingling with trash like them, and the people just listened to her in utter silence. shocked, with her hand resting on her chin and a look that seemed like she was contemplating something delicious. The angel said that since they all appeared stunned, it must mean they can see and hear her, and so her game should begin. At that moment, a drunken man yelled at the angel, cursing her, questioning her cosplay, and even calling her a bitch. Ryu, upon hearing, felt a sense of pity for man. In the next instant, the angel's warm, inviting smile twisted into a horrifying, deathly glare. Her eyes glowed a menacing red, her expression became scary, and with just a simple flick of her finger, the man's head popped like a bubble, splattering blood all around. The crowd, now truly horrified, erupted into chaos, scattering in every direction. Continuing with her terrifying aura, the angel pointed her finger at the crowd. She spoke in a chilling tone. "How dare a lowly human speak informally with my mighty self?" Then, as if switching a button, her aura returned to its previous kind state. She spoke politely but firmly, warning the crowd that they had no right to question her if they didn't want their heads to explode like that unfortunate man. Panic began to wash over the crowd like a tidal wave. She began to explain what they had to do and what this game was all about. Ryu, on the other hand, remained frustrated as he had to listen to her once again. With a warm smile and a kind aura, she extended her hand forward and stated that they would have to play a simple game. This game would consist of 20 rounds and would start on the 1st of every month. Their souls would be transported to another world, and after clearing each round, they could return to Earth. It sounded simple enough. Hearing this, the crowd was confused, thinking they could live just by playing a simple game. Even Youngman was a bit panicked. Then, the angel dropped another bombshell, saying, "Who said all humans will live? Even if they complete the quests, only half of the participants will survive." She then proudly declared how kind she was for sparing half of them, and Ryu just stared at her, not uttering a single word. Then, the angel let slip another piece of shocking information, that she wouldn't be taking all the humans. With a naughty smile, she explained that she would only take humans between the ages of 15 to 29. Upon hearing this, one man got incredibly happy, making strange faces and shouting that he was saved and wouldn't have to die. Another young man grabbed the old man's collar in frustration, and they began to fight. Panicked, Youngman stepped in to stop them, warning them to remember what happened to the guy who had shouted, his head popping like a bubble. The angel turned around and began counting. After some time, she declared that a total of 1.8 billion humans were present. With a warm smile, she flicked her fingers, and in the next moment, Ryu found himself in a room surrounded by nothing but whiteness. The angel started to explain that in this place, the participants could create a physical body exactly as they wanted, and their souls would be transferred into that body. Standing in front of a mirror, Ryu instantly created a character without much thought, using the body from his previous regression. He chose the nickname Black Sai. A bright light covered his eyes, and in the next moment, a beautiful field appeared, filled with lush greenery, forests, and mountains. Ryu, with his badass character, magically appeared here with jet black hair and piercing red eyes. Clenching his fist, he mused how using this body so many times had made it feel almost like his real one. Slowly, other participants began to appear in the landscape. Their faces showed fear, panic, and in some cases, awe at their own transformation. Some had chosen appearances resembling famous movie stars or strikingly good-looking personas. Ryu looked at them and thought back to his own initial choices. He remembered that he too had first opted for a flashy, handsome appearance, but that had drawn too much attention, and because of that, he died pathetically. So now, he chose to keep it as simple as possible, avoiding unnecessary attention. Then Ryu's eyes shifted toward Youngman, that piece of work who always made life miserable for him. In this new world, Youngman looked pretty much like his real-world self, just taller and more muscular. He walked with a proud smile and eyes that sparkled. Ryu couldn't help but flash a grin mixed with sweat, noting that Youngman, true to form, had buffed up his character again. Then the angel congratulated everyone on crafting their desired bodies, mentioning how their fearful expressions delighted her. One man dared to ask, saying, "It doesn't seem like 1.8 billion people are here. Is there an error?" Hearing this laughingly, the angel replied, addressing humans as inferior, and she shouted, saying, did she give them permission to speak? She stated that there were many angels taking care of small groups, and it was none of their business. She warned that if anyone spoke without her permission, she would pop their head like a bubble. Saying this, she started the quest. Then she commanded all the humans to say, "Status window," and as they did, a status window appeared in front of them. Just like always, Ryu's stats were trash, with his strength, intelligence, agility, and luck all at 3, without any normal or skill. The angel continued, saying, "Now that everyone has opened their status window and got familiar with this system, specially designed like a game for trash humans to understand easily," she gave an evil smile and extended her hand forward. She announced that if they increased their levels and cleared the 20 rounds, they would be granted a wish, and they could wish for anything they wanted. Hearing this, everyone, including young men, got stunned. Then, with an amused smile, she announced that now she would give everyone their unique skill. In front of them, a crystal appeared, and when they broke the crystal, they got their unique skill. As young Min broke his crystal, he was shocked, and then the angel said, "Since all of them received their unique skill, let the game begin." With a flick of her finger, a notification appeared in front of everyone, instructing them to kill 100 goblins to survive this round, and just like that, a goblin appeared in front of them. The sight of the goblin approaching them with a dagger sent shivers down the participants' spines. Just when they thought things couldn't get worse, the angel had another surprise. Spreading her hands wide, she summoned a whole army of goblins, amplifying the panic among the participants. The angel couldn't be happier, her mischievous smile reflecting her delight at the prospect of a life-or-death battle between 10,000 humans and 50,000 goblins. Suddenly, a goblin charged at the crowd. The tension was palpable. But then, to everyone's surprise, Ryu stepped forward, unarmed. As he advanced towards the charging goblin, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone tried to warn him, claiming it was too dangerous. However, Ryu seemed to have a different plan in mind. With remarkable force, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the goblin flying backward and shocking the entire crowd. He changed his plans and decided to show his full power to the crowd, as it was part of his future plans. Picking up the goblin's dagger, Ryu fixed his gaze upon the angel, determined to capture her attention. Then, as 2 more goblins charged at him, Ryu got ready with his dagger. In a flash, both were slain. Again, all the people were shocked, saying how cool Ryu was. Then one person started to say that these goblins might be weak, and they too could easily kill them, believing it was not a big deal. But before he could finish their sentence, a goblin jumped at them, grinning, and stabbed them to death. Witnessing this, everyone panicked and started to run. Meanwhile, Ryu effortlessly continued to eliminate the goblins. As they witnessed the horrifying scene of goblins mercilessly killing humans, Ryu knew that now there would be only one thing on the minds of these people: survival. Some might try to run, but the area was protected by a barrier. Escape was impossible. Others might hesitate to kill a living being, but in order to survive, they had no choice but to fight or be killed. Ryu explained how he had once been like them, but after going through this round 99 times, despite being weak, he knew all the movements and weaknesses of the goblins like the back of his hand, making it easy for him to kill them. Watching the scene unfold from above, the angel was having a ball. She was genuinely enjoying the chaos of goblins and humans fighting each other. With a smirk, she commented on how the humans, who she referred to as monkeys, were struggling against the goblin. Even though the goblins had smaller, weaker bodies, when they were armed with daggers, they seemed to have the upper hand. However, her gaze eventually landed on Ryu, who was tearing through the goblins like a whirlwind. She took note of his nickname, Black Scythe, and realized he had already taken down 70 goblins in a short span. A hint of annoyance crossed her face. Ryu's dominance was ruining her entertainment. But, shrugging it off, she said to herself, it can't be helped, and shifted her focus to watch other humans fight for their lives. Ryu, on the other hand, continued his onslaught, becoming a one-man killing machine. The goblins started to fear him. Seizing the moment, Ryu checked his status window. He had leveled up to 4 and had 6 stat points to allocate. Without hesitation, he dumped all his points into agility, explaining that agility not only boosts dodging ability, but also impacts attack and movement speed. At the start, agility's the real MVP, Ryu thought. Looking at his dagger, Ryu said out loud, "This should get that pesky angel's attention." With a swift throw, his dagger found its mark, embedding itself in a goblin's head. With his arm still outstretched from the throw, he confidently declared his intent to wipe out all the goblins that day. The goblins shivered in fear, sensing the resolve in his voice. Ryu, not missing a beat, got back to work, and in no time, he had reached his goal. 100 goblins defeated. After successfully completing the quest, a bright yellow light enveloped Ryu, creating a protective shield that kept the goblins at bay. Standing there with a cool, collected expression, he remarked that the first round was a piece of cake. He'd gone all out, slicing through goblins like a maniac, just to grab that angel's attention. But truth be told, there was another reason too. Then, with a sly grin, Ryu shared that he was also aiming for a secret reward, the system. Impressed by his lightning-fast completion time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, congratulated Ryu for achieving rank 1 in all the zones, setting a new historical record. Feeling pretty pleased with himself, Ryu explained that he had an ace up his sleeve. As a reward, the system granted Ryu a coupon, a real game changer. With it, he could choose any low-rank rare weapon he wanted, absolutely free. Ryu, still sporting a hand stained with goblin blood, eagerly clicked the coupon, and before him materialized an array of weapons. However, there was a tinge of disappointment in his eyes. You see, his trusty main weapon was a scythe, a rare find indeed. So, begrudgingly, he settled for a dagger, tossing aside the measly goblin dagger like it was trash. Meanwhile, the other players were still caught up in a life-and-death struggle. Ryu, though, was in a league of his own. He casually checked his status window, and there was a title that caught his eye, one he'd never encountered in his previous 99 lives, the Last Time Regressor. This was new to him, and he couldn't help but wonder what it meant. The scene shifted to a flashback, giving us a glimpse of how Ryu earned this new title. Ryu, maintaining his poker face, had utilized the Ryun stone, causing it to slowly fade away as he revived his unique skill, Regression. However, the system promptly notified him that this marked the 100th time he'd used this skill, and it was now time to bid farewell to it. Now, this wasn't much of a shock to Ryu, who had anticipated that his skill would be removed after the 100th use. Otherwise, he might have regressed infinitely. However, there was a twist in the tale. Another system notification popped up, catching Ryu off guard. It informed him that this 100th regression had earned him a special title, the Last Time Regressor. This news left Ryu genuinely stunned. You see, in this world, titles were exceedingly rare, and each one came with its own set of skills and stat boosts. Intrigued, Ryu examined his new title and what it offered. Upon death, he would be resurrected with full health, and what's more, he could choose the exact location where he'd return to the land of the living. This, however, was a one-time use ability. At this revelation, Ryu broke into a smile. A genuine one. He rested his chin on his hand, realizing he'd just laid his hands on something truly extraordinary. After that, Ryu, feeling a bit restless, stretched out his arms. He was honestly getting bored and wondered how Youngman was faring. After a quick look around, he spotted Youngman. The dude was still kicking. Ryu smirked a bit, thinking, guess he's gonna make it through this mess like before. As time went on, more participants were finished their quests, but the angel. She looked like she was about to doze off. She even said it was getting boring since there were now as many humans as there were goblins. Down on the ground, it was a completely different story. Humans were in a real mess. Some looked like they were on their last breath, while others were sobbing, holding their loved ones close. Then, out of the blue, that mischievous angel got a wicked idea. She decided to spice things up. As if things weren't bad enough, the terrified black-haired girl watched in horror as her injured hubby started to fade away, like he was just disappearing. And it wasn't just him. All the dead bodies began to vanish, just as everyone was trying to wrap their heads around what was happening. A massive group of goblins appeared and rushed towards the humans, causing complete mayhem. From a distance, all you could see was a messy, brutal fight. Goblins and humans were going at it like there was no tomorrow. And up above, that angel was having the time of her life, laughing like a total maniac, and even had the nerve to say she was being generous by giving them 50,000 goblins for free. Ryu, on the other hand, was just chilling, sitting protected under his barrier. He didn't even flinch or show any emotion, even though things were getting pretty wild out there. After what felt like forever, a system message popped up. It announced that 5,134 folks managed to finish their quests, marking the end of the round. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, all the goblins vanished. This left the remaining participants totally baffled. The angel then dropped the bombshell. Since half of the folks who first showed up had passed the quest, the rest weren't so lucky, and as she broke the news, the unlucky ones began to fade away. Their cries and pleas filled the air, but the angel, She didn't bat an eye. She just sat there, soaking in the drama like it was some top-notch entertainment. Then the system notification popped up, displaying everyone's rankings, and Ryu was at number 1. He received another reward for being in the top spot, which was 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, everyone stared at Ryu with shocked expressions as they also realized he was ranked number 1. The awaited moment had arrived. The angel took an interest in Ryu, just as he had hoped. Smiling, she praised Ryu, acknowledging that someone being ranked number 1 in the entire world, region, and under her group was an accomplishment to be proud of. The angel called out to Ryu, using his nickname Black Sai, and asked him how he became so strong. She began to inquire if he had received a special, unique skill, but stopped herself mid-sentence, cursing herself. Ryu replied, asking if she couldn't already tell what unique skill he had since she was an angel. The angel panikedly responded that of course she could, as she was a mighty angel, and she was merely asking. Ryu smiled inwardly, knowing that she couldn't actually discern his unique skill. Then Ryu dropped a bombshell, asking the angel for a favor. That wiped the smile off her face. You could hear a pin drop as everyone's jaws hit the floor. Ryu, bold as brass, said the rewards were a bit naff and he wanted something more. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. How could he talk to an angel like that? The angel, though, she was fit to burst. Rage was bubbling up inside her like a volcano ready to blow. In a voice that could curdle milk, she asked Ryu to spit it out. What did he want? Ryu, never losing his cool, said he wanted a better prize. The angel was seething, her eyes turning as dark as the abyss, a terrifying aura swirling around her, veins popping out like she was about to go supernova. Slowly, her hand reached out like she was going to squash Ryu's head like a grape, but she stopped herself mid-reach. She remembered she couldn't use her head-popping power again. Not yet. She had a 1-per-day limit, and she had already used one before. In a sudden twist, the angel had an idea pop into her mind. With a cheeky smile, she told Ryu that she's got a reward Ryu will definitely like, and then she slowly came down on ground, saying normally she'd ignore such a bold request. But she's taken a liking towards Ryu, and she wanted to chat one-on-one in private, telling the rest of the humans stay for a moment as they will return soon. The angel and Ryu headed off toward the jungle, leaving the crowd with envy. They all thought, man, maybe we should have asked for better prize, too. But they quickly realized that only a top dog like Ryu could make a big ask without, getting his head blown up. As they dipped, Ryu shot a look back at Youngman, leaving the guy scratching his head. Ryu just gave a sly grin and continued on. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the angel was like, "Why you hanging back? I ain't gonna bite. Walk up with me." And Ryu just nodded. Internally, the angel was losing it. She thought humans were mad greedy, and she had some, let's say, special plans for Ryu. Her face turned all kinds of sinister, and she let out a low, eerie laugh. She thought once they passed a certain rock, they'd be out of the surveillance zone, and then she'd get her revenge, giving Ryu a slow, painful end. As she reached the magic spot, she tried to put on her best smiley face, telling Ryu he was about to get his special reward. But out of nowhere, a fist zoomed toward her. Before she could even dodge, bam! Ryu's punch sent her flying and made this holy being a holy shit. The angel was in shock as golden blood spilled from her mouth. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that she'd been punched by a mere human. Pissed off, she pulled herself together and tried to locate Ryu, but the dude had vanished. Just when she thought she'd caught a break, out of nowhere, Ryu popped up right behind her, ready to throw down. In a slick move, Ryu got one hand on her wing and the other wrapped around her neck. The angel, usually so in control, was freaking out big time. She screamed at him to back off, but Ryu, he just calmly ripped off one of her wings. The pain hit her hard, and she blacked out for a sec, and when she came back to sense, Ryu was already tearing off her other wing, and golden blood was going everywhere, and she couldn't help but scream out in agony. Ryu, cool as ice, told her to quit with the dramatic act. Then he forced her down to the ground, stepping on her back and grabbing her last wing. She begged and cried, but Ryu didn't show a lick of mercy. With one last yank, he ripped off her final wing while saying now she will not be able to run and they can talk in peace. Now the angel, trembling, slowly turned back, and Ryu asked her if she was in pain, but she didn't say anything, just ground her teeth. Then Ryu smiled and asked her if he hadn't acted like that. It would be him in her place crying in pain, and the angel would be the one smiling maniacally. Hearing this, the angel stood up, panicked, shouting, "What the hell is Ryu saying, this nonsense?" She called Ryu insane for hurting an innocent angel. But then, with cold eyes, Ryu picked up the angel's torn wing and showed her the hidden dagger hidden behind her wing. He asked her if she was not planning to kill him with this hidden dagger. Then what was it for? Putting it into her pussy. Hearing this, the angel was speechless. Ryu stood up, throwing the wing aside, saying he had done this for the 88th time, and it was still satisfying to do it, while the angel was confused, not understanding what Ryu was saying. Then Ryu dropped yet another bomb. He called the angel by her name, Burial, and told her he knew all about her and it was time for her to die. Now, scared, anger, and shock mixed on the angel's pale face as she wondered how Ryu knew her name. Thinking it was impossible, Ryu replied that there was no point in telling someone who was going to die and took out his dagger from his inventory, staring at it. The angel grew more and more panicked and started shouting that if Ryu killed her, the consequences would be heavy. Then, with an angry and loud voice, pointing her finger toward Ryu, she threatened him that if he didn't stop, she would use her skill and pop Ryu's head like a bubble. But Ryu calmly smiled and replied that she could do whatever she wanted, but she would not be able to use that skill, as it could only be used once per day. Now the angel was gritting her teeth in frustration, and then in panic, she warned Ryu that if he killed her, her comrades would not let him go unscathed. But Ryu, with a calm and calculating expression, simply said, "Comrades, my ass." He knew she was a virgin loser with no friends, and no one was going to come to her aid. The other angels didn't care about what happened to their fellow angel. Ryu slowly advanced toward the angel, and she began to utter threats about how he would regret killing her. But before she could finish her sentence, Ryu raised his dagger and thrust it into her chest with great force, ripping her apart. Golden blood splattered all around her, and she screamed in agony. However, Ryu's expression remained cold and calm as he stood over her lifeless form. The system then notified Ryu that he had achieved an unbelievable feat. He had become the first in history to kill an angel. As a reward for this act, he received two rewards. First, he obtained the angel's special essence, her juice, and second, he acquired an ability ruin crystal. This was the entire reason he had killed the angel, and he had succeeded in his goal. The ruin was known as the Ruin of Slaughter, and Ryu wasted no time in utilizing it. As he activated the ruin, it began merging with him, and the system promptly notified him that he had gained a unique skill known as the Butcherer. With this skill, every time he killed his target, all of his stats would increase by 1%, making him even more formidable. The system didn't stop there. It informed Ryu that he had earned the title of the First Angel Slayer. This title bestowed a tremendous advantage upon him, as when facing an angel in battle, all of his stats would double, turning him into a formidable adversary. Now, the most significant reward awaited Ryu as he held the angel's special juice in his hand. He explained that it was solely for this reason that he had taken the risk of killing the angel. This special juice, after consumption, would allow him to change his class to Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper class was considered the natural enemy of angels, making Ryu a formidable opponent against them, as angels will be a pain in the ass in future. Ryu went on to clarify that in this world, anyone could obtain a class, but the process for achieving one was shrouded in mystery. People gradually discovered the criteria through trial and error. For example, one could acquire a warrior class by defeating a certain number of goblins within a specific time frame. There were a total of 30 classes available, but some were unique and could only be obtained by fulfilling special conditions, such as drinking an angel's special essence. These unique classes were significantly more powerful than the standard one. Ryu had explored all the classes in his previous 99 lives and found that the Grim Reaper class was the best choice, enabling him to fight angels on equal footing in future. Ryu wasted no time in claiming his rewards for coming in first place in the entire region. He carefully selected a 3x experience buff for 2 rounds, fully aware of its importance. He already possessed valuable information and a good amount of gold, but he needed to level up quickly for his future plans. As Ryu made his choices, the angel's presence began to fade, and a soothing white light enveloped the entire area. The scene then shifted, and we found ourselves back on Earth with Youngman. He was panting and bewildered, slowly raising his head as he wondered if everything that had transpired was merely a bad dream. However, Youngman noticed something odd. He checked his phone and discovered that exactly 5 hours and 20 minutes had passed. precisely the same amount of time as in his dream. Gradually, others around him began to wake up with headaches. Youngman's friend also woke up, confused, and shared that he had experienced a strange dream. But Youngman observed something even more alarming. As he pushed his friend's foot gently, there was no response. Another friend tried to rouse the motionless man, only to discover that he was dead, his face pallid. Panic began to grip them as they realized that everything that had occurred in the dream was not a mere fantasy. It was a grim reality. Anyone who had died in that dream had met the same fate in real life. This shocking revelation was too much to bear, and fear overcame. Youngman and his friends frantically assessed their surroundings, trying to determine what to do next and how they would face the challenges of the upcoming month. Amidst the fear and confusion, Youngman was trembling, but his tremors were not born of fear. Instead, he was shaking with excitement, a strange anticipation stirring within him. He was getting excited, thinking that in that world everyone was equal, and it didn't matter whether they were a president or a celebrity. In that world, strength was king, and he could do whatever he wanted. He could kill whoever he pleased. Meanwhile, his friends were crying in panic, scared that next month he would die as a virgin if he failed to complete the quest. But Youngman scolded them, telling them he wasn't the only one facing this problem. He urged them to stay calm and explained that all they had to do was kill some monsters to survive the next round. It was as easy as spreading butter on bread. Hearing this, his friends couldn't believe what they were hearing and thought Youngman was crazy to begin with. But now he seemed even crazy. One of them sighed and called him a bastard, saying that with his miserable life, he wouldn't be missed if he died right now. After all, he had tons of things he wanted to do. Youngman paid little attention to their words. He was scanning the crowd. His friends asked him what he was looking for, and it turned out he was searching for his personal punching bag, Ryu. He wondered where that little rascal had gone. He had definitely seen him heading in that direction before he passed out. Could it be that he couldn't even make it past the first round and died there? But still, not finding him, he calmly shrugged his shoulders. It made sense to him that a loser like him didn't survive, and most likely had died. Suddenly, something in the crowd caught his attention. He saw a man in medieval armor. Young men couldn't understand who this guy was and where he managed to dig up this outdated armor. But then he realized it could only mean one thing. The status windows were working here as well. As soon as he gave the right command, his status window with his characteristics appeared in front of him. He couldn't believe that it had worked. Young men immediately shouted to his friends to all try to turn on their status windows because it worked here too. They were once again shocked that it worked. Seeing their actions, the others also followed suit. But everyone was curious if this meant that they could use all of their stats and items here. A few hours late, to test this, Young Min picked up a small pebble from the ground and squeezed it in his hand. It shattered into small pieces, and the remnants of the stone turned into a saw blade that spilled out through his fingers. Seeing this, he let out an evil smile. A few hours later, the next breaking news was announced on morning news nationwide. Multiple angels were seen worldwide, and 9 billion people died overnight, while another 9 billion people gained mysterious powers, turning the whole world upside down. Ryu Min walked down the street with a serious face, reading the news on his smartphone. He thought to himself, it's just the beginning. The real chaos is about to come. The real problem was now on round 1. People didn't become that strong. They reached just the level of a pro athlete. The real chaos would begin from round 2, when they would get magical powers, giving rise to numerous criminal activities as modern weapons wouldn't work on them. Ryu wasn't going to sit back and watch the world descend into chaos. If he had left things as they were, the Earth would likely have fallen into ruins before the 20th round arrived. There was only one solution. He would have to control the other players by overpowering them, making them his slaves. With a serious expression, he realized that he needed to gather his 5 teammates as soon as possible, and he had some of them in mind. But then he said to himself, that's not important now. There's something even more important to do. He left with determination. He reached his house and knocked on the door of the apartment building in one of Seoul's neighborhood. No one answered or opened the door, so he retrieved the key from its hiding place and let himself in. It was dark inside, and he noticed an uneaten instant cup noodle. Slowly, he approached his bedroom. There, his little brother, Wani, slept peacefully and carefree on the floor. Seeing him, Ryu couldn't help but let out a warm smile. He was glad that his younger brother was safe and sleeping peacefully. He continued to watch over his sleeping brother with affection for a while. Ryu explained that his younger brother's name was Wani, and he was in his 3rd year of middle school. With a sad tone, he continued, saying their family had once been quite ordinary and happy, but after their parents died in a car accident, a lot of things changed quickly for them. One of the most drastic changes that happened was that Ryu became his little brother's only family and guardian. As Ryu examined his little brother, he noticed a band-aid coming off his hand and some bruises on his shoulders, as if someone had beaten him up. Gently, Ryu glued the band-aid back on and just stared at his brother, lost in thought. Morning came, and Ryu woke his little brother up, informing him that it was morning and time to wake up. Warnie, still sleepy, slowly woke up and questioned why he was being awakened so early, especially when he had no classes today. Ryu, seeing how lazy his little brother was, pulled the blanket off him, startling him and waking him up in shock. Ryu explained that they didn't have time to sleep, and that he would explain everything later. For now, Ryu instructed him to hurry and dress up as they had to go somewhere urgently, his face still serious. Warnie took his time, not fully understanding what was happening. He yawned and asked where they were going, but Ryu, with a serious expression, told him that they didn't have time to relax and the whole world was in chaos. Warnie asked if something was wrong with the New Year ceremony he was going to attend, but Ryu urged him to get out of the house first, promising to explain everything later. As they left the house and strolled down the narrow street, Warnie couldn't help but notice a significant shift in his brother's demeanor. Ryu, typically carefree and easygoing, appeared unusually serious. Warnie sensed that something out of the ordinary had occurred, but he hesitated to inquire, thinking that Ryu would eventually share what was on his mind. Then Ryu turned toward his little brother and inquired if he was aware of what was happening in the world. Hearing this, Warnie got confused, thinking about what could have happened while he was asleep in his state of panic. Ryu urged his little brother to check the latest news on his smartphone search feed. Warnie quickly scrolled through the updates, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What he read left him in disbelief. Stories of angels kidnapping people's souls and transporting them to another world, where half of them had died with a heart attack mysteriously. Panic surged through Warnie as he absorbed the shocking news. In his state of anxiety, he bombarded Ryu with questions, asking, did Ryu also get transported to that world? His brother told him that he had been taken too, and he could only get out after killing 100 monsters called goblins. Hearing this, Warnie immediately began to worry about his brother's health and asked if he was hurt. He bombarded Ryu with questions, but Ryu reassured him not to worry about himself. However, upon hearing this, Warnie became even more concerned. After all, Ryu was his only family, his only sibling, and dearest person. Ryu was his entire world, and the thought of something happening to his brother was unbearable. To fulfill both the mother's and father's duty, Ryu became the most mentally strong individual from a very young age. But having a strong mind and killing 100 monsters are completely different things. Seeing his worried little brother, Ryu smiled and told him not to worry too much. He reassured Warnie that he would explain everything later, but for now, they didn't have much time, and they needed to take action. Then Warnie stopped and asked Ryu to tell him where they were going. He was willing to follow Ryu, but all the information was too much for him to handle, and he would only follow Ryu when he told him where they were going. Seeing his little brother's wounded hand, Ryu turned to Warnie and told him in a cold voice that they were going to attack the hideout of Taegyu, who was the leader of the bullies in his class. Shocking his little brother. Still not believing that his brother had found out, Warnie asked his brother if he really knew about it. Ryu asked back, did you really think I wouldn't find out? Now, Warnie bit his lip, realizing that he thought he had hidden his secret well, but it turned out that his brother had known about the bullying all along. Now worried, Warnie sat there thinking how he didn't want to get his brother involved in his life when Ryu was himself getting bullied and having a hard time. Ryu, on the other hand, seeing his little brother sad, apologized to him in his thoughts and said to himself that he shouldn't have known this in the first place, but he found this out during the first regression. After returning from the first round, Ryu-min just slept the entire day in depression, and his little brother went somewhere in the morning. After a while, Ryu was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Annoyed at who might be calling him, he reached for the phone, still sleepy. He asked who was calling, to which the voice immediately asked if he was the guardian of someone named Warnie. Then it immediately added that he should come to the hospital immediately. After saying that, Ryu's pupils dilated in horror. The next second, he quickly got dressed and ran out of the apartment. And that day, his little brother got bullied so badly by Taegyu that Warnie became blind with multiple fractures. Looking at his younger brother, who was sitting in the corner of his room with his arms wrapped around his knees, depressed, Ryu was shocked and angry with himself because he was so weak and pathetic that he couldn't even protect his little brother. And now that he is no longer that weak, pathetic loser, he will do anything to protect his little brother. And his first mission is to beat the crap out of that son of a bully. Then the scene shifts, and we see an old factory. And inside that, Taegyu was beating someone furiously, asking why they hadn't brought him 200,000 won each as he had ordered them to. Shivering in pain and agony, the man tried to say something, but only managed to squeeze out another painful groan. Taegyu took that as ignoring him, which made him even angrier. He lifted his foot and swung it at the poor guy with anger in his eyes. Then he began to beat the poor guy again with anger, who had no chance to resist, and it would have made things worse because his assailant was not alone. Taegyu's friends stood aside watching this one-sided beating with a chuckle, but they were actually tense and afraid of Taegyu's ruthless attitude, since he was very unpredictable and very cruel. Even the other high school students were afraid of him. Taegyu was 185 centimeters tall, and he had a rather large physique for a sophomore high school student. Undoubtedly, he was an overwhelming dominant among his peers and was famous even among gangsters for his fighting skill. After a while, the man was finally done with the beating. Screaming harshly, he scratched his neck and headed towards his buddies, complaining irritably that he couldn't buy a motorcycle today, as he couldn't get the money he was going to get today. Seeing the angry guy approaching them, the group of his buddies immediately tensed up. Unfortunately for them, their fears were realized as Taegyu approached his gang and asked if any of them knew anyone from whom he could get the money to buy the motorcycle. The gang was caught off guard, and each of them scratched the back of their heads nervously. Then one of his members suddenly remembered a name, and he turned to Taegyu and asked why they shouldn't call that tall guy with curly hair who was from their class. Taegyu's lips curled into an evil grin when he realized who he was talking about. Then he added that he planned to call him today anyway, since he thought he deserved a good beating as a New Year's present. They were thinking about how they would beat Real One. Taegyu, with an annoyed face, said that Real One is basically homeless, and they will not get anything from him. Then he decided that once he comes, he will beat the crap out of him and make him blind for being so poor. Then suddenly, a footstep echoed in the empty factory, and in the entrance, Ryu confidently entered the building, while Wani hesitantly followed behind him. Seeing Wani, the hooligans started laughing, saying they were just going to call him, and here he is. He came on his own. Then, noticing another person beside Wani, standing confidently, Taegyu got annoyed, thinking who he is. Then he shouted loudly, cursing Wani, saying how dare he'd bring someone without his permission. But Ryu just stood there silently, glaring at them, and Wani started to shiver in fear. Seeing this silent treatment, Taegyu got even more annoyed. Then he angrily, slowly came toward Wani and asked him if he brought another errand boy. But before he could say anything, Ryu stepped forward with a smile on his face and confidently stated that he was his older brother. Taegyu laughed, then turned to Wani, who was standing behind his older brother, and reminded him that he had already told him to watch his language if he didn't want to get beaten up. And now he had come with his older brother to his hideout to get revenge with a mocking smirk on his face. Taegyu clenched his fists and told Wani that he and his brother would die today. Then, turning to one of his minions, he nodded and ordered them to act. The latter, not realizing what he was getting into, nodded in agreement with a happy smile. While Taegyu was standing behind with his arms crossed, his underling slowly walked toward Ryu and started taunting Wani, asking if his brother had ever even killed an ant before. Now, standing face to face with Real Min, he compared his height with Ryu, saying how small he was, and how Real Min was even smaller than Real One. But before he could finish his sentence, a heavy fist came flying toward him, and the next thing he knew, he was lying on the ground, blood coming from his face and mouth. Seeing his friend's defeat, the other guy immediately rushed at Ryu, intending to strike him with his fist. However, Ryu Min dodged his attack and struck him in the jaw with his fist. The blow was so strong that the guy let out a painful scream and flew a few meters away, hitting some debris behind him. At the same time, the first guy who had already recovered from the blow, as well as the remaining bald guy who was shouting angrily for him to die, rushed at Ryu again. However, this joint attack was of no use at all, as all they got was 2 blows to their faces and started crying in pain at the same time. Taegyu was watching his buddies being beaten up and crawling on the floor with painful groans. Then he walked past the fallen members, came close to Ryu, and with a smirking smile asked Ryu that he must have been acting this confident because he must have some boxing training from somewhere. But it's not enough to defeat him as, however skilled Ryu is, he will not be able to overcome the difference in weight class. Taegyu was 185 centimeters tall and had a sturdy build, while Ryu Min was 165 centimeters tall and looked frail. The difference in weight classes was obvious, and one could easily predict the outcome of the fight between the two without even watching it. However, to Taegyu's surprise, Ryu didn't look scared at all. With a smile on his face, he turned to the big man and asked him if he was not watching the news. Hearing this nonsense, Taegyu charged toward Ryu with his punch, but to his surprise, Ryu dodged it effortlessly. Then Taegyu threw punches and kicks after kicks, but Ryu dodged all of them effortlessly. Now his vision was getting blurry, and he was breathing heavily, wondering in anger why he couldn't land a single hit on Ryu while grinding his teeth. At the same time, Ryu's fist lit up with a blue aura. Then he turned to Taegyu and said that if he had been watching the news, he would have known that attacking a player like him so easily was tantamount to suicide. The next moment, he threw a lightning-fast punch that hit Taegyu's jaw, sending him backward. But it wasn't enough to defeat him. Taegyu once again rushed to attack Ryu with a fierce shout of curses. However, to his surprise and confusion, his blow did not hit the target as Ryu suddenly vanished. Unable to believe what was happening, he tried to turn around with horror on his face. Before he could react, Ryu threw another punch at Taegyu's face. With a painful groan, Taegyu rubbed his nose, and then blood started to come from his mouth and nose with a broken tooth. Seeing his broken teeth, he screamed loudly in anger, declaring that today he would kill Ryu. It would not be a peaceful death. He intended to torture him before delivering the final blow. With determination, he once again threw a punch toward Ryu Min, but this time Ryu didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he grabbed Taegyu's hand, leaving Taegyu in shock. Ryu Min started throwing a barrage of punches toward Taegyu, and from behind, Taegyu's underlings were left surprised. Taegyu noticed that Ryu was only punching his face, trying to humiliate him in front of his gang. This realization fueled his anger, and he charged toward Ryu again. But this time, Ryu kicked Taegyu with great force. Taegyu went flying and crashed onto the wall. The kick was so strong that Taegyu was holding his neck, struggling to breathe, with broken teeth, shivering from pain, and saliva coming from his mouth. Ryu slowly walked toward Taegyu, and with a cold stare asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" Ryu was consumed by anger because during his earlier regressions when he was weak, he had seen his little brother getting bullied and brutally beaten numerous times. Those memories haunted him, and he couldn't forget them. As Ryu slowly approached Taegyu, he was terrified, fumbling to say not to come close. Taegyu was still holding his neck and begged Ryu not to beat him more, saying he was sorry. However, Ryu didn't continue the physical assault. Instead, with a warm smile on his face, he gently held Taegyu's hands and asked, "Will you marry me?" He continued, stating that Taegyu shouldn't have messed with his brother. With a snap, a crackling sound echoed in the factory, and Taegyu started screaming in agony. Ryu had broken all of his fingers, and Taegyu was in excruciating pain, clutching his hand. But the torment didn't end there. Ryu grabbed Taegyu's other hand, leaving Taegyu in terror. With another snap, he broke Taegyu's other 5 fingers, and Taegyu started to scream maniacally. Witnessing this merciless scene, all of Taegyu's underlings ran away in terror, and even Wani, who had been watching, found it too horrifying to bear. With a serious expression, Ryu warned Taegyu not to touch a single hair on Wani's head. Taegyu, crying, promised that he would never do that, but then Ryu began to smile with a very happy expression. He grabbed Taegyu again, stating that Taegyu might change his mind in the future, so he had to ensure Taegyu would never mess with him. With that, he broke Taegyu's wrists as well, and Taegyu screamed in agony for hours. The scene shifted, and we see Ryu walking, his little brother hesitantly calling his name. Ryu, stop, and Wani asked in surprise how Ryu did that, and if he had learned some kind of martial art in another world. Hearing this, Ryu smiled slightly and replied that just like the news said, players could use their abilities in the real world. As an example, he pointed to his hand, which shone with a bright golden light. In the next moment, a black dagger appeared in his hand, causing Wani to gasp in surprise. Seeing the dagger magically appear in Ryu's hand, Wani got very excited and curiously, with sparkling eyes, asked how Ryu did that. Ryu, with a kind smile, replied that this is one of the skills he got from the other world, and all the other players can use it. Then, As Ryu was putting the dagger back into his inventory, Wani remembered what had happened at the factory and asked in the same surprised voice if Ryu had learned all his new fighting techniques from that other world as well. Ryu replied that he didn't learn any fighting techniques, and he was able to do that because he was faster than them. His dexterity stat had reached level 11, adding that normal people's agility stats were around 3 points, while professional athletes could reach 10 points. And his was 11. So now he was as fast as Usain Bolt. Wani followed his brother and asked what would happen if he leveled up. And Ryu replied that he didn't know, as he hadn't reached that level, and only by leveling up would he be able to find that answer. But from inside, he knew the answer. You see, in his 13th life, he told everything about him to his little brother that would happen in the future, and that he was a regressor. Because of that, Wani became the target of the other players and had been kidnapped by a player. Even though he was able to get revenge, he didn't want to feel those emotions again, much less have his younger brother suffer for it. Turning to look at his little brother who was following him, he told himself that he had to prepare himself to protect him in the upcoming fight between the players. Then Wani's stomach growled, and Ryu asked if he was hungry and suggested they go eat a good breakfast together. Hearing this, Wani happily nodded with shining eyes. Then the two brothers entered the nearest store. Ryu immediately headed towards the ATM. When Wani saw this, he asked where he was going, saying that the noodles were in a different place. But Ryu turned around and told him to wait for a few minutes. He went to the ATM and inserted his card. He looked at the screen and thought to himself that this was all he could save up to that point. His balance was 133,134 won, which was about $100. After selecting a transaction amount of 100,000 won, he pressed the button to confirm the transaction. Seeing the huge bills in his older brother's hands, Wani was surprised and asked why he needed so much money, to which Ryu replied that he needed it for something. Then the two reached an area selling premium foods, and Ryu asked Wani why he didn't choose something from here. Hearing this, Wani got startled, saying everything here is very expensive. Even the cheapest food here is for $20. But Ryu reassured his little brother that it's okay as it's New Year, and they should eat good food to enjoy the day. Hesitantly, Wani asked if they spend money on expensive food. Will they have enough money for living expenses? Ryu replied with a smile not to worry about money, and just to buy as he has a way to earn a lot of money. Then, Wani excitedly picked up a packet of pork belly meat, saying he always wanted to taste this, and today finally he will be able to. Ryu from afar was watching his little happy brother with a warm smile. Then, Ryu approached Wani, who was shining with happiness, and suggested that they go to a restaurant together sometime and order some roast beef. But Wani smiled the happiest smile Ryu had ever seen, and replied that there was no need, as he had more than enough of what they had bought today. Seeing how happy his brother was, Ryu told himself to wait for only 5 days, after which he could give his little adorable brother as much food as he wanted. He will give his little brother so much meat that he will get tired of eating it. Then the scene shifts, and we see Wani took a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it on a spoonful of rice. As he took a bite and chewed it, he happily said with a happy face that it was delicious. Really delicious. Ryu was really happy seeing his little brother happy. Then suddenly, Ryu stood up from his seat and told Wani to wait here as he had a very important thing to do. Wani asked him where he was going, but Ryu told Wani that he will know in a second. Then Ryu returned after a while, and he loudly slammed his hand on the table, placing his pen on it. Confused, Wani then noticed many lottery tickets and asked Ryu in an uncertain voice if all these are lottery tickets. Ryu replied, yes, they are. As he was opening his pen's cap, Wani, with a worried voice, asked how many tickets Ryu bought, and Ryu replied, 20. Hearing this, Wani got panicked, realizing his big bro just spent his entire savings on some lottery tickets. And he asked Ryu in concern how he could do that, and if this was the way of earning money Ryu was talking about, as he should know that it was almost impossible to win them. However, his older brother calmly told him to trust him and just watch. Then he took a pen and began to circle the numbers on the lottery tickets. Wani was puzzled when he saw Ryu circling numbers on all the lottery tickets. Worried, Wani asked Ryu why did he circle the numbers on each ticket, and Ryu replied with a smile on his face that he did it because those numbers were the winning ones. Then the scene shifts, and we see the brothers sitting in their house with lottery tickets on the table. Ryu was calmly flipping through his phone, while his brother nervously held the phone in one hand and propped his head up with the other. The announcement of the lottery draw was made from his phone. Wani was biting his fingernails with worry, staring at the screen of his phone with the live broadcast. He thought they were in trouble if they didn't win a single lottery because they had wasted all their money. As the live broadcast began, Wani became more nervous and Ryu scolded him not to be so nervous and to stop biting his nails. Wani said that they would have been better off buying better food with that much money. Then the hosts announced that the first lucky number was 3, and Wani stopped biting his nails. The second number was 18, and the third was 9. Wani was shocked as he saw the numbers matching the numbers on the lottery ticket that Ryu had bought. As all the numbers got revealed, Ryu matched the numbers on the lottery ticket with the phone screen. He was overwhelmed with emotion, looking from the phone to the ticket and back again. With happiness, he asked Ryu if this was all a dream. Ryu replied it's not a dream and told Wani that he told him he had a way to earn money. Realizing it's not a dream, Wani raised his hand high, holding the lottery ticket, and happily shouted that they won the first prize. Ryu then told Wani to stop shouting, as if the neighbors heard them. They might get into trouble, and Wani stopped shouting midway. Then Ryu warmly asked Wani if he's happy, and Wani replied, of course he is happy, and asked Ryu if he's not happy. Ryu, with a smile, replied that he is, but he was not looking excited at all. He explained that he was also like Wani when he first won the lottery in his 15th regression, but after repeating it for multiple times, it became more like a mandatory process or an annual event. Then Ryu said to himself that he has to earn money quickly, as after the death of 9 billion people, and the item trading among the players will crash the economy like crazy. But it was not the end of the surprise. Ryu won first prize for all the 20 tickets. Now holding all 20 winning tickets, Wani was in shock, asking Ryu that this still doesn't feel real, and how much is the total amount will be. Ryu replied he doesn't know, but then with a smile, he said the amount is so large that it will shake the entire world. Ryu got off the bus and walked down the street. He soon saw a tall building in front of him. It was the main branch of Manhwa Bank where he was to receive his prize. Normally, he would have been nervous before entering, but maybe it's because this is the 85th time he is receiving the grand prize. He is not nervous at all. The bank was crowded with customers, but none of them were lottery winners. Ryu went to the front desk in the lobby of the new building, and then he approached the employee on duty, telling him he is here to collect his lottery winning amount for the first place. Hearing this, the employee smiled and congratulated him on his winnings. At the same time, he wondered to himself how the guy standing in front of him, who looked like a student, was able to get the prize for the first place. Pushing his thoughts away and searching for something on the computer, then the employee asked Ryu where he had purchased his ticket, to which he replied that it was at the Yunwi branch. Hearing the guy's words, the employee exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what he had said. His mind immediately went back to a conversation with his colleague who told him that this time, someone won the first prize for 115 games and all first prize. However, and his senior strictly commanded him whenever that customer will come, he has to treat him like a VIP guest. The employee's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Ryu, asking him if he is okay, and the employee panickedly replied he is, and told Ryu to just wait for a minute. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Ryu, who smiled and thanked him for waiting. After shaking hands with Ryu, he introduced himself as Juno, saying that he was the president of the bank. Ryu simply replied that his name was Ryu. The president said that since he had won the first-place prize, he had to congratulate him personally. Ryu smilingly thanked the man for congratulating him. Afterwards, the man offered to escort him to the place where he could collect his winnings, telling him to follow him. As they approached the door with a sign that read, Lottery Ticket Sales Team, the president announced that they had arrived at the place. As soon as they stepped inside, they were immediately greeted by one of the female employees who stood up and bowed to greet the president. Noticing some young man next to the president, she couldn't help but wonder who it could be, but she didn't have to speculate because the next moment, the president himself introduced the guy, saying that he was the first-place winner and that he had come to collect his prize. Then he told them to make sure that their guest felt comfortable. Surprised to see the guy who was talking casually with the president, the woman could hardly believe that in front of her was a man who had won first place for 115 games. Having recovered from her excitement and doubts, she told herself that she should calm down and do her best to satisfy the customer. After greeting him, she invited Ryu to sit down with a smile on her face. He did so, sitting comfortably on the chair right in front of her. She then asked him if he would like a drink, but Ryu simply replied that he would not, adding that he would like to get right down to business and take his prize. After hearing Ryu's answer, the employee didn't take any more time and asked him to provide her with the tickets, so she could confirm that he was the winner. Ryu immediately handed her a stack of winning tickets that he had brought with him. Looking through the tickets, the woman couldn't believe that he had bet everything on one combination. It could only mean one thing. Either the guy had decided to risk everything, or he could see the future. Having finished with the confirmation, the employee said that everything was in order and that he could take the prize for the first place. However, Ryu's next question about how much he would receive made the girl freeze, as even just naming such numbers was absurd. After a second of silence, she replied in a trembling voice that his prize is 22.5 billion won, which is equal to $16 million. After he received his prize, everything went pretty quickly. The first thing he did was start looking for a place to move to. That same night, he opened a stocks account because he had information from the future. He knew that the price of Bitcoin would increase by 500% next month, so he also planned to invest his money in it. After returning home, Ryu showed his younger brother pictures of their new house and asked him if he liked it. Wani happily replied that it was amazing, adding that he had never seen such a huge and beautiful house in person. But Wani was confused about one thing. He asked Ryu why he signed a rental agreement when they had enough money to buy a house. Ryu replied that he didn't have any more money, as he had spent it all. His phrase made Wani freeze in place, and Ryu casually added that he had invested all the money into Bitcoin. When his younger brother heard this, he froze in place again, unable to understand how his brother could so easily say that he had invested $15 billion into Bitcoin. Real men approached his younger brother, who had turned into a statue, and patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that he hadn't done it without thinking, and he knew the price of Bitcoin was going to rise. He told Wani not to worry. Then, hugging Wani, he added that not to worry, as he had seen a dream, and in that dream, he saw new numbers of lottery tickets, and they could always earn money through the lottery. After his older brother's words, the eyes of the naive Wani shone with admiration, believing everything Ryu said. Realizing this, he immediately grabbed Ryu by the shoulders and began to shake him excitedly, asking him never to forget them. Ryu somehow broke free from his little brother's grip, thinking to himself that he couldn't forget them, even if he wanted to, after repeating it countless times. Then Ryu turned to his brother and suggested that they eat outside before heading out. Wani asked in confusion where they were going, and Ryu replied with a smile on his face that they were moving to their new house today. At the same time, at some unknown location, Youngmin was punching and made a big hole in the wall, and then with a villainous smile. He said to himself that pumping all the points into strength was the right decision. Swinging his fist at the end wall again, he added to himself that he was even able to get a power room that doubled his strength. As he continued to strike the wall, he started to laugh maniacally, saying that now with his powerful fist, no one will be able to stop him, and veins started to foam in his hand as he clenched his fist, ready to go another round of punching the wall. Then the scene shifted, and we see Youngmin now in front of Ryu's door, slamming the door and shouting Ryu's name. When he didn't get an answer, he said first he thought Ryu died in the first round, but later he found his name was not in the list of the dead people, and Ryu was even ignoring all his calls. Then Youngmin's face became furious, thinking the way Ryu glared at him before the angel kidnapped him. He can never forget them, and he will only get satisfaction when he will beat him to death with his own hands. Then Youngmin started to slam Ryu's door continuously, saying if he is hiding inside, he will now come inside after breaking the door. However, a voice stopped Youngmin, and it was an old man standing on the stairs who turned to him and asked him what he was doing at that door. Youngmin asked the old man if he should mind his own business, since Youngmin is not slamming the old man's door. Hearing this, the old man, adjusting his glasses, replied that he was indeed the owner of the house, startling Youngmin. Then he asked Youngmin again if he had come to meet a friend. For a second he froze, not knowing what to say. He quickly adjusted himself to the situation, smiled, and said that he had indeed come to see his friend. Then he asked the old man if he could open the door for him. Youngmin added that he had suddenly lost contact with his friend, and now he didn't know how to get in touch with him. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. Then he told Youngmin that it was now an empty apartment as the student who lived there had moved out. Hearing this, Youngmin immediately asked the owner of the house if he knew when and where the student had moved to. But the old man replied that he had moved today, but he didn't know where he had moved to. Hearing the old man's answer, Youngmin was furious, and he clenched his fists in anger, wondering how he could have left without telling anyone. Then the scene shifts, and we see the duo arriving at the huge glass building, which was the size of a skyscraper. Wani exclaimed in surprise and admiration. Covering his eyes with his hand to keep the sun from shining, He said with shining eyes in amazement that the building was very tall. He was so innocent that he was even surprised that the door at the entrance was revolving. He didn't stop being amazed even when the female employee simply handed them entrance cards while his older brother confirmed their identities. Wani continued to be surprised that there was even a security guard here. Pushing himself up in the elevator to his room, he turned to Ryu and said admiringly that this place was really amazing. Stepping out of the elevator, they headed to their room. When they got to their room, Wani exclaimed again in surprise, wondering how big it was. His brother replied with a nonchalant face that it was about 330 square meters. Such a figure shocked his younger brother, as their previous apartment was dozens of times smaller. Looking at the apartment, Wani, still in disbelief that they were going to live here, asked, "Isn't it too big just for the two of them?" Ryu replied that they have a lot of money and that they should enjoy their life. Then Wani asked Ryu how much the rent had cost him, and Ryu said that it had cost about 22 million won a month, which is about $17,000 a month. The rent alone made his younger brother's head spin. He thought to himself that not so long ago, he was still concerned about the price of meat, which at that time seemed very expensive to him, and now they are spending so much just for rent. Following his older brother, who was still looking at the apartment they would be living in, Wani asked him if they could have chosen something cheaper. Hearing this, Ryu shook his head negatively and replied that the more expensive the services were, the higher the security, which was their priority after all. On the first of every month, all players will fall unconscious as their souls will get transported to another world, leaving their real bodies unprotected, and it was the period that was the most vulnerable for all players. During this time, they became vulnerable to disasters such as fire or earthquakes. But the biggest danger was not the cataclysms, but the assassins hired by other players. And so, when the time came, players would need to prepare to have their bodies in as protected a place as possible. After finishing his thoughts, Ryu turned to his brother, who had already settled in a bit, and asked if he liked the house. Wani enthusiastically replied that it was beautiful, and it still felt like he was dreaming. Then Ryu kindly said he is glad Wani is happy and that he liked it. Suddenly, Wani's face became a little sad. He then apologized to his older brother in an uncertain and worried voice. Ryu looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was apologizing for. Wani continued in an upset voice, saying that Ryu would be transferred to another world next month, and he'd have to fight for his life. Knowing this, how could Wani enjoy and be happy? But this sad atmosphere was broken by Ryu, who patted his brother on the shoulder, asking him why he was so sad. He added, "Do you think I won't be able to come back from the next round?" But Wani didn't say anything, and Ryu jokingly told him to stop thinking about nonsense and follow him. He had heard that the shopping hall on the second floor sells really delicious food, so they should go and enjoy. Wani agreed, still worried. Then suddenly a message arrived on Ryu's phone. After reading the message, he realized it was from Youngmin, and Ryu continued to ignore him. Putting his phone in his coat pocket, he thought of giving Youngmin a visit. The next day, a sleepy Ryu came out of the bedroom and was surprised to see Wani fully dressed, preparing to go somewhere. When he asked him where he was going, Wani happily replied that he had ordered some rice cakes and was going to pick them up. Still sleepy, Ryu didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. As far as he could remember, this had never happened before. Although regression did not guarantee that everything would happen exactly the same way as in the past, it was a significant change. Turning to his younger brother, who had already packed up and intended to go, Ryu asked him why he had decided to buy them, to which Wani replied that he was going to give them away to the neighbors as a gift to celebrate their moving in, as he thought it would be good manners. Ryu thoughtfully replied that being on good terms with the neighbors was a great idea. Pleased at his older brother's praise, Wani said that he could distribute them himself, adding that Ryu could stay here and rest. However, Ryu disagreed, replying that they should distribute the gifts together. He then told Wani to wait for a while he went to change his clothes. After a while, they rang the bell of the first apartment, from which a voice came out seconds later asking who it was. Wani, with a smile on his face and a cake in his hands, good-naturedly informed them that they were their neighbors who had just moved in and now came to greet them. Opening the door, a middle-aged woman with a smile also greeted them. Then, noticing that the two looked very similar, she asked if they were brothers, to which Wani smilingly replied that they were. Handing the woman a rice cake, he advised her to eat them while they were still warm. She happily received the cake and thanked the brothers. Then, after some more time, they continued to greet their neighbors, continuing to give them gifts, and after an hour they were almost done with greeting the neighbors and heading to the last place. This was the top floor, and the most expensive and the most secure one. While Wani was ringing the doorbell, Ryu was thinking to himself that there must have been someone from a rich family or a celebrity in such a place. Even after ringing the bell for a while, no one answered his call, causing him to have thoughts that perhaps no one was home. Pressing once more and getting no answer, he turned to his older brother, who was standing by the wall, and said a bit confusedly that it looked like no one was here. Turning around, they were about to head for the elevator. The sound of the doors opening made them turn around. The person they saw in the next moment shocked Wani, while Ryu, although a little surprised, didn't change his face much. In front of them was a girl who had a beautiful appearance and was dressed in elegant clothes, who was looking at them with incomprehension. When Wani laid eyes on RN, he was practically speechless, and a little shyness crept in. He couldn't help but blurt out how pretty she looked, like an angel come to life, while Ryu was just staring at her, thinking about that angel that he just killed without any reaction. But before either of them could get a word out, this dude dressed in black stepped right in front of Aaron. He had a real rude tone, asking the brothers who they were, and he even threw in a snide comment about whether they were her fans. That really got under Ryu's skin, and he got a bit annoyed. So with his arms crossed, he made it clear that they weren't fans and that they'd only just moved into the building today. Meanwhile, Wani was feeling a tad shy. Then Wani, all cheerful, tried to hand over a rice cake as a friendly gesture. But that bodyguard of Aaron's wasn't having any of it. He rudely stopped Wani right in the middle of his offering and flat out said they didn't want anything. To top it off, he told the brothers to mind their own business and not bother them. With that, he just turned on his heel and walked away, casually mentioning that Aaron ain't into sweet stuff. Left the brothers feeling pretty insulted, that's for sure. Next up, the bodyguard opened up the door to Aaron's place and told her to head on inside. She followed his lead, but she couldn't help but shoot a sorry look back at the brothers. Now Ryu was getting pretty mad about the whole deal. He might not know who these people were, but that man's rude behavior was really getting on his nerves. On the other hand, Wani was still standing there, practically speechless, and it ain't just 'cause he was feeling insulted. It's 'cause he realized that the lady he'd been staring at was none other than his idol, Aaron. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he couldn't believe he was seeing her in the flesh. While Ryu was confused, thinking who she was, being a single virgin and a shut-in, he didn't have much knowledge about famous people. Then Wani excitedly explained to Ryu that she was Aaron, and Ryu asked in confusion, "Who is Aaron?" Then the scene shifts, and we see Aaron sitting on her sofa, watching the news on her phone. The news is filled with reports about how some famous actors mysteriously died overnight from heart attacks, and she recognizes that some of them were her friends. She feels a growing sense of terror as she wonders what is happening to the world. She places her phone on her bed, still filled with worry and a hint of fear, and starts thinking about how she barely survived this round, all because of her bodyguard. The thought of killing those damn goblins from her own hand is still terrifying her. To lighten the mood, she thinks jokingly that if she had died today, her name might have been in the news. Seeing Aaron's worried expression, her bodyguard asks what's on her mind. She initially brushes it off, but the bodyguard sits beside her and gently encourages her to share her thoughts, assuring her that he's always here to listen. With a somber expression, Aaron confesses that she's thinking about how drastically the world has changed and how she might die in the next round. Hearing this, the bodyguard reassures her, emphasizing that his job is to protect her and she can rely on him. Aaron smiles warmly in response and expresses genuine gratitude for his unwavering support. Aaron goes on to explain that when the company first assigned her a bodyguard, she had assumed he was there merely to keep an eye on her. However, she acknowledges that without his presence, she might not have survived the first round. She shares a light-hearted moment with her bodyguard, mentioning that the new neighbors who brought rice cake looked yummy, but her bodyguard replied that she would get ugly and fat if she ate things like that. Aaron replied that it was okay to take the cake, and they would not have eaten it. The bodyguard was too rude to the brothers, as they might have felt bad and insulted. The bodyguard replied that he knows all about people like them. They were just trying to be friendly for their own selfish reason, and if they had taken the rice cake, they would have bothered them non-stop. But Aaron, remembering the faces of the brothers, Wani, an innocent boy, and Ryu, a Chad, and thought they didn't look like bad people to her. Then Arin notices something about one of the two neighbors. One of them looks older, possibly above 15 years old, which means he must have killed 100 goblins to survive. The bodyguard replied that he must have, and that's why he is alive. Arin again gets a little panicked, saying how amazing Ryu is. To think someone who has gone through such a cruel and hellish experience can look so calm. Hearing this, the bodyguard laughingly replied that killing 100 goblins was not that hard, and those who didn't kill them were just idiots. But Arin knew inside that it was not easy to kill 100 goblins for normal people. The bodyguard did manage to do so as he was a skilled fighter and received professional training. Then she started thinking about that guy named Black Scythe. In front of him, her bodyguard looked like a kid. Black Scythe was just too overpowered, and she almost felt bad for the goblin, seeing how brutally Black Scythe killed them. Then she started to think, who would Black Scythe be in real life, and how he looked like in real life? The scene shifts, and we see 1 month has passed, and it's January 31st. Ryu is now in his bed, and Wani is holding his big bro's hand worriedly, saying he has to promise him that he will come back alive no matter what. Ryu smilingly replied not to worry, as he is too strong to die, even if he wanted to, and not even a god can kill him. Hearing these words, Wani was still worried. Then Ryu patted Wani's head, saying not to worry too much and to eat once Ryu's soul gets transported to another world and sleep. When Wani wakes up from his sleep, Ryu will be there standing beside him. With that, Ryu's vision became blue, and he got transported again with the rest of the people. As all the remaining survivors made their way to the dungeon, they were hit with a wave of panic. Some let out screams of pure fear, while others just looked around, trying to wrap their heads around the place that looked more like a jungle than anything else. Then, one of the girls in the group spotted Ryu and called him out as the guy who ranked #1 in the last round. Ryu stood tall, soaking in the attention, and noticed whispers about him starting to spread, a good sign for the plans he had in mind. He wanted everyone to recognize who was running the show. Ryu's eyes briefly met Youngman's, but before he could dwell on that, a voice filled the area. Yep, it was another angel, and man, she was a looker. But this was a different one, and questions buzzed through the crowd about what happened to the last one. The new angel flashed a friendly smile and explained that the previous angel had gone missing for reasons unknown, and she was here to take over. Seeing her smile, the crowd's nerves started to calm. Maybe this angel wasn't going to be as much of a nightmare as the last one, they thought. But that hope was short-lived. Her smile twisted into something sinister, and with a hand delicately touching her lips, she let out a creepy laugh. She was stoked, ready for some fun after a long time. With a casual flick, she handed down the new quest. They had to pick a zone leader in 3 hours. Seeing this, everyone got confused, but then they noticed that all the people in this round can pass. Unlike the previous round where half of them died, the angel noticed the confused looks on the players' faces and with a smile, decided to break down the quest for them. She explained that this round wasn't about fighting. Everyone could make it through just by picking a zone leader. The chosen leader would have the power to command anyone in their zone to do anything they wanted, crawling on the ground to dropping dead. "Isn't that an awesome skill?" she asked, looking around at the player. As she laid out the details, a guy with green hair listened intently, and another dude, all muscles and a tattoo on his neck, seemed pretty annoyed. The angel wrapped up, saying that in 3 hours, she'd be back for the vote to decide the leader. The green-haired guy, a little shaky, raised his hand and asked if it was really that simple. Just vote for a leader, and they all get to live. The angel's grin went a bit wicked as she confirmed it. Just a vote, and then, bam, they'd all be back on Earth, safe and sound. Now, hearing this, everyone got happy and started to celebrate, saying this time no one is going to die. Ryu, from behind, remained with a serious face. Then the angel bid them good luck, and then she vanished, and the timer of 3 hours began. In the next moment, the remaining players were still happy, as no one will die today, except for Youngman. He was not. He was damn angry, and while grinding his teeth, he said he was ready to fight and kill some monsters. Seeing Youngman angry, his buddy panically said to him that just to let it go, as the angel will let them live if they just vote. So, why is Youngman complaining so much? Youngman, still angry, replied that he has used all his points to strengthen, and now he can't even beat the crap out of someone, and he is just too frustrated. Ryu watched Youngman from a distance, thinking to himself that in all his 99 lives, Youngman was always the same hothead. Ryu turned away, muttering that he'd sort out Youngman when the time was right. Then Ryu noticed everyone's discussion about whom to vote for and what to do. but Ryu said that is not important to him. Then, while walking toward the forest, he continued, saying he has an even more important thing to do, which is selecting a class, the class of a Grim Reaper, the god of death. And in order to do that, he has to reach level 10 in 3 hours. Just then, a goblin sporting a red hoodie appeared. Ryu's grip on his dagger tightened. He taunted the goblin, daring it to come closer. The goblin charged, and Ryu, with an emotionless face, cut through its neck as easily as a hot knife through butter. Then the system notified that he gained experience points with 15 gold, and all his stats increased by 1% because of the ruin of slaughter. Now, standing beside the fallen goblin, Ryu knew what he had to do. He had 3 hours to reach level 10 and choose his class. That was the only way his plan would work out. As another gang of goblins neared, Ryu readied his dagger. He couldn't help but smile, seeing the goblins approach like a kid waiting for a slice of delicious cake. And the next moment, Ryu started the one-sided slaughter of the goblin. Then, after an hour of bullying the goblin, Ryu wiped the blood off his face and checked the time. 1 hour down, he muttered to himself and flicked open his status window. He was surprised to see he had hit level 9 and racked up 8 stat points already, way quicker than he'd expected. Without a second thought, he chucked all his points into agility, given his base stats were pretty much rubbish, and after living for 99 lives, his battle sense became so sharp that his body moves on its own during battle. To support his body, he needs agility. That's when Ryu noticed something and turned back with a serious look. Someone had been following him for a long time while he was caught up in the fight. Normally, he wouldn't bother with distractions since he was so focused on battling, but this was new. This hadn't happened in his lives, so he figured he better check it out. Then, with a serious look, pointing his bloody dagger toward the bush, Ryu said that he didn't know who they were, but now they had to show themselves. If they didn't come out, they better prepare for a painful death. As Ryu finished his sentence, a beautiful woman with messy brown hair panikedly came, both her arms raised up, saying she was here. Seeing her, Ryu realized she was none other than the actress he had met on the first floor, the one whose his little brother is a fan of, and Ryu started thinking why she was following him. Ahren was just about to apologize and explain why she was following Ryu when suddenly someone else jumped into the conversation. It was a familiar figure, and it turned out to be that rude bodyguard from before. He quickly chimed in, apologizing and making it clear they hadn't been tailing Ryu for any bad reasons. He just wanted Ryu to take it easy. Ryu caught a glimpse of the bodyguard's nickname, Sang Cheol, and his reaction was immediate. His eyes went wide as he recognized the name. Sang Cheol was the trusted right-hand man of Gyunrok, the eldest son of Korea's largest corporation, who was also known by the fearsome nickname Heavenly Demon. He is one of the people Ryu wants to recruit into his team, along with a priest who was rumored to have the power to bring the dead back to life. Ryu hadn't expected to bump into Gyunrok's right-hand man so soon, and it made him wonder why such a guy would be protecting Ahren. Then it hit him. The priest might just be this skinny, innocent-looking girl right in front of him. Keeping his cool, Ryu's voice dropped as he asked them straight up why they were following him. They admitted they had been on his trail since he first set foot in the forest. Ahren seemed a bit nervous as she explained, saying she had a proposition for him. With a hopeful smile, she said she wanted to team up with Ryu and asked if they could join forces. Hearing this, Ryu smiled and replied that joining forces means both parties are helping each other. Ahren shakily replied that it's true, and Ryu replied he doesn't see how they can be any help to him, so he doesn't want to join forces with them. With a rude tone, he continued that they should go and stop wasting his time with this nonsense and go back. With that, Ryu turned back, saying he doesn't have any desire to form a team, and started going deeper into the forest. Well, it was his way to get revenge from the bodyguard. Then, as Ryu left, the bodyguard was really annoyed, saying Ryu was really arrogant, but Ahren, she just collapsed to her knees, wiped out, mumbling about how Ryu's vibe was intense, like he could take a bite out of her at any second. Then she continued, saying she really wanted to be on the same team as Ryu from the first time she saw him fight, but it didn't work out well. The bodyguard, still annoyed, said he already told Ahren that strong people like him always have big egos, and they like to act alone, and they hate to work on a team. Now standing beside the goblin corpses, they thought about what to do in the remaining time before the vote, and they decided to hunt some goblins like Ryu to level up. Then, as they started to go deep inside the forest, we see someone following them from the bushes. Then the scene shifts, and we see Ryu mercilessly continuing to kill the goblins while the goblins try to run for their lives. After killing goblins for an hour, a group of gnolls approached Ryu. And seeing them, Ryu gave a big, bright smile, saying, "Looks like something delicious came on its own." Then, as the group of wolfmen attacked Ryu all at once, Ryu, with a single swing, slaughtered them like vegetables, and their torn body parts fell from the sky like rain. With that, Ryu finally reached level 10. The system notified Ryu that as he reached level 10, he could access the shop. Then, a hidden quest appeared, to change class before the voting began. If Ryu changed his class today, he would get a 50% discount on today's items in the shop. Ryu explained that everyone could choose what class they wanted after reaching level 10, but no one knew how to choose a class. For a warrior, one had to kill 30 monsters in under 1 hour, and one could become a berserker after battling monsters for 1 hour while constantly bleeding, and so on. And after continuously grinding for God knows how much time, Ryu gathered this knowledge. After that, Ryu held the angel's special juice in his hand. He started to absorb it, and a bright yellow light surrounded Ryu. The system notified Ryu that he had changed his class to Grim Reaper, and he got 3 unique abilities. First, when he is wielding a scythe, his attack increased by 2. Second, when he is fighting at night, his speed will increase by 50%. And lastly, at night, all his senses will increase greatly. But it was not enough, so the system gave Ryu a Grim Reaper scythe to change his class, making him the first in the entire world. Then the system notified Ryu that he had reached the apprentice rank from beginner rank. Ryu explained that there are 6 ranks in total, starting with beginner, then apprentice, then regular, then expert, then master, then grandmaster. And with each rank comes a unique skill related to the class. As Ryu reached the apprentice rank, he acquired the skill Seal of Death. Using this, he can cast a seal on a target and deal double the damage. After merging it with the 2x damage of his weapon, the Grim Reaper Scythe, he can inflict 4x damage. He also gained the skill Tracking, which enables him to find anyone's location as long as he remembers that person's face or nickname. Oh boy, I wish I had this skill to track my crush. Now fully equipped, the first person Ryu thought to use his skill on was Youngmin. He used his skill to track him, and the system notified him that Youngmin was 190 meters away, with an arrow indicating the direction. So Ryu started to follow the arrow with an amused smile. The scene changes, and we see a tired Auron struggling to stay on her feet. She collapses to the ground, and when she tries to stand up, her whole body shakes. She's hurting bad and tells her bodyguard she can't run anymore. The bodyguard, who's hurt himself and freaking out, helps her to her feet. She's standing there saying the arrow wounds are killing her. The bodyguard, still scared, throws out a guess, saying maybe if they can just last this 1 hour without dying, their real bodies won't be hurt. But before Auron can reply, they hear a voice that makes them freeze. It's Youngmin and his crew. Youngman's grinning like he's got the upper hand, telling them they're not getting away today. The bodyguard looks like he's ready to give up, thinking he can't die over this damn woman. He gets his dagger ready, though, because it looks like there's no choice left but to fight. Youngman sees the dagger and calls the bodyguard an old man, asking if he really wants to go at it with them. He then points behind him, showing off how many buddies he's got, and asking the bodyguard if he's blind not to see them all. The bodyguard yells out, full of anger, wanting to know why Youngman's doing this and what he's going to get from it. Youngman just smiles that creepy smile and says he's going to get something really good, leaving them both shocked. Youngman continues, saying that he will take the woman behind him. As he's not interested in men, he can leave, and he won't do anything to the bodyguard. Youngman only wants that woman who looks like Auron, the actress. Then, Youngman's buddies, eyeing the woman who looks just like Auron, didn't care whether she was the real deal or not. In this world, where they can feel pain, they figured they could also feel pleasure, so they wanted to have some fun with Auron. Hearing this, Auron was struck with fear. Then Youngman tried to make a deal with the bodyguard, saying if he handed over Auron, he could walk away without a scratch, and they'd return Auron unharmed after they had their fun. That way everyone's happy, he said. The bodyguard was torn. If he'd known they were after Auron from the get-go, he would have ditched her and saved his own skin. He was in this for the money after all, and his life was worth more than any job. But the fear of the heavenly demon being angry if he failed his duty to protect her made up his mind. He squared up, ready to throw down. Seeing this, Youngman got a kick out of the old man gearing up for a fight. The bodyguard tried to reason, saying that what they were planning was a crime, but Youngman just laughed it off. "Who's gonna punish us?" he jeered. "No one knows what we really look like or who we are in real life." With their backs against the wall, The bodyguard and Aaron brace themselves, trying to figure out their next move. Then, out of nowhere, someone else shows up, and it's none other than the god of death, Ryu, just chilling under a tree, watching the whole showdown unfold. Youngmin saw Ryu, and panic flickered across his face, wondering what he was doing there. Then Ryu asked Aaron what they were doing there, but before they could answer, Youngmin tried to tell Ryu with his same attitude to mind his own business. Ryu cut him off midway, asking, "Did I ask you?" The bodyguard hurriedly told Ryu everything, how Youngmin attacked them, and that they wanted to have some fun with Aaron. Hearing this, Ryu glared at Youngmin and asked if this was true. Youngmin, with his rude attitude, replied that whether it's true or not, Ryu should just mind his own business. Ryu had had enough of Youngmin's nonsense. With a deep voice, Ryu said whether it's his business or not is none of Youngmin's business, and he should mind his own business. With that, he summoned his red, bloody scythe with a terrifying aura, shocking everyone. Now, with one hand in his pocket and the other gripping his sizable scythe, emitting a bloody red aura, Ryu spoke in a deep voice. He made it clear that he wouldn't let Youngmin go unscathed, especially when he knew Youngmin's intent to harm someone. Aaron and her bodyguard were left speechless, standing behind Ryu. Youngmin, grinding his teeth, witnessed Ryu coming to Aaron's aid. Aaron and her bodyguard expressed their gratitude to Ryu for saving them. However, Ryu didn't play the hero out of the goodness of his heart. He had his motives. Turning back, he explained that by saving Heavenly Demon's right-hand man, they would be indebted to him. This, Ryu believed, could help him achieve his future plans. Plus, he already had plans to take care of Youngmin, making it like killing two birds with one stone. As Ryu slowly approached Youngmin, the latter grew scared. With a shaky voice, Youngmin hesitantly warned Ryu not to come closer, threatening to kill him. Noticing a scared look on Youngmin's face, Ryu, with a sly smile, teasingly asked if Youngmin didn't want to throw down, mentioning he was itching to test his powers. So guys, today's like goal is 3,000 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Youngmin, annoyed and scared, wondered who in their right mind would try to pick a fight with Ryu, the one who slaughtered goblins like vegetables and ranked first in all the regions. Before Youngmin could say anything, a realization struck him. However, Ryu broke the silence, suggesting that if Youngmin was scared and didn't want to fight, there was one thing he could do. Youngmin, confused, asked what, and Ryu, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, replied that he should get down on his knees, begged for mercy, and barked like a dog. Only then would Ryu consider letting him go. Youngmin, bewildered, thought Ryu wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. Turning back to glare at his buddies, he realized he couldn't do this. He couldn't beg in front of them. Now, Youngmin was really pissed, seeing Ryu's smiling face. Although he wanted to avoid fighting Ryu at all costs, for some reason, just looking at Ryu made him increasingly furious. Then he got an idea. Recognizing that he was no longer his previous self, he remembered how he'd punched the wall and destroyed it, showcasing his superhuman strength. Youngmin, thinking he could land a punch on Ryu if he tried and then mercilessly kill him. Then he started to laugh arrogantly, addressing Ryu as a bastard. He prepared his fist to strike Ryu, leaving his buddies wondering what was about to happen. Now Youngmin slowly approached Ryu while stretching his arms, saying Ryu shouldn't have messed with him, and now Ryu will die because of his arrogance. Then we see Youngmin getting happy with a sweet face, thinking he is slowly coming toward Ryu, and just like this, he will land a punch to Ryu's face, and then he will make Ryu's face his punching bag. Then suddenly the red scythe from Ryu's hand disappeared, startling everyone. Again, with a confident look, Ryu explained that as Youngmin is fighting bare-handed, so he will also fight without any weapon, as people might think Ryu is bullying the weak, and the fight will be no fun. Now, hearing this, Youngmin got really pissed off. But Ryu had enough of Youngmin's nonsense, and in an instant, he dashed toward Youngmin, startling him. Then Youngmin prepared his punch, saying Ryu is an overconfident bastard as he stored his weapon, and now is dashing toward him like a sitting duck, and because of that, he will die. With great force, he swung his punch toward Ryu's face, but Ryu dodged it effortlessly, and in return, gave a devastating kick onto Youngmin's stomach. Youngmin flew backward, heavily injured. Now Youngmin was in immense pain, lying on the ground, holding his hand, groaning and trembling. However, he didn't stop cursing Ryu. At this point, Ryu had had enough of Youngmin's cursing. Before Youngmin could do something, Ryu kicked Youngmin's face, stating that he had heard more than enough cursing, and his ear would rot if he hears more. But Ryu didn't stop there. Before Youngmin could stand and think about what to do, Ryu grabbed Youngmin from his collar and started punching Youngmin's face like a punching bag. Now, Youngmin was in too much pain, feeling like he would die from the pain. He wondered how the hell his fist could hurt this bad. It was like being beaten by a hammer. At that moment, Youngmin realized Ryu's fists were as strong as his, and on top of that, Ryu was also lightning fast. Just then, Ryu prepared his heavy punch, and bam, Youngmin was done for. His vision was getting blurry, and his buddies prepared their bows and weapons toward Ryu, launching an arrow toward Ryu's head. Seeing this, Aaron shouted in panic, warning Ryu to dodge it. However, Ryu, being the god of death, couldn't die with this lousy arrow, and he swiftly dodged it. Seeing this, the bow guy panicked, but before he could prepare another arrow, Ryu, with his lightning-fast speed, dashed toward the bow guy. Although the bow guy launched his arrow, it didn't hit Ryu, and in an instant, Ryu came behind him, shocking him. Ryu expressed his admiration for how skilled the bow guy was with his bow. Then, with a swing, Ryu mercilessly ripped the bow guy's hand, and he started to scream intensely. Seeing this, the dagger guy and the bald guy, although scared, also started cursing Ryu. With that, they rushed toward Ryu with their daggers. However, Ryu, with a gleeful smile, used his skill, Seal of Death, and a red eye with a skull appeared on the bald guy's head, increasing his damage by 2x. With his scythe, his attack increased by 2, and with a single swing, he chopped off the bald guy's both legs. The bald guy fell to the ground in agony, screaming and groaning. Seeing this, the dagger guy was just too scared. He felt like he would pee in his pants. Then, Ryu dashed toward the dagger guy, with a serious face stating that as they were holding weapons trying to kill someone, they must also be prepared to be killed by someone with a weapon. Again, with a single swing, like cutting a carrot, he chopped off the dagger guy's hands, leaving him in unimaginable pain with a terrified look on his face. Meanwhile, Ryu was satisfied, seeing that by using Seal of Death and adding it with his scythe, 2x damage was enough to penetrate the armor. Now the bow guy, the bald guy, and the dagger guy all were lying on the ground, screaming and crying in pain, while trembling. Seeing them, Ryu thought it was not enough for him, so he once again slowly started to walk toward them. Then, we see Ryu had slowly made multiple deep cuts on their bodies, slowly torturing them. At that moment, the pain was so intense that they started to beg Ryu to just kill them, as dying was more bearable than this hellish torture. But Ryu didn't stop there, and with a swing, he separated the blood from his scythe, saying to stop crying like a baby as he wasn't going to kill them. Now, seeing how terrified the trio was, Ryu's job was done. He didn't intend to kill them from the start. He just wanted to show them what might happen if they messed with him, as he had future plans for Youngmin and his crew. Turning back towards Youngmin, who cowered behind a tree with a swollen face and a bloody nose, Ryu declared that hiding was useless. Not even a god could save him now. With a swift swing of his scythe, Ryu chopped off Youngmin's right hand, causing blood to spatter like a fountain. Youngmin, left in unimaginable pain, wore a horrified expression. Ryu, coldly observing the scene, reminded Youngmin not to be a crybaby. Compared to the pain they inflicted on him, it wasn't even close. Another ruthless swing of the scythe severed Youngmin's other hand. But Ryu's brutality didn't end there. Ryu began to mercilessly torture Youngmin, shocking even the bodyguard. Seeing this, the bodyguard was too shocked, his eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. He thought Ryu was just too ruthless, as he couldn't believe how mercilessly Ryu chopped their body parts like it was nothing. Even when they lost the will to fight, Ryu continued torturing them until they begged for death. Then continued, saying others might feel he is too ruthless, but he liked this type of people. As Ryu was chopping off Youngmin's other leg, the bodyguard was in awe, seeing the ruthless Ryu. He was in love. The bodyguard was still lost in his daydream when Ryu's voice abruptly woke him up. After the brutal torture session had concluded, Ryu strolled casually toward Ahrin and the bodyguard, inquiring if they were okay. They responded with a bit of panic, expressing their gratitude to Ryu. Pointing his thumb nonchalantly towards the incapacitated Youngmin and his crew, Ryu remarked that they didn't need to worry about them. They were in a condition where they couldn't even masturbate. Ahrin and her bodyguard bowed their heads once again, thanking Ryu for his intervention. Curious, Ahrin asked what would happen if Youngmin and his men died due to excessive bleeding. Ryu bluntly stated that if they died, they die, comparing them to wind beasts. Observing Ahrin's compassionate nature, Ryu realized she might struggle in this harsh world. However, the bodyguard interrupted Ryu's thoughts, questioning why he let Youngmin and his men live. He argued that killing enemies was better to prevent potential future problems. Hearing this, Youngmin grew terrified, but Ryu, with a knowing smile, found the bodyguard intriguing. as he knows exactly what type of world it is turning into, and only these types of people will survive longer in the future. Then, Ryu said the reason he didn't kill those guys was simple. Killing them would not bring any benefit to him. The bodyguard was a bit confused and asked if they might seek revenge in the future if left alive. Ryu glaring at them, who were so terrified that if Ryu even clapped his hands, they might shit their pants. Ryu, with a smile on his face, asked the bodyguard does he think these guys had the will to take revenge, and if they wanted to, he was ready for a round 2 of torture. Then, Ryu elaborated further, explaining that mindlessly killing people would decrease the player population. Hearing Ryu's explanation, the bodyguard had a moment of realization. He grasped what Ryu meant. Fewer survivors in each round meant fewer available spots for people to pass. In that moment, the bodyguard's admiration for Ryu deepened. He saw Ryu not only as strong, but also incredibly smart, finding him downright amazing. Understanding the situation, the bodyguard sighed, declaring that he wouldn't pay attention to these useless trash. Once again, he thanked Ryu for his assistance, but then the bodyguard stopped Ryu, asking if Ryu could tell his real name or even his bank account name so that he could compensate him. Ryu didn't stop, and with a cold voice said, "No need." And just like that, he vanished into the deep forest. Now the bodyguard was left wondering. Ryu had just helped them and didn't even ask for anything in return. He would have to report this to the heavenly demon. However, a groaning voice interrupted his thoughts. As he turned back, it was Youngman crying in pain. Seeing them, the bodyguard was too eager to kill them. But as Ryu told them not to, he somehow managed to control his anger. Then he spit on Youngman's face, saying, "Disgusting," and they left. Then the scene shifts, and we see all the players arguing about whom to vote for. They started fighting among themselves, creating a chaotic situation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, and it's the green-haired guy. With a serious tone, he stated that only 2 hours were left, and fighting wouldn't bring any good to them. Hearing this, other players asked what they should do and if he had any solution. The green-haired guy confidently said he indeed had a plan, shocking everyone. With a smirking face, he thought that people are just too foolish, easily falling for his skill. We see all the players with hypnotic eyes following the green-haired guy, who gave an evil smile. Then we go back to the past to see what this green-haired guy's ability is. His unique skill is named Rune of Persuasion, and using this, when he talks to someone, there are high chances that they will obey his words. Initially, when he got this ability, he was angry, thinking about how he could fight using this seemingly useless skill. However, to test it, he saw a woman struggling to fight 3 goblins. He started shouting that the woman was in grave danger and that they should help her. As soon as the other players heard his words, they started running toward the woman to save her. He realized how deadly his skill was. Just by communicating with someone, he could manipulate their minds to do whatever he wanted. Now the task of becoming the zone leader was a piece of cake for him using this skill. Then the green-haired guy said they first have to decide on some candidates so they can narrow down whom to vote for, and they will select 5 candidates. Hearing this, the players said it's not a bad idea, and they don't think they have any better idea than this. Now, the green-haired guy started to laugh, thinking his plan is going smoothly. The crowd was in deep thought about which 5 people to choose, and the green-haired guy was seeing this, enjoying the show as he knew he would be there as one of the 3 candidates. Now the players started to see him as a reliable guy. Just as he thought, someone from the crowd said he wanted the green-haired guy to be one of the 5 candidates. And following him, others also started saying yes. When all the players were fighting, not knowing what to do, he was the one who guided them, so he could become a good leader. Hearing this, the green-haired guy tried to act like he didn't expect anyone would have said his name, saying he is not capable enough to be a leader. But all the players started to praise him, saying he has the qualities of a leader. From inside, the green-haired guy was just too happy, thinking about how foolish all these players are, easily getting manipulated. Then he said if all the players are saying so, although he didn't want to, he will become one of the candidates. The remaining 4 candidates went like this. They selected Black Scythe, who was ranked first. Then a guy named Life is a documentary, who was ranked second. Then the green-haired guy said, as all the candidates were selected, now he will start with a warm and kind smile. He said that if he becomes the zone leader, but before he could finish his sentence, Life is a documentary intervened, saying this is all bullshit. As the green-haired guy turned back, he saw a muscular guy with a tattoo on his neck cleaning his ear with his pinky finger. His name was Life is a Documentary, the second-ranked guy in the zone. With an angry face, he said he can't listen to his bullshit anymore. Hearing this, the green-haired guy, with a serious face, started to say that his use of words was too harsh and people like him would not become good leaders. But Life, the documentary, got furious, saying he is not here to listen to a lecture, especially not from a weak, pathetic guy like him who looks like he still drinks his mommy's milk. Now hearing this, the green-haired guy got a little angry, but he was also shocked, thinking if his skill was not working on it, and if that's the case, then that means his level is higher than his. Life is a documentary started to threaten the players, saying if they don't vote for him, he will kill everyone. Now hearing this, the green-haired guy laughingly started to lecture him again, saying, does he really think people will listen to him if he threatens them and chooses him as the leader? But before he could finish his sentence, Life is a documentary's blood was boiling in anger. Suddenly, in a slash, he slashed the green-haired guy's neck and blood splashed everywhere. At first, the green-haired guy didn't realize what happened, but then, holding his neck in immense pain, he was trying to say something, but words were not coming from his mouth. And just like that, the green-haired guy died. Now, Life is a documentary, blood on his back and clothes, and with a serious expression, said he doesn't like when someone lectures him, and if they don't vote for him, they'll also die like this piece of shit. Seeing this, all the players started shouting and panicking, saying he killed the green-haired guy and he is a psycho. Hearing this, Life is a documentary pointed his bloody dagger toward the players and with a deadly look said, so what if he killed it? And if someone has any issue, he can come forward, and he will treat him very well. The people who got manipulated by the green-haired guy, still a little hypnotic, started saying, Life is a documentary is a psycho, and they will never vote for him. Now hearing this, he let out an evil smile. In a flash, he dashed toward them and started slaughtering them. After a while, his whole face and clothes got covered in blood, and he was very happy and excited, killing people without worrying about the corpse. The thought that he can kill as much as people without anyone stopping or arresting him excited him even more. Then he started to laugh with a wide smile and a bloodthirsty look, thinking, now with that, everyone will vote for him. Once he becomes the zone leader, the first thing he will do is kill that arrogant bastard Black Scythe. Meanwhile, Ryu was just chilling and killing some goblins, leveling up to level 16. Now he was a bit disappointed because when he reached level 16, even after killing 200 monsters, he didn't level up at all, as the level of monsters is not higher than 10, so the experience is too low to level up anymore. But then, the 3 hours passed, and a yellow light covered Ryu's entire body. In the next scene, we see everyone slowly getting transported to a different place. Some players were dead, while some were scared and some were heavily injured. Seeing these horrible scenes, the bodyguard and Aren were shocked and speechless, wondering what the hell just happened here and why there are so many dead and injured people. Meanwhile, Ryu from behind, seeing this, thought just like always, Life is a documentary took the leadership role again by killing and threatening people. Seeing Life as a documentary, Ryu himself admitted that he is a natural-born fighter and is very strong, but his personality was that of a psycho. He continued, seeing his bloody face, that it's a good idea to get rid of a time bomb like him. But then he said it's not the right time to do so. Life is a documentary called Ryu arrogantly, saying he was waiting for him. Ryu asked what he wants, and Life is a documentary said not much. With an arrogant smile, he said he wants Ryu to become his underling and work for him. Hearing this, Ryu gave a neutral expression, asking why he should work under him. Life is a documentary, confidently spinning his dagger, said it's because if Ryu doesn't work under him, he will kill him. Hearing this, Ryu gave a little chuckle, startling him. Then, with a serious face, he said, so Life is a documentary wants to fight with Ryu. Ryu chuckled a little and said, now that he is in a good mood, if Life is a documentary gets on his knees and begs for mercy, Ryu might let it slide. Whatever he said, the musclehead got a little confused, saying he is the one who is going to kill Ryu, so why should he beg for mercy? He started to threaten Ryu again, but Ryu had enough of this, cutting him midway and asking if Life is a documentary doesn't understand Korean. With a terrifying red aura, Ryu summoned his black scythe and said he thinks once he chops off 1 or 2 of his limbs, then he will understand what he is saying. Seeing Ryu and his terrifying aura, the musclehead got scared and panicked, realizing he messed up with the wrong guy. Ryu, on the other hand, tauntingly asked the musclehead why he's not answering, or if he forgot how to talk. Hearing this, the musclehead gritted his teeth and introduced himself as the gang leader of Jungsik. Shouting, he said he's not scared because of some toy Ryu was holding and that he's ready for a fight. Ryu, with a small smile, explained that he's brave for sure, but he can't kill him here. He wants the Musclehead to become the zone leader because he plans to use him in the third round. As the Musclehead was ready to attack with a sparkling sound, the angel appeared from the sky. Ryu said the Musclehead is lucky, turned back, and advised him to pick his opponents carefully next time if he wants to live a longer life. With that, he took back his scythe and left the insulted Musclehead behind. Feeling a bit relieved, the Musclehead explained that the pressure from Ryu was too enormous. He felt like he could just die from fear. Then, grinding his teeth in anger, he vowed that once he becomes the zone leader, he will kill Ryu mercilessly, slowly torturing him. Now the angel noticed that the humans killed each other and died, but said it's none of her business. With a flick of her finger, she started the voting quest. The timer started at 5 minutes, and they could vote for whoever they wanted by looking at the person for a while. They had to say the word vote in their minds, and whoever didn't vote in this 5 minutes would die. As soon as the timer started, the Musclehead stood proudly, thinking about what he would do once he became the zone leader. However, his pride took a hit when he noticed a girl not looking toward him. He threatened her, saying he would kill her if she voted for anyone else. She retorted, saying she already voted for him and didn't want to stare at some Musclehead with blood on his face. The Musclehead, true to form, shouted that anyone not looking at him would die. When the 5 minutes were over, the angel with a kind smile announced that it was time to reveal the results. A big screen appeared with the names, and although the Musclehead was in the first rank, he only won by a few hundred votes. Ryu, on the other hand, got a whopping 2077 votes. Furious, the Musclehead started searching for people who didn't vote for him. However, the angel announced that Life as a Documentary was ranked #1, making him the zone leader. With a clap, the angel handed over the position to the Musclehead, who smirked, thinking that a little longer, and he would make Ryu regret. But before he could dwell on it, something caught his attention. Checking his skill window, he noticed that he could only command 10 people in total, and it was a one-time use skill. After he used it on 10 people to follow his command, he would no longer be able to use this skill, and it wouldn't work on players with classes. This revelation left him devastated. The angel, with a mischievous smile, continued, saying the round was not over yet. There was a hidden quest, and hearing this, everyone started to panic. Then, a quest window popped up, explaining that they could obtain a class after acquiring a class-related item, leaving everyone confused about what this meant. The angel then explained that they would have completed this quest if they had reached level 10 before the vote began. Hearing this, a man scratching his head asked how he could kill monsters when there were no monsters around. The angel's facial expression became a little intense and angry as she said, "There were monsters everywhere. It's just that they were too lazy and scared to find them." The angel continued, revealing that a total of 80,000 people worldwide had acquired a class in the second round before the vote. She also mentioned that someone from their zone had achieved this feat. Everyone was shocked and asked who it was. With a flicker of her hand, the angel displayed a big system window with all the information. There, Ryu was ranked 1 in the entire world and was the first to acquire a class, followed by Heavenly Demon. As everyone stared in amazement, not only did Ryu get a class, but he was the first in the world to do so. On top of that, his class name was Grim Reaper, the god of death. While whispers circulated about Ryu, he stood casually with his hands in his pockets, just chilling. Now, upon seeing the words, Grim Reaper, the god of death, everyone was shocked and began gossiping about what kind of class that could be. Some commented that just the name itself sounded incredibly powerful, and they wondered if that's why Ryu was wielding that massive scythe. Amidst the gossip, the Musclehead was getting annoyed because his plan was to use his zone leader skill to control Ryu and beat him into a pulp. But who would have known that Ryu had obtained a class from who knows where? So guys, today we have 4,500 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now, let's continue. The angel explained that this ranking was based on who changed their class first. When the angel saw the system window and noticed that Ryu was not only the first in her zone to change his class, but also the first in the entire world, she praised him. Ryu had obtained his class in only 39 minutes and 42 seconds, which was remarkable. The angel mentioned that the Grim Reaper class was a hidden class, and only one person in the entire world could obtain it. After that, the class would disappear. Interestingly, Ryu's name, Black Scythe, matched perfectly with his class. With a mischievous smile, the angel even asked if Ryu could see the future or something like that, implying that his name matched his class too perfectly. Ryu, ever cool and composed with a neutral face, explained that he didn't know anything about it, and that obtaining the Grim Reaper class was purely coincidental. As they continued their conversation, the other players noticed that the angel was not talking rudely to Ryu, unlike her usual demeanor. Ryu smiled to himself, realizing that this angel was unaware of the process by which he obtained the Grim Reaper class. She only knew he was a Grim Reaper, and Grim Reapers were the natural enemies of the angel. Now, upon hearing Ryu's answer, the angel slowly placed her hand on her lips, showing interest. Her expression took on a somewhat naughty look, as she couldn't believe someone from her zone had acquired a class. This meant that Ryu would be the only one unaffected by the zone leader's skill. Hearing this, all the players got a little confused and began asking what she meant. The angel decided to explain everything related to this with a warm smile. She clarified that the zone leader's skill, authority, would not work on people who had obtained a class. This meant that the musclehead would not be able to command Ryu. She also added that she forgot to mention the most important information. The zone leader could only use their skill on 10 people, and it was a one-time use skill, not an unlimited one. After hearing this information, a chilling silence fell among the players. Meanwhile, the musclehead was greatly annoyed, and he cursed the angel, wondering why she had revealed this to everyone. He even muttered, "Is she a bitch?" The angel responded by saying that the fastest player to receive a class should receive a deserving reward. With a flick of her finger, she granted Ryu 2 rewards. The first was a low-rank armor selection coupon, and the second was a mysterious chest. Ryu wasted no time and immediately opened the armor selection. In front of Ryu, 3 different armors appear: a plate armor, a leather armor, and a mage's robe. Without hesitation, Ryu selected the leather armor, as it would provide some durability without hindering his agility. Next, Ryu opened the mysterious chest, revealing 3 options: 3x experience boost for the round, 3,000 gold, and some information related to round 3. Ryu contemplated his choices, considering that in round 3, monsters would rain from the sky. Therefore, he decided that the 3x experience boost would be the best choice to help him level up. The angel announced that the round had ended, and they would reconvene for round 3 next month. As everyone slowly began to vanish in a bright yellow light, the angel's tone turned creepy as she expressed her anticipation for the next round and the expressions on their faces. With that, the round came to a close, and the system notified that a total of 873,500,205 people had survived this round. In the next moment, we see Youngmin panicking, waking up with heavy breathing and drenched in sweat. He first checked his trembling hand, which seemed to be fine, and then his other hand and legs, confirming that they were all intact. This gave him some relief, realizing that as long as he didn't die in that world, no harm would be caused to his real body. With a serious expression, he vowed that in the future, even if God asked him to act rudely in front of Ryu, he would not behave that way again. He didn't want to experience the pain and fear he had felt today ever again. The scene shifts, and we see the bodyguard trying to comfort Aren, who is sitting on her sofa while holding a cup of coffee. She's once again terrified because of what happened, but mentions that this time she didn't do anything. It was all thanks to the bodyguard and Ryu that she was safe. Despite her fear, she smiles and expresses her deep gratitude to the bodyguard, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. The bodyguard, a bit hesitant and shy, replies that he's just doing his duty, which is to guard her body, so it's not a big deal. Aren's expression turns a little sad. She really wanted to express her gratitude to Black Scythe from the bottom of her ass, from the bottom of her heart, and asked if there was any way to do that. The bodyguard explains that since they don't know Black Scythe's real name or what he looks like, there's no way to find him. He adds that he thinks Black Scythe doesn't want his real identity revealed, as he even refused to share his bank account number, which could have led to discovering his true identity. Hearing this, Aren becomes genuinely sad, realizing there's not much they can do, even though she desperately wants to meet him. The bodyguard suggests an idea. If Aren really wants to show her appreciation to Black Scythe, she could consider giving him a meaningful present when they meet in the 3rd round. Aren agrees that it sounds like a good plan and promises to think of something that Black Scythe will definitely like. The bodyguard advised Aren to eat, get some rest, and relax, assuring her that he would see her the next morning. With that, he left her place. As he was about to step into the elevator, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was none other than the heavenly demon on the line. The bodyguard congratulated the heavenly demon on obtaining the Dark Knight class. The heavenly demon downplayed it, asking about how the bodyguard and Aaron were doing. The bodyguard, a bit hesitantly, explained that due to an unfortunate incident, he and Aaron had only managed to reach level 8. Fortunately, no one had suffered serious injuries. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon's tone became more serious. The bodyguard, while heading towards his car, mentioned that he was on his way to meet the heavenly demon and would provide a detailed report in person, as it was a long story. In a deep voice, the heavenly demon inquired if it was related to Black Scythe, to which the bodyguard affirmed. The heavenly demon instructed the bodyguard to come to his hotel, expressing a strong desire to hear every detail related to Black Scythe. As the bodyguard entered his car, someone was observing him from a distance, and that someone was none other than Ryu. Rewinding time by 10 minutes, we find Ryu waking up from the dungeon, with Wani sound asleep beside him. Ryu wasted no time and immediately activated his tracking skill, anticipating that the first thing the bodyguard would do was report everything to the heavenly demon. Ryu prepared himself to follow the bodyguard's trail, taking advantage of Wani's deep slumber. Returning to the present, Ryu sported a satisfied smile, knowing that his hunch had been correct, as the bodyguard was indeed heading straight to the heavenly demon. The scene shifts to a dimly lit night under the full moon, where the heavenly demon stands on his balcony, gazing at the city below. He's enjoying the peaceful moment and remarks that nights like this are perfect for work. With that thought, he turns away, knowing that he will soon receive a report about Black Scythe and then get to work. After a while, he sits down on his sofa, waiting for the bodyguard to arrive. He can't help but wonder about this mysterious figure, Black Scythe, who holds the #1 ranking in the entire world. Anxious thoughts occupy his mind, and he begins tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating whether Black Scythe had attacked the bodyguard and Aaron. In the midst of his anxiety, he slowly raises his hand and declares that if Black Scythe dared to harm his people, he wouldn't let him go unpunished, no matter his world ranking. At this moment, we finally get a glimpse of the heavenly demon's face. He sits with a dead serious expression, clad in a black suit, holding a glass of wine in one hand, the other on his cheek, and his legs elegantly crossed. He means business and won't take any threats lightly, even from the top-ranked player in the world. Then, as he was thinking about what he would do to Ryu, the bodyguard finally arrived at his place and started knocking on his door. They greeted each other, and then the bodyguard, again with a smiling face, congratulated the heavenly demon for getting a unique class as well as surviving the round. The heavenly demon sat on his sofa and, while drinking his wine, said the second round was easy as a piece of cake. He obtained the unique class as he was lucky, and he is nothing special. The bodyguard said that luck is also a skill. Plus, getting second in the whole of Korea is not something that luck can achieve, and it's an honor that he is working with someone like the heavenly demon. While the heavenly demon was hearing all the praises with a little smile, sipping the wine and glaring at the bodyguard, he placed his wine on the table and said that the bodyguard must want something from him. That's why he is flattering him so much. While the bodyguard was silent, then with a gentle smile, the heavenly demon asked while nodding his head, saying he can ask anything if he wants to, and not to be scared. It's not like he will eat him or something. The bodyguard hesitantly asked if the heavenly demon could tell how or from where he obtained his class. The heavenly demon, with a smile waving his hand, said it was nothing special, as he was just killing some monsters, and suddenly the system notified him that he obtained a class. That's all. Now let's take a closer look at the heavenly demon, grinning mischievously. He's got a little secret up his sleeve. You see, it's not because he battled some monsters that he landed himself a new class. Nope, he was just plain lucky. When that angel handed out unique classes to everyone, he didn't score any regular old skills. Instead, he got his hands on a nifty item that lets him switch classes. All he needs to do is reach level 10, and bam, he'll automatically become a Dark Knight. So when he bragged about his class, he wasn't fibbing. Luck was on his side big time. But here's the kicker. He can't spill the beans about this vital piece of info to just anyone, not even his closest comrade. You see, people can change their tune at the drop of a hat, and he's not about to trust anyone but himself. He's playing his cards close to his chest. Now our heavenly demon gets down to business, his tone serious as a heart attack. He's eager to hear how they got banged up during the second round. His eyes turn icy as he asks, Was it Black Scythe? It's a chilling look, let me tell you. The bodyguard, quick on his feet, reassures him it wasn't Black Scythe who did the damage. In fact, he was their savior in this mess. The heavenly demon raises an eyebrow, surprised for a moment. He wants the full scoop, every last detail. So the bodyguard spills the beans, telling the whole tale of what went down, and then he drops a concern bomb. He's worried that Aaron might have taken a hit mentally from all of this. The heavenly demon sat there, deep in thought. His fingers were all twisted up, showing just how close he came to losing his trusted subordinate and nearly losing Aaron. It was a real serious situation. He picked up his glass of wine from the table, taking a sip, and then he asked about the fate of the guys who tried to off his bodyguard. He wondered if Black Scythe had given them a painful end. The bodyguard spilled the beans, saying that Black Scythe had really given those guys a beating, tortured them till they were begging for death, but he didn't go all the way and kill them. The reason? Well, he figured there was no point in offing, and he also mentioned that fewer people meant less spots for others to make it through. Hearing this, the heavenly demon nodded in agreement, thinking that Black Scythe wasn't completely off base. But he had a question in mind. What if those guys came back for revenge down the line? The bodyguard laid out the whole torture scenario, and the heavenly demon sipped his wine, going deep into thought. It seemed like Black Scythe wasn't exactly a do-gooder. He probably had his own motives for helping the subordinate, and our heavenly demon didn't like being in anyone's debt. So he decided that he had to meet this Black Scythe character soon. He stood up from his seat, thinking that when he did meet Black Scythe, he'd have to thank him from the bottom of his ass. Sorry, from the bottom of his heart. He made it clear that he wanted to keep an eye on Black Scythe, and that if the guy needed anything or asked anything of the bodyguard, he had to report it pronto. Being indebted wasn't his thing, and he wanted to stay on top of things. Then, as he was leaving, the heavenly demon stopped midway, turned back, and with cold eyes like a venomous snake, he addressed those who had attempted to harass Aaron, referring to them as sons of bitches. He asked for their usernames. As we zoomed out, we saw Ryu standing outside the building of the heavenly demon. He was ready to leave the place as his work was done. Now he knew where the heavenly demon lived, and his plans would proceed smoothly. The heavenly demon was a very strong player, given his class, Dark Knight, which was terrifying. To use the skills of a Dark Knight, the user had to collect a certain aura called Dark Aura, obtainable only by killing a person and absorbing their life essence. This class suited someone like the heavenly demon who had a penchant for killing, but he targeted only those he considered bad. Ryu pondered with a sweet face whether having someone like him on his team would be too dangerous. He decided he would manage it when the time came. For now, he had to go somewhere important. He hailed a cab and began to think about recruiting her. The scene shifted to the store where Ryu had bought the lottery tickets. Inside the store, the owner was holding his head, clearly upset and frustrated. He expressed his despair, not knowing what to do. Just then, someone entered the store. It was Juri, the store owner's daughter. Seeing her father in distress, Juri approached him and asked what was wrong. Her father hesitated at first, saying it was nothing, but Juri persisted in her questioning. Finally, he admitted that the government had banned lottery tickets. This sudden turn of events had left him in a difficult situation. He explained that a player had recently won multiple lottery tickets, each worth millions of dollars, and the government suspected it was due to some player skill or related issue. As a result, they had banned lotteries all over Korea, and since their store primarily relied on selling lottery tickets, they were now struggling with very few customers. Juri, with a warm smile, assured her father not to worry. She mentioned that she would be graduating soon and would find a part-time job to help with their financial situation during this emergency. Her father, however, insisted that her main focus should be on her studies, as her dream was to become a doctor, and he would handle the money problems. With a bit of a neutral expression, Juri revealed that she had given up on becoming a doctor due to the current situation in the world. Her father suddenly realized the weight of his worries and anxieties, expressing concern about what might happen in the next round and the thought of something happening to Juri being too much for him to bear. He confessed that, despite wanting to be normal, he couldn't help but worry, and if things continued this way, he felt like he might go crazy. Seeing her father in such a state, Juri reassured him, holding his hand and telling him not to worry. She explained that now that she had a class, she wouldn't easily die in some otherworldly place. Her father, still puzzled, asked what she meant by having a class. In response, Juri used her skill. She placed her hand close to her father's hand, and a bright yellow light emitted from her hand, entering her father's body. The sudden display of her power left her father shocked and bewildered. With a bright smile, Juri raised her hand, which emitted a radiant yellow light. She explained to her father that he should be feeling a bit better now because of her unique skill, which she had gained from the other world. Her father indeed felt a lot better than before, and praised Juri for her abilities. He thanked her, and she assured him that he could let her know whenever he was feeling down, and she would use her skill to relieve his worries. With great enthusiasm, Juri encouraged her father to cheer up, and he chuckled, agreeing that whatever would happen in the future, they shouldn't worry about it now. They would face it together when the time came. Just then, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of a customer. Juri's dad turned to welcome the customer, but was immediately shocked when he saw that it was none other than Ryu, the person responsible for the government's ban on lottery tickets. Juri whispered to her dad, asking who he was, and her father panic-strickenly replied that he was the person who had won 115 lotteries, all in first place. Due to his winnings, the government had banned lotteries, causing significant trouble for their store. Ryu, with a pat on his shoulder, slowly approached the store owner and asked if he remembered him, mentioning that he had bought many lottery tickets from here a month ago. Juri's dad hesitated but admitted that he did remember. Before he could say anything more, Ryu bowed down, startling her father. Ryu apologized, stating that because of him, the store owner was in trouble. He had seen on the news that after he had won the lottery, the government had banned it, and since the store's main income came from lottery ticket sales, the store owner was facing difficulties. Ryu sincerely expressed his regret. Hearing and seeing Ryu, Juri stared at him, feeling somewhat tense and nervous for some reason. Her father waved his hand, saying that it wasn't Ryu's fault and that it was okay. They weren't starving because they couldn't sell lottery tickets anymore. However, Ryu insisted that it wasn't okay. He believed that since he had caused this trouble, he should be the one to solve it. Ryu handed Juri's father a white envelope and explained that it was compensation. Inside the envelope was $10,000. Before they could say anything, Ryu left, leaving them bewildered. Holding the envelope, Juri's father deep in thought. Juri and her dad decided to return the money, and Juri hurriedly ran to catch up with Ryu. Then we see Juri finally catching up with Ryu, shouting his name from behind. Hearing her, Ryu stopped, and as she came closer, she wore a curious expression and asked if he was Ryu. Ryu in turn asked if she knew him, and she hesitantly replied that they were in the same class at college. However, Ryu still didn't recognize her, which left her a bit surprised. She asked if he really had never seen her in class. Ryu responded with a warm smile and explained that he was a single, virgin, a shut-in loser, and not good at socializing with people. Then he admitted that he did know her because she was the one he was after for his team. She possessed buffing and incredible support skills, and he had met her in his 27th life on the 7th round, where he had saved her life. There, he had found out that she was his classmate, so it wasn't entirely a lie when he told her he didn't recognize her. Juri, a bit hesitantly, asked Ryu if they could go to a park to talk. Ryu, with a warm smile, nodded and agreed. The scene shifted, and we saw both of them sitting on a bench in the park, somewhat resembling a couple on a date. Juri handed the money envelope to Ryu, insisting that they couldn't accept such a large amount of money. Ryu, knowing that this was precisely why he had given her the money, refused to take it back, which startled Juri. She strongly insisted on him taking at least some of the money, as her hand was starting to hurt from holding it for so long. Ryu firmly declined, explaining that he had given the money to the store owner because he felt guilty for being the reason behind the store's loss of income. Therefore, he couldn't take it back. Hearing this, Juri began to panic, saying that the amount was too large, and they didn't know how to repay his kindness, which was exactly what Ryu wanted. Juri then had an idea and suggested that she would take $1,000 and return the remaining $9,000. Ryu questioned why she was deciding what to do instead of the store owner, and she responded by revealing that the store owner was her dad, so she had the authority to make such a decision. Then, a bit sad, Juri mentioned that she still couldn't believe that Ryu had never seen her in class, as she immediately recognized Ryu when she saw him in the store. Then, her expression turned a little angry, and she pouted, and seeing her Ryu to apologize to her in his thoughts. Then suddenly Juri, enthusiastic, moved closer to Ryu and urged him to look at her closely and remember her face and name, Juri. Ryu responded with a warm smile, assuring her that he would remember her. Realizing that she was very close to Ryu, Juri blushed slightly. However, her mood shifted once more, and she became a bit sad and depressed, feeling like introducing herself to her classmate at the end of their graduation was a bit awkward. Ryu, still smiling warmly, comforted her, saying that it was okay because now they knew each other. He suggested that even after their graduation, they could meet. Then, he asked if she would mind giving him her number. Juri blushed a little and hesitated for a moment, but eventually she gave her number to Ryu. Ryu mentioned that friends usually had each other's numbers, and with that settled, he said he had to go and left. Juri noticed that she hadn't been able to return the money in the end, but that wasn't the main concern now. Her heart raced wildly, and she felt overwhelmed. She started to feel shy and blush, confessing that she liked Ryu. She explained that she had seen Ryu in her first year, getting brutally bullied, and from then on, whenever she saw Ryu being bullied, she would call the cops for help out of pity for him. Over time, she had started following Ryu regularly and had found herself developing feelings for him. However, she had never mustered the courage to confess her feeling. Now that she had met him again, and Ryu had helped her family, she decided to be more open about her affection. With a slightly tilted head, and while holding her hair, Juri asked if she could invite Ryu for a meal. Now Ryu was just chilling on his bed, phone in hand, chatting it up with Juri. She asked if he'd eaten yet, and if he hadn't, could they grab some lunch together around 1. Ryu was like, "Sure thing, I'll foot the bill." They chatted for a bit, but Ryu couldn't help but notice that Juri was being extra friendly and trying real hard to please him. He figured maybe she was really grateful because he'd given her a nice chunk of money, but something about her attitude seemed a bit off to Ryu. He thought to himself that whatever the reason, getting closer to Juri like this might mean he could recruit her into his team down the line. So he put on this serious face, got up from his bed, and made a declaration that he'd do whatever it takes to keep Juri alive until the last round. A little while later, Ryu was all dressed up in a black shirt and black pants. Wani, his little bro, saw him like that and got a bit puzzled. He asked Ryu where he was off to. Ryu simply said he was meeting a friend. Now that threw Wani for a loop, cause you see, Ryu's a single virgin loser with no friends. Plus, he hardly ever dresses up and takes showers, so it was a shocker. So, Wani got straight to the point and asked, "Is it a friend or a girl?" Hearing that, Ryu didn't see any issue and asked if he couldn't have female friend. Then he hit Wani with a warm smile and told him to go ahead and have lunch without waiting for him. With that, he left to meet up with Juri, leaving Wani in a state of shock. It was a lot to take in, and he had to process it all. Finally, it hit him. Is Ryu really going on a date with a girl? The scene changed, and we found ourselves at a fancy restaurant called Steakhouse. It was one of those really, really expensive joints. Inside, Ryu and Juri were having lunch. Ryu had this warm smile on his face as he asked Juri if she liked the juicy steak they were having. Juri, still kinda lost in her daydream, only caught the word like and blushed a bit, asking, "Do I like what?" Ryu clarified, saying he meant the steak, and Juri finally replied that yes, the steaks were absolutely delicious. Ryu told her to go ahead and enjoy as much juicy steak as she wanted, but you could feel the awkwardness settling in. They both sat there, not saying much, and the atmosphere got a bit uncomfortable. Juri was getting more and more shy, not sure how to break the silence. She told herself to be brave and muster up the courage to say something. Finally, she asked Ryu how he managed to win first place in the lottery 115 times. Ryu, with that same warm smile, replied that an old man with a pig on his head came to him in a dream and gave him the winning numbers. Hearing this, Juri tried to picture that old man with a pig on his head and asked Ryu how much he'd won from all those lottery wins. She made it clear that if Ryu didn't want to share, it was totally fine. Ryu, still with that gentle smile, told her that he'd won enough money that he never had to worry about finances for the rest of his life. But to use that money, he'd have to be alive in the next round. Hearing this, Juri hurriedly inquired about Ryu's experience in the first round of the tower. She shared that it felt like being thrown into hell for her, as she had never even killed an ant before, let alone facing the terrifying challenge of taking down 100 goblins. Ryu, with a neutral expression, admitted that it had been quite a challenging experience for him too. Juri then asked Ryu about the zone he was in. Ryu casually sipped his water and replied that he couldn't remember the exact zone number, but the last digit was a 5. Juri, feeling a bit shy, shared that her zone number ended with 7, so it was a shame that they wouldn't be able to meet in the dungeons. She had hoped their zones would be the same. Ryu, with a reassuring smile, thought to himself that she shouldn't be disappointed because in the future, all the zones would merge into one, and they would definitely meet. Juri then inquired about Ryu's level, to which he replied that he was at level 10. She excitedly shared that she was also level 10 and had acquired a class called Supporter. Ryu, intrigued, asked if that meant she could buff other people's stats like in-game. Juri, now more confident, explained that her skill was called Bless, and by using it, she could enhance all the stats of whoever received her blessing. She activated her skill, and a green light emanated from her hand as she placed it close to Ryu's head. A magical pattern formed, and the system notified Ryu that all his stats had been increased by 50%, an effect that would last for 3 hours. Impressed, Ryu complimented Juri, calling her skill cool. Deep down, he already knew about her skill from his previous life, but the feeling of sharing a meal with a friend was new to him, and he genuinely enjoyed it. The awkwardness that had initially hung in the air had dissipated, and they both continued to enjoy their meal with smiles on their faces. Then, Ryu expressed his gratitude to Juri for the buff, feeling invigorated by the enhancement. Juri, however, gave him a playful glare before breaking into a joyful smile. She assured Ryu that it was no big deal, and that if he ever needed anything from her in the future, he could call her any time, and she would be there with her thing. Ryu simply nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay." Then Ryu inquired about what Juri wanted to tell him on the phone, and Juri seemed a bit startled, realizing she should have mentioned it earlier. She playfully scolded herself for being a bit slow. However, with a gentle and warm smile, she began expressing her gratitude to Ryu for the money he had given them. She explained that the money had been a tremendous help, as her family was in debt, and they had managed to repay all their loans thanks to Ryu's assistance. Her father was now happy, all thanks to Ryu's generosity. She also promised that she would find a way to repay the money in the future. Ryu was a bit surprised by this expression of gratitude and told Juri that she didn't need to repay him. He reminded her that he had already acknowledged that he was responsible for her father losing customer, so it was only fair for him to compensate for it. Hearing this, Juri stood up, clapping her hands, and excitedly mentioned that if Ryu didn't want money, she could offer him something else. Then her hand started to emit a bright yellow light, and she took out an item from her inventory. Curious, Ryu asked her what it was, and Juri extended her hand, revealing a purple crystal with unusual patterns. She admitted that she didn't know what it was, but she had obtained it while killing goblins. She insisted that Ryu take it, and said he couldn't refuse. The scene then shifted to outside the restaurant where Juri bid farewell to Ryu. Ryu, in return, wished her to take care and not to die in the next round. After Juri left the park, Ryu wore a serious expression and opened his inventory to check the description of the peculiar crystal she had given him. The system notification revealed that it was a low-rank purple monostone. Ryu hadn't expected to obtain this item so soon, especially not from Juri. As Ryu held the purple mana stone high in his hand and gazed at it with a contemplative look, he remarked that he knew exactly what this item was, but hadn't anticipated receiving it, especially not from Juri. He proceeded to explain that once a player reached level 20, they unlocked a feature called Combination. This feature allowed players to fuse mana crystals like the purple one with their equipment, granting the equipment unique skills or attributes. There were 7 types of mana stones: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, and dark blue for defense. Ryu emphasized that the purple one was the rarest, with a very low chance of obtaining it. Unlike the other crystals that increased specific attributes, the purple stone enhanced skills or attributes for all stats. With a gentle smile, Ryu expressed his luck at receiving the purple mana stone for free, considering it a fortunate turn of events. He then realized that his luck stat was doubled due to the Bless skill. Was that the reason he was having such a lucky day? However, Ryu's meeting with Juri was primarily thanks to her Bless skill. With only 30 minutes left until the buff expired, Ryu wanted to open the golden mysterious pouch he had acquired in round 2, capitalizing on his doubled luck stat. But before that, Ryu reached into his pocket and pulled out a packet full of small mealworms. Still holding the worms with a serious expression, Ryu proceeded to explain that his slaughterer skill increased all his stats by 1% for each opponent he killed, and this applied to bugs as well. With that, he threw the packet full of bugs onto the ground and, with a solemn face, offered his apology. Then, he began stomping on the bugs. As he continued to stomp, the system notified him of his progress. 45 opponents killed, then 67, until he finally reached his 100th kill, causing all his stats to increase by 100%. After this bug-squashing exercise, Ryu checked his status window. His luck stat had skyrocketed to an impressive 45. Initially, his base luck was 15, but with the help of his slaughterer skill, he had boosted his stats by 100%, bringing his luck stat to 30. The bless skill from Jury had further increased his stats by 50%, resulting in his luck reaching 45. Ryu then retrieved the mysterious gold pouch, and the system notified him that it was a gold pouch, and upon opening it, one could receive gold coins ranging from 1 to 9,999, determined randomly based on their luck stat. Ryu cautiously opened the pouch, holding high hopes, but expecting to receive no more than 6,000 gold. However, what he witnessed left him utterly astonished, his eyes wide open in surprise. The system notified him that he had obtained a whopping 9,999 gold. Seeing this, Ryu couldn't contain his happiness, exclaiming that today, the god of luck was truly on his side. With this newfound wealth, he now had a total of 16,249 gold. Ryu added that he could buy an epic item with this amount and still have money left over. However, he had no plans to spend any money at the moment, as the item he desired would become available in the shop after 2 weeks. With that decision made, Ryu closed his status window and inventory. The scene then shifted back to Ryu's building. As Ryu entered the room, he greeted Wani, who was sipping hot chocolate. Seeing Ryu, Wani's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked how Ryu's date had gone. Ryu, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback by the question and paused. Without offering any details about the date, Ryu simply sat on the sofa. Wani, sensing his brother's reluctance to discuss it, asked if Ryu wasn't coming home after a date with the girl he had feelings for. Ryu, feeling a bit awkward, replied, dismissing the question and redirecting the conversation by asking what Wani had eaten for lunch. Wani, feeling comfortable in his seat, replied that he had enjoyed black bean noodles, emphasizing how delicious they were. Ryu, with a joyful smile, assured Wani that he could have ordered something even better. Wani pouted, defending his choice of black bean noodle, explaining that he had been craving them for a long time. Ryu reflected on how just 1 month ago, they were in a dire situation and had to beg for food. Now, with money, Wani still enjoyed his previous lifestyle of food, which Ryu found perfectly fine. He was genuinely happy to see Wani enjoying himself. As Wani engrossed himself in watching the epic battle between Luffy and Kaido in one piece, his excitement palpable, Ryu's thoughts were elsewhere. Ryu had his mind on the price of Bitcoin, contemplating that it would rise by a significant margin in the next 2 weeks before potentially crashing. He knew he needed to withdraw his money before the crash, but he had some plans in mind. One of those plans was to buy a Lamborghini. To make this dream a reality, Ryu first decided to obtain his driver's license. He took the driving license exam and aced it with a remarkable 95% score, leaving everyone astonished. With his license secured, Ryu wasted no time and placed an order for a Lamborghini. Finally, the day arrived when the price of Bitcoin increased by a factor of 10, prompting Ryu to swiftly withdraw all his Bitcoin holdings. Now, with a devilish grin on his face, Ryu was visibly pleased with his actions. Seeing him smile like that, Wani couldn't contain his curiosity and asked if something good had happened. Ryu explained that he had just sold all his Bitcoin and made a massive profit. When Ryu asked how much he had earned, he revealed that he had made 300 billion won, equivalent to a staggering $222,662,700. Wani was utterly shocked by the astronomical amount, and he started to shake with disbelief. Ryu casually mentioned that they had multiplied their initial investment by 20-fold and sat back on the sofa, relaxed. Now, Wani, still in disbelief, said when Ryu first told Wani he invested all their money into Bitcoin, Wani wanted to stop Ryu, but now to think they hit the mega jackpot. Ryu, with a warm smile, replied that he was just lucky as he himself didn't know they would have won that big. That's why he withdrew all the money, as greediness leads to destruction. Then Wani asked, "That means Ryu will not invest in Bitcoin anymore?" And Ryu replied, "Yes, no more Bitcoin stuff." Hearing this, Wani let out a sigh of relief as he took a sip of his hot coffee. However, Ryu dropped another bombshell. He planned to invest all the money into stocks. Wani was so shocked that he ended up spilling his hot chocolate, and with teary eyes, he asked Ryu why he was taking such a risky step when they already had enough money to secure their future generations. Ryu remained cool and reassured Wani not to worry, insisting that everything would work out and that he should trust him. Ryu pointed his finger upwards, explaining that an old man with a pig on his head had come to him in a dream and predicted the rise of Bitcoin, which had led to profits. The same old man had also given him insights into which stocks would increase in value, further reinforcing his confidence in the stock market. Hearing this, Wani, still stressed, believed what Ryu told, saying to do as Ryu wished, but at least to keep some money in reserve just in case something happens. Ryu understood Wani's concern, but knew the future and believed that his investments would pay off. Now scrolling his phone, searching multiple companies, Ryu wanted to invest in the company named Heavenly Demon Consulting. This is a no-name company now, but in the future this will become the #1 in Korea and dominate everyone. Ryu purchased a 31% share of the company, ensuring that he would have some influence as it grew. Then a murmur broke Ryu's attention, and as he turned back, he saw Wani intensely praying to the old man with a pin in his head, saying, "Please make the company that Ryu is investing in grow." Seeing this, Ryu let out a joyful smile. Then, the night had arrived, and Ryu lay on his bed, eagerly anticipating this day. He opened the store window, revealing a list of various items. Among the options was one called Today's Item. Clicking this option allowed you to obtain a random item ranging from normal rank to high rank. To unlock this chest, you had to pay 4,600 gold. It might seem foolish to open a random chest at such a high price, risking getting a common rank item worth only a few gold. But Ryu knew the future. He had opened this chest 99 times, every other day, and he knew which item would appear. With confidence, he opened the random chest, and voila! Ryu received an epic item called the Skeleton Bone Necklace. It was an epic item with a unique effect. After defeating an opponent, it would increase the intelligence stat by 3 points and attack speed by 1. However, this effect would only last for 1 round, and it was capped at 25%, meaning Ryu could only increase his stats by a maximum of 25%. Ryu then used the 50% coupon he had obtained from a class-changing quest to purchase the necklace at half price, which amounted to 2,300 gold. Now Ryu was fully prepared for the next round. As time passed quickly, the day arrived. March 1st, 2023. Slowly but surely, one by one, the players started to appear on the third round of the dungeon. A dense and tense atmosphere enveloped the area as the players whispered among themselves, wondering what this place was. The players began to explore their surroundings, realizing that this place was once a village that now lay in ruin. They saw the remnants of what used to be a thriving village, but it had been reduced to rubble. A massive castle gate loomed over the village, surrounded by the remnants of a fortress. The atmosphere was thick with tension and uncertainty. Suddenly, a massive purple crystal materialized in the middle of the village, causing panic among the players. Anxiety filled the air, but Ryu, standing calmly in the background, didn't seem fazed. Then Ryu noticed the Musclehead. Some players started to gossip while seeing the Musclehead, saying the last round he became the zone leader by threatening everyone, and he literally started slaughtering whoever didn't obey his command. Some even started saying the Musclehead is not worthy of becoming a zone leader, and Black Scythe should be the zone leader. Then one player, in panic, said to his friend not to say it so loudly, as if the Musclehead heard him, he could use his authority skill on him and make his life miserable. But he, with an arrogant tone, replied that he doesn't care, as the Musclehead can only use his skill 10 times, and after that, he is no more than an ordinary player. So what is there to be scared of? Now hearing this, the Musclehead got furious and started shouting, calling them bastards, but the whispering didn't stop, and the players again started to make fun of the Musclehead. Now the Musclehead got furious. His blood started to boil, and he turned with great force, started shouting, asking who Mother asterisk air just spoke, but everyone was just silent. And the Musclehead couldn't do anything in this position. He started to grind his teeth in anger, thinking he knew this would happen, only if that bitch Angel didn't reveal everything related to his skill. Things would have been different, but then something funny happened. Well, you see, suddenly Youngman came and arrived on the scene with quite a dramatic entrance. He forcefully bowed his head before the Musclehead, exclaiming a loud and cheerful, "Hello?" The Musclehead was taken aback by this sudden display, and inquired about the newcomer's identity. Youngman, his voice tinged with submission, introduced himself as Youngman and respectfully addressed the Musclehead as his senior. He explained that he had come to pay his respects to the Musclehead. This response left the Musclehead somewhat puzzled. He questioned whether he knew Youngman, to which Youngman replied that they were strangers. However, he confessed that his life's ambition was to become a gangster just like the Musclehead, and that he was a massive fan, and how Youngman begged the Musclehead that he wants to come inside. He wants to come under the Musclehead's team. The Musclehead couldn't help but be surprised by Youngman's unusual aspirations. He wondered, what kind of crazy guy dreams of becoming a gangster like me? Before the Musclehead could respond, Youngman just came to his knees and bowed his head, saying he will serve the musclehead for the rest of his life and will do anything that the musclehead will say. And he requested, saying, "Please, I beg you, take me in." Now, seeing this, the musclehead started to laugh, thinking he has seen all types of psychos in his life, but it is the first time he saw this type of psycho. Then the musclehead extended his finger, pointing towards the gathered players, questioning whether something was wrong with Youngmin's eyes. He remarked that everyone seemed to dislike Youngmin, yet he wanted to join his team. Youngmin, filled with excitement, clenched his fist and tapped his chest, wearing a wide smile. He made it clear that he doesn't care what other players think or say. He just wants to come inside the musclehead, and he can do anything to come inside the musclehead. Now the musclehead was hearing this with a serious face, and after a pause, the musclehead, with a grinning smile, replied that he likes people like Youngmin, so he would take Youngmin under him, take responsibility, and raise Youngmin. Hearing this, Youngmin was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowing and expressing his thanks. It was truly an honor for him. Meanwhile, the other players couldn't help but gossip about the unexpected partnership. They found it hard to believe that Youngmin had teamed up with the musclehead, and some questioned Youngmin's sanity. However, as they observed the musclehead and Youngmin laughing and chatting happily, they couldn't resist making remarks. They suggested that there is a saying that birds of a feather flock together, so it's not weird seeing one piece of shit getting attracted toward another piece of shit. So today's like goal is 4,700. Please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Then out of nowhere, the angel descended from the sky with a dazzling entrance, startling all the players. She floated in the air for a moment, seemingly calculating something. She then announced that there were 90 fewer people than in the previous round. Hearing this, the players started to get confused, asking, "What does that mean?" But before they could say anything further, a quest window came in front of them, stating that their quest was to protect the purple crystal from being destroyed by monsters. Only 1,255 players would survive this round. Now, seeing that there were 90 fewer players than before, confusion and panic spread among the participants. The angel, still floating with her hand on her lips, politely explained that she couldn't go to the real world and kill anyone, as that would mean those players died in the real world for some reason. A player shouted in shock and panic, realizing that only 1,225 players would survive this time, which was 1/4 of the total players. As all the players slowly noticed it, they started to panic, and some started to scream. A player asked the angel, "Is there an error? In every round, only half of the players survive. So how—" But before he could finish his sentence, the angel burst into laughter. She started to laugh loudly while holding her stomach, her laughter echoing throughout the entire area. So there they were, the whole gang of players listening to that angel with their eyes wide in horror and panic. She fired back at him, calling them filthy monkeys and saying angels ain't no dummies. She made it clear there was no error in the rules. With a point of her finger in a cheerful tone, she dropped a bombshell on him. She reminded him that everyone had survived the last round, so it was only natural that only 1/4 of them would make it through this time. That sent the already freaked-out players into an even deeper panic. The angel's look turned deadly serious as she laid out the quest details. In this village, there were 4 castle gates, and every 30 minutes, monsters would start pouring out of them. Their mission? Protect the purple crystal from getting wrecked by these beasties. There were going to be 4 waves of monsters, and if they couldn't keep that relic safe, they'd be hit with a big, fat penalty. To make things a bit easier, she said they'd be ranking players based on the number of monsters they killed. That's how they'd figure out the top 25% who'd get to live. And just to sweeten the deal, she dropped the monster's power by 1/3. Now, there was this musclehead in the group, grinning like he had it all figured out. He thought this round would be a cakewalk. All he had to do was slaughter a bunch of monsters, and he even had that authority skill to back him up. Easy peasy, right? The angel clapped her hands, making sure she got everyone's attention, saying she almost forgot to say the most important thing. She stared at the musclehead and said that in the last round, life is a documentary became the zone leader, right? So he can use the authority skill to command 10 people without any class. Then she questioned, did no one think about what will happen if the zone leader dies? And as soon as the musclehead heard this, he became like a statue without saying anything. Then the angel, with a wicked smile, explained that if the zone leader dies from a monster or any natural cause, like if he killed himself or fell down on a dagger and died, the zone leader's position will remain empty, and they will have to vote again to decide who will become the next zone leader. But what if the zone leader got killed by another player? The musclehead was still frozen in his position in shock when the angel continued that if a player kills the zone leader, then the one who will kill him will automatically become the zone leader, and he can also use 10 authority commands regardless of what the previous zone leader had used. As soon as she said this, all the players turned their gaze toward the musclehead with a deadly look, like they would eat the musclehead alive. Then the angel clapped her hands again, saying the monsters will appear in 10 minutes, and she hopes everyone will work together and survive. But then she smiled, looking like she was too happy, enjoying the moment and glaring at the musclehead, saying that she hopes everyone works together, but she is not sure if he will be able to. With those last words, she vanished, leaving the musclehead shaking in anger. Then the musclehead started to scream in anger, cursing the angel and calling her a bitch. However, a whisper caught his attention, and when he turned around, he noticed the players were ready with their weapon, ready to attack. Seeing this, the musclehead also took out his dagger in anger and started to shout, saying if they want to die this badly, they can come and he will fulfill their wishes. But the players didn't back down, explaining that the musclehead could only use his authority 10 times, and if they all attacked him together, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Just when tensions were escalating, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A heavy, commanding footstep echoed, drawing everyone's attention. It was none other than Ryu, who walked past the players with a majestic aura. They made way for him as he approached the musclehead. Noticing Ryu coming toward the musclehead, he started to panic and asked, "Why is Ryu coming close toward me?" But Ryu didn't say anything, and he just walked close to the musclehead, and with a chilling cold tone said, "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be alive in the first place. I'm here to say something to you." The musclehead just stood there with a sweaty face. Then the musclehead, still scared but not showing it to everyone, replied that he's not scared at all and he's listening, so Ryu can say whatever he wants. With a touch of arrogance, the musclehead added that although Ryu was strong, if they were to fight, he would make sure to at least chop off one or both of Ryu's hands. He declared that he wasn't scared of Ryu's threats. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ryu began to smile wickedly. This sent shivers down the musclehead's spine. Then Ryu, with a cold expression and a cool pose, hand in his pocket, and the other holding his black scythe, suggested that the musclehead seemed to be in a tight spot. He proposed an offer. How about he protect the musclehead? The musclehead was left utterly bewildered and stood there in confusion as Ryu explained that he will stand behind the mushhead and protect his ass so that no one can fuck his ass up. Now hearing this, all the players got shocked, saying, "Why is Black Scythe protecting the musclehead? So if they want to kill the musclehead, they have to fight Black Scythe too, and if it is, they will not be able to face two strong opponents." This declaration sent shockwaves through all the players. They couldn't understand why Black Scythe, Ryu, would protect the musclehead ass. They realized that if they wanted to kill the musclehead, they'd have to face off against Black Scythe too, and that it's impossible to fight against Black Scythe. Meanwhile, the musclehead was listening to the whispers, thinking that just the name of Black Scythe was enough to strike fear into the players. With a somewhat unsure and cautious tone, the musclehead asked what Black Scythe wanted in return for his protection. Ryu, always cool and collected, casually replied that he didn't want much. Then, his expression turned serious as he stated that the only condition was for the musclehead to follow his orders. This condition seemed to take the musclehead by surprise, as he realized that Black Scythe was essentially offering him a subordinate role. Curious and cautious, the musclehead inquired why Black Scythe was making such a kind offer. Ryu cryptically replied that he couldn't tell him. When the musclehead asked about the nature of the orders he'd have to follow, Ryu gave a similar response, saying he couldn't reveal that either. He advised the musclehead not to talk too much and simply follow his commands. He doesn't have the entire day here. The musclehead found himself in deep thought. He didn't want to become Black Scythe's subordinate, but he feared what might happen if he rejected the offer. Would Black Scythe come after him? In a state of panic, he nervously gulped, feeling the pressure of the decision weighing on him. Ryu urged him to give his response quickly, as the other players were eagerly waiting for his answer. Hesitantly, the musclehead declined Black Scythe's offer, stating that he wouldn't come under his command. Ryu fixed him with a cold, deadly look, and the other players started to get happy, saying, "Is the musclehead dumb?" If he had accepted the offer, Ryu would have protected his ass, but no, because of his ego, he rejected the offer. The atmosphere grew tense as a girl prepared her long sword and her friend readied his spear. Slowly, everyone geared up to attack the musclehead. Ryu, on the other hand, distanced himself from the scene, stating that he no longer cared about what happened to the musclehead. Whether he lived or died was none of his concern. Just as the players were about to make their move, the system sent out a notification. The first wave of monsters would arrive in a minute, catching everyone off guard. Their priorities shifted instantly, and protecting the crystal became their top concern. The players abandoned the idea of attacking the musclehead. Seeing an opportunity, the musclehead decided to follow Ryu, thinking that whatever Ryu was up to might be a better option. As he trailed Ryu, he noticed that Ryu was heading toward the third castle entrance, which was unguarded. Suddenly, a loud sound signaled the start of the first wave of monsters, startling everyone. Slowly, the massive castle gates began to creak open, and a chilling wind swept through, making everyone shiver. The system then delivered a grim notification. 9,800 weakened goblins were approaching, intent on destroying the crystal. Panic and fear washed over the players as they stood, clutching their weapons tightly. With creepy smiles and eerie noises, the bloodthirsty goblin horde emerged from behind the gates. They looked as if they hadn't eaten in 1,000 years, their hungry eyes fixed on the defenseless players. Even the musclehead got panicked, as he himself didn't expect 9,800 goblins to come. Without wasting any time, the musclehead started to run, finding a hiding position, and started thinking, "Why isn't Black Scythe running? Is he planning to fight against all the goblins alone?" Then the musclehead started climbing a staircase, trying to go to a higher ground, saying, even if it's Black Scythe, he will not be able to face against thousands of goblins at a time. As the musclehead reached the top of the building, he noticed hundreds of goblins marching toward Ryu, and Ryu just standing there. He said, "Now Ryu will run with his tail between his legs, and this scene will be a sight to see." Then the horde of bloodthirsty goblins dashed toward Ryu, screaming, and Ryu prepared his black scythe. A group of goblins jumped toward Ryu, and Ryu, as cool as ever without breaking a sweat, in a flash, chopped all the goblins. He didn't stop there. Like a killing machine, he continued to chop each and every goblin into small pieces with great force, displaying tremendous strength and precision. The musclehead, on the other hand, was left speechless. Seeing this, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then he thought, as Ryu got a class, that's why he must be so strong. After he obtains his class, then he will beat the crap out of that arrogant bastard. With that, the musclehead left to kill some goblins to level up and obtain a class. He also started to kill a single goblin at a time without any issue, thinking that in no time, he will obtain a class. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, narrowly missing the musclehead's face. He managed to dodge most of it, but the arrow grazed a small part of his ear. Angrily, he began searching for the person responsible, but in the chaotic crowd of players, it was impossible to identify the shooter. Fuming with rage, the musclehead declared that he didn't know who had attacked him, but once he found the culprit, he would peel his skin off. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a piercing pain. As he looked back, the spear guy had already thrust his spear into the musclehead's stomach. The musclehead was really angry, so he grabbed the spear stuck in his stomach and with his dagger thrust it into the spear guy, killing him instantly. However, that was just the beginning. One by one, other players began to attack him, and he found himself desperately defending against their relentless onslaught. Even if he managed to survive this battle, he hadn't killed enough monsters to avoid automatic death when the round ended. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a barbarian-like player, Black Flame Dragon, ranked third in the zone. With a cunning grin, the musclehead used his command skill on him, instructing him to protect him at all costs. Meanwhile, Ryu was doing his favorite thing, yes, bullying the goblins. At this point, Ryu had slaughtered 502 goblins, and all his stats had increased by 100% because of the rain of slaughter. And because of the skeleton bone necklace, his stats further increased by 25%. On the other hand, the other players were barely defending themselves against the goblin, and finally, after a hellish battle, the first round got over, and 3,933 players were left, while 936 players died in this time. Then, Ryu slowly approached the battlefield where dead bodies of players could be seen. He was searching for the musclehead, wondering if he was still alive. On the other hand, the musclehead was heavily injured, but his suffering was far from over. With the players no longer distracted by the goblins, they started to attack the musclehead. One player bravely attacked him, but his attempt was swiftly crushed by the combined might of the barbarian guy and young men. Seeing this, the musclehead was thankful that he had those bastards to protect him because of the authority of command. He managed to survive the first round. Then, Youngman asked the musclehead in concern if he's okay, and seeing that the musclehead was in deep thought, Youngman followed him even though he did not use command authority on him. But then, he started groaning in pain as the wound in his stomach was too deep, and he was bleeding heavily. However, before he could even take a sigh of relief, the second wave of goblins began to surge towards them. The goblins started running towards Black Scythe, Ryu. With a serious expression, he did not hesitate to slice the goblins with his scythe. He continued to attack multiple goblins at the same time. The bodies of the dead goblins were piling up on the ground. Then, the system notified him that he had reached level 20. His rank had risen from apprentice to regular. He could now use the combination function. He wiped his sweat as he rejoiced in reaching level 20, saying that now he could use the combination function to create unique items that can't be obtained in the store. Then, another window screen appeared before him, displaying important information. The first announcement was about the strengthening of the death seal due to his rank increase, now boosted from 100 to 120%. Additionally, he had unlocked a Reaper-exclusive skill called Night of Death, which could create an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. Combining this skill with his Grim Reaper's abilities would double his attack power and increase his attack speed by 50% during the night. This was indeed a formidable combination. After quickly reviewing the screen, the goblins came charging towards him, driven by their bloodthirsty instinct. He welcomed their approach with a confident smile, eager to put his new skill to the test. With a swift activation, Night of Death shrouded the area in impenetrable darkness. The goblins, unable to see through this pitch-black veil, were disoriented and panicked. In the midst of this darkness, Ryu became a reaper of death, precision, and swiftness personified. He systematically beheaded the goblins, causing chaos among their ranks. Their panic escalated as they tried to flee, but in a single sweeping motion of his scythe, Ryu carved through them like a hot knife through butter. When he turned around, a gruesome pile of goblin corpses bore witness to his deadly efficiency. The system chimed in to announce the end of the second wave, giving Ryu a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, he opened his in-game shop, eager to spend the gold he had earned from his goblin slaying spree. He invested in the precise location skill, which granted him the ability to sense every particle within a 30-meter radius. With this newfound skill, he was well prepared for the arrival of the third wave of goblins. As the third wave approached, Ryu remained unfazed. With eyes closed, he moved effortlessly through the goblins, slicing them down as if he were casually sipping his morning coffee. Meanwhile, the musclehead found himself in a dire situation, forced to fend off the goblins while protecting himself despite his severe injuries. The musclehead had been intensely focused on the front, engrossed in the battle before him. However, a sudden eruption of screams from behind shattered his concentration. When he turned around, a horrifying sight awaited him. His subordinates were being mercilessly slaughtered, and a group of aggressive players was advancing, determined to end his life. Arrows rained down upon him, and in a desperate bid to shield himself, he grabbed two of his subordinates and used them as human shields, blocking the deadly projectiles. Now only he and 3 others were left, facing a larger group of players ready to kill them. Realizing that he couldn't win this battle, the musclehead made a quick decision to flee. He started running from the scene, with the players hot on his heels. His only goal was to survive for 1 more hour. If he could do that, he would make it to the next round, as he was already among the top 25%. However, the relentless players chasing him had other plans, and they were determined not to let him live. In his desperate flight, the musclehead encountered Ryu up ahead. Panic overcame him, and he rushed toward Ryu, offering to accept any deal Ryu proposed. He was ready to do anything, from licking Ryu's feet to killing anyone for him. But Ryu merely glared at the musclehead with a cold, deadly look, and firmly stated that he refused to accept the musclehead. As shock registered on the musclehead's face, Ryu went on to explain that he had already made it clear earlier that he didn't care whether the musclehead lived or died. It was none of his business. As Ryu prepared for another round of bullying the goblins, the musclehead couldn't contain his desperation any longer. He started screaming, begging Ryu to save him. In response, Ryu calmly stated that he would have considered taking the musclehead under his wing if he hadn't already used all his authority skill charges. But now, in Ryu's eyes, the musclehead was nothing more than trash. Hearing this, the musclehead felt a surge of frustration and helplessness, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the other players behind them began to laugh gleefully, relieved that Black Scythe hadn't intervened to save the Musclehead. In a fit of intense rage and determination, the Musclehead drew his dagger, clutching his wounded stomach with his other hand. He screamed, vowing to take at least 10 people down with him before he met his end. However, at that moment, Youngman appeared from behind and, in a concerned tone, assured the Musclehead that he was there to help. Seeing Youngman, the Musclehead's face lit up with happiness, and he gave a wide smile. He expressed his confidence that Youngman would come to his rescue and promised to reward him generously once he survived this round. And when he was too weak to fight back, instead of protecting the Musclehead, Youngman, being an even bigger piece of shit than the Musclehead, delivered a heavy, skull-crushing blow to him, causing him to fly backward with his nose broken. Then, Youngman grabbed the Musclehead by his collar while the Musclehead was in pain, grinding his teeth. Youngman gave yet another heavy punch to the Musclehead's face, causing him to start coughing up blood. But Youngman was even more of a bigger piece of shit than the Musclehead. So, Youngman started a barrage of heavy punches all into the Musclehead's face. After a few hundred punches, the Musclehead was now lying on the floor, blood coming from his nose, ears, and mouth. His one eye got injured, and slowly his vision was going blurry as Youngman glared at the Musclehead with a wicked smile. But wait, it was not enough. So today's goal is 4,900 likes. Please like and subscribe to support the channel from the bottom of your ass. Then Youngman lifted his foot high and, with all his might, bam! He smashed the Musclehead's head. The system notified Youngman that he had killed the zone leader. So now he became the new zone leader with the authority skill. Now, seeing Youngman all covered in the Musclehead's blood, he shouted in excitement, saying he is the king of this zone now. Then, Youngman started to laugh mischievously, and the first thing he thought was that now that he had the authority skill, he could control Aaron and do whatever he wanted with her body. Youngman, while looking at the dead, lifeless body of the Musclehead, said that he would use the authority skill very well, and now the Musclehead could rest in peace. Youngman turned back with a proud face and walked toward his friends. He told them that he had promised to kill that piece of shit, and his friends hesitantly replied that they were happy for him. However, deep inside, they were a little scared because Youngman was getting more psycho and perverted day by day. As they saw the Musclehead's blood dripping from Youngman's hands, they became even more terrified. Youngman had killed someone barehanded, without any weapon. Now, the other players also started gossiping, realizing that Youngman was indeed the biggest piece of shit in the entire universe. His goal was to kill the Musclehead from the start, which is why he had joined the Musclehead's team. And now that someone like him had become the zone leader, all the players were getting very angry. They said they had to kill him because leaving someone like him alive would decrease their own chances of survival, but Youngman, for some reason, was not scared at all. He was just laughing with an arrogant smile. Seeing his arrogant smile, all the players prepared to attack Youngman. Then, Youngman suddenly, still with a confident smile, started running somewhere, shocking everyone. And guess what? He went running toward Ryu, shouting his name, and hurriedly asked Ryu if he saw how he killed the Musclehead. And now he became the zone leader, and he even had the authority skill. Then Ryu asked, "So what?" Youngman, tapping his chest confidently, asked Ryu if he had made an offer to protect the Musclehead because of his authority skill. He explained that he had the authority skill and then promised Ryu that he would do whatever Ryu asked. If needed, he could even wipe Ryu's ass if necessary. Then Youngman, after saying this, was just very happy, thinking Ryu would accept his offer because he had the authority skill. But Ryu, with an annoyed face, replied that he didn't like Youngman's attitude, which startled Youngman. Ryu continued, saying that if Youngman got on his knees and begged, then Ryu could think about it. Now, hearing this, Youngman got confused and in a state of confusion asked Ryu if he heard what he just said, that he had the authority skill and could use it 10 times. Ryu replied, saying he knew, but Youngman must be misunderstanding something, as the one who was in a dire situation was Youngman, not Ryu. If Ryu really needed the authority skill, did Youngman really think he couldn't get it by killing him? Then Ryu, with a kind smile, explained that he just wanted to protect the Musclehead because he was a piece of shit, and he wanted to tease and humiliate him in front of everyone in place of protection. Youngman, being even more of a piece of shit, needed to earn Ryu's protection, so he should get on his knees and bark like a dog 2 times now. As Youngman turned back, he saw all the players glaring at him like hungry dogs ready to devour him. Realizing the dire situation he was in, Youngman turned toward Ryu, and after taking a deep breath, he bowed down in front of Ryu, saying he was Ryu's slave and barked like a dog. Rough! 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 Then Ryu just stared at him as he barked like a dog for a while with a satisfying look, thinking that he really didn't care about the musclehead. But unlike the musclehead, Youngman did have some value, and he had future plans for him. But before that, he wanted to bully him to his heart's satisfaction. And after begging like a dog, Ryu finally accepted Youngman to come under him. Hearing this, Youngman started bowing heavily with a surprised face, thanking Ryu continuously. Seeing this, Ryu, with an annoyed and disgusted look, said that if Youngman ever even thinks of betraying him like what he did to the musclehead, he will chop Youngman into small pieces and feed it to dogs. With that, Ryu, with a majestic aura, started walking toward the players, leaving them in a state of confusion, wondering what was happening and whether Ryu would really protect Youngman. Some foolish individuals even contemplated attacking Ryu and Youngman together. However, one wise person panicked, warning others not to even think about attacking Ryu. He recounted how Ryu had slaughtered 100 goblins at once and emphasized that they couldn't possibly challenge such a formidable opponent. Before the wise man could finish his sentence, Ryu spoke loudly, asking if some of them wanted to attack him. This sent shivers down their spines, and Ryu continued with a serious expression, presenting them with two options. First, they could go and kill goblins to reach the top 25% and survive this round. Then, with great force, he pointed his black scythe toward the players, and with a deadly stare, announced that they could choose to die, and he wouldn't mind. He even jokingly mentioned that it would give him a good warm-up before the next wave of goblins arrived. After hearing Ryu's command, all the players immediately hid their weapons and panicked in a state of fear. They started running away from Ryu as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, Youngman was simply a mave. He couldn't help but marvel at how just a single word from Ryu could send all the players into a state of terror, causing them to flee like frightened rats. Youngman started laughing and gave Ryu a knowing look, realizing that when he used to be Ryu's enemy, he had also witnessed just how terrifying Ryu could be. Now, he felt safe with Ryu on his side. As Ryu observed the players battling the Wolfmen, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He thought that now that he had everything he wanted, he could finally begin his grand plan. Ryu called Youngman over, and Youngman happily approached him, addressing him as Sir. Ryu spoke in a deep voice and made a serious request. He asked Youngman to use all his 10 authorities to break the purple relic that all the players were protecting. Youngman was shocked by this command. He remembered that the angel had instructed them to protect the relic at all costs, and failure to do so would result in a heavy penalty. Youngman was frustrated and puzzled, wondering why Ryu was ordering him to break the relic. Using all his 10 authorities would also mean he couldn't control Aren and engage in any lewd activities with her. Youngman hesitated, scratching his head, as he asked Ryu why he had to break the relic. Ryu's response was stern, telling Youngman to shut up and obey his orders. Youngman then made a request, asking if he could please use only 9 of his authorities and save one, as he had other plans for it. But Ryu replied in a cold tone, making it clear that he wouldn't repeat himself and that Youngman had to do as he was told to if he don't want to die. With a sad expression, Youngman agreed and assured Ryu that he understood. Then Ryu dropped yet another bombshell, revealing that he would now dictate whom Youngman had to use the authority skill on. As Ryu began reciting the names, Youngman realized that these were all the names of his friends. He couldn't help but wonder why all of his friends were on the list of people he had to use his command skill on. Youngman apologized to his friends, explaining that he couldn't deny Ryu's command. He used his authority skill, uttering his friends' names one by one. A strange purple symbol appeared on the heads of his friends, and they started to get mind-controlled. With the final command, break the relic, they succumbed to the mind control. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of all the players, stating that the relic was being attacked. Shocked and panicked, the players turned toward the relic and saw 10 people breaking it. In a state of panic, they rushed toward them to stop the destruction. Some players managed to trap a few of the culprits, while others were killed in the chaos. However, before the players could take further action, a crack formed in the crystal, and with a resounding crash it shattered into small pieces. A massive system window appeared, announcing that the relic had been broken and that they had failed the main quest. As a penalty, the agent of divine punishment would be summoned, attempting to kill everyone for 30 minutes. After that, the round would be over. A sense of horror and panic enveloped the area as players grappled with the gravity of the situation. They questioned who this divine punisher was and what they should do next. Meanwhile, Ryu stood holding his black scythe with a slight smile, confident that everything was going according to his plan. A system window appeared in front of everyone, announcing that a sub-quest would begin, and upon completing it, all players would receive 3,000 gold. As players contemplated this offer, they realized that getting 3,000 gold for surviving the 30-minute punishment was a better deal than the 2,000 gold they were receiving for protecting the relic. This realization led to some optimism among the players. However, Ryu noticed the naive players getting happy and started thinking that the larger reward indicated a more significant threat was coming to attack them. He also considered the reason he didn't break the relic himself, but before he could finish his thoughts, a big system notification appeared in the sky, stating that the 10 players who attacked the relic would receive a substantial penalty, which was a 50% reduction in all stats for those players. Hearing this, Youngman's friends were left speechless. Some felt depressed, while others were angry, and they started cursing Youngman, blaming him for their predicament. Youngman could only reply with a simple sorry, as he didn't know about this penalty. However, deep down, he felt a little relieved as nothing penalty had been applied to it. But before he could finish processing this information, a system notification appeared in front of him, stating that since the zone leader couldn't protect the relic from being destroyed, the zone leader's stats would also be permanently decreased by 50%. At first, Youngman took his time to comprehend this information, but when he realized what had just happened, he exploded in anger. He began kicking objects nearby, and his friends cursed him while he vented his frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu enjoyed this scene, as he had planned all along to make Youngman's life a living hell, just as Ryu had experienced himself. Without wasting any time, Ryu opened the system shop and purchased an assassin hoodie and boots with the rest of his remaining gold, which slightly increased his movement speed. Then Ryu opened his combination window, a feature he had gained after reaching level 20, where he could fuse crystals into his equipment to gain bonus stats and abilities. He began the process by placing the skeleton necklace into the combination window and combined it with a mana stone. The system notified Ryu that the combination was successful, and all his stats increased by 1. Ryu repeated this process for all his mana stones, which he had obtained after killing the goblins, enhancing all of his equipment. As Ryu finished preparing himself, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the area, causing panic among all the players. Youngman and his crew were even more panicked, as their stats had already been decreased by 50%. In contrast, Ryu remained calm and collected, awaiting the arrival of the Divine Punisher. He knew that even for the Divine Punisher, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. In his previous life, there had been a time when they had failed to protect the relic, and only 500 players had barely survived by fleeing from the Divine Punisher. However, Ryu wasn't here just for himself. He was on a mission to make every holy being into holy shit, and the Divine Punisher was next in line. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, a large crack formed in the sky, and from that crack, an angel with big bright wings wearing a hoodie and holding a large golden staff with a chilling aura appeared. The Divine Punisher slowly descended to the ground, raising his wand up into the sky. Under his hoodie, 2 creepy eyes stared at the players as he asked, "Any last words?" With that, he tapped his staff onto the ground, and the entire ground started shaking. All the players were hit by a tremendous pressure and could barely stand, while Ryu gazed at the Divine Punisher like an ice cream ready to be licked. Then, the purple energy wave slowly started to cover the entire area, and the system notified everyone that the agent of Divine Punisher had cast a restriction field. As the players tried to run from that area, the purple aura formed a barrier, restricting the players from going outside the area. The players started to panic and feel scared as they tried to break the barrier, but their efforts were in vain. Another system notification appeared, hitting all the players with the news that the stats of those inside the barrier would be decreased by 50%. Ryu observed this from outside the barrier, realizing that 300 people were now trapped inside, and he couldn't break the barrier to save them. The Divine Punisher started to laugh, and with a flick of his wand, thousands of purple auras formed around him. Ryu, with a saddened expression, turned away from the 300 players and said, "So it has started." Just like that, the Divine Punisher launched his attack toward all 300 players inside the barrier. Each and every arrow found its mark mercilessly, despite the players' attempts to run, hide, or defend themselves. The arrows struck them down mercilessly. Then Ryu explained that under the Divine Punisher's domain, he could gain full control over the space and use his arrows just like his own body parts, ensuring that his arrows would hit the enemy no matter what. Suddenly, Ryu positioned himself at the edge of the barrier, stating that it wasn't a big deal for him since he had fought the Divine Punisher countless times before. Standing just behind the Divine Punisher, Ryu explained that now that he was positioned behind the Divine Punisher wouldn't be able to see him. The Divine Punisher lacked ears and could only sense everything within his barrier. With this advantage, as soon as the entire barrier lifted, Ryu, like a venomous snake, leaped high with deadly intent. He used his seal of death on the Divine Punisher, and before the Divine Punisher could react by turning back, Ryu thrust his black scythe into the Divine Punisher's right eye, popping it like a cherry. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the Divine Punisher started to scream in pain. Ryu elegantly landed on the ground, and behind him the Divine Punisher was still screaming. In just one hit, Ryu had already drained 40% of the Divine Punisher's health. Then Ryu suddenly started running, and in anger, the Divine Punisher tapped his staff on the ground, initiating the formation of his domain expansion berry. At this point, Ryu had already memorized each and every move of the Divine Punisher. So before the barrier could trap Ryu, he was already outside the barrier and standing behind the Divine Punisher in his blind spot. Ryu explained that as soon as the Divine Punisher saw that no one was trapped under his barrier, he would release it. During the release of the barrier, the Divine Punisher couldn't attack for 2 seconds, and Ryu only needed that 2 seconds. As soon as the barrier lifted, Ryu, with a dead serious look, dashed toward the Divine Punisher, jumped high, charged his black scythe, and in a swift slash, chopped the Divine Punisher's last eye like a cherry tomato. Golden juice splashed all around the place, and now the Divine Punisher was in immense pain. This was the first time in the last 500 years that anyone had even made a scratch on his body. He didn't even know how pain felt, and now both of his eyes were punctured. As Ryu slowly landed on the ground, the Divine Punisher was still crying in pain like a baby. In immense anger, before Ryu could leave the Divine Punisher's domain, he casted his domain expansion barrier. Now, Ryu got trapped under the barrier, and all of Ryu's stats got dropped by 50%. Sensing Ryu was trapped under his barrier, the Divine Punisher started to laugh wobbly, saying that now he would kill Ryu by piercing thousands of arrows into Ryu's ears and every hole. But Ryu just stood there with a confident look and a slight smile, saying that without the Divine Punisher's eyes, he would no longer be able to land his lightning arrow on an enemy. He explained that first, he had to see his enemy and mark them, and only then would the attack automatically hit the enemy. Now, without his eyes, he was nothing more than a living waste. In his last cry, the Divine Punisher charged his ultimate attack. He summoned thousands of lightning spears, covering the entire barrier with them. But Ryu had had enough playing with the Punisher. In an instant, he jumped, activated his black scythe, and had already activated the Seal of Death on the Divine Punisher. Thanks to his skeleton necklace and the title he gained from killing the angel, his stats were now 7.5 times more potent, and with a single slash, Ryu chopped the Divine Punisher left wing. Then, the Divine Protector, still blind, tried to counterattack, but Ryu swiftly, using the staff of the Divine Punisher, jumped even higher into the sky, dodging the attack. Once again, with a swift slash, he chopped off the last wing of the Divine Punisher. As Ryu swiftly landed on the ground, the Divine Punisher was already in immense pain. With this, the Divine Punisher was left standing in silence, wondering what was happening. His job was supposed to be slaughtering players for 30 minutes and torturing them as much as his heart desired. But this was out of script. Suddenly, the Divine Punisher began to tremble and mutter something. Ryu immediately started running away from him. Now, the Divine Punisher was furious, and in a deep voice, he threatened Ryu, saying he didn't know who Ryu was, but now he would chop him into pieces and feed them to holy dogs. Ryu would not have a peaceful death. A system notification then informed everyone that the Divine Punisher had activated his passive skill. He would become invincible and all his stats would be doubled for 10 minutes. On the other hand, Ryu watched this from the side, realizing that this was why he had popped out the Divine Punisher's eyes. Before his death, the Divine Punisher became invincible, and when the Punisher was blind, he was just a punching bag, as he could only land his attacks by seeing his opponent. Then, with a loud scream, the Divine Punisher waved his staff, and multiple small purple portals appeared around him. Deadly light strikes started landing everywhere under the barrier at random places, trying to hit Ryu. However, Ryu, with all his stats multiplied by 7.5x, easily dodged all the attacks with a smile on his face. Finally, the time came as the Divine Punisher's invincibility wore off. Ryu immediately charged toward the Divine Punisher, and before the Punisher could even move an inch, Ryu chopped off the Punisher's head with a cold look. Golden blood started to splatter like a fountain, and Ryu stood there with a satisfying look on his face. The system notified Ryu that he had murdered the Divine Punisher and leveled up 3 times, gaining a total of 12,200 gold. Additionally, as Ryu was the first in history to kill a Divine Punisher, he earned the title, the one who opposes the divinity. Because of this title, when fighting any divine being, he would take 80% less damage from them. Now, Ryu was standing beside the Punisher, and he had finally made the Divine Punisher into a divine milkshake. But it wasn't the end. The system notified Ryu that an additional reward would be given, as he didn't even get a single scratch from the Divine Punisher's attacks. Just like that, 2 items appeared in Ryu's hand. The first item was the skill Radiance, and without wasting any time, Ryu clenched his fist, breaking the seal, and started to absorb the skill. The second reward was a Condensed Ether. Ryu explained that this was called Condensed Ether, and despite all the gold, skills, and level-ups he had gained, the main reason he defeated the Divine Punisher was for this item. It was an important material for crafting a divine-ranked item. Finally, he successfully absorbed the skill Radiance. With this skill, he now had a passive ability. Ryu's intelligence would increase by 1 with each level, and all his divine-type skills would receive a 1% boost with each level. This meant that as he was now level 30, he would automatically have 30 intelligence, and the same applied to his divine-type skills. Now, the Punisher had been turned into a holy shit, and everyone was just standing there cheering and calling Ryu a monster. Some were even calling him their savior, as he had single-handedly slaughtered the Punisher like a vegetable. As the Punisher's body was disappearing, there was a jittering sound, and an angel appeared from behind, amazed by what she saw. She commented with a, "Wow, amazing." Hearing this, all the players turned back in shock. The angel was floating just above Ryu's head, holding her chest and speaking in a kind voice as she praised Ryu. She couldn't believe that a human had managed to kill a Punisher, even now seeing it with her own eyes. However, Ryu didn't give a shit. He straight up ignored her and was only checking his stats. Noticing that Ryu wasn't responding, the angel playfully came floating closer to Ryu with a smile, folding her hands, and suggested doing an interview. She asked Ryu how he even thought of murdering the Punisher when the system clearly stated only to survive for 30 minutes. Ryu, still not turning back and not seeing the angel's face, replied in a cold tone that he killed the Punisher because he wanted to, plain and simple. The angel curiously asked why Ryu took the risk when with his skills he could have easily survived the round without risking his life. Ryu explained that even though he could have survived the round, he didn't want to bear the burden of seeing countless players getting slaughtered in front of him when there was a chance to save them after killing the Punisher. Now, hearing it, all the players started to see Ryu with respect and admiration. They thought Ryu was a cold-hearted killing machine, but behind the cold-hearted man, there was a kind soul hiding. Hearing this, the angel went into deep thought, saying, "1 minute, humans kill each other, and the next minute, they want to save each other. Humans are really weird." But then she turned her head away, saying it's none of her business. Ryu, with a warm smile, thought to himself that these celestial beings would never understand human emotion. Then the angel cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. With a mischievous smile, she announced her intention to announce the top 25% and eliminate the remaining players. A huge hologram appeared in front of everyone, and upon seeing it, every player was bewildered. Ryu alone had killed 3,600 monsters, and on top of that, he was level 30. The second-ranked player hadn't even killed 1,000 monsters. Ryu was simply too much of a monster. As always, the system recognized Ryu as the #1 ranked player worldwide and rewarded him with a special prize, an intermediate-grade rare ring selection coupon. Ryu didn't waste a single second and used the coupon. 3 rings appeared in front of him: the Ring of Rushing Wind, the Ring of Azure Magic, and the Ring of Resistance. Ryu chose the Ring of Resistance, which increased his luck by 4 and enhanced his resistance by 30% against status effects. This choice was crucial, as acquiring resistance against status effects was only possible by ranking first in round 3. Lastly, the reward for ranking 1 in his zone arrived, as always. This time, Ryu decided not to choose the 50% stat boost, stating that in round 4 there were no monsters to kill, making a stats boost a waste of time. Instead, he chose 4,000 gold. While Ryu was busy managing his stats, a chilling and terrifying voice echoed from behind him. The angel, with a joyful expression, announced that it was time for her favorite game, killing the useless player. After some calculations, she grinned and flicked her hand. Just like that, the players who hadn't made it to the top 25% slowly began to disappear, experiencing immense pain. Finally, after agonizing moments, they died, screaming. The scene then shifted, and we saw Shrin waking up from her bed. First, she checked her body for injuries. Then, she slowly got out of bed, and with a flick of her hand, a cute little creature appeared. This creature had a bee-like head, butterfly-like wings, and a bird-like body. The creature landed on her shoulder, and she explained that these cute creatures were fairies. Thanks to them, she had survived round 3. As the fairies worked as shields to protect her and even healed her wound, and took out a purple crystal from her inventory, saying that she had obtained this mysterious crystal while killing monsters. She stood beside the window, pondering whether to give this crystal to Black Scythe and wondering if he would like it. A blush crept onto her face as she thought about it. Meanwhile, as soon as Youngmin woke up from his sleep, he grabbed his lantern and angrily threw it into the wall, shattering it. He was sweating and clearly furious because the system had notified him that the penalty had been applied. Now all his stats had been permanently reduced by 50%. Now Youngmin was really nervous and worried as he watched his phone ring in his hand. It was a call from his friend, the one on whom he had used his authority skill. After staring at his phone screen for a moment, he finally answered it, his voice chilling. He tried to say hello, but his friend cut him off midway and started cursing him, calling him crazy. Youngmin, still attempting to act like he didn't know what was going on, asked his friend what he was talking about. On the other side of the phone, his friend was becoming increasingly frustrated. He couldn't hold back any longer and burst into anger, shouting furiously and continuing to curse Youngmin. He accused Youngmin of playing the innocent card after ruining his entire life. He asked how Youngmin could use the authority skill on his own friends, causing all their stats to decrease by 50%. Now, how would they survive in future rounds? Youngmin, attempting to justify himself, replied that he didn't have a choice. Black Scythe himself had given him the order, and if he hadn't followed Black Scythe's command, he would have been killed. So, he claimed he had no choice in the matter. His friend, annoyed and still furious, retorted that Youngmin should have chosen to die rather than harm his friends. He said that someone who, just because they were at risk of dying, would harm their friends was no true friend. Youngmin hadn't even tried to find a way to convince Black Scythe otherwise or explore alternative options. Instead, he had blindly followed Black Scythe's orders and used the authority skill, indicating that he didn't care about what happened to his crew members and friends. His friend told Youngmin that if he wanted to learn about true friendship, he should watch One Piece. And now Youngmin could go and die in a gutter, because they were no longer friends. Youngmin listened to this in silence, but then Youngmin, also shouting and tapping his chest while addressing his friend angrily, replied that he was also affected, as his stats got decreased by 50% because he was the zone leader and failed to protect the Crystal Ruin. However, his friend cut him off mid-sentence and started shouting at Youngmin again, accusing him of playing the I am also a victim card. His friend emphasized that all of this had happened because Youngmin was greedy. Youngmin had been obsessed with getting the authority skill to confront Aren, and this was all he used to talk about. His friend continued to curse Youngmin, while Youngmin could do nothing but listen with an annoyed and frustrated expression. Then, Youngmin tried to say something about figuring out how to get their stats back, but his friend cut him off once more. His friend stated that, as he had mentioned before, Youngmin could go and die in a gutter, and from that day on, they were no longer friends. His friend made it clear that Youngmin should not call or try to contact him. He warned Youngmin that if they ever met in the real world or the other world, he might be tempted to kill Youngmin out of anger. With that final warning, his friend ended the call, leaving Youngmin standing there silently, glaring at his phone screen. Then, in frustration, Youngmin immediately started dialing his other friend's number, stating that he would command all his other buddies to crush the friend who had just called him. However, each and every one of his friends had already blocked his number, and he was unable to contact a single friend. Frustrated, Youngmin threw his phone onto his bed and glared at it in anger. He said he didn't need anyone to live his life, as only pigs and sheep roam in groups, and tigers move alone. He considered himself a tiger, even though his stats had decreased by 50%. Grinding his teeth, Youngmin vowed to rip each of their body parts one by one, torture them until they begged to die, and then kill each and every one of his buddies, reducing them to pieces of shit. The scene then shifts back to the Imperial Hotel, where the Heavenly Demon is staying. We see the bodyguard bowing his head politely, and the Heavenly Demon, casually dressed in his usual black t-shirt and pants, sitting in his office chair. He complimented the bodyguard for passing the third round and expressed relief that he was alive. However, the bodyguard, maintaining his polite tone, replied that he was just lucky and that he had passed the third round because the monsters were weakened, making it easier to deal with them. The Heavenly Demon then asked the bodyguard about his current level and whether he had managed to obtain a class. The bodyguard replied, still maintaining his polite tone, that he had reached level 11 and had been fortunate enough to acquire the class of Knight. Then the bodyguard said that Aaron had also reached level 11, but she got a rather unique class called Summoner. Hearing the term Summoner, the Heavenly Demon became curious and asked the bodyguard to explain this in detail. The bodyguard raised his hand and, with a serious face, started explaining that, at first, he himself had been surprised. Now, Aaron can summon little creatures called fairies who can cast magical spells. These spells can do things like using skills such as Protection Shield or even healing minor injuries. Thanks to Aaron's ability, he had been able to successfully hunt and survive the third round. The Heavenly Demon listened in silence. After thinking for some time, the Heavenly Demon, with a smiling face, said to the bodyguard that he should maintain a close relationship with Aaron because she seemed to have a really interesting class. In the future, she might become a very strong and important person. The Heavenly Demon also suggested that if the bodyguard wanted to, he could even date Aaron, as she was actually quite a gorgeous lady. So if the bodyguard managed to become affectionate with Aaron, she would always be with them, and their team or forces would grow stronger because they needed more powerful awakeners, as Earth would no longer be peaceful in the future. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard became a little flustered, saying he couldn't do it because he was a virgin and didn't have the courage to be romantic, especially with Aaron. He just lacked the confidence. However, Heavenly Demon, with a chuckle, told him he was just teasing about the dating part, as he hadn't seen the bodyguard laugh in a long time. But seeing the bodyguard getting shy indicated that he had feelings for Aaron. Heavenly Demon suggested that the bodyguard could try dating Aaron. Hearing this, the bodyguard grew a bit worried, realizing that even if he tried, Aaron would likely reject him outright. He was certain of it. Heavenly Demon then asked if the bodyguard was still a man, to which the bodyguard replied that he was, but the problem was different. Aaron still addressed him with a formal tone, calling him Mr. Bodyguard. Heavenly Demon decided to put an end to the playful banter and urged them to discuss the serious matters at hand. The bodyguard bowed his head and began explaining. He first apologized, stating that he had failed to carry out the Heavenly Demon's order to help and approach Black Scythe. Additionally, he hadn't been able to deliver the message that the Heavenly Demon had intended for Black Scythe. The bodyguard took a seat on a sofa and proceeded to recount everything that had occurred in round 3, starting from the death of the musclehead and covering all the events. The Heavenly Demon listened attentively with a serious expression, maintaining silence throughout the narration. After the bodyguard had explained everything, the Heavenly Demon sat in contemplation, placing his hand on his chin. He remarked that based on the description of the bodyguard, the Divine Punisher seemed like a powerful entity, and even he, the Heavenly Demon, wouldn't have been confident enough to face it alone. The atmosphere turned gloomy. Hesitantly, the bodyguard continued, suggesting that individuals like Black Scythe, who were exceptionally strong and self-reliant, often had significant egos, making it nearly impossible to work together with them. The Heavenly Demon remained silent, wearing a serious expression, contemplating the information. He began to think that Black Scythe's stats must exceed their imagination, and his class, Black Scythe, sounded incredibly formidable. So much so that the Heavenly Demon felt a sense of shame, considering himself strong with his unique class, Dark Knight. With determination in his eyes, he wished to meet Black Scythe face to face and engage in a manly conversation. Then, still maintaining his serious expression, the Heavenly Demon replied that it was not the bodyguard's fault, and they couldn't hold him accountable for the mission's failure. The bodyguard once again apologized for falling short in the mission. The Heavenly Demon, while taking a sip of his cold whiskey with his usual serious demeanor, diverted the conversation away from Black Scythe and asked about the results of tracking down the thugs who had attempted to harass Aaron. The bodyguard responded by mentioning that the boss had a nickname, Youngmin, although it was unclear if that was his real name. The challenge was that there were thousands of people with the name Youngmin worldwide, making it nearly impossible to track them all down. However, assuming he was in his 20s and looked identical to his real-life self, they narrowed the search to Koreans, reducing the pool of suspects to 5 individuals. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon inquired about the current locations of these 5 people. The bodyguard, still a bit nervous, explained that it would take some time to pinpoint their exact home addresses due to the world's current situation, causing delays in the investigation process. Holding his whiskey with a disappointed expression, the heavenly demon remarked that he wouldn't be able to locate that individual before round 4, even though he was eager to confront them. The bodyguard refilled the heavenly demon's glass with more whiskey and reassured him that there was no need to rush and they could take their time. The heavenly demon then asked the bodyguard about his gold reserves, and the bodyguard mentioned that he had 10,000 gold. The heavenly demon deemed it sufficient and explained that there was a skill called tracking available in the shop for 20,000 gold, which the bodyguard should learn as soon as he collected enough gold. The bodyguard agreed and expressed his determination to acquire the skill. The bodyguard hesitantly called the heavenly demon and mentioned that he had forgotten to mention an important detail. He explained that last month, an individual had purchased a significant number of stocks in the heavenly demon's company. The heavenly demon, maintaining his usual serious demeanor, inquired about the specific company involved. The bodyguard replied that it was the main company, Heavenly Demon Consulting, which he had been actively working for over the past few weeks. The heavenly demon paused for a moment, then set his whiskey glass on the table and asked about the quantity of shares the person had acquired. The bodyguard revealed that the individual had bought all the available shares on the market and now held a 31% stake in the entire company. Upon hearing this, the usually serious expression on the heavenly demon's face gave way to a mild shock. He exclaimed his disbelief, wondering how one person could purchase 31% of an entire company. The heavenly demon sat on the sofa, deep in thought, contemplating the market value of Heavenly Demon Consulting, which stood at 720 million United States dollars. To acquire 31% of the company, someone had invested a staggering 212.8 million United States dollars. He pondered who this wealthy individual could be and whether it might be one of his brother's action. After reflecting for some time, his expression turned serious once more, and he concluded that someone who bought such a significant stake likely intended to become directly involved in the company's management. He picked up his phone and instructed his department head to gather information about the person who had acquired the 31% stake in the company. Meanwhile, Ryu lay on his bed, holding his phone, eagerly awaiting a phone call. He knew that even though he wanted to meet the heavenly demon, he couldn't contact them first. He had to demonstrate that he was the real deal. Ryu was confident that the heavenly demon would contact him any moment now, especially after discovering that someone had bought a 31% stake in his company, which had only started a few months ago and wasn't particularly big or well-known. Suddenly, Woonie burst into Ryu's room, shouting loudly, "Brother, what level are you?" Ryu, startled by the sudden door slam, dropped his phone and it hit him in the face. With a slightly red face due to the unexpected impact, Ryu asked Woonie why he was asking this out of the blue. Woonie, with a worried expression, explained that there was a kid who acted all high and mighty, bragging that his brother was a high-level player. This kid and his friends kept making fun of Woonie, saying that his brother was already level 11, had a class, and was very strong while Woonie and his brother were losers. Upon hearing level 11, Ryu let out a sigh and a playful smile, assuring Woonie not to worry because he was higher level than that. Excitedly, Woonie asked Ryu what level he was, and Ryu began to ponder. He considered whether he should tell the truth, knowing that if he did, Woonie might get into trouble again. With a warm smile, Ryu told Woonie that he was level 12. Hearing this, Woonie's eyes filled with excitement and admiration, and he exclaimed that Ryu was the best in the world. He then asked if Ryu also had a class, to which Ryu replied affirmatively, saying he did indeed have a class. Woonie's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked about the name of Ryu's class. However, Ryu simply lied down on his bed, going under the blanket, and playfully mentioned that it was a secret. He added that he would tell Woonie everything when the right time came. Frustrated, Woonie insisted that there should be no secrets between brothers, but Ryu, claiming fatigue, said he needed to sleep and promised to tell Woonie later. Annoyed, Woonie left the room, stating that he would definitely find out Ryu's class when he woke up, and he closed the door in frustration. Then, as Ryu was about to sleep, his phone started to ring, and it was the call of the Heavenly Demon. Ryu picked up the call, and the Heavenly Demon introduced himself as the CEO of the company. He inquired if it was a suitable time to talk. Ryu, with a slight smile, decided to play the role of a naive beginner who had just started investing in the stock market. He thought that the more he appeared like a pushover, the more the Heavenly Demon would let his guard down, making his plan go smoothly. So Ryu replied that it was indeed the right time to talk. The Heavenly Demon, with a polite tone, asked if Ryu had purchased a large amount of stock in his company, and Ryu pretended to be startled and nervous as he confirmed that he had. The Heavenly Demon then informed Ryu that, with his recent purchase, he now owned 31% of the company. He expressed his desire to meet Ryu and suggested going for a meal. He proposed a lunch meeting on Friday. Ryu, after a moment of thinking, remembered that on Friday he had an important task. He was planning to make the person who kidnapped Wani on his 7th life regret it, so he politely declined the offer for Friday, citing his prior commitments. Instead, he suggested Saturday, which the Heavenly Demon agreed to. With that, the phone call ended. Ryu, now wearing a confident smile, muttered to himself, "Tomorrow is Friday, and it's the day when Wani's kidnapper will face justice. I'll make so many holes in that bastard's body that he won't know from where to fart, from where to take a breath." The next day, he went into a deserted factory at night. As Ryu walked, he explained that there are many ways to obtain a skill rune. Until now, people believed that skill runes could only be found inside dungeons after fulfilling special conditions, such as killing the Divine Punisher. In extremely rare cases, one could get a skill rune by killing normal mobs under certain conditions, like killing 100 virgin goblins while still being a virgin on a full moon night. However, this wasn't the only way. Skill runes could also be obtained in the real world. Ryu reached a deserted factory as he continued to explain. He secretly entered the factory and clarified that the time had finally come for him to confront the person who had kidnapped Wani in his previous life. Ryu went inside the factory and sat beside some box, waiting patiently. He explained that a person named Jung would come there, a morally corrupt man who had killed Wani 9 times. Ryu couldn't do anything but cry in pain in those past lives. Now, Ryu intended to torture him in such a way that he would beg to be killed. Ryu was determined that anyone in the world who even thought of harming Wani would face his wrath, even if they were a god. Then we jump back to a flashback of Ryu, where, for the first time, the morally corrupt man kidnapped Wani and brought him to this very same factory. Wani's eyes were covered with a black cloth, and Jang was holding an ice dagger threatening Ryu. He demanded Ryu spill all the details about future events, or he would kill Wani with a wicked smile. Naive Ryu, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. He tried to pretend he was clueless, questioning how he could possibly know what's going to happen in the future. Hearing this, Jang started to laugh maniacally. Then his expression turned sinister, and with a deadly look, he accused Ryu, "Don't lie, you mommy milker. I know you're a regressor." Hearing this, Ryu panicked. The only person he had told he was a regressor was Wani, and he knew Wani would never reveal this under any circumstance. So how? As Ryu reeled in immense shock and tension, Jang, continuing with his wicked smile, explained that he possessed the skill of inner thought, allowing him to read anyone's mind. "Wow, if I had that skill, I'd be a banger in bed with my girlfriend." Now back to the story. Ryu was tortured by the sight of Wani being kidnapped and killed 11 times in his first 11 lives, even though he never told Wani that he was a regressor. One way or another, Jang always ended up discovering that Ryu was a regressor. In the end, Wani always ended up kidnapped and killed, even after Ryu divulged all the details about the future. This was because Jang was a morally corrupt, violent criminal who knew nothing but violence. Now back to the present. Ryu was wearing a white, creepy mask, while explaining that this was the only reason he was killing the king of shit each and every time, before he ended up kidnapping Wani in each of his regressions, and this was his 100th time. This time, Ryu's mission was not only to kill Jang by torturing him, but also to acquire the skill of inner thought. Just then, Jang entered the factory, carrying a woman tied with ropes over his shoulders from the back. He forcefully threw the woman onto a mattress he had prepared in advance for all his victims, those he brought here to satisfy his naughty need. With a creepy voice, while removing the tape from the woman's mouth, Jang said he was going to remove the tape so she wouldn't yell. The woman was terrified, shivering in fear. As soon as Jang removed the tape, the woman, with a trembling voice, started to beg for mercy. She repeatedly pleaded to be spared, but Jang, sitting casually and with a laugh, replied that was all she had to say once he let her talk. She should say something dirty and sexy. Then Jang's expression turned a bit creepy. His aura became sinister, and with a deadly look, he said, "Save me, I have a kid, or I will give you as much money as you need." But this plea was futile. The only thing Jang wanted was to have his twisted form of fun with her. Then Jang threw the tape backward and with a serious tone asked the woman if she knew why this was happening to her. The woman, even more terrified, joined both of her hands. Still with her trembling voice, she replied that Jang is probably doing this because she glared at him the other day. That day, Jang had offered her to spend a night with him, and she's really sorry for rejecting him, explaining she's married with a kid. How could she sleep with another man? That's why she rejected his offer, not because he looked like a piece of shit. Hearing this, Jang got even more pissed off. He remembered that day and how he felt so damn shitty when she rejected him. Then we go back 2 days to when all this started. Jang was just walking on the street searching for a girl to have fun with. Yeah, Jang is a big pervert. Just then, he noticed a pretty girl walking beside him. After checking her out, Jang commented on her nice body. He followed her as she walked into a dark, less crowded alley. Jang activated his skill, and his whole body started to glow, startling the girl. In panic, she dropped her phone. The light was so intense that her vision went dark, and she became blind for a moment, panicked and trying to comprehend what was happening, but Jang, taking advantage of this situation, grabbed the girl's boobs, and well, you know what happened next. After having his twisted fun with the girl, Jang, with a sinister smile, quickly made his escape before she could regain her vision. He casually mentioned how he enjoyed doing this with different girls every night. Reveling in his sadistic act, he explained that just a few months ago, his life had been rather dull after his release from jail. He didn't care whether he lived or died until that fateful day when a hot angel transported him to another world and granted him a skill that allowed him to temporarily blind anyone. It was then that he realized the sinister potential of this newfound ability. Returning to the present, Jang decided to visit a store to buy some coffee. In the store, a woman in her mid-30s welcomed him with a warm smile. As soon as he saw her face, he couldn't help but once again laugh wickedly, thinking about her attractive appearance and curvaceous body. Approaching the counter, he ordered an Americano, and she, still maintaining her warm smile and polite tone, informed him that the Americano would be ready in a few minutes and that the total bill was 5,001. With a wicked smile and a lustful demeanor, Jang handed the woman the money and inquired if she was new here. He mentioned that he was a regular visitor to the cafe but had never seen her before. The woman, still maintaining her smile but sighing softly, explained that due to the current chaos in the world, all the part-timers had left the shop, so she had taken up the vacant position. She apologized for not recognizing him earlier as she was new to the cafe. Then, maintaining his flirting tone, Jang asked the woman if she was the owner of this cafe. She, while bringing the Americano, replied, "Yes, she is the owner." Then Jang playfully asked how old she was. Noting she looked quite young and pretty, she replied she's 32 years old. Jang, again with an ugly smile, asked if that meant she wasn't a player. She replied yes, she wasn't, gladly stating she wouldn't have to live with the constant fear of dying every month. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jang, maintaining his ugly smile and shit-like face, said with a lustful look that he really liked the cafe woman and asked if she'd go out with him. Hearing this, she got a little confused and paused for a moment to process what she just heard and what to say. While she was standing still like a statue with a confused look, Jang, seeing this, got really pissed off. Banging his hand on the counter, he asked if his face was that ugly that she was making this type of face while staring at him. Was she disgusted just because he had a few spots on his face? If she was, she's a huge dummy, as his banana is really huge, and she would beg Jang to go out with him every night once she rides Jang's banana. Hearing this, the cafe woman really felt disgusted and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Jang got even more pissed off and punched the counter, declaring he wouldn't be drinking coffee here anymore. He demanded his money back, saying she was really an ugly old hag and she should fuck off. Now, hearing this, the cafe woman got a little scared, thinking Jang was a psycho who might do something unthinkable. With trembling hands, she returned the money. Jang forcefully took the money from her hand and furiously left the store, calling her a bitch. He ranted about how she was looking down on others just because she was a little hot and he had some spots on his face. Jang vowed to make her pay for looking down on him. After that, he followed the cafe woman for 2 days. When she was in a silent, dark alley, Jang struck her head with an iron bat and brought her to this deserted factory. Now, back in the present, the cafe woman was still begging, joining her hands and bowing while trembling. Jang was enjoying the scene, seeing her begging and getting scared. Then after some time, Jang turned back, saying this wasn't fun as she wasn't being sincere enough and not begging sincerely. He pushed her back onto the mattress, and she fell to the floor. Jang held her hand and opened his pants zip, stating he knew everything, that she was only pretending to apologize to get out of the situation, and she still didn't like Jang. He asserted that only by riding his banana and enjoying the night could she prove that she was really sorry. This, he declared, was her punishment. While the cafe woman continued to beg and cry, Ryu, from the shadows, slowly walked forward with his black scythe. Then Jang's facial expression really became sinister and full of lust. Lust was just dripping from his face as he began his play by removing her bra. But just then, a deep footstep echoed through the entire hall. Hearing the sound, Jang got startled, and fear covered his entire body. He panicked, thinking that he thought this place was deserted. Why was there a person here? He wondered if this person was a detective who had followed him to arrest him. In panic, he turned back, shouting, "Who is it?" while cursing whoever was there. Ryu, while holding his black scythe on his shoulder and walking sideways, said in a deep tone not to curse and not to waste his energy by shouting. He told Jang he would be cursing and shouting a lot, so he should save his energy. Seeing Ryu, wearing a white mask and carrying this huge-ass scythe, Jang started to think who this guy might be. Then he realized that he was not a detective or police, as no police or detective would come here hiding their face. So Jang, continuing with his trashy personality, said, "Does Ryu think this is a place to play with that toy of his?" He said that now Ryu had seen Jang's face, so Ryu had to pay the price by dying. As he continued to spew his bullshit, Ryu just listened with a silent face. Then, after hearing Jang's bullshit, Ryu finally raised his black scythe with a deadly look, saying it looked like Jang hadn't figured out the situation yet. While swinging his black scythe with great force, Ryu said, "Does this look like a toy? If yeah, then Ryu will be putting this toy of his into Jang's ass and he'll make sure Jang enjoys it." Just the swing was enough to create a small shockwave around Ryu. Seeing this, Jang realized that the black scythe was indeed real. Then Ryu turned towards the cafe woman and, politely addressing her as ma'am, said she could leave now, and he would take care of this king of shit. She, still trembling and joining her hands, first paused for a moment, then tried to get up. But before she could do anything, Jang shoutingly turned towards the cafe woman and started yelling at her in a loud voice. He demanded to know on whose permission she was trying to get up, asking if he had given her permission to go. This made her tremble in fear even more. Now, having had enough of Jang's bullshit, Ryu dashed towards Jang with his black scythe. Jang also got alert and got ready to defend himself, but even before he could react, bam! Ryu popped Jang's balls by giving a good hit to Jang's balls. The pain was so intense that for a moment, his breath stopped. His whole body felt like it was on fire and getting electric shocks all over. Then Jang fell on the floor, holding his little PP, screaming in pain. His whole body was shivering, and he was cursing Ryu. Ryu stood with a satisfied look, watching Jang in pain, and reminded him that he had just said a moment before that Jang would be swearing his ass off. He told Jang this was just the beginning, and just like before, he should save his energy. Ryu, once again, turned toward the cafe lady and said now was the time for her to leave. He advised the lady not to talk about what happened outside and to act like nothing happened. The cafe lady, after seeing Ryu, got so scared that it felt like her soul had left her body. With a shaky voice, she thanked Ryu and, in an instant, started running toward the exit. Ryu, swinging his black scythe downward, turned his attention back to Jang. He said that now, in this deserted factory, there were only the two of them, so they could enjoy the entire night without anyone interfering. Jang was still kneeling on the ground, holding his little PP, still shaking in pain. The pain was so intense that it was getting hard for him to even breathe. After watching Jang moan in pain for a while, Ryu's facial expression became really sinister, and he gave a creepy smile, saying, "Now, shall we begin the real game, shall we?" Then Jang got furious, veins starting to foam on his face. His eyes widened as if they would pop out any moment now. He continued to curse Ryu, saying he would kill him and prepared to attack while holding his dagger. Ryu, seeing this, let out a slight laugh, saying he liked Jang's reaction. He mentioned it's no fun to torture and kill someone who has left the hope to live. One who wants to live and has ego, it's his favorite thing to break that ego. Jang, seeing Ryu smiling, had enough of Ryu. With one hand on his little PP and the other hand holding the dagger, he charged towards Ryu to kill him while shouting and screaming. Aang dashed towards Ryu and started a barrage of attacks with his ice dagger, but Ryu just dodged all the attacks. Jang continued to attack Ryu. After a moment, Jang was really getting frustrated, thinking how the hell Ryu was dodging all his attacks like he could see the future. He was getting sweaty and more frustrated. Ryu, still dodging the attacks like playing with a 2-year-old kid, commented laughingly that he couldn't believe Jang was still carrying that shitty ice dagger that a goblin holds that everyone has in round 1. Now, at this moment, Ryu had enough play, so the next moment Ryu jumped beside Jang, and just as Jang stretched his hand to attack Ryu with his dagger, Ryu, in a single slash, chopped off Jang's hand. Now, blood was splattering from Jang's hands like a fountain. Jang, seeing this blood, first got a panic attack. Then, as the pain kicked in, he started to scream his lungs out, just standing there, not knowing what to do. His whole body was trembling, and Ryu was just watching this scene with an enjoyable mood, getting happy seeing the morally corrupted king of shit crying in pain. Then, Ryu tauntingly asked Jang, "Does it hurt, huh?" He said if it does, Jang should brace himself as he hadn't even started yet. It's just the trailer. Jang, at this moment, still in immense pain, grinding his teeth, his face turning pale, holding his hand with his other hand to stop the blood from splattering, realized he was fucked up. But before he could even take a breath, Ryu just vanished from his position and, in an instant, dashed toward poor Jang. Whoosh! Ryu slashed Jang's other hand also in a swift slash, and Jang couldn't do anything but scream like a donkey. Blood was just splattering from both of his hands, his vision was getting blurry, and he was feeling dizzy. His whole body was on fire, and fear overtook his mind. Jang was scared to his core, thinking at this rate Ryu would really kill him like a chicken getting slaughtered for dinner. And if he really wanted to live, first he would have to use his ability to blind Ryu, then he would run for his life, depending on it. Then Jang glared at Ryu for a moment, and seeing that Ryu was just standing there watching and getting happy from Jang's screaming, he saw an opportunity. Jang instantly activated his skill while screaming and cursing Ryu. Jang's whole body started to glow, and at that moment he decided before running he would at least pop Ryu's fucking eyes. He shouted, "Die, you fucking shit!" But the next moment, something unexpected happened. His body, which was glowing, slowly saw its light start to dim, and then his entire body's glow began to fade, effectively canceling his skill. Jang got confused, thinking, what the hell is happening here? Then, with a jolt of realization, he understood that whatever the reason, his skill didn't work, and now he was going to die. On top of that, he had just cursed Ryu, saying he would kill him, so there was no room for even begging. Thinking this, he was dripping with sweat while grinding his teeth. Ryu, still laughing under his mask, explained that Jang's shining skill would not work on Ryu, as no light on Earth could even come near him. Ryu knew this would happen, so in advance, he had cast his skill Night of Death that he acquired in round 3. By using it, he could command the darkness, ensuring no fucking light on Earth could even come near him. Then Ryu once again prepared his black scythe to attack Jang. Jang was so scared that he felt he might shit his pants any moment now. Even before Jang could do anything, whoosh! The next moment, Ryu, in an instant, cold-heartedly, in a swift slash, chopped both of Jang's legs like cutting butter. For a moment, Jang didn't even realize what happened, and he was just standing there. The next moment, his torso got separated from his legs, and his balance was lost. Jang fell down on the floor while screaming. Just like before, Ryu was just watching this beautiful scene from behind, enjoying it. Now, Jang's spirit finally broke. He, while dragging his body, came close to Ryu while crying. His whole body was trembling, and at this moment, so much blood was lost from his body that his whole body was turning pale. Cryingly, Jang asked Ryu why the hell he was doing this to him, addressing Ryu as a demon. Just hearing the word why, Ryu got really pissed off. First, he raised his black scythe high, and with a pinch, stabbed and punctured Jang's left leg, while continuing to make multiple holes on Jang's body and piercing his black side with a break. He said, "Why do people kill mosquitoes? Because letting them live, they will at the end come to suck people's blood, so it's better to kill them even before they bite." Now, at this moment, Jang, who had lost his will, still had tears in his eyes. He was really getting frustrated, saying that Ryu was a psychopath and asking if he had run out from a mental asylum. Ryu, hearing this, again laughed, saying it looked like a little bit of spirit was still dwelling inside Jang. He wondered how long Jang could keep this attitude of his. With that, Ryu continued to puncture Jang's body with his black scythe. Jang continued to scream, and Ryu took his sweet time to slowly make so many holes in Jang's body, just like he said he would, so that Jang would get confused about from which hole he would fart and from which hole he would breathe. After a few minutes, Jang had finally lost it, as Ryu was not hitting any vitals and was attacking Jang in such a way that he stayed awake while feeling this hellish pain. Jang started to think about what grudge Ryu had against him. Now, at this moment, the last bit of spirit just left Jang's body. Saliva was coming out from his mouth, mucus from his nose. He was crying, thinking of just killing himself, as it was better to die than to suffer this hellish torture. Then, after gathering some courage, Jang finally decided to kill himself by biting his tongue. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth while sticking his tongue out, and prepared to bite his tongue. But before he could bite his tongue, Ryu stopped him by placing his black scythe near his neck, startling him. Jang slowly turned his gaze upward, seeing Ryu. Ryu, furious with a deep, chilling voice, asked, "What's wrong? Is Jang planning to die by biting his tongue? Does Jang think Ryu will just let him die this easily?" The next moment, Ryu, continuing with his cold aura, raised his black scythe and swish, pierced Jang's shoulder, and again blood started to splatter. Ryu declared he would not let Jang die until he made Jang beg on his knees for death. Jang could do nothing but scream, and once again Ryu began his piercing game. He continued to stab again and again on all parts of Jang's body, from his ass to shoulder to even his little pee-pee. Ugh, just by seeing it, I am feeling a little dizzy. Well, anyways, at this moment, Jang had lost his mind. He was just lying on his back, barely alive but still feeling the hellish pain. Tears were not stopping from coming out of his eyes, and blood was coming from his nose. With a shaky voice, Jang was begging to get killed and die. At this point, even I am feeling a little bad for him. Then Ryu, hearing this, asked Jang to say it again, as he hadn't heard what Jang said. Jang, still with a shaky voice, said, "Kill me, please." Ryu just watched him begging to get killed with a satisfying look. Then, after some time, Ryu, finally feeling satisfied, withdrew his black scythe. Placing his black scythe on his shoulder, Ryu, with a joyful tone, said Jang didn't know why he was doing this to him, right? To Jang, Ryu was a total stranger, and Jang, at this moment, was in such a state that he just glared at Ryu, not even able to say anything. Then Ryu continued, telling Jang that Ryu might be a total stranger. But to Ryu, Jang was not. He was a guy because of whom Ryu got nightmares at one point. Now, hearing this and realizing Ryu even knew his name, Jang started to think who even Ryu was. With his shaky voice, he asked if Ryu was someone who was related to the cafe woman, or anyone he had fun with in the last few months. Ryu smilingly replied that he had no connection with any woman. Hearing this, Jang asked then why Ryu was doing this to him. Ryu finally revealed the truth, saying Jang kidnapped his little precious brother and threatened Ryu to give Jang the hidden information he had. Hearing this, Jang was shocked, saying he didn't even know who Ryu was, let alone about his little brother. Now, hearing this, Ryu laughingly commented, "Of course Jang doesn't know it because it's an incident that will happen in the future. After 15 days from today, Jang will kidnap his little brother and then torture him and then kill him. And there's a second reason Ryu is doing all this to Jang, to acquire the ruin of inner thought. Today was the day Jang was destined to acquire the skill inner thought." Hearing this, Jang was confused, asking, "What the hell is Ryu talking about?" Ryu explained that today, Jang would have raped the cafe woman, and after begging from her heart for Jang not to do it, Jang would have gotten the ruin of inner thought. The condition to get the ruin of inner thought was that, in this exact deserted factory, a person had to beg from his heart, and the person to whom the person will beg will get the ruin of inner thought. After acquiring this inner thought, Jang will become the biggest criminal the world will ever see. So Ryu was just doing his job, removing a bug from this already messed up world. As Ryu continued to explain, Jang just listened with a bewildered expression. Ryu continued to explain that in his past 99 lives, even when Ryu tried his best not to come face to face with Jang, one way or another, Jang always ended up finding out about Ryu that he is a repressor, and each and every time, Jang kidnapped his little brother and killed him. So Jang is really a morally corrupted individual who deserves to just die. Hearing this, Jang said if he really deserved to die, then just quickly kill him, as he couldn't bear the pain anymore. But Ryu replied, "Nope. I'm not even going to touch a single hair of Jang now." Hearing this, Jang's whole world turned upside down. He started to scream and cry even more, saying he just wanted to die now and started to beg greatly. Ryu, having heard enough of this, raised the handle of his black scythe and placed it on Jang's mouth to shut him up. With a cold, chilling aura while glaring at Jang, Ryu said, "Now, I will not do anything. I, Ryu, will just sit here and watch Jang die slowly, tortured by the pain." Jang's vision finally became dark. He was not able to feel his arms or legs, but the pain was not going away. He was trembling in pain, thinking if Ryu really wanted the ruin of inner thought, he would want him alive, right? So why was Ryu giving him such a hellish punishment? Ryu then replied that he was not letting him speak because he wanted to test the skill inner thought. Hearing this, Jang's eyes widened, and Ryu explained that just a moment ago, he finally got the skill inner thought. Ryu was just testing the skill, so he was really sorry for that. As just a moment ago, Jang really begged from his heart to get killed. At that moment, Ryu got the skill. Then we go back a few moments to when Ryu got the skill inner thought. As soon as he acquired the skill, the system notified him that he had obtained the skill inner thought. The system explained that by observing the target, Ryu could hear the inner thoughts of his target, and he could only read the thoughts of the person when the target is within 30 meters of him. Now, back to the present, Ryu, still placing his black scythe's handle on Jang's mouth, said he was just testing the skill to see if it was working properly or not, and it looks like it is working. Jang, in his mind, thought that since Ryu finally got what he wanted, he once again begged Ryu to kill him. But Ryu, continuing with his cold aura while glaring, said, "Nah, I can't kill Jang so easily. That would be too unfair for all the victims of Jang's." Hearing this, Jang could do nothing but grind his teeth, trying to chew the handle of the black scythe while thinking Ryu is a damn demon. After half an hour, Jang finally slowly dies. Then Ryu stood up, glaring at Jang with a satisfying look as if he had won a war. He then used the skill Erase Traces that he bought in round 3. By using it, he could erase all the traces of blood, corpse, fingerprints, or anything. Just like that, a green aura surrounded Jang's body, and in an instant, Jang's body started to disappear. After a moment, everything was clear. Jang's body disappeared. Not a single hair of Jang was left. Then Ryu finally took off his mask, turned back, and while walking outside the factory said, "Now it's time to meet the heavenly demon." Now, after dealing with Jang, Ryu was getting ready to meet the heavenly demon. He wore a formal black shirt with a black coat and a gray tie. His hair was styled just right. Seeing Ryu dressed like this, Wani also got shocked and in awe. He asked Ryu if he was going on a date with a girl, keeping his hand on his mouth in shock. He was himself surprised at how his virgin brother could look so hot. Ryu turned toward Wani and paused for a moment, as he may be the god of death, but he is a total loser when it comes to date. So Ryu, with a sweet smile, replied, "Nope, I'm not." Wani asked this because Ryu just wore this black suit out of nowhere. Ryu, still with a sweet smile, explained that it's because he has an important meeting with someone, and it's not a girl, it's for a business-related thing. Wani, a little concerned, asked if Ryu was starting a business. Ryu, with a slight smile and holding his iPhone 21 Pro Max Ultra Giga Max Edition, nodded in response. Hearing this, Wani scratched his head and got a little worried. He thought about how Ryu had invested all his money in stocks last time, and now he was trying to start a business. Wani was really concerned for Ryu, as what if his business failed and didn't work out? From a young age, Ryu wasn't good at studies, let alone running a small candy shop. But Wani decided to trust Ryu. Then Ryu turned his attention toward Wani and noticed that Wani was panicking and worrying. Seeing this, Ryu smiled a little and sighed. He wondered if Wani was getting worried, thinking he wouldn't do well in business or get too busy again. But seeing Wani like this, he realized how cute and adorable he could be at times like this. To ease Wani's worry, Ryu pointed his thumb towards him and replied with a confident smile that he would tell all the details about the business after he's done talking with the person he was going to meet. So Wani didn't have to worry too much and should just trust his big brother. This business idea, too, Ryu had seen in his dream, and the old man with a pig on his head had told him about it, so just like always, it would work out. Wani, hearing this, got a little embarrassed, and with a panicked voice replied that, of course, he trusted his big bro. Who else could he trust if not Ryu? It was just that the whole world was in chaos, so business seemed too risky, that's all. Ryu, while keeping his phone in his pocket while walking toward the door, replied that if Wani really trusted Ryu, then he should be a good kid and wait at home and not go out until Ryu returned home, because it's not safe outside the building due to some players turned criminals who gained powers and were committing heinous crimes in broad daylight. As Ryu was heading toward the door, Wani also followed him with a worried face and his arms crossed. He mentioned that he saw this in the news, that the whole world was in utter chaos. Players, after gaining powers, were starting to misuse them and committing crimes. The worst part was that some criminals in jail had also gained powers, and now they had broken out of jail, remaining openly in the city. The crime rate was soaring and outside was no longer safe. Ryu, with a serious face, replied that yes, as long as a human was of the right age, they would become a player, and not all people would use their powers for good. That's why at any cost, Wani couldn't go outside. Wani listened to Ryu carefully and nodded in agreement. Then Ryu's facial expression became serious, thinking and explaining that every month the number of players would go down, but the remaining players would become even stronger than before. In the future, the crimes happening now would be child's play compared to what would happen in the future. In the future, players would dominate the world in such a way that not even the government would be able to do anything, and the players would start to enslave the non-players and do whatever they want. An era where players would be considered king, and no laws would be able to bind them. Ryu became even more serious, and explained that before the city turned into that lawless place, he had to become so strong that just his name would be enough to scare the shit out of each and every player, so that they would think 100 times before even taking a shit, let alone committing crime. As Ryu came close to the exit door, he once again told Wani to be careful, and Wani said yes, he would. But he asked Ryu when Ryu was going to tell him what his class is. He was really curious. Ryu replied that it's a secret, and Wani pouted and sighed, insisting that Ryu tell him. He said he wouldn't let Ryu go until he found out. Ryu, hearing this while pinching Wani's cheek, scolded him. He said he would tell about his class and powers very soon, so Wani should stop whining and eat his lunch. He also told Wani to order something expensive and not the usual black bean soup noodle. Wani should eat something healthy and grow stronger. Wani, with his cheeks stretched, wobbly, replied, "Gwa in," trying to say, "Got it." The scene shifted, and we see Ryu standing in front of a huge building. With a slight smile, Ryu said, "I knew it. Heavenly Demon would call me to this hotel. It's advantageous to play on their home turf." As Ryu entered the hotel, he explained that the hotel was under the name of Osung Group, but the original owner was Heavenly Demon. It served as his personal hideout and secret base, a fact known only to Ryu. As Ryu approached the counter, he tried to appear like a naive newcomer, intending to make Heavenly Demon let his guard down in front of him. Finally, he reached the counter, wearing a nervous expression and looking around. He said he had a meeting scheduled there today, and he was told to check in at the counter upon arrival. He started to fumble with his word. The receptionist, wearing a warm smile, asked, "Are you here to meet the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consult?" Ryu, still shaking and nervous, replied, "Yes." The receptionist then guided Ryu to an empty room, instructing him to sit on the sofa and wait. She assured him that the CEO would arrive soon. Ryu, still fumbling and nervous, said, "Okay." He then bowed his head with a warm smile and thanked the receptionist. Then Ryu continues with his Oscar-level acting, trying to look like a loser. He looks left and right, slowly sits on the sofa, trying to act like he is overwhelmed and nervous. Then, with a straight expression, he looks at the ceiling and exclaims, "Whoa, the chandelier's so cool!" Just then, a voice asks if he's Ryu Min. Yup, it was their bodyguard. Ryu, trying to act startled, hurriedly stands up, saying yes, he is, and greeting him. The bodyguard, upon seeing Ryu, gets a little confused and pauses for a moment, noticing how much of a loser Ryu appears to be. He realizes that Ryu is the exact guy whom he met a few months back when he came with his little brother to give rice cakes. On that day, he rudely shooed Ryu away. With a slightly shocked and confused face, the bodyguard asks Ryu if they have met before to confirm if he really is the same person. Ryu confirms and says yes. He thinks Ryu saw the bodyguard when he and his little brother were giving rice cakes to all the neighbors in the building. Then Ryu saw the bodyguard with the actress Ahrin. Realizing that Ryu is the person he showed away that day, the bodyguard first bows his head and then apologizes, saying he is really sorry for being rude that day. While bowing his head, he is really confused and a little frustrated, thinking that the kid in front of him doesn't even look like he is 20 years old. So how the hell did he invest 280 billion wons in the company and become a major shareholder? Then Ryu thought, as expected, the bodyguard is suspicious of him, which would be a natural reaction since someone in his 20s couldn't have that much money. So it's natural. Ryu continued his act, holding his neck and with a warm smile, his hand slightly lower, giving a submissive vibe. He politely replied that it's okay after all. The bodyguard acted that way because he didn't know Ryu. Ryu himself didn't know that the CEO of the Heavenly Demon was living just above his floor. The bodyguard, upon seeing Ryu, thought he was the Heavenly Demon and explained not to misunderstand as he is not the CEO. With a serious face, he introduced himself as Shang-Chio, the department head and the bodyguard of our inn. He mentioned that the CEO was busy in a meeting, which is why he came to greet and receive Ryu. The CEO would be coming in just a few minutes. The bodyguard asked Ryu to come and follow him inside to wait, and Ryu, still acting nervous, replied fumblingly, "Okay." Then the bodyguard left the room, and Ryu sat on the chair. As soon as the bodyguard left the room, he instantly opened his phone and started messaging the Heavenly Demon, writing that he just met Ryu. But Ryu doesn't look like a person capable of investing that big of money. On top of this, Ryu is really a loser and naive, and he can't be someone smart. It's highly likely that someone else is above Ryu, giving Ryu instructions to do all this. The Heavenly Demon has to be careful. Ryu, from behind, was watching this from behind. Then Ryu, seeing this, smiled a little, thinking that he knew that the Heavenly Demon would be sending the bodyguard as a scout, as there is no way that someone as disciplined as the Heavenly Demon would be coming late because he is busy in another meeting. Just then, a walking sound distracted Ryu, and as Ryu turned back, it was none other than the Heavenly Demon himself. He, with a confident smile, said hello and introduced himself, saying he is Jong, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Company. The bodyguard followed him from behind. Heavenly Demon, maintaining his polite smile, came close to Ryu and extended his hand for a warm handshake. Ryu also extended his hand and shook Heavenly Demon's hand, still acting nervous and fumblingly introducing himself, saying hello, and his name is Ryu Min. Heavenly Demon told Ryu to have a seat, and Ryu said okay and sat down. Then Heavenly Demon instructed the bodyguard to sit. On the other hand, Ryu noticed that he was a major shareholder, so he could join this meeting. But Heavenly Demon, even without asking for his permission, gave permission to the bodyguard to sit in this meeting. That means his acting like a naive and submissive individual work, and Heavenly Demon thinks that Ryu is a pushover. Then Heavenly Demon, with a warm and polite tone, gave a single command, and his servants started bringing dishes one by one. Heavenly Demon explained that they should eat breakfast before discussing business, as he had specially prepared delicious Korean food, hoping that it would suit Ryu's taste. On the table there was hot pot, sushi, sashimi, grilled meat, pickled vegetables, and many other delicious dishes. Heavenly Demon, laughing, said that any food served at a high-end hotel-like place would be tasty anyway, even before Ryu could comment on the food. Ryu, playing his role as a naive and loser, took a bite and said the food was really delicious. Heavenly Demon replied that he was really glad Ryu liked the food. As they had their breakfast, Heavenly Demon, after observing Ryu for a while, concluded that the bodyguard was right. Ryu indeed seemed naive and like a loser, and he was too young to have invested 280 billion won alone. Someone was definitely behind Ryu, pulling the strings. Heavenly Demon's face turned a little serious, and he started to wonder who would be behind Ryu. Would it be his brother or his uncle? Whoever it was, he had to get to the bottom of this. Then, Heavenly Demon, with a polite tone and a smile, asked Ryu about his age, wondering if Ryu would mind sharing it. Ryu, while taking a sip of water, replied that he turned 20 years old this year. Then, hearing this, Ryu just turned 20 years old this year. Heavenly Demon paused for a moment, trying to process what he just heard. He thought Ryu might be around 24, 26 years old. With a sweet face, still maintaining his polite tone and his warm smile, he replied that he himself is 29 years old. Seijay also is in his 20s, and he is really glad that he met Ryu today. Ryu replied that he is also happy to meet Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon, with a confident and dominant tone, asked Ryu if he doesn't mind telling how he had so much money at such a young age. Does Ryu perhaps come from a very rich family? Ryu, hearing this, thought Heavenly Demon is a straightforward person, as he directly came to the point without wasting any time. Then Ryu, maintaining his naive appearance while waving his hands, and with a big smile, hearing this, Heavenly Demon once again paused for a moment in confusion, and with a confused face, he asked Ryu, what does he mean by until recently? Then Ryu asked Heavenly Demon if he perhaps heard how, in the news. Heavenly Demon was still confused. So Ryu then politely explained that he is talking about the news about the person who became a billionaire overnight by winning lottery tickets, first place numerous times. And because of this, the government banned the selling of lottery tickets. Hearing this, Heavenly Demon nodded and said he indeed heard about the news. Then Ryu, with a confident smile, said, well, that person is sitting right in front of you. as he is the one who won multiple lottery tickets until the government banned the selling of lottery tickets. Hearing this, both the heavenly demon and the bodyguard got bewildered. Their minds were blown with surprise, and they were in a state of shock. The heavenly demon asked Ryu if he was really the winner who shook the entire Korea, even the world. Ryu said yes, he is the exact same person. As the heavenly demon and Ryu were talking, the bodyguard was still too shocked to even say a word. Then, the heavenly demon, with a curious face, asked Ryu about the article in news that said Ryu won 60 billion from the lottery. He pointed out that the news mentioned Ryu wasn't rich and was a student a few months ago. He asked how Ryu got the rest of the money to invest. Ryu, while enjoying the delicious food, politely with a smile, explained that he invested the 60 billion won in Bitcoin. And then, when his investment matured, he multiplied his initial investment by 6. Hearing this, the heavenly demon asked if Ryu was really telling the truth, and Ryu affirmed that he was. Now the heavenly demon was at a loss for words and commented on how amazing Ryu was. He asked how Ryu even thought of investing such a big amount of 60 billion into Bitcoin so fearlessly, as he himself would never have the courage to do that. Then, the bodyguard finally spoke and said to Ryu that he must have been really lucky that his investment grew, calling it beginner's luck. But Ryu immediately denied that luck played a role and emphasized that he made the decision to invest in Bitcoin, knowing that it would rise. The bodyguard mentioned an article where Ryu claimed to have seen the lottery numbers in his dreams and asked if Ryu also saw that Bitcoin would rise in his dream and invested accordingly. He suggested that if that's not luck, then what is? But before he could finish his sentence, Ryu interrupted him. His face was no longer that of a loser or naive person. It turned serious. While glaring at the bodyguard, he said, "It's just a lie. I didn't see it in my dream." Hearing this, Heavenly Demon had a serious face as he asked if Ryu didn't see it in his dream, how he knew all the lottery numbers and knew Bitcoin would rise. Ryu paused for a moment, thinking that this is the only way to convince Heavenly Demon and get him on his side. Then Ryu, with a serious face and tone, said that it's his first time revealing this to anyone. Even his little brother doesn't know about it, but he has no other choice but to reveal it. As Ryu was telling all this, the bodyguard and Heavenly Demon were just listening with silent curiosity. Then, sitting like a king, holding both his hands with a mischievous smile, his whole body started to glow blue, and his eyes also started glowing blue. He explained that he has the skill Ruin of Future, and by using it he can see what will be happening in the future. Hearing this, the bodyguard and Heavenly Demon were stunned, with their mouths open. They didn't say anything for a few moments, trying to process what they had just heard, and Ryu just sat there, smiling. Now, Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard, after realizing what they just heard with their eyes wide, thought, how is this possible? What kind of explanation is this? Then Heavenly Demon, now a little panicked, asked Ryu, is Ryu being serious? Is Ryu telling the truth? Ryu still confidently explained, yes, I am telling the truth. Why would I lie about something this ridiculous? Heavenly Demon then asked, that means Ryu found out the winning lottery number using his skill, Future Sight. Ryu, now with a polite tone and warm body language, extending his hand, explained, that is correct. The reason I invested the 60 billion lottery winnings in Bitcoin is because I knew the Bitcoin price would rise. I saw it using my Future Sight. Only a pighead would put all 60 billion on Bitcoin just because they saw it in a dream. Heavenly Demon had a doubtful face and curiously asked Ryu, if Ryu doesn't mind, can Ryu use his skill right now and tell what Heavenly Demon's future will be like? What will happen after a few hours, for example, so that the doubt can get cleared? He still found it hard to believe what Ryu was saying. Ryu, hearing this, thought that as he had the inner thought skill, he could easily tell what would happen after a few minutes or hours by reading Heavenly Demon's mind. However, he was not going to do it because if he did, things would get complicated. Heavenly Demon would be calling him all the time, asking for predictions, and it would create many more problems. Heavenly Demon turned his gaze toward the bodyguard, and with a deadly look, he asked the bodyguard what Ryu was telling. Same building, same hotel. He commanded the bodyguard to explain what Ryu was talking about. The bodyguard, still panicked and with a nervous face, explained that 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu moved into the house just below the floor where Miss Ah-rin was living. Ryu intervened, saying that after getting his skill, Future Sight, just a few days later, Ryu moved into the house below Ah-rin's and asked them to think why. Hearing this, Heavenly Demon got a little worked up, and raising his voice toward the bodyguard, he asked why the bodyguard was telling him this now. The bodyguard wouldn't say anything, and he started to fumble. As Ryu casually enjoyed his delicious breakfast, Heavenly Demon started to look at Ryu slightly differently and went into deep thinking mode. He began connecting all the dots, considering that if Ryu had known that his company would rise in the future, he might have moved into the same building where the bodyguard was living. Heavenly Demon thought that things might also be a pure coincidence, and just because Ryu moved into the same building as the bodyguard, it couldn't confirm that Ryu could indeed see the future. Ryu, with a mischievous smile, said, "Then?" Seeing Heavenly Demon's skeptical face, it seemed like he still didn't believe that Ryu could see the future. Then, Ryu dropped yet another bomb of information, saying, "I know one more thing. The hotel we are in right now, Heavenly Demon, is the owner of this place, right? And not only this, Heavenly Demon is the eldest son of the Oh-Sung Company, and he runs the company so that he could gain the acknowledgement of his father by growing his company. Am I correct?" Hearing all this, the bodyguard's mental wires seemed to break. Furious, he stood up from his chair and started yelling at Ryu, demanding to know who was behind him and pulling the strings. He emphasized that only Heavenly Demon's father and close relatives knew this information, and it was a top-secret matter that no one else should be aware of. Once again, Heavenly Demon maintained his cool and calm tone, asking the bodyguard to calm down. The bodyguard then apologized to Heavenly Demon, saying he was really sorry, though he still wore an angry expression. Heavenly Demon sat there silently, still deep in thought. After a while, Heavenly Demon, with a serious expression and maintaining his cool tone, said, "Ryu is correct, and all the information that Ryu told is correct, but it's still not enough to convince me that he can see the future. By seeing the future, Ryu could have obtained this information from those close relatives, and there's also an uncle of his who doesn't want Heavenly Demon to succeed, so he might be behind all of this. Yes, at this point, Heavenly Demon is suspecting that Ryu has been hired by someone to come into his company to hinder its growth. Changing the business industry and even the name of the company might have a negative impact, realistically speaking." As Heavenly Demon explained all of this, Ryu listened in silence. Heavenly Demon continued, "It's not that I don't believe that there can't be a skill that can show the future. If someone saw his company's future, and by following some steps, their company could grow easily, why would I say no to company growth? But there are too many enemies of Heavenly Demon, so it's very hard to believe what Ryu was saying." Then Heavenly Demon thanked Ryu for investing in his company and said they should talk again in their next meeting, as he had to attend another meeting. With this, Heavenly Demon concluded that the meeting ends here. As he stood up from his chair, Heavenly Demon apologized to Ryu, saying he really is sorry for not believing Ryu's word, and they would meet soon. But before he could say anything further, Ryu stopped him. Heavenly Demon, with a startled expression, asked Ryu if there was something more that Ryu had to say. Ryu, now really annoyed, thought that there was only one way left to prove he could see the future. He turned his gaze toward Heavenly Demon and said he wasn't going to reveal this information because it was worth billions, but he had no choice but to say it to prove he wasn't some scam. He was going to share what would happen on the 4th floor. He had important intel on the 4th round. As soon as Heavenly Demon heard this, he was in shock and surprise. He once again sat in the chair, and the bodyguard remained silent. Heavenly Demon, still in shock, asked Ryu if he was telling the truth. Ryu replied affirmatively. Just a few days before, he saw in his vision the tragedy that would happen on the 4th round. With a confident smile on his face, Ryu explained that this information should be enough to prove that he could indeed see the future. Heavenly Demon didn't share the intel with Ryu to gain the trust of Heavenly Demon. The scene then shifts, and a few minutes have passed. The bodyguard was apologizing to Heavenly Demon, expressing his regret for his behavior during the meeting when he got angry and shouted. Heavenly Demon turned toward the bodyguard with a polite smile and tone, and said that it was fine, as he understood that the bodyguard did it because of Heavenly Demon, not because he wanted to. So, it was okay. Then the bodyguard, a little hesitantly, said to Heavenly Demon that he wanted to say something if Heavenly Demon didn't mind. Heavenly Demon said, "Feel free to tell anything you want to say." Bodyguard, looking a bit worried, said, "To be honest, I'm still suspicious of that man, Ryu. Being able to see the future is too overkill. If he really has the skill, he can live his life like a king. So why on earth would he come and invest all his money in Heavenly Demon's company and help them?" Heavenly Demon, with his hand on his chin sitting elegantly, said, "Ryu said he wanted to grow along with his company, so if his goal is to earn money, it's justifiable." The bodyguard spoke once again, saying, "Even though he has 280 billion won, that's an amount even 10 people can live their entire lives like kings, and the amount will not get finished. So why would he go to this extent of investing his money and getting into trouble by growing the company?" Heavenly Demon said that amount must not be enough for him, so he invested to grow his money. As we all know how greedy humans are, the bodyguard at this moment was determined to prove Ryu wrong and said, "Even that, it's too risky to trust that Ryu." Heavenly Demon replied that he totally agreed with what the bodyguard was saying, but if Ryu really can see the future, they have to do anything to get him on their team at all costs. While standing up from the chair, he explained to the naive bodyguard that thinking that if Ryu can really see the future, and if Ryu would give intel on every floor, it's just too much of a thing. Then, growing the company just by having Ryu with their company and their lives in future rounds will be more secure and safe. They could avoid future dangers. But the bodyguard, for God's sake, once again like a fucking tape recorder, asked, "Heavenly Demon, but still they are not sure if he really can see the future." With a confident smile, Heavenly Demon replied, "They will find out if Ryu was really telling the truth or not in time when they will enter round 4. Meanwhile, we see Ryu walking on the street, his hand in his pocket, looking like a prince. Ryu explained that after round 4 ends, Heavenly Demon and that annoying bodyguard will get convinced that he can indeed see the future. Then he can manipulate them, so his plan worked big time. Then, while looking at the hotel, Ryu says he didn't share extremely important information like side quests or any hidden and important information that will get them into top ranks. Then, we got a flashback where Ryu explains to Heavenly Demon that on round 4, there will be no quest related to killing monsters. In fact, there will not be a single monster present. There will be a massacre among players, and Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard must not be negligent of their surroundings. Now, back to the present, as Ryu was walking, he thought to himself that that should have been enough to prove that he can indeed see the future. And after round 4, they will start to treat Ryu differently. They will treat him with utmost respect and protect him because he can see the future, as no one would want an enemy who could see the future, right? Then Ryu took out his iPhone Ultra Pro Max Giga Chad edition and started to text someone, saying that it was finally time to meet her and start his second step of the plan. Then the scene shifts, and we see Juri walking on the street in a hurry, thinking she needs to hurry as at this rate she will be late. She was wearing a hot black mini skirt, a white shirt, and a brown coat. Juri was still a little panicked and nervous as she reached the zebra crossing. Seeing the red traffic light, she started to pray for it to change to green as she really didn't want to be late. She began to wonder why Ryu had called her in such a hurry, lost in her daydreaming. Just then, a red limited edition Lamborghini swiftly came to a stop just on the zebra crossing, right beside her father's store. Seeing it, Juri muttered, "What is wrong with this car? This car is blocking the storefront gate, and what kind of careless person would—" But before she could finish her sentence, the window of the Lamborghini slowly started to come down, revealing Ryu inside. With a warm smile, he waved and said hello to Juri, urging her to hurry up. Juri, seeing Ryu inside the Lamborghini, got a little startled and panicked, as just a moment ago she was about to say something bad about Ryu. As the traffic light turned green, Juri, still a little panicked, hurriedly ran toward Ryu's limited edition Lamborghini. She came close to the car's window, her face nervous and a little worried, and asked Ryu if this was his car. Ryu, maintaining his warm and polite tone with a confident smile, replied that yes, this was his car, and he was really sorry for parking it in front of her store. Ryu had parked the car there to pick her up. Now, at this point, Juri was taken aback and thought, "Can Ryu read his mind?" She replied that it's okay and she doesn't mind, and with that she entered the car. Afterward, within seconds, the Lamborghini whooshed, instantly accelerating. Juri, on the other hand, still felt a little nervous watching the outside view from the car. She said with a nervous smile that this is her first time riding a car like this. Ryu, on the other hand, also said it's his first time riding a car like this. She knows that just a few months ago, he was just a poor loser, so they are the same, and she can be a little more comfortable and not be nervous. Then Juri, now a little more comfortable, turned toward Ryu and asked him how much a car like this costs. She always wanted to own a car like this, but, well, it's just an unachievable dream. Ryu casually replied, "Not much, just around 900 million won." Hearing the words 900 million won, Juri was shocked and stammered, 9.900 million. Ryu was saying it's not much. Then she asked Ryu if he knows how many convenience stores she could open with 900 million won. If her family didn't eat anything for 30 years and only saved money, even after that, it would be nearly impossible to get so much money. Ryu, casually driving with concentration, replied that compared to the money he earned from the lottery, this much is not much for him, so it's okay. Juri, on the other hand, hearing this while enjoying the view, thought that he's right. Ryu is no longer that pathetic loser who used to get bullied. He is a changed man now, And on top of that, he is a rich guy with a whopping 60 billion won to his name. Now she feels like they live in different worlds, and Ryu is going further and further from her. Then suddenly, a thought came to Juri's mind, and she got a little shy and flustered. While holding her hair, she thought that the way they are on a ride together, all dressed up, it definitely feels like a date, and she is kind of feeling a little shy. Just then, Ryu silently said, "Honestly, there is something that Ryu needs to confess to Juria." Hearing the word confess, it was enough to blow Juria's mind. Her whole face turned red, and her brain seemed to short-circuit. Smoke started to overflow from her head like a volcano eruption. Now Juria's whole face was red. Her vision was becoming blurry, and she was all sweaty. With a trembling and shaky voice, she asked, "What? Confess. She is not ready for that yet. She needed to be mentally prepared for that," she muttered. And Ryu, seeing Juria like that, at this point, Ryu also heard what Juria was thinking because of his skill, inner thought skill. Ryu also became a little nervous, and he said, "It is nothing weird to confess, and it's not what Juria was thinking, so not to misunderstand it." Juria instantly came back to her senses, saying, "Misunderstood? What is Ryu talking about?" She waved her hand and said, "It was just that something went into her eyes, so she was acting that way." But deep inside, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to jump out of the car window or hide in a rat hole. After that, as the situation became a little more normal, Ryu said, "He told Juria that an old man on a pig on his head came to his dream and told him about the lottery number, right? That's how Ryu won the lottery." Juria replied, "That is correct. That's what Ryu told her." But then Ryu said, "Actually, that's not true." And he admitted that he had lied. Hearing this, Juria was a bit taken aback and confused at first. Ryu continued to explain that in reality he got the information about the winning lottery number from his skill. He explained that he has the skill of future sight, and because of that skill, Ryu occasionally gets visions of future events. That's how Ryu found out about the winning lottery number, but it's totally random, and Ryu can't see any specific future he wants to see. Sometimes, Ryu sees weird visions like the color of his neighbor's underwear or other strange things. Hearing this, Juri excitedly started clapping and congratulated Ryu, saying Ryu really got a cool skill. And just on top of that, Ryu's class is a totally unique class. Ryu, well, he may be the god of death, but he is indeed a virgin loser in front of a girl when he knows she likes him. So, with a sweet smile, he replied, "It seems like it is, but his skill is not so great as it doesn't help him in battle, and his combat is really weak." Then Juri, feeling more comfortable in front of Ryu now, said, "It's nothing like this. Ryu might get intel or vision of what might happen in future rounds, and by using that knowledge he can survive." Juri thanked Ryu for telling her the truth, and she was really happy that Ryu trusted her to reveal his secret. Just then, Juri, even more excited, said, "Since Ryu told me about his secret, I also want to share some of my secrets." Ryu, hearing this, tried to say it's okay, but even before Ryu could say anything, Juri started talking about her secrets. She explained that during the first round, she got the skill Protection. Using her skill, she could either boost others' stats or boost her own stats. She explained that if there are 5 people within a 10-meter radius around her, she would be able to cast 5 layers of a barrier and boost herself, making her even stronger. So the more people around her, the stronger she become. Ryu just listened to all of this with a smile. Finally, after she was done explaining, Juri turned her gaze toward Ryu with a big smile and said that she feels really great to share her skill with someone she can trust. She's really happy. Ryu just laughed a little, not knowing what to say, as he already knew everything about her skill from his past life. Then Juri asked Ryu, "But why did you suddenly tell me all about your skills and secrets?" Ryu explained that keeping it a secret from a friend was bothering him, and he also felt like Juri wouldn't tell her about his skills. Hearing this, Juri, a little surprised, asked Ryu if there was something more he wanted to tell her. Ryu proceeded to explain everything that was going to happen in round 4, confirming that Juri was right. He had indeed seen a vision of what would occur in round 4. He shared all the details with Juri about round 4. Hearing this, Juri was shocked and exclaimed in surprise, "Is Ryu telling the truth? Is that what's going to happen in round 4? Ryu, with a serious expression, confirmed that it was true and warned Juri to be alert at all times, as there was no telling what the other players might do in round 4. Juri replied with determination, "Okay, I will." Then Juri, looking outside the window with a warm smile on her face, relieved and very happy, began to think and thank Ryu silently in her mind. She felt truly grateful to Ryu for sharing everything about round 4 out of concern for her safety, so that she could survive round 4 without any serious injuries. Later, Juri, feeling a bit shy, slowly turned her head toward Ryu and took a thoughtful glance at him. She wondered whether Ryu might have some feelings for her, and if that was why he was worried about her, or maybe Ryu was doing it simply because they were friends. Whatever the reason, Juri secretly hoped that one day Ryu would develop feelings for her. While she was lost in these thoughts, Ryu continued to drive the car, unintentionally overhearing everything Juri was thinking because of his skill in her thought. The scene shifts, and we see Ryu now sitting on his bed while holding his iPhone Ultra Max Giga Edition, looking at Juri's photo. Ryu was really in serious mode. He was also a little nervous, thinking he had no idea Juri had feelings for him. Now he realized that in his past life, whatever the situation was, Juri always helped him, and sometimes she even sacrificed herself to save Ryu. Now he realized why, because Juri always liked Ryu from the bottom of her heart. After that, Ryu closed his phone, placed it beside him on the bed, prepared his pillow, and went to sleep. He thought he didn't have time to think about feelings and love now. He would when the right time came. For now he had to do everything to protect everyone he cared for. And for that, he had no luxury for something like love. Then, just like that, time flew by and the day came March 31st. It was 11:55 p.m., just 5 minutes more before starting round 4. Ryu, lying on his bed, was browsing the store, searching for equipment. He bought Shadow Gloves of Darkness, which were of epic grade. Its ability was that after wearing it, the glove would become transparent at night, and whatever weapon the wearer would be holding would become semi-transparent. It would also increase strength and agility by 5 points. Ryu, in deep thought, was now fully prepared, as this glove would play a great role in round 4, and he was really excited for this round. As Ryu was in his deep thinking, there was a knock at the door. Ryu turned toward the door, and it was none other than our adorable Wani. He was a little scared and worried, and he asked Ryu if it was almost time. Then Wani came close to Ryu, saying if Ryu was fully prepared and would Ryu be able to complete this round. Ryu, on the other hand, to tease Wani, said Wani will find out once Ryu enters round 4. Wani, still worried, said that when Ryu told him that his unique skill was to see the future, he was really happy, thinking that using this skill, Ryu would be able to clear all the floors without dying. But now that the time has come, he is really worried. Ryu said that seeing the future and acting according to it are totally different things. Hearing this, Wani got even more scared and panicked, saying Ryu has to come back alive at any cost. Ryu teasingly told Wani not to say unlucky stuff like that, as it's a death flag right there. They continued to chat for a while, and now only a few seconds were left. Ryu slowly closed his eyes, thinking that this round is indeed tough, as it is called the death round. Then, as Ryu finally closed his eyes, we are shown that everyone arrived at round 4. Youngman was standing in frustration, folding his head because the system once again notified him that, because of the penalties, all his stats were permanently decreased by 50%. Youngman, a little panicked, grinding his teeth, thought he can't believe this is the result of betraying the muscle head. On top of that, now he didn't even have his 10 commands to use in round 4. Still panicked, Youngman started looking left and right, trying to find if there was any person or his former friends hiding or planning to kill him to become the next zone leader. A son of his friend even warned him that he would kill Youngman in round 4. But then, as Youngman looked around him and looked up, he got bewildered and surprised. The entire place was built with a material full of white. There were weird structures floating in the sky, but everything was white. Seeing this, Youngman got even more panicked, thinking, what the hell kind of quest will be taking place in this weird place? As far as he could see, there was nothing but whiteness, and all the white color around him made him feel like he was a lab rat, and someone was observing him from above. Just then, Youngman's attention turned toward Ryu, and seeing him, he got more frustrated, thinking all this is happening because of that bastard Black Scythe. That wicked devil knew what the penalty of breaking the crystal was, which is why he didn't break it himself but used him and his friends. On top of that, Black Scythe also single-handedly killed that divine punisher like it was nothing. Now glaring at Ryu like a hungry dog, Youngman thought, only if he would be powerful enough, he would beat the shit out of that fucker's face now. He was grinding his teeth and clutching his hands. He said to himself that he can't do anything, and it's really frustrating. He didn't have any other choice, but at least he wanted to save his life. And to do that, if he had to shake hands with the devil, he had to do it. Then, Youngman slowly walked toward Ryu, saying his name, and Ryu turned back and asked in a deep voice, What is it? Youngman, now with a polite and respectable tone, asked Ryu if their agreement from the last round still stands, as Ryu himself had said that he would guard Youngman's ass if he becomes Ryu's subordinate and does whatever Ryu says. So he did whatever Ryu told him to do in the last round. Ryu, hearing this, gave a slight laugh, saying that yes, he did remember saying that, but he didn't need a subordinate anymore. Youngman explained that he didn't even have the command skill anymore. So what's the point of keeping a zone leader without the command skill? It's like having a dog who doesn't bite, and he doesn't need a dog without its claws and teeth. Not to mention, most of the players now have gotten their classes, so even if Youngman did have his command skill, he still wouldn't need him, as the command skill doesn't work on players with class. Hearing this, Youngman was speechless, not knowing what to do. Ryu, with a warm and bright smile, said, "You no longer hold any value, so you can go and fuck off." Hearing this, Youngman got devastated, his whole face turned pale, and fear was all over his face. He thought that now everyone would be targeting him to become the next zone leader, and while he's in this state, he can't do anything. It's karma for him. Hearing this, Youngman started to look left and right, searching the area for potential threats, but he found no one coming to kill him. Today's goal is 6,700 likes. Please guys, many of you are not subscribed to the channel, so please like and subscribe to support the channel. Now let's continue. Then Ryu, with a smile on his face, said not to take too much stress, as Youngman is only at risk of getting targeted. It's not like everyone will come together to kill him right now. In reality, there are not many people targeting Youngman. Hearing this, Youngman worriedly asked Ryu to clarify what he meant by the players not targeting him in reality. Ryu politely explained that Youngman should know better than anyone else what happened to the previous zone leader. Well, he died, and zone leaders will always get targeted by other people, so not many people will risk becoming a zone leader just to get targeted by other players. The reward just isn't worth the risk. Hearing this, Youngman agreed with Black Scythe. He himself thought that even he would like to hand over the zone leader position to other people if he had the choice. So yeah, he's not in great risk now. As Youngman was in deep thought, from behind, the bodyguard and Aaron slowly walked toward them. They were wearing some fancy clothes, armor, and were equipped with high-quality weapons. Seeing them, Youngman got startled and a little worried, thinking, why the hell are they coming toward us? Are they here to kill me or take revenge? But Aaron straight up ignored Youngman, and with a polite and warm smile, first greeted Ryu, asking how Ryu was doing. Ryu turned back toward Aaron with a cold look, and then the bodyguard also politely said hello to Ryu. He asked Ryu if he remembered them, and Ryu replied that of course, he remembered them. Then he asked why they were here and if they wanted something from him. The bodyguard, while glaring at Youngman, maintained his polite tone and warm smile as he said it was nothing much. They just wanted to say thank you to Ryu once again, because he had saved them from a certain scumbag. Hearing this, Youngman got furious and asked who the scumbag was, ready to start a fight. However, Ryu stopped him with a single wave of his hand, like a loyal dog obeying its owner. Ryu, still with his cold killer look, told the bodyguard that they had already thanked him before, and thanking him once was enough. The bodyguard replied that they were just very, very grateful, so they were expressing their feelings. He thanked Ryu once again, mentioning that this thanks was from their CEO, Heavenly Demon, who was also very grateful to Ryu. As they were discussing, Youngman continued to glare at the bodyguard like an angry dog ready to bite. Then the bodyguard continued his talk, saying that since they were on the topic, but even before he could start his sentence, Ryu stopped him and turned back, saying he wasn't interested in whatever the bodyguard was about to say. Now that Ryu had accepted the thanks, they should also leave. Hearing this, Aaron got a little sad, and the next moment, with great concern and a little nervousness, she stopped Ryu while holding a low-level purple mana crystal. She said, please just listen to her for a moment. She wanted to give this stone to Ryu as a token of gratitude, and she would be very happy if Ryu accepted it. She insisted that he not reject it. Ryu, on the other hand, noticed the rare low-level purple crystal in Aaron's hand and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Aaron to have her hands on something like this. Aaron, still nervous and a little panicked, said to Ryu that she thought it would be better to give him something rather than just a plain thank you. After all, Ryu had saved her life from being ruined, so she was really, really thankful to him. Ryu then extended his hand and gently picked the low-level purple mana crystal from Aaron's hand, expressing that he really liked the gift. In response, Ryu thanked Aaron as well. Now holding the purple crystal in his hand while studying it, Ryu thought that there was no reason for him to reject her gift when she was giving him such a valuable item for free. He decided that when he returned home, he would try to create a low-rank mana stone from it. On the other hand, Ahrin, still nervous and holding both of her hands, wondered if Ryu liked her gift. She started to get more nervous, thinking about what if Ryu got offended because the stone she gave him looked very ordinary. She worried that he might not talk to her in the future. Meanwhile, Ryu was using his skill of inner thought and could hear Ahrin's thoughts. He thought that Ahrin didn't know the true value of the purple crystal, and if she knew its worth, she probably wouldn't have given it to him. Youngmin, observing all of this, thought to himself that he also had a similar stone. Ryu could hear Youngmin's thoughts since he was within his 10-meter range. Youngmin, while scratching his face, remembered that the stone was called something like a black diamond. As Ryu heard the name Black Diamond, he was shocked, wondering if Youngmin really had the black diamond. If he did, Ryu would have to figure out a way to get his hands on it. Ryu explained that black diamond is a material item that has a very, very low chance of dropping upon killing a monster, an item that is ultra hard to find, harder than mana stones, and getting one in round 4 is practically impossible. Then Ryu, while smiling a little, thought that Youngmin got caught having such a precious item on him by Ryu. Ryu just doesn't know if he has good luck or bad. Then Ahrin, still nervous and holding both of her hands, asked Ryu if he needed a protection barrier. If he needed one, she could cast it on Ryu, and it would greatly increase Ryu's defense. Ryu, upon hearing this, asked Ahrin what this barrier was. Ahrin explained that just in round 3, she got a unique class, a summoner, and then her expression became a little excited and happy. While holding her chest, Ahrin said that now she can summon little fairies, and those fairies can create a protection barrier and even do some minor healing magic. So if Ryu needed one, but boy, oh boy, Ryu is really a Giga Chad and will always remain single, virgin, and a loser. So he cut Ahrin midway and with a cold tone said he appreciated the offer, but no thanks, and he didn't think he needed the protection barrier. Hearing this, Ahrin got a little sad and said, "Okay, it's okay then." Then Ahrin bowed her head, saying they should go now, and she hoped Ryu would do his best in this round as well. Ryu replied, saying he also wished Ahrin and the bodyguard good luck. With that, Ahrin and the bodyguard left and started walking away from Ryu. Youngmin also started to move away from Ryu, but Ryu's attention was toward Youngmin. Before Youngmin could leave, Ryu stopped him, which startled Youngmin, and he turned back and asked, "What?" Ryu then, with a serious tone, said to Youngmin that he will gonna regret leaving like this. Hearing this, a confused Youngmin, while scratching his head, asked Ryu what does he want to say as he is unable to understand. Ryu further explained that he already told him before that Youngmin is a walking target, didn't he? Youngmin, on the other hand, replied that just a moment ago Ryu himself told him that there are not many people who are going to target him, and now Ryu is telling him he is a walking target. Ryu further explained that he said there are not many people who are targeting Youngmin. It is not like there is 0 people who are targeting him. Ryu, maintaining his serious tone while looking left and right, explained that most players got classes after hitting level 10, but there are definitely classless players too, so they will definitely target Youngmin as soon as the round will begin. Hearing this, now Youngmin got a little worried and startled. Realizing what Ryu is saying, there is some truth in it. Ryu continued his explanation, saying there is at least 1,000 people, and does Youngmin think not a single one of them will target him? Then a worried Youngmin, with concern, asked Ryu then what should he do then? Ryu, with a warm and mischievous smile, replied, "Well, Ryu will help Youngmin to avoid being targeted, so Youngmin should not worry." Hearing this, Youngmin got really happy, and about to say thank you to Ryu, but Ryu stopped him midway, saying, "Who told Youngmin that Ryu would help Youngmin for free?" Ryu continued, saying, "Youngmin saw Ahrin giving him a stone-like thing, right, for helping her. So does Youngmin also have something like that? Only if Youngmin gives something to Ryu, then only he can help Youngmin." Hearing this, Youngmin, with mixed emotions, a little happy and excited and a little nervous, immediately opened his inventory, saying he indeed has a stone like that. Then he took out the black diamond, saying, "This is not exactly the same, but he also got this while killing monsters, so will this work?" And Ryu immediately took the black diamond, and the system notified Ryu that he acquired a black diamond, a material for crafting. Ryu, after checking the description of the black diamond stone, first asked Youngmin if he has any more items to give. Youngmin, grabbing his chest, said panically that nope, he doesn't have any other items. That is all he has to give to Ryu. He only has some gears, though. Youngmin was acting like Ryu asked him to show his naked body or something. Ryu then, maintaining his cold attitude, said not to worry, as Ryu will not take Youngmin's gears even if he gave them for free. Youngmin replied that now that he gave Ryu the item he wanted, will Ryu help him now? Ryu turned back and, while walking forward with confidence, said sure, he will keep his promise, so Youngmin should stop worrying. Just then, a wicked smile echoed throughout the entire area, and yes, it was the damn hot angel. She appeared in the air, saying, "You filthy monkeys, you have all gathered on time as usual, Then, with a mischievous smile while floating in the air and counting the players, she commented that there seemed to be fewer players than before, meaning some of them died in real life. Well, it's none of her business. Ryu, on the other hand, just glared at the angel's face, thinking about his secret future plans. After that, the angel, with her sweet, polite smile, raised her delicate finger and said that now that everyone seems to be here, she will be announcing the quest of round 4. With a flicker of her hand, a quest window appeared in front of everyone. In the quest, it was simply written, "Kill each other for 3 hours." The total participants were 1042, and only 521 would survive, meaning only half of them would make it. Seeing this, a dense and chaotic environment covered the entire area. The players started to panic, and the angel, looking excited, said, "Look at these people panicking." She tried to clear the confusion while spreading her hand with a warm and gentle smile. She politely explained that this quest is really simple. All they have to do is kill the next person next to them, and voila, they will pass the round. So simple, right? The players just listened to her in silence. Then the angel continued her explanation, saying that she had to explain further. This round is meant to reduce the number of players by having them kill each other, and unlike the last rounds, there will be no monsters at all. Now the reality hit all the players, and they were confused, panicked, scared. Out of all the players, a black-haired guy raised his hand and asked, "That means half of us can survive this round, meaning everyone has to kill only one player, right?" The angel, still maintaining her smiling face and raising her finger in front of her lips, said, "That is a secret. If I tell you this info, where will be the fun? So they have to find this themselves." Ryu, on the other hand, stood still, glaring at the angel. He thought, wouldn't it be fun? Well, the angel was just trying to show. She was all high and mighty, and that was the thing he hated the most about these damn bitches. Well, these angels couldn't change the rules on their own. They had to follow the god who gave them orders. In this damn survival game, the angels were simply guides, and those damn perverted gods just watched the players killing each other, laughing, crying, and even having sex. Ryu would make sure to kill those damn bastards. As Ryu was deep in thought about how to kill the god, the angel continued to explain that there would also be a ranking system. How the ranking system would work was also a secret. Then, while raising her hand toward her mouth and with a mischievous smile, she said she was feeling a little generous today and would give a little hint. She said that just by killing someone quickly wouldn't make someone number 1. After that, the angel flicked both of her hands and said that was it for the explanation. Now, kindly kill each other. With these parting words, the angel disappeared, and the timer of 3 hours started. Now, everyone was just standing in their place like statues, thinking about what the hell to do, whom to kill, or how to defend themselves. How could they kill someone even though they had nothing against them? This round was totally crazy. Youngmin, on the other hand, was just standing with his hands crossed, smiling and thinking that this round was really a fun one. He already had someone he wanted to kill, and this round was perfect for it. Killing that person and passing the round was like killing 2 birds with 1 arrow. As Youngmin was lost in his daydream, Ryu, using his inner thoughts, found out that Youngmin was planning to kill his previous friends, just like in his previous life. And in each and every life, Youngmin turned out to be the king of trash. Then Youngmin suddenly remembered something, and he started to laugh with a big, fat smile. Thinking just a moment ago, he gave Ryu some trash black stone, and in return, Ryu promised to protect him for this round. Youngmin, grinding his teeth, started to curse his friends, saying he doesn't know where they are, but he will make sure to find them and kill them with his own hands. But before he could finish his thought, footsteps approaching from behind scared the living daylights out of Youngmin. He turned back, screaming, and upon seeing Ryu, he waved and said, "Ah, you scared me." Ryu just glared at Youngmin with a silent face. Youngmin, a little confused, asked Ryu if he wanted to say anything to him or needed anything from him. Ryu, walking toward Youngmin with a serious face, said he told Youngmin that he would help Youngmin from being targeted by other players, right? So he's here to do his job. As Ryu was walking, he summoned his black scythe, and slowly, the black scythe started to spread in Ryu's hand. Seeing this, Youngmin was too shocked to say something, and suddenly, Ryu raised his black scythe backward, leaving Youngmin utterly shot. With a single swift slash, Ryu chopped Youngmin's head. Youngmin didn't even realize or feel any pain. It was so fast. The next moment, Youngmin's head flew backward, blood splatter everywhere, and Ryu just stared at it with a cold look. Then, the system notified Ryu that he completed the hidden quest of Round 3, successfully eliminating the zone leader within the limited time. And for that, he got a low-rank Mana Stone token as a reward. Using this low-level Mana Stone token, one can get from 1 to 5 mana crystals. Now, Ryu, with a serious face, was thinking that he'd got the reward he wanted. He killed Youngmin specifically to complete this hidden quest and get this reward. But this was not the only reason. As Ryu was in his deep thinking, players were shocked and in terror, shouting that a person is dead. They saw Black Scythe murder someone, and Black Scythe is a murderer. Ryu, on the other hand, maintaining his serious face, thought that not long ago, they were the ones who were targeting Youngmin to kill him and get the zone leader position. Now they are acting all kind. Wow, what hypocrites. Meanwhile, the players continued to badmouth Ryu, saying Ryu can't just go around and start killing other people. Doesn't Ryu have even a slightest bit of humanity within him? Is Ryu a demon in a human body? They continued to shout, Ryu is a damn murderer. Ryu just stood there silently, watching them, and thought that they are in no position to tell him anything. He indeed killed Youngmin, so technically, he is a murderer. But he is not going to stop killing people. Then, with a serious face, he said he will be going to kill countless people until the last round. But he will never kill anyone without any reason, especially in this round where he has no choice but to kill for the sake of clearing this round, whether he likes it or not. So he doesn't care what others are thinking. On the other hand, the other players were in confusion. They had mixed feelings. Gangnam Style was thinking if this goes well, he could influence people to kill Black Scythe. Huddy Guy was thinking he had to use this chance to bring down the image of Black Scythe, and Stone Face Guy was thinking if they all attack Black Scythes together, even he would not be able to do anything. Sissy Guy was thinking they can't let Black Scythe become the zone leader, so they have to stop him somehow. Ryu, using his inner thought skill, was hearing what everyone was thinking, and he let out a slight laugh, saying they think they've got their hands on him. What a joke. On the other hand, the players, seeing Ryu smiling, got furious. With annoyed and angry reactions, they started to shout at Ryu while pointing their fingers, saying, Does Ryu think this is some kind of joke? Is Ryu a psychopath? He's laughing after killing a person like a cold-blooded murderer. Just then, a loud notification startled everyone. The system notified everyone that Black Scythe had become the new zone leader. Seeing this, everyone got nervous and panicked, thinking it wasn't good news. It was like giving a gun to a guy who was already too deadly. Now what should they do? Ryu, on the other hand, stood with a confident smile and his arms crossed tauntingly. He said to all of them, What's wrong? Why aren't you shouting anymore, huh? Or did you suddenly get scared now that I've become the zone leader? Then Ryu turned toward the sissy guy, continuing his taunting tone. He said, Oh, come on, if you're scared, that means you didn't get a class till now. That's the only reason a guy can be scared of me, after I became the zone leader. Hearing this, the sissy guy got even more nervous, and with a shaky voice and fumbling words, he replied, What bullshit Ryu is sprouting. He already has a class, and he's not scared at all. Just then, the stone-faced guy shouted from behind, saying everyone to look at the name tag of Black Scythe. The name tag of Ryu changed color. Seeing this, the already scared and panicked players got even more scared and nervous, thinking, why the hell did Ryu's name tag change? Did he get yet another powerful skill? Ryu realized his name tag must have changed from white to red. Well, this was because in rounds like this, players' nicknames turned red once they killed someone. The more one killed, the darker the color of the name tag would become. The change in the color of the nickname was meant to distinguish those who had murdered and those who had not. In his previous lives, people ended up choosing to kill players with red name tag, as killing a person who had already murdered someone was more comfortable for players than killing an innocent person. But this is a very deadly cycle, as if one killed a red name tag player, their own name tag would become red, and they would become the next target. As a result, players ended up killing and slaughtering each other. Ryu, watching all the players, explained that they may be hesitating to kill each other right now, but this would be the reason for the death of many in just a few minutes. Then, with his cold and serious look, Ryu said to the players, "What are you doing? If you want to kill me, come fast. I don't have the whole day here. And if you're not coming, I'll be coming towards you." Hearing this, once again, the hoodie guy and his nervous companion continued to say to Ryu to just stand there, addressing him as a murderer. Then Ryu, now a little annoyed, replied to all the revolting players that they were making him look like he was the only one who wanted to kill young men from the start, and they were the heroes trying to save young men. He mentioned, did they already forgot what kind of person young men? Did everyone had forgotten about the people who ran into the Musclehead, the previous round's zone leader, where he was slaughtering players, and young men was one of them? He questioned where their kindness was at that point. Hearing this, they fell silent, not knowing what to say, and they started to back off a bit. Ryu spoke with a deep and serious voice, stating that it's a kill or be killed world now, and they should have figured out the kind of world they were living in. He continued, telling them to stop their hypocrisy and face reality. Ryu emphasized that if someone is trying to kill him, there's no way he will let that person succeed. This is the new reality of their existence, and they must accept it. Then Ryu suggested that now was not the time to be idle. If they didn't want him to be the zone leader, they could either try to kill him or they could all vote and decide on a new zone leader. He reminded them that this was not the time for such conflicts. They should focus on completing their quest, or they would die. With that, Ryu turned back and started moving forward, thinking that even if he didn't tell them all this, they would eventually start killing each other, but it would be too late by then. But if he didn't say this much, they would have continued to waste time. And if that happens, it is a possibility that almost 90% of people will die, just like in his previous lives. Even if he has to encourage people to kill each other, he will not hesitate to do it, as it is the only way to keep more people alive. Then Ryu, thinking this, slowly turned back, seeing that people had already started to argue. This Indian-looking girl said she didn't think they should just be doing nothing like Black Scythe said. She questioned why they shouldn't do something. The black-shirted guy then asked, so what is she suggesting? Should they talk? Hearing this, she got annoyed and furious, shouting that he didn't have to be so sarcastic about it. She was just discussing what they should do. The black-shirted guy suggested a fair and square one-on-one showdown. The guy beside him remarked that they didn't have time for this, and that it wasn't a game. Amidst their arguments about what to do and whom to kill, Arena and the bodyguard watched from afar. Arena, a little nervous, asked the bodyguard what he thought. Did they really have to kill someone like Black Scythe said? The bodyguard replied that of course they had to. If they didn't, they would get killed by that angel who cared about the lives of some strangers they didn't even know. The bodyguard continued his harsh lecture, and Arena listened with a panicked and nervous face. Then the bodyguard, while moving forward, turned toward Arena and said he completely agreed with what Black Scythe said. He told Arena to prepare herself mentally to kill someone because the experience of murder is not a pleasant one, and she had to brace herself. Arena, still extremely panicked, asked the bodyguard if the way he was saying it meant that he had killed someone before. The bodyguard casually replied, "If I had, I'm just speculating here." After that, Aren asked the bodyguard, so who should they kill? The bodyguard replied, "It will depend on the situation. If someone comes to kill them first, well, they will kill them. If they have to find someone who deserves to die, like young men." Meanwhile, panic and chaos were everywhere, and a group of players were arguing. They decided that they should first focus on killing criminals and murderers. Then this guy with a ponytail, looking a little scared, said, "So that means they have to kill Black Scythe. Is that what they are suggesting?" A cool-looking dude replied, all sweetness on his face, "Black Scythe? Only an insane person would even try to get close to that beast. How can someone kill a guy who is level 30, almost 3 times more than them, and God knows how many skills he even has?" Another guy jokingly said, "I'm sure if all of them attack him together, they will definitely be able to kill Black Scythe." His friend put a finger on his lips and asked him to quiet down, saying, "What if Black Scythe hears you?" On the other hand, he was just standing with his arms crossed, observing and listening to everything. The player who noticed Ryu was listening to him all along got scared out of his wits. Now, once again, all the players started to argue. This kind-hearted guy, very angry, shouted, "What the hell are all of them saying? Life is precious and they should not kill anyone, even if they are criminals and murderers, and become murderers themselves." This hoodie guy agreed, saying, "Indeed, even if they kill a murderer, they will themselves become murderers and will end up getting targeted by others who are not murderers." Then, this short-haired guy asked, "Then what should they do? Play Ludo until the time is over and wait for the angel to come so she can kill all of them, huh?" This criminal-looking guy said to stop the argument and agree on only killing the criminals. Then, this green-haired girl tauntingly asked, "And how are they even going to identify who is the criminal? Are they going to ask those who are criminals to raise their hands? Are they dumb? The other players started to laugh upon hearing this, and the criminal-looking guy, grinding his teeth, got really angry, saying, "Who the hell is she to insult him? If she's so smart, how about she tells them about a good solution, you damn bitch?" Hearing the criminal guy calling her a bitch, she got furious and started to curse the criminal guy, saying she should just kill him as he indeed looked like a criminal. And just like that, the two of them prepared their weapons, ready to kill each other. Ryu, on the other hand, was standing with his arms crossed in the same spot, looking like a college professor, disappointed and shaking his head. He thought the entire thing was an utter disaster. Everyone kept talking about killing each other, but not a single one of them had the courage to even lay a finger on anyone. Then Ryu's face turned serious, and he said there was nothing to worry about, as he had already made the proper arrangements at the start, so they would have to fight no matter what. In just a moment, they would start killing each other. Just then, something unexpected happened. While trying to manage the whole mess and trying to discourage fighting among themselves, Ryu stopped midway as he saw something. Seeing this, he got bewildered and shocked, and he started to shout. Hearing him, everyone's attention turned toward him. In front of them, young Min was sitting, yawning, all healthy, without a single scratch on his body, fully alive. Everyone just watched young Min in utter silence. Ryu then explained that there was a hidden rule of this round that after 10 minutes of death, players would respawn with all their injuries healed, like nothing happened. Young Min, on the other hand, slowly stood up, confused about why people were staring at him. Then he realized they weren't just staring at him. It was like they had seen a zombie in front of them. After that, young Min turned back, and while looking at Ryu and scratching his head, thought he was really confused. He was definitely talking to Black Scythe a while ago, and after that, he didn't remember what happened. The next moment, he was just sitting on the ground. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, the other players, after noticing that young Min was alive, started to shout in confusion, asking how the hell young Min was alive and how he had resurrected like a god. Then they realized, did young Min get respawned like in a game after dying? Then they started to come to the conclusion that if people who die in this round will get resurrected and come back to life, then it should be okay if they kill each other, right? After that realization, everyone took their weapons out, saying that if young Min really came back to life, then so will others. So this will not be called murder, and they should start the quest. With this, they started walking toward a big melon lady who was really weak, with no class or any weapon, an easy target. She was really scared, saying everyone to calm down as they were not even sure if they would get resurrected like young Min. This might only be a one-time thing, but even before she could finish her sentence, someone with great force slashed her back, giving her intense pain, and blood splattered everywhere. But it was not enough. The guy continued to smash her ass. Continued to stab her back mercilessly until she died, crying, and everyone watched this in horror. Well, he watched too much Wolverine, now covered in blood, holding 3 claw blades, glaring at her dead body, shouting at her to come back to life. If she didn't come back to life, how was he going to kill her again for rejecting his proposal? Seeing this, everyone was just too shocked. They couldn't believe someone killed his own crush with such brutality. She was lying on the floor lifeless, and everyone just glared at her, horrified and disgusted. They started to panic, asking why she was not coming back to life. Another guy said they should wait, as she probably couldn't respawn right away. Then they remembered that young Min also didn't respawn right away. He respawned after 10 minutes, so they decided to wait for 10 minutes, and until then, they decided not to kill anyone, and everyone agreed. Finally, after 10 minutes, the body of the girl started to glow, her blood becoming golden, and slowly her wounds started to heal. In an instant, she was all healed. Even her torn clothes were healed. She then slowly woke up, stretching her hand like she had a very good nap, and once again everyone was surprised by seeing this scene. Then, with a jolt of realization, she remembered someone had just stabbed and attacked her from her back. She turned around and started to shout furiously, asking which one of them was that fucker who had attacked her from behind. But before she could do anything further, the Wolverine guy with a psycho smile jumped to kill her once again, saying this is the result of rejecting him. But surprise, surprise, before he could kill her, someone slashed the Wolverine guy in half from his back, killing him instantly. This guy was Black Flame Dragon, a meathead guy. Seeing how people were coming back to life after 10 minutes got him excited, saying now he could kill an unlimited number of people, and started to laugh. Wow, Who would get happiness from killing people? Seeing him, the sissy and weak-hearted players got disgusted and vomited by all this bloody mess. Ryu, on the other hand, was just watching the mess from the back, thinking even though players can get resurrected, they will feel the pain of getting hit and killed. Now the situation was getting out of hand. One by one, everyone started to kill each other. Some started to kill for fun, and others started killing because of the flow. Now, seeing all this bloody mess, Ryu also decided to make his move. He summoned his black scythe and, with a cold look, started to walk forward, searching for his next target. He used his inner thought skill to find people who were planning to kill him, and Ryu killed them even before they were done thinking. Just like that, Ryu started his slaughtering. Seeing this, a group of 3 men decided to attack Ryu from his back when he was distracted. With swift movements, they dashed toward him. However, even before they could take their next breath, they died without even knowing what killed them. It was just too easy for Ryu. He explained that there was no way he could be ambushed from the back now that he had the inner thought skill. Then, Ryu noticed the meathead guy. He was brutally smashing players with a satisfying smile. Ryu explained that this guy was Black Flame Dragon, and he had the skill absorption. Ryu explained that from how deep Meathead's name, Tag, was, he must have killed more than 10 people, and this round was like a feast for him because of his absorption skill. Then, the meathead with a psycho smile glared at his status window, and Ryu continued to explain that by using his skill absorption, with each kill, his progress bar would fill, and once it got full, he would gain a random stat point. He thought he would only gain stat points by killing monsters, but he was wrong. Even by killing players, his absorption progress was increasing, so like a mad psycho, he continued to slaughter everyone, and his progress continued to increase. Then Meathead realized that the higher-level players he killed, the more his progress bar increased. So a thought came to his mind. What if he killed Black Scythe? How much would his progress bar increase? He was sure that in one go, his progress bar would be full, not just once, but many times. However, after realizing that he would die like a dog if he even thought of fighting Ryu, he ditched the idea and decided not to even come near Ryu. Then his attention turned toward the weak players, and like a greedy fox, he glared at them. The next moment, he started slaughtering them. While doing so, he said, "This is such a stress-relieving thing to do." He was enjoying this so much that he could do it all day. The meathead was just too happy as before because, with Young Min and the musclehead, he couldn't even hunt properly. As a player tried to sneak attack him from behind, he instantly dodged and with a single swing, smashed the guy's head, killing him instantly. He explained, "Others are just killing for their survival, but me? Well, my stats get a boost for killing, and this round is like a paradise for me." He continued to kill, his progress bar filling up to half. After some time, everyone the meathead killed slowly started to respawn, and he was ready with his axe. Once again, even before they could take cover, the meathead started to slaughter them. Finally, after doing this for a while, all bloody, with blood covering his body, he thought he himself had lost count of how many people he had just killed. He would have to continue killing to be on top of the leaderboard. Just then, a footstep startled him, and as he turned, it was none other than Ryu. Seeing him, the meathead got startled and took one step back. Ryu continued to walk toward the meathead with a dead serious look, glaring at him, holding his big, fat, black stick. Before the meathead could do anything, Ryu used his skill, Night of Death, and the surrounding area's entire light got sucked in. In front of everyone, a black cloud appeared, and their vision got blacked out. The meathead noticed Ryu's black scythe just became semi-transparent, and he thought he just had to be careful and dodge Ryu's attack. Then, the first chance he got, he would kill Ryu. But the next moment, his vision became twisted. In front of him, Ryu was standing upside down. After a moment, he realized he got fucked up. His head had just been sliced off, and Ryu was just standing effortlessly, slicing Fire Black Dragon's head. In his last moment, Fire Black Dragon said he was Black Scythe for a reason, and from now on, if Ryu even came close to him, he would kill him, but he would not come anywhere near Ryu. On the other hand, Young Min was just watching the chaos, everyone killing each other like animals. Then, a girl respawned just beside him, which surprised him a bit. The girl, after waking up, yawned like she took a good nap. Seeing her, Young Min finally understood what happened. In this round, after dying, anyone would be automatically resurrected. Seeing this, he clenched his fist, and with a smirking and evil smile, he thought that the game had made this round for them to kill each other. This was a great opportunity to take his revenge on those sons of bitches who stabbed him in the back. He said he would kill them all all the traitors and give them a painful death. He didn't waste a single minute and started to search for his ex-friends. Finally, after some time, he spotted one of them. He noticed the bow and arrow guy, who was also busy killing people. Young Min, with a happy face, started running toward his friend, which startled him. He was about to ask why Young Min was here, but before he could finish his sentence, Young Min, with a happy and devastating punch, hit him in the face, and he went flying backward. His friend was already in great pain, crying and holding his head, but Young Min didn't care. With a wicked smile, he raised his hand, saying that he had told Young Min on the phone that the moment he saw Young Min, he would kill him. Now, why wasn't he killing him, huh? With that, Young Min continued to smash his friend's head until it became flat, brutally killing him. As his friend dies, Young Min just threw him on the ground like trash, saying it was refreshing. Well, what is wrong with their minds? How can one get refreshed by killing anyone? Well, back to the story. Then, Young Min turned back with a wicked smile, saying, "Now, where are the rest of the sons of the bitches?" The entire field became a bloody battlefield. Everyone was killing each other. And Aren, well, she was scared to her inner core, just holding her swords, terrified, trembling, thinking if there was a hell, would it look like this? A field of massacre filled with only murderous intent for each other. Then, Body was engaged in killing when he noticed Aren freaking out. He asked if she is okay and if she is tired, but with a trembling voice. She explained that rather than being tired, she is having a hard time mentally. Seeing all this bloody mess, she feels like she will faint and feeling like vomiting. The bodyguard, with an annoyed face, thought she is really annoying. A sissy, weak-minded. If it was not for protecting her, he could have killed many more and got a higher ranking on the leaderboard, but he can't do it. If anything happened to her, how will he be able to face Heavenly Demon? Just then, he noticed something, and from behind, someone grabbed Aren's hair strongly. She felt sharp pain, and a man with a dagger raised his hand to make a hole in her chest. She couldn't do anything. She was just standing there, scared, screaming. But before he could kill her, the bodyguard came to her rescue. With a swift swing, he disarmed him. And then the next moment, the bodyguard pierced the man's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. Aren, on the other hand, still continued to be scared. The man was groaning in pain, holding his chest, and the bodyguard turned back, calling Aren and asking her to finish him off. Aren, on the other hand, was still preparing her mind, too terrified to even move an inch, just staring at the bloody sword. After staring at the sword for a moment, she finally prepared her mind, and with courage, she stood up and gave the final blow, killing the man. Just after that, she started to vomit, seeing all the blood. She was still struggling, and the bodyguard was glaring at her with a disappointed look. After a while, Aren stood up, still feeling like she would faint any moment now, and asked how much longer they have to keep fighting like this. The bodyguard explained that according to him, there is still 1 hour left before the round gets over. Hearing this, Aren got even more panicked, saying that just watching all this is killing her from inside. She didn't understand how everyone could kill each other like they were eating food, like it's a normal thing to do. Even though she knew that if she did not kill, she would die, she was not able to do it. Once again, after hearing all this, the bodyguard started to get annoyed, thinking she was just so damn weak, acting like a delicate flower that would break with just a slight touch. But he couldn't do anything. He had to protect her even though it annoyed him. Then, with a serious face, the bodyguard suggested to Aren that if she was tired, she could rest. He told her she had already killed enough to be in the leaderboard. After hearing this, Aren agreed. She thought the bodyguard was really kind and always protected her, without knowing all the toxic thoughts he had for her. With that, the bodyguard turned and started to walk forward, telling her to stick close to him. Now the bodyguard was really happy, thinking he should be the one thanking her. Now he could concentrate on killing others and didn't have to spoon-feed her anymore. So with that, he also started his killing. 50 minutes passed, and Ryu continued his one-sided slaughtering. At this point, he was starting to get bored. He had done this round so many times that he could complete it blindfolded, and he wished for the round to complete soon so he could go home. After checking, he realized that only 10 minutes were left, and he decided to speed up. Just then, a person who was fed up with his life charged toward suicide, and like a very kind person, Ryu granted his wish by killing him in the most brutal way possible. Now, with only 10 minutes left, he needed to speed up to rank first all over the world once again to get the reward he wanted. With immense speed, he dashed forward to find new targets, and the other players were running away. They say, death. Well, Ryu is indeed death himself. Just like any ordinary day, Ryu casually started dashing forward, killing players who were in his way like it was not a big deal. He killed 3 of them but spared the last one. The last player was confused, sitting and thinking why Ryu didn't kill him. Perhaps Ryu liked him? But Ryu explained that there was no need to kill someone he had already killed once. In round 4, the kill count is not decided by how many players one killed. It's decided by how many unique kills one has. This means that if a person kills the same person multiple times, only 1 kill will be counted. So he didn't have to kill unnecessarily, and only needed to find who he hadn't killed yet. Then Ryu noticed young Min, who was, as always, on the road to become the king of trash. He was casually smashing his friend's skull. Ryu explained that this was the perfect example of what he was explaining earlier. Young Min continued to smash his friends again and again for hours. Then he started to laugh, and Ryu couldn't believe how young Min was killing his friends repeatedly for more than 2 hours now. Ryu thought it would be an incredible feat for him to pass this round like this. Just then, one of young Min's friends got regenerated, and with drooling mouth, young Min dashed toward him and once again started smashing his face, saying that's what he gets for going against him. He scolded him, saying he should have resurrected faster. Ryu started to feel bad for young Min's poor friends, as young Min was not getting any kills, and their friends were also stuck in an endless killing cycle. That's why you should never have psycho friends, or you will end up like this. Okay. Now there was only 1 minute left, and Ryu sped up even more to get as many kills as possible. After scanning the area, some were acting like psychos, some were holding their husbands and crying. Well, Ryu had already killed them once. Finally, when there were 10 seconds left, Ryu noticed someone he hadn't killed before, and even before he could react, Ryu smashed him in half. The timer ended, and a yellow shield formed, circling every player, shocking them. With a crackling sound, the hot damn angel appeared with her fake warm smile, saying, "Did you all have a fun time killing my monkeys, huh?" All the players got furious hearing her words. Just the sight of her was enough to scare the players to death, and Ryu was just standing with his cool pose, glaring at the angel as if he might also make her into a holy mess. The angel, on the other hand, tauntingly said that humans are very dirty creatures. She pointed out the dirty blood and how they turned this once clean place into a bloody mess. Amused, she played with her hair and praised everyone, saying they did a great job killing each other. She found it truly fun to watch them like that and had a wonderful time. Then she mentioned that once she brings the dead back to life, she will look at the leaderboard to announce the top players. However, Ryu was getting more and more annoyed, thinking that she is just acting like a god. But in reality, even if she didn't do anything, once the round gets over, everyone will eventually come back to life. She just wanted some attention. One by one, everyone's body parts started to regenerate, shocking them. Everyone who died started to come back to life, including young Min's friends. They were all shocked and surprised that finally the killing cycle was over. As they woke up, young Min's friends started banging on the barrier, shouting at young Min, calling him names and threatening to kill him once they got out of there. Young Min just stood there with a smirking smile, adding fuel to the fire. His friends continued to shout, and the angel noticed this. She got annoyed and, with an annoyed death stare, warned everyone that if any human talked now, she would pop their heads. So everyone fell silent. After that, excited and holding her hands, the angel, while singing and dancing, one by one flew past every player. They said that now that they are silent, they are looking like nice little obedient monkeys. Despite feeling like killing her in the most brutal way possible, everyone remained silent. Then she flew up, saying that now that everyone was respawned, it was time to look at the leaderboard. But then she stopped, saying that before that she had to see who completed the hidden subquest. This shocked everyone, and they questioned if there was a subquest in this run too. But there were no monsters here, so how? Before they could finish, the angel with her face-warm smile explained that they were indeed dumb little monkeys. Did they think subquests can only be completed by killing monsters? With a flicker of her hand in front of everyone, the subquest window appeared. There was written that upon killing the zone leader in the limited time, one can complete the subquest, and the reward will be the lowest rank Mana Stone draw token. This shocked everyone, as this time the subquest was to kill a person, not a monster. The angel nodded and said that was right. Foolish humans. She informed them that, for the record, only one person completed this quest in her zone, and that was none other than Black Scythe. As she mentioned Black Scythe, everyone started glaring at him, and Ryu, well, he didn't give a shit. He was just standing there, thinking about when he would go home and meet Wani. Everyone then started gossiping that Ryu had indeed killed Young Min as soon as the round started. If they had known about this, everyone would have run to kill Young Min like a madman. Just thinking about everyone trying to kill Young Min was enough to send chills down Young Min's spine. Then he remembered Ryu told him he would save his ass, so he killed him, and he became the zone leader to save his ass. Young Min thought that Black Scythe indeed kept his word. Then the angel finally decided to announce the ranking of the leaderboard, and with a sinister smile, she said this was her favorite part, and they must also be excited to know who will be surviving this round and who will die. She knows. Then she explained they will be ranked according to the order in which they killed unique individuals, meaning even if they killed someone many times, only one kill will be counted. This shocked and terrorized everyone, and almost everyone had killed the same person over and over. Seeing this, the angel sighed, saying she started to pity them, saying how could they even think the round would be so damn easy. With a flick of her hand, she announced the results and revealed the world leaderboard. There, Ryu was on number 1 with a staggering 772 kills at level 30. Even the second-place person was only at level 13. Ryu was just overpowered. Seeing this, the angel once again started to laugh with pleasure, saying, "So, Black Scythe took first place once again, and Ryu, well, he just continued to glare at her like he will now eat her alive." Hearing this, everyone started to whisper, saying, "How in the God's name did Black Scythe kill 700 people? Did he kill 70% of them alone? Is he a demon?" The angel got excited and started clapping her ass. And started clapping her hands happily, saying, "Whoa, she can't believe Black Scythe smashed a whopping 722 people all alone. He is really amazing, and for that, he deserves a reward." Then the system congratulated Ryu on coming first rank in his zone and first rank worldwide. For that, he received a rare armor selection coupon and a special reward selection coupon. Ryu was glaring at it with a serious face, thinking he indeed needed good armor, and this coupon came at the right time, or he'd have to waste his gold coins. He used the intermediate armor selection coupon and selected the assassination suite. Wearing this, his defense, agility, attack speed, and speed would increase drastically. Next, he opened the special reward box, and as always, there were 3 options: 5,000 gold, info on the next round, and a 50% stats buff for the next round. Ryu explained that round 5 had a great subquest reward, but it was on the difficult side, and considering all the monsters he would kill, he chose the 50% stats buff. After that, the angel, with an excited tone, said, "Did everyone check their ranks? Just as a reminder, anyone ranked below 512 will be wiped out." Then, with a sinister smile, licking her fingers, she said, "Now shall we start the annihilation, shall we?" And with a flicker, everyone below rank 512 started vanishing. They got panicked, watching themselves disappearing. Their strength started to leave their bodies. Some of them started to pray to God, and some were begging the angel, saying please leave them alive and they would do anything, even wipe her ass or do anything. They just didn't want to die. But the angel didn't stop. As everyone was disappearing, Young Min was watching them in panic, thinking if he would also get wiped out, because he had killed his 6 friends over and over again. To his surprise, he didn't disappear. Ah Rin, on the other hand, was just tightly holding her ear, trying not to hear the screams of the people. She was trembling in fear. The bodyguard was just standing like nothing happened, and Ryu, with a silent face, closed his eyes and started praying for the dead and saying he will make sure to make each and every holy being into holy shits, and he will make sure to take revenge. Then Ryu opened his eyes as the system notified that now 90,953,209 people survived in the entire world, and Ryu's zone had 521 survivors. The next round would begin at midnight on May 12, 2023. With that, the round finished, and every survivor got back to their bodies. The scene shifted, and we see the bodyguard running panicked and worried. He opened the door with a bang, shouting Heavenly Demon's name. Heavenly Demon. Well, he was just sleeping on his back, shirtless. Heavenly Demon slightly opened his eyes, holding his hair, and boy, oh boy, he was looking fabulous. Still sleepy, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to wake me up during my beauty sleep?" And asked, "Did something urgent happen?" The panicked bodyguard explained that even after calling him for a while, he didn't answer his call, so he thought something happened to him, and he ran here to meet him. Well, I am telling you, the bodyguard indeed got riled up by Heavenly Demon. With a little smile, Heavenly Demon asked, "Did the bodyguard think he will die in just a puny little round 4? And didn't he see my name on the ranking? The bodyguard explained that he did see Heavenly Demon's name on the ranking, but he was still worried. See, didn't I tell you the bodyguard is overly protective against Heavenly Demon? Now even the bodyguard was getting a little annoyed, and he explained that round 4 was just too crazy, and he was mentally exhausted, so he was sleeping as soon as he came back to Earth. With a poisonous look joining his hands, Heavenly Demon said that even for him, this round was a hell of a round, and he can't believe what kind of crazy demon this Black Scythe is to kill 722 people all alone. He really wants to meet him now at all costs. Then the bodyguard said he thinks Black Scythe is probably an active-duty Special Forces soldier. Otherwise, he would have told a trained murderer. But Black Scythe is not a bad guy and doesn't kill mindlessly, so he can't be a murderer. Someone with that guts and skill in Korea, he can't think of any other thing. This left Heavenly Demon in deep thinking. He thought the more he thought about him, the more he started to admire him. No matter what Black Scythe's real identity, only if he would make him join hands with. And then he thought he indeed has someone who can help him. And Ryu's face came to his mind, thinking he will ask him if he knows anything about Black Scythe. Then the shocked bodyguard said he was shocked after seeing with his own eyes that round 4 actually went just like Ryu had told them. He honestly thought Ryu was a scam, but after witnessing it with his own eyes, he can't believe there is a person who can see the future. Heavenly Demon agreed with every word of the bodyguard and said Ryu had told them that round 4 is not a monster hunt. It will be a massacre among people. It's exactly what happened. The bodyguard asked Heavenly Demon what they should do now and whether Heavenly Demon really plans to let Ryu be his business partner. Heavenly Demon said, of course, because Ryu is a major shareholder with 31% ownership. What can he even do? He's 31% of the company's owner. In fact, as things are going now, the company is basically in Ryu's hands. This once again left the bodyguard in a panic and asked if Heavenly Demon is really going to completely withdraw from the industry just like Ryu said. While wearing his jet black nightgown, Heavenly Demon explained what's the point in talking about it now. He doesn't care even if Ryu bankrupts the company. Now in this world, information is real money, and with Ryu's future sight, this is a very small price to pay. And if Ryu really did make the company one of the top 10 in Korea, then it's like they're getting the iPhone Ultramax Giga Chat edition for free. Then, with a naughty smile while looking outside the window, Heavenly Demon said that even if the bodyguard did not like his behavior, the Heavenly Demon wanted him to praise Ryu and dance to his tune, because only then they would be able to get all the juicy, sweet rewards for themselves from Ryu. The bodyguard bowed his head down in agreement, telling the Heavenly Demon that he would be careful with his behavior when he deals with Ryu from the next time. Hearing that, the Heavenly Demon was delighted and told the bodyguard to call Ryu right now and inform him that they would be having a grand party later today to celebrate their survival in round 4. He even wanted Ryu to come with his family, if he had any, and asked the bodyguard if they should invite a Haran to the party too. According to him, they had to have celebrities with them at the time of celebration. As the scene shifts, we see that our boy Ryu was standing near a cafe, waiting for someone. He waved his hands with a handsome smile as he looked at Juri, who was coming towards him. She complimented Ryu, telling him that he looked very handsome in the outfit he wore that day. But our boy Ryu knew how to flirt and told her that she was looking way prettier. Juri asked Ryu about his sudden plans for lunch, and he explained that they should celebrate their survival from round 4 with a hearty meal. They walked towards the car, while Juri told Ryu that if that's how this worked, she would take all the advantages of having a rich friend. As the car sped through the streets, Ryu and Juri sat inside with each other. Juri thanked Ryu, telling him that it was only because of him that she was able to get ready for round 4. With a smile on his face, Ryu asked Juri if she ever thought that Ryu was lying, but Juri replied that she never thought about it because she couldn't understand what Ryu would gain from lying to her. Upon hearing this, Ryu thanked Juri for trusting him, but she immediately told Ryu that she should be the one who should be thankful to him, because if Ryu had not told her to kill at least 30 people, she would already be dead by now. But according to Ryu, there was no reason for Juri to be thankful to him because even if he didn't tell her, she would have survived due to the rune of protection in her possession. In her every life, she always survived this round. She was actually resourceful too. In comparison to Aaron, who was like a protected flower in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a weed outside the garden of Aaron. After some minutes of driving, Ryu and Juri arrived at the expensive restaurant and ordered a meal. Ryu told Juri to enjoy her meal too, and they started eating. Ryu smiled as he tried to remember the number of times Juri had already thanked him. But on the other hand, Juri was depressed. According to her, a murderer like her should not even be eating a meal like the one in front of her. Seeing this, Ryu asked Juri why she was not eating, even when he knew that Juri was still feeling guilty about killing other people. Juri replied that she was not feeling so great, but our boy Ryu directly asked her if she was feeling guilty because she killed someone during the round. He advised Juri to not take it too hard and blame herself because she really had to survive the round. Also, it was not just Juri who did it. Keeping the situation in mind, killing was inevitable for her survival, and even Ryu, for that matter. Juri almost started crying even after hearing all that, telling Ryu that ultimately it's a fact that she killed someone. But Ryu screamed at her, telling Juri that it was enough, that if something similar happens in the future too, will they let it happen without doing anything? What about the families they had here? What will they do if a player didn't wake up the next day? An image of Ryu's younger brother flashed into his mind while he told Juri that all the players had their families waiting for them to return. Hearing these words coming out of Ryu's lips, Juri realized that if she didn't wake up after a round of the game finishes, her dad would be deeply saddened by this loss and would be crying all day. Juri admitted that Ryu was right, telling him that she forgot about her family for a second, not realizing that her dad was the whole reason because of which she was able to last so long. With a determined look on her face, Juri thanked Ryu for comforting her well and also knocking some sense into her, but Ryu asked her not to mention it and told her to eat the food quickly because it was so delicious. Juri agreed to Ryu's proposition and started eating the meal, telling him that the food was really very tasty, and she was able to feel her exhaustion from round 4 melting away with every bite she took. Ryu was glad to hear what Juri was saying, while the readers have a wide shot of tasty-looking food. After a while, when they finished their food, Juri thanked Ryu for giving her such a good treat. Ryu pointed Juri out for calling him without his surname for the first time. Hearing that, Juri was surprised and asked him if she can call him that way from now on, if Ryu does not mind, of course. Ryu immediately agreed to this question, guessing that Juri's mood was now all right and she was feeling better. Ryu wanted to come straight to the point and ask her out. Wanted to share something important with her. Ryu's face turned into a more serious one as he told Juri that he called her today, mainly so that he can share some information about round 5 with her. Juri was shocked to the core, asking, did Ryu had saw the future once again? Ryu told her yes, and round 5 would be the hardest of all rounds. And in this round, every zone in the world will be merged. This surprised Juri. Hearing this, surprised Juri asked, does that mean they will be able to meet each other inside the dungeon? Ryu quickly said yes, but not in round 5, because they will be teleported very far from each other. And in his vision, he saw they were very far apart, so meeting in round 5 would be impossible. Well, he can't meet Juri. What would he say? Hell, I am Ryu, aka Black Scythe, who just killed 722 people in the previous round. If she found out Ryu is Black Scythe, she might faint in shock. After that, Ryu explained that round 5 is going to be a very tough and dangerous one, and she might not even make it alive from it. But there is only one way to clear this round. Curious, Juri asked, what is it? And Ryu said only one word, Black Scythe. If she wants to survive, she, in all costs, has to find and ask for help from Black Scythe. This shocked Juri to her core. At surprised, Juri asked Ryu if he's talking about Black Scythe, who is ranked number 1 in the entire world. Ryu confirmed, which confused Juri even more. With a sweet tone, she asked if Ryu is telling her to get Black Scythe's help to clear round 5, and Ryu explained it's not help, but more like cooperation with him. It's like forming a temporary alliance, and that's the only way of surviving round 5, or she will die. Hearing this, Juri got a little worried, and she asked why Black Scythe, a high-level player, a level 30 player, would form an alliance with her, who is such a low-level player and very weak. Ryu explained that Black Scythe will definitely make an alliance with her because of her buff ability. Even after Ryu's assurance, Juri was still worried, thinking it would be great if someone like Black Scythe would help her clear the round, but she worriedly asked if Black Scythe would want to join hands with her just for a mere buff. As she was worriedly explaining all this, Ryu just laughed, thinking it's not just a mere buff. She doesn't realize how miraculous her blessing is. Then Ryu explained to Juri not to worry about it, and Black Scythe will definitely cooperate. He's 100% sure, and not just for this round. Black Scythe will be helping her for all the rounds that will be coming too. This made Juri curious, and she started thinking, is Ryu smoking weed? She asked why Ryu is so sure, and Ryu explained because he saw in his vision Juri and Black Scythe working together not just for this round but for many coming rounds too. So he insisted Juri not to worry too much. Hearing this, Juri smiled for a bit. Her worry lifted, and with a trembling voice, she asked, "Is Ryu telling the truth?" And Ryu said, "Yes." Hearing this, Juri gave a warm smile, thanking Ryu for telling her such precious information. She really didn't know how she could ever repay him for all the help. Ryu, in return, said, "Between friends, they don't have to say sorry or repay kindness." Even after Juri insisted on giving Ryu something, she asked Ryu to extend her hand. As Ryu did, Juri used her skill, blessing, and gave her blessing. Ryu's whole body started to glow, and he felt the warmth of Juri's blessing. He gave a warm smile, thinking Juri is a really kind woman, and with a smile that can melt anything. Ryu thanked Juri, which was enough to melt every fiber of Juri's cell. It was too much for her, and she started feeling all tingly all over her body, and her chest started to feel tight. After that, as Ryu reached home, the system notified that all his stats increased by 50%, and as Ryu killed 100 innocent insects, which activated his slaughtering skill, which increased all his stats by 100%. Sitting on the sofa, he thought now that all his stats are increased by 150%, he can get the item he wants. He opened his status window and noticed his luck is at a staggering 84 point, which was insane. He is so lucky at this point that even if he stands in front of a train, the train will start to move backward and not hit him. Ryu took out his low-rank Mana Stone lottery token and explained normally only 1 or Mana Crystal will be drawn, but a maximum of 5 can be drawn, and he wondered will he be able to pull all 5 of the Mana Crystal with 84 luck? Then Ryu started thinking, at a time like this, normal people would pray to God to get good results. Then, with a sinister smile, Ryu said, "Be he and pray." No, what a joke. That piece of shit God with the angels just kidnapped half of the Earth's population and is making them play a death game. And probably that shitty God is watching this from somewhere. Then Ryu swore in the name of himself, saying he will make sure to reach the final round, and the skills he gained from that God, he will make holy milkshake, drink it, and then will poop in the face of those gods. With that, Ryu opened the low-rank Mana Stone token, and the system congratulated Ryu for getting 5 lowest-rank Mana Stone. Ryu obtained 2 red low-rank Mana Stones, 1 yellow, green, and purple. Seeing this, Ryu got surprised, thinking he really didn't expect he would be getting 5 Mana Crystals. Even though his luck is 84, it was too rare. And though he cursed the gods, he got good results. So from today, he will be cursing gods for doing each and everything. And Ryu started combining all the low-ranked Mana Crystals and explained that if he combined all the low-ranked Mana Crystals, he would get a higher-ranked Mana Stone. As he did, he indeed received a red mid-level Mana Crystal. Then he used and placed it onto his Assassin's Hood percent. He also used the Mana Stone he got from Achren, and from combining all the low-ranked Mana Stones to all his equipment, all his luck, agility, and defense increased by 2%. Now Ryu was satisfied with the result he got. He didn't expect these results and thought Juri is really like a good luck charm for him. Then Ryu said it was time to get ready to meet the heavenly demon at the grand party. Then the scene shifted, and we see Woonie get bewildered and too shocked to even talk. Panicked, he asked if Ryu was telling the CEO of the company they invented and bought 31% of the shares, is the heir of Osung Group. And while wearing his black coat, Ryu explained, yes, he is. And he also got invited to the party as a future business associate and as a welcome party. Hearing this, Woonie started trembling with nervousness, as Osung is the world's top 10 rich person, and his big bro got invited to his party. Ryu, on the other hand, was making Woonie ready by wearing his clothes, saying family members are also invited. So Woonie also has to go, and not to get too nervous, as his big bro is now a 31% shareholder in that company, so he is 1/3 owner of the company. As Ryu finished dressing, the doorbell startled Wani, and he started shouting they must be here. He really is nervous. Ryu saying to be calm, Wani was still nervous, trying to maintain a calm face. As Ryu opened the door, Wani got surprised as in front of him was the bodyguard. He first bowed down, his head saying hello, and he is here to attend to them. Seeing the bodyguard, Wani got annoyed and clinged to Ryu's shoulder, saying he was the same person who insulted them the other day. But Ryu didn't say anything and just introduced Wani to the bodyguard, saying he is his little brother, Wani. Seeing this, the bodyguard bowed his head and apologized for the other day, and then introduced himself to Wani, saying he is the department head of Heavenly Demon Company, and once again he is very sorry from the bottom of his ass to insult him, and he hopes Wani will forgive him for that day. Wani didn't know what to do. just forgave him, and Ryu watched all this with a satisfying smile. Then the bodyguard said not to get worried, and as an apology, they also prepared a great party and said to follow him. As the scene shifts, we come to the Imperial Hotel. As Ryu and Wani walked towards the inside of the hotel, Wani was extremely nervous because of coming to such a huge place for the first time. Suddenly, the heavenly demon, with a warm smile, called out to Ryu while telling him that he felt great to see him well and alive. Ryu shook the heavenly demon's hand while he asked if the person standing beside Ryu was his younger brother. Knowing that Wani was nervous, Ryu immediately introduced him to the heavenly demon, telling him that he was Wani, his younger brother. The heavenly demon introduced himself as Ma Gyeonggrot, the president of the Heavenly Demon Consulting. As Wani was nervous to the core, he shook the heavenly demon's hand with his left hand. Seeing this, Ryu corrected him, while the bodyguard looked at the brothers in confusion. Then, the heavenly demon asked Wani if he was a player in the death game as well. Wani answered timidly, but in a fast tone, that he was not a player. Ryu added that his younger brother was only 14 years old and was thus not eligible for the death game. The heavenly demon smiled as he told Wani that it was divine luck that saved him, because to be able to escape the death game by just 1 year was truly enviable. For Ryu, without wasting any more time, the president asked both the brothers to come along with him. He told them that although it was a bit simple, the party was still prepared nonetheless for them. As they entered the dining room, a chef and a maid were ready with bottles of wine to serve them for the great occasion. Delicious food lay down onto the big dining table, ready for the members of the party to enjoy. As the maid took their coats away from the brothers, the younger brother Wani had a golden glitter in his eyes, which came from seeing this much preparation and food for the first time. The president told the brothers that they must be hungry. He added that although there was not much food prepared, they would still be able to have their fill. Hearing that, Wani was in shock to the core, knowing that the president was saying that this huge amount of food was not much. Seeing that, Ryu smiled and called out to his younger brother, telling him to come along with him. As Heavenly Demon told the brothers to eat first, a gate opened with a thud. Hearing that, both the brothers turned around just to see that it was none other than Arin who joined them at the party. She was wearing a jet black beautiful dress with a serious expression on her face. Ryu thought, Heavenly Demon also called Arin? Then both of their eyes met. Seeing her hot body, it was too much for Wani. After all, he was her biggest fan. He was not able to believe that Arin was standing right in front of his eyes. Heavenly Demon also stood up from his chair and welcomed Arin, but Arin first apologized with a sad face to Heavenly Demon, saying she is very sorry that she is a little late because she had to attend her friend's funeral that died in the last round. Heavenly Demon casually said it's okay, as it is totally understandable. And then he asked Arin to say hello to the most important guest, addressing Ryu as a major shareholder and a very important man. Arin turned her attention toward Ryu and said hello to introduce herself while holding her hair with glamour, but she stopped midway, seeing Ryu's face. Meanwhile, Wani was still standing like a statue with his mouth open, as if he saw a ghost. Then Arin asked Ryu, "Are they the neighbors she met the other day who came to give her rice cake as a welcome gift?" And Ryu confirmed, saying yes. They are the same persons. Then Arin, with a warm smile that I know is warming something else of you guys, introduced herself, saying she is very happy to meet them, but from inside, she was shocked, thinking Ryu looks younger than she, and yet he is a major shareholder. She thought if Heavenly Demon is playing a prank with her. Meanwhile, Wani was losing his mind, asking Ryu if the person in front of him really Arin. He is not dreaming, right? And Ryu, noticing Wani acting like this, thought he forgot to tell Wani that how Arin works under Heavenly Demon. And then he thought, is this how normal people react when they meet a celebrity? And he was supposed to act like a noob and naive, so he decided to start acting his naive character, and also glared at Arin, trying to look like he was also interested in Arin. Well, he was awkward as hell from inside, but his acting worked, and Heavenly Demon, seeing Ryu, believed that Ryu is interested in Arin and gave a wicked smile, thinking Ryu is still young and a virgin loser, and there is no way one can resist the beauty of Arin. And he believed calling Arin was a blockbuster idea. Then Heavenly Demon spread his ass, spread his arms, and with a warm smile and said, they must be hungry, so he requested them to make themselves comfortable and enjoy the food. After a while, we see everyone enjoying their meal, and Winnie, while eating, can't stop praising how good the food is. Ryu was getting happy seeing Winnie enjoying the meat. Then Heavenly Demon asked Ryu how is the food. He told the chefs to put extra care for tonight. Ryu and Wani were having a good moment which got disconnected by Heavenly and with an awkward face, Ryu said the food is indeed tasty. Then, Heavenly Demon asked Wani how is the food. He also got startled as Ryu was in the process of feeding meat to him. Then, with a warm smile, Wani said the food is really delicious. In fact, this was the most delicious food he ate in his entire life. This made Heavenly Demon proud, and he said he is glad that they liked the food. From inside, he was thinking it was worth nagging the chefs. Then Heavenly Demon asked why Ryu only came with his younger brother. What about their parents or relatives? This question made Ryu a little sad, and with a sad face, he explained that Wani is the only family member he has. His parents passed away when he was a kid. Seeing Ryu, Heavenly Demon first apologized, saying he is really sorry to hear that. From inside, he was getting furious, thinking why the hell did he ask this shitty question? He made the atmosphere gloomy and totally ruined the mood. Now he wondered how he could lift the mood up. While drinking his coffee, he was pondering what to do to lift the mood up and annoyedly looked at Aaron, hoping she would look back at him. He wanted Aaron to do something to lift the mood up, but she was busy drinking her tea. Then, Heavenly Demon kept his coffee on the table, stood from his seat, telling Aaron to follow for a second, saying he had a very important thing to say about business. This sudden call startled Aaron, but she agreed to come. In the next scene, we see both of them walking in the hallway, and after a silent walk, Heavenly Demon stopped and called Aaron's name, asking, "Was the food tasty?" Aaron politely replied with a warm smile, "Yup, the food was really tasty, and I really enjoyed it." Hearing this, Heavenly Demon gave a wicked smile, and the atmosphere became darker. Suddenly turning back toward Aaron, with an annoyed and disgusted face, he said, "Do you think I called you here to feed you?" This startled Aaron, and maintaining his deep voice, Heavenly Demon continued, saying he called her to brighten the mood. How could she be so clueless? Aaron just stood there without saying anything. Then, Aaron apologized, saying she thought she was simply invited to enjoy the party, but Heavenly Demon stopped her midway, asking why would he simply invite her to an event like this to simply enjoy? Does she think she is some kind of big shot? Then, Heavenly Demon, while holding his hand, got normalized and explained he is sorry for getting angry, and now that she knows why she was called here, she has to do her job. He said Ryu is not just a major shareholder, he is the unique class to see the future. This shocked Aaron to her core, and Heavenly Demon explained that is why he was so angry when she acted so clueless, and now her only task was to make Ryu happy. Only by keeping him happy can they get all the juicy information about what is going to happen in the next round. Then, with a deep and excited voice, while clenching his fist, Heavenly Demon told Aaron to use her pretty body of hers and seduce Ryu, do anything to please him. This made Aaron a bit uncomfortable. Worried and panicked, Aaron said she is sorry to be rude, but she can't do that. But even before she could finish her sentence, Heavenly Demon started to threaten Aaron, saying he was the one who made her a celebrity, and he can also ruin everything for her, so to think carefully before speaking. Aaron remained silent with a depressing and worried face, and Heavenly Demon continued to instruct her on how to seduce Ryu, saying that whatever it takes, she has to seduce Ryu and make him hers. But she still remained silent without saying a single word. This once again annoyed Heavenly Demon, and with a deep voice he asked Aaron why she was not answering him. Hesitantly, and with a trembling voice, she agreed to do it. While leaving, Heavenly Demon said good and he will be watching her to see how well she is doing. He instructed her to start her job right away, and Aaron hesitantly said she understood. Meanwhile, the bodyguard and the boss were sitting silently with a giga level of awkwardness. When Heavenly Demon walked into the room, he apologized, saying they had to wait so long because he had to have a very important talk with Aaron about business, so it took some time. Then, with a confined smile while looking at Aaron, Heavenly Demon said now that they have finished eating, why don't they take this party somewhere else? Aaron was still very uncomfortable with a sweaty face. Then, Heavenly Demon opened the door and told the boys to follow him. Next, we see Heavenly Demon getting frustrated watching Aaron struggling to make a move on Ryu, and he started cursing Aaron in his mind, thinking she only had one thing to do, which is to make good use of her body, and this useless shit can't even do that. But before Aaron could make a move, boy oh boy, our boy Wani made a move on Aaron. He nervously came close to Aaron, still shy, addressing Aaron as Miss. Shy as hell, he somehow confessed that he is a very huge fan of her, and she looks way more beautiful in real life than the pictures, which made Aaron think Wani is really a cute little fan of her. She thanked him. Then, Ultra Max Pro Shy. Wani asked if it is okay with Aaron if he could take a photo with her if she had the time. Aaron smilingly replied she would be glad to. Seeing Wani happy, Ryu was also happy. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon hurriedly opened his phone and started texting something, thinking the younger brother looked way more excited than Ryu, and Ryu seemed to be an Ultra Pro Max Giga Chad, so he can't get rizzed up by any girl in the world, so he has to change his plan. Then Aren got a message on her phone. Curious, she immediately checked the message and got shocked after reading what she saw. This was the message Heavenly Demon sent saying the plan was changed and now she has to seduce Wani. This disturbed Aren's mind, thinking how in the god's name she can seduce such a cute and innocent fan. Even his cherry might not have popped. Meanwhile, Ryu noticed Aren behaving a little uncomfortable and decided to investigate. Heavenly Demon was getting very happy, thinking once Aren successfully managed to seduce Wani, the older one would naturally come to his side. They would then be able to easily get information about the next round. Little did he know that at this point, Ryu was hearing everything Heavenly Demon was thinking, using his inner thought skill. After a while, Heavenly Demon took everyone into a huge, fat-ass red room and welcomed everyone, saying this is a private room made especially for VIPs like them. In this room, they have unlimited access to drinks, snacks, songs, and everything they can imagine. Well, Wani was too amazed seeing this grand room, and Aren was, as always, stressed. Wani worriedly said he is still in middle school and is a minor, so he can't have drinks. Heavenly Demon, while flapping his hand, said it is totally okay and it is not a big deal as they also have orange juice specially made for him. He immediately ordered the bodyguard, instructing him to bring special orange juice freshly squeezed from the freshly picked oranges, and the bodyguard agreed and nodded his head. Just then, Ryu also spoke, saying he also can't have drinks either. Heavenly Demon replied that Ryu is of their age, and if Ryu hasn't tried drinks until now, he can try today as this is a party specially prepared for them. At this point, Ryu had enough of Heavenly Demon's bullshit, so he politely asked Aren if she could go outside with his little brother and click a few photos with him. Well, it was way better than seducing him, so she immediately agreed. They both left, but Wani and Aren seemed to notice something big was going to happen. As both of them left in a pitch-silent room, Ryu first called Heavenly Demon's name, and as soon as he said yes, Ryu turned back with the creepiest and deadliest look on his face, glaring at Heavenly Demon like he will eat him alive, and said, "Does Heavenly Demon think he is a fool, huh?" Ryu was angry at Heavenly Demon for hiding things from him, and Heavenly Demon was shocked to the core by knowing that Ryu knew about his conversation with Seo Arin. He was not able to comprehend about how Ryu can do something like that. Heavenly Demon wondered if the prophet had saw this future along with others as well. Ryu broke the silence and told him that he knows that he asked Seo Arin to try and gain his favor. Heavenly Demon was baffled and immediately apologized to Ryu, lying to him that his intention was only for Seo Arin to become friends with Ryu. But Ryu was aware of Heavenly Demon's tactics and immediately switched the topic while telling him that everything was fine, but he had crossed the line by trying to use Ryu's little brother for his little game. Heavenly Demon clicked his tongue in disappointment as he came to know that Ryu already predicted about this plan as well. Heavenly Demon had no other choice but to bow down in front of Ryu and sincerely apologize. He told Ryu that he has made a foolish decision against the overpowered prophet, and that he shall correct everything that displeased Ryu to the core. Ryu calmed down after hearing this and told him that since he apologized sincerely, he would ignore this defiance. He told the Heavenly Demon that he will take the words that he said to the actress, and that Heavenly Demon ever said those words about Ryu and his brother. The president had a faint smile on his face as he saw that Ryu was finally calming down. He thanked Ryu for giving him another chance. But suddenly, the bodyguard opened the door and came towards the Heavenly Demon, announcing his return in the process. As soon as Heavenly Demon saw the department head, he immediately got back up and tidied his coat while ordering the bodyguard to leave immediately. The bodyguard was not able to understand about what was going on, but Heavenly Demon told him that he had something that he needed to talk about alone with their VIP, Prophet Ryu, so he wanted him to go and direct the others to the next room over till the conversation was finished. Finally understanding the order of Heavenly Demon, the bodyguard turned around and started going back to the other room, closing the door behind him. Heavenly Demon was now relieved, but disappointed at the same time. He was just trying to use the actress to fix the mood of Ryu and his brother, but it made the situation worse instead. If that kept going on, he will not get any information about the next round. But hearing that in his mind, Ryu suddenly asked him onto his face if he wanted to get some information about the next round. Heavenly Demon was not that surprised this time around, and asked Ryu if he knew about this as well. Ryu told him that the whole reason he accepted the invitation for the party was to give him information about Round 5. But considering the circumstances now, Ryu warned him that if he kept on treating him like a brat, giving him any more information, including their partnership, will become difficult. The president was trembling in nervousness as he clenched his coat once again and apologized to Ryu again and again, asking him to just ignore this one mistake. Ryu agreed to him, but he had the condition that he should not hide anything from him anymore and must trust him unconditionally in the future as well. Seeing that Ryu had an advantage over Heavenly Demon, he added into the condition, telling him that from then on, he would not make any comments about how Ryu would run the company and will take charge for convincing the other shareholders during the shareholder meeting, knowing the situation he was in. Heavenly Demon also agreed to do whatever he can to keep the other shareholders in line and to agree to Ryu's demand. Hearing that, Ryu smiled and told him that he will do his best to grow his company for him. Ryu finally agreed to give him the information he wanted about Round 5 of the death game. Heavenly Demon instantly smiled as he listened to those words coming out of the prophet, Ryu. But his happiness was short-lived, because Ryu told him that Round 5 will have the highest difficulty among the rounds they have experienced till date. Watching Heavenly Demon's face turn pale, Ryu consoled him and told him not to worry, as there won't be any major problems for him in that round. Heavenly Demon was still not ready to believe it and asked Ryu about the quest of Round 5. Ryu put 2 of his fingers into the air and told him that the quest of Round 5 was to kill 300 orcs, and that it would not be as easy as it sounds from Ryu's mouth. Now it was time for the second condition. It shocked Heavenly Demon to the core as he came to know from Ryu that the regions of the game will be combined in the Round 5. Ryu informed him that since the number of the players has decreased quite a bit now, the separated regions will begin to fuse for the later rounds for the game to continue going on. Heavenly Demon smiled as he asked Ryu if he can finally meet players from the other regions, and particularly Black Scythe. Ryu sighed and closed his eyes as he told him that he would not be able to meet with Black Scythe because he will not be in the same region as him. But the president was not ready to admit defeat. He asked Ryu if he knew about Black Scythe's identity, but Ryu did not tell him about it by lying that he did not know that either. He consoled Heavenly Demon by telling him that he will meet Black Scythe soon enough. Meanwhile, Ryu was smiling on the inside by knowing that the Black Scythe was really meeting the president right now by hiding his own identity. Ryu made a serious face once again as he asked if there was someone he was chasing after, particularly someone named Hwang Yongmin. That was another secret of the president that Ryu should not have known about, and Heavenly Demon was baffled by the future predicting powers of the prophet. Ryu told him that there was no point in hiding things from him, as he knows everything when the time comes. Heavenly Demon tried to compliment Ryu by telling him that the future sight rune that he possessed was beyond his imagination. He was ready to ask Ryu about who Hwang Yong was, but Ryu immediately told him to stop the investigation, and when he was asked for a reason, Ryu told the president that if he investigated more into this matter, he will suffer a big loss. Heavenly Demon wanted to know more about the situation, but Ryu refused to tell him any more about it than he had already. Heavenly Demon was now in deep thought, but on the other hand, Ryu was giving off an evident smile, while thinking that he was just keeping young men alive because he was still useful. Heavenly Demon finally decided to stop his investigation about the guy and told Ryu that he's going to restart the party and will keep it wholesome without any alcohol. Ryu agreed to it and got out of the room with the president. But deep inside, Heavenly Demon knew that he will need to blow off some steam that night. As the scene shifts, we see that an old man who was running here and there onto a deep, dark alleyway, trying to hide from someone, as we see that one of his hand was cut off and it was splattered with blood all around. The old man was sweating heavily, but it was not evident with the rain that was pouring down on him. He tried to hide, but there was nowhere to go for the old man. Suddenly, he heard the footsteps of black shoes coming towards him, and he was awestruck with fear, by knowing that his death was near. The stalker rose up his sword into the air and slashed the old man, cutting off both of his legs while heavily injuring him and chopping one of it off. The old man fell down onto the ground with blood splattered all around him as he screamed in pain and agony, but a deep voice ordered him to keep quiet. We see that it was none other than Heavenly Demon, who was drenched in the rain, as he told the old man that if he did not want his tongue cut off as well, he should keep quiet. The old man was not able to comprehend about what he did wrong for the guy to do something like this to him. But Heavenly Demon was disgusted by how a child abuser can really not know about what he did. Hearing that, the old man groaned in pain as he told Heavenly Demon that he did that thing a long time ago and had already served his time in the prison for that. He told that he was a free man now, and an old one at that. But Heavenly Demon was not ready to listen to whatever the old man was blabbering about, and immediately struck his sword onto the old man's body. As the old man was screaming loudly in pain, Heavenly Demon was watching him with a devilish look onto his eyes. He told the old man to shut up and stop talking if he did not want to die a slow and painful death, because if there would be witnesses because of the old man, the corpses will surely multiply due to the old man. Hearing that, the old man was awestruck to the core with fear, and as Heavenly Demon saw this, dark miasma started coming out of him. As he complimented the old man for at least hearing the words clearly, he added that it was terrible that trash men like the old man were still alive in this world. The dark miasma was traveling from Heavenly Demon's sword into the old man as his body got covered into the purple aura surrounding him completely. The old man was not able to comprehend about what was happening to him and can only scream for some seconds before the dark aura completely consumed him and binded him all over onto his body. Before the old man even knew it was, he was already at the death door. Heavenly Demon was looking at him with intense dark eyes and thought that if his dark mana was not recharging, he would have killed the trash like the old man in an instant. But he knew that it could not be helped because he needed dark mana to use dark aura. And to recharge his dark mana, Heavenly Demon needed to take the life of others. With cold eyes, he took his sword out from the old man who was still struggling to get out of the dark miasma. But Heavenly Demon told him that he can die now. He knew that when he killed people, he got more dark mana as compared to when he killed the monsters of the death game. He covered his head from his hands as he smiled, while thinking that for him who enjoyed killing criminals, Dark Knight was the perfect class. And to add to that, cleaning up the trash like the old man dealt with all the stress he gets in the day. He ordered his sword to consume the dark mana, and finally the process was finished as the old man's body was lying down lifelessly onto the ground. Heavenly Demon realized that the dark aura was not able to eat the corpses, but it only eats away a living target's life force, rendering them useless. Suddenly he heard a noise coming from the back of a dustbin. He instantly turned around just to see that there was a cat roaming around and passing from a corner. He was relieved and thought that there was no way that there could be a witness to what he did right now because he dragged the old man into a street corner out of people's sight, and the time was before the daybreak as well. But suddenly, something struck into the president's mind as he guessed that there must be one person who knew about his deepest, darkest secret, and it was none other than the prophet Ryu. Heavenly Demon realized that Ryu might be able to see a scene like this by using his future sight room, but he immediately wondered about why he approached such a guy, even after knowing that he is a serial killer. He smiled by how interesting the twists and turns of the prophet's story was. Knowing that his work was done, he called up the bodyguard on to come to the place and clean up some trash for him. As the scene shifts, we come to Ryu's house 2 weeks later. We come to know that Ryo did not have any particular events to attend, so he spent all his time at home. He was always thinking about the future and needed a bit of rest from all of it that was happening in the world. However, such rest would finally end that day. We see that Ryu was looking at his smartphone at an internet group, which was created by the players who were playing the death game. He tapped onto the join button and was now a part of the player world order because it was finally time for Ryu to make a move. Ryu finally knew that it was time for him to get one of the 5 runes that he can obtain in real life. It was none other than the clone rune that Ryu wanted. Social networks were full of news. 1.8 billion people dragged to the other world had been reduced to 90 million. In just 3 months, the economy was at risk with the death of the younger generations. The nation's schools were closing. Somewhere in the city, there was a fatty sitting and reading. The news on his phone, his clothes and axe covered in blood. He was annoyed since it was only the 4th round and so many players had already died, considering them pathetic losers, according to breaking news. The number of deaths caused by other players suddenly increased after the 4th round. Thousands of security cameras had been destroyed, and now the city was lawless at night. The players united against the government had formed an online community, and the anxiety of the citizens was increasing. Then a smile appeared on Fatty's face as he knew they would have done the same if they had become players. Grabbing his axe, he put his phone in his pocket and stood up and asked, "What's wrong with doing what we want?" before dying revealing that. This was the reason why they shouldn't have been put under so much pressure all the time with restrictions and rules. Then he gripped his axe and attacked the ground with force, destroying it into pieces all. The anger they had been holding back was exploding. Fatty Guy calmed down and decided to stop thinking about the matter, since there was no one who could stand in his way. With an arrogant smile, he declared himself as a player better than everyone else. The entire room was filled with corpses. Fatty started laughing, asking who he should kill now. Despite being somewhat nervous, he was happy since it was the first time he had killed someone in reality. The feeling was somewhat different from what he had thought. He felt nothing, so he assumed the reason was because he had already experienced it in the 4th round. He was somewhat upset because he had only obtained 1 stack per person, as all those he had killed were normal people according to him. The 4th round was great and more efficient than hunting monsters since he obtained a new rune called Absorption. The bar would fill up when he killed enemies, and once the bar filled completely, he would receive a random stat, and the number of points received was proportional to his enemy's level. Then Fatty opened the door of the room. He was anxious and wanted to kill players instead, since he would obtain more sack from them. And with a curious expression, he took out his mobile phone and remembered that they had mentioned a forum for players. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared when the idea of joining the forum with players to kill others came to his mind, since that way, he was going to get many more stacks. Then he opened the form to join the players' forum. This was the nation's first online forum to help players so they could change the world. The PCW forum was conducting interviews to accept new members in order to ensure that only players would be part of the community before joining. Fatty had to enter his personal information level, class, and nickname in the other world, the name of the zone he belonged to, and the round number before being accepted for an interview. Fatty was somewhat annoyed since the form was very strict. Not only did he have to reveal personal information, but he also had to be interviewed. He had no other choice, so he filled out the form as only in this way he was going to be able to meet players. He was confident that the other players would never think there is a player out there who kills the other players. The next day following the instructions, Fatty arrived at an establishment according to the interviewer's message. He had to go to Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang up until noon and could wear whatever he wanted. He observed the cafe sign. It was called Welcome Cafe. He began to lose patience since this place was in the middle of nowhere, where not even buses passed by. He decided to stop thinking about the matter and opened the door of the cafe, thinking about killing the interviewer if he acted like an idiot. The interior of the cafe was luxurious and much more sophisticated than Fatty had thought. At one of the tables, there were 2 people talking. One of them was a man with green hair, and the other wore a pink hood. Being the only customers, Fatty caught the man's attention. He stood up and asked, "Are you the person who came for the interview for PCW?" Fatty walked towards them and said yes. The interviewer gently asked what his nickname was, to which Fatty replied, "Black Flame Dragon." Both shook hands, and the man introduced himself as the interviewer. Fatty began to sweat in astonish and asked, "Are you a player?" Laughing, the interviewer nodded. The interviewer introduced the other player wearing a pink hoodie as Little Cockle, explaining that he and Black Flame Dragon could become teammates, so he asked both of them to greet each other. Fatty greeted the player and he returned the greeting. He was somewhat annoyed to see that a weakling like this guy was also a player. Once they sat down, Fatty observed the interior of the cafe and mentioned that it seemed like the business was not going well for them, as there were no customers and no employees either. Then, with a confident smile, the interviewer responded that it was an isolated place, being the reason why they had rented this place for the interviews. Fatty became curious, asking where the owner of the cafe was. The interviewer calmly mentioned that in this cafe food was also served and that the owner was in the kitchen preparing food. Fatty became even more curious and began to carefully observe his surroundings. There were no cameras in this cafe, while little Cockle was enjoying a delicious milkshake. Fatty's gaze fixed on him, seeing that there were no cameras in this place. He could kill them both and escape without anyone noticing. But he decided to calm down since he couldn't just kill these two and leave the place. Several seconds passed, and he asked, "Aren't we going to do the interview?" With a kind smile, the interviewer replied that they were waiting for another person who had yet to arrive. They would do the interview when he arrived. With a calm attitude, Fatty asked, "So 3 people will be interviewed?" Just then, a man with black hair started approaching the cafe. The interviewer's attention fixed on him, and he asked Fatty to be patient. The man entered the cafe, and the interviewer stood up and with a nervous demeanor asked if he was here for the interview. The man responded affirmatively, and the interviewer asked what his nickname was. The man replied that it was Black Scythe. Upon hearing this, the interviewer's eyes widened with excitement. He put his hands over his mouth and couldn't help but feel admiration. A few days before, an online meeting was held. The president, a man who wore glasses, smiled and welcomed Yam Tea and Popping Yam Tea. The black-haired woman showed her admiration for the president. All the members were present, except for Jam. The president decided to begin the general meeting for the 3rd week of April with a smile, and he called Lost Yak's attention and asked how many people had joined the forum this week. With a calm gaze, Lost Yak responded that around 2,000. The president was happy since they had increased compared to last week. Lost Yak also mentioned that the number of players kept decreasing each month, but the number of members was increasing every week. So he was sure that the article talking about them, and that had caught the players' attention with a curious expression. The president asked who had hired the journalist. Yamty raised her hand and with a smile said it had been her. The president was somewhat astonished since he didn't know she had connections in that area, to which she replied that it was a new connection. The president extended his hand and praised the woman as he expected no less from a veteran member, and he called Lost Yak attention and asked how many of the 2,000 players were truly skilled. Lost Yak responded that if they excluded the players without class and those below level 10, they had approximately 120. The president became curious to know how many were really useful. The man wearing a tie adjusted his glasses, turned on his tablet, and decided to talk about it. While browsing through the tablet, he mentioned that an outstanding player was Black Flame Dragon. He was an ordinary level 10 warrior, but achieved 3rd place in his zone. The president knew that to achieve 3rd place, he must have a good rune, or was lying. The man wearing a tie mentioned that he was good enough to be chosen as a candidate for an executive position. The president thought that he was right and asked if there was any other useful player. He started to navigate through the tablet and explained that another outstanding player was Little Cockle, who had always ranked between 4th and 10th place. Apart from those two, there were 50 other players who were among the top 100 in their respective zones. Upon hearing this, an excited smile appeared on the president's face, realizing that he is going to be busy interviewing people. Then he called the attention of My Age 30, who was sleeping like a log. Upon hearing the president's voice, he woke up from his sleep, not knowing where he was. The president, visibly upset, asked if he was sleeping and what he had done last night, that he was already dozing off. He didn't want to hear excuses, giving him the order to take charge of 50 interviews for the next meeting, threatening him that if he didn't succeed, another high-level candidate could take his place. Still half asleep, he promised to fulfill the task. Then the president asked Lost Yak if he had contacted Black Scythe. Lost Yak took out his phone and with a calm voice replied that he would have informed immediately if that had happened. The president sighed for him. It was a shame, since he would give him an executive position right away if only he joined. Then he asked Yamti if she could ask that journalist to write more articles, since he believed they were going to need more marketing to try to get Black Scythe to join them. With a smile, she replied that as long as there was money, everything was possible. With a confident expression, the president told her not to worry about the money since he was going to reward her for her hard work. Yamti couldn't help but feel happy and thank the president. Just before they could move on to the next topic, Lost Yak's eyes filled with surprise, and he asked the president to wait because a user had just requested to join the forum. The president's mind filled with curiosity, and he asked who. Lost Yak began to tremble when he revealed that Black Scythe had requested to join the forum. This revelation left everyone in shock. Back in the present, the interviewer greeted Black Scythe with a cheerful smile and asked if it had been difficult to get here. Black Scythe nodded, and upon seeing this, the interviewer started touching his head and with a nervous expression apologized, explaining that this was the best place they knew for privacy. He extended his hand toward the others, indicating that they should sit down. He also noticed that he was very handsome, so he thought he must be popular among women by age. Moved the chair for Black Scythe, and once he sat down, the interviewer mentioned that the two of them were also here for an interview just like him. Fatty couldn't help but grit his teeth and feel furious. Just then, Little Cockle coughed and greeted them. Black Scythe, somewhat annoyed, also introduced himself while his eyes were shining. With a smile, Ryu introduced himself as Little Cockle. Fatty swallowed hard and couldn't help but feel afraid because Black Scythe was the person who had killed him 5 times. He clenched his fist, unable to stop himself from getting angry. He wanted to ask if they had ever met in real life and why Black Scythe was so obsessed with killing him. Not noticing Fatty's expression, the interviewer asked if something was wrong and whether he wasn't going to introduce himself like everyone else. Lowering his head, Fatty introduced himself as Black Flame Dragon. Black Scythe, visibly upset, began staring at him silently. When Fatty saw this, he got even angrier and started sweating like crazy. He couldn't believe that Black Scythe refused to respond to him verbally. Fatty had thought that if he said his username, Black Scythe would recognize him, but now he realized that Black Scythe didn't remember his username, even though he had killed him 5 times. Ryu calmly sipped his milkshake. Unsure if he was coming across as arrogant, he was also pretending, but that guy was a real fraud. Black Scythe's real username was Kir Rubing Bong, a professional scammer who had pulled off all kinds of schemes to fill his pockets. This guy wasn't very important at the moment, but in the future he would obtain a cloning rune and become famous, well, more infamous than famous. And that was because he had used the rune for all kinds of crimes. Ryu's gaze fixed on him. It was a bitter reality where even criminals gained powers from another world. But it was good that Ryu had met him as planned, since he intended to use him to get the cloning rune. Then the interviewer opened his backpack and pulled out a tablet. Now that everyone had introduced themselves, it was time to start. By confirming their personal information, he decided to begin with Little Cockle. With a calm gaze, he said his name was Kim Seong-hyun. He was 19 years old and had just graduated from high school, so he didn't have a job yet. The interviewer began reviewing Ryu's personal information and with a serious expression asked if he was a level 13 assassin and if he had reached 4th place in his zone's rankings. Ryu nodded in response, and his eyes started to shine because everything was a lie, except for the username Little Cockle was an actual username that existed. In other words, he was impersonating someone else. He had no choice but to do it, since it was necessary to meet the conditions and obtain the cloning rune. In fact, the cloning rune required you to commit a murder at the location where the rune was hidden while pretending to be someone else. Black Scythe was calm in the past, and this bastard had committed murder while impersonating Ryu and obtained the cloning rune. Then with a smile, the interviewer turned to Fatty and said he was next. Fatty introduced himself, saying his name was Shim Hyung. He was 15 years old and a high school student. The interviewer started to smile and mentioned that Fatty was the youngest one here. Ryu began mixing the milkshake. His gaze fixed on the interviewer, he knew that Fatty was rotten to the core, wondering if the interviewer would still look at him so confidently if he knew that Fatty had killed his classmates, something an ordinary student could never do. Then the interviewer asked if it was true that he was a level 10 warrior and had once reached third place in his zone. Fatty slammed the table hard and, somewhat angry, asked if they thought he was lying. The interviewer got a bit nervous and apologized for offending him, explaining that this was just part of the process. It was Black Scythe's turn. With an arrogant expression, he introduced himself as Kim In-hong, 28 years old. A fund manager, he claimed he had never lost first place in his zone and was level 30. Confidently, he assumed they already knew his class was a Reaper and asked, "What else do you need to confirm?" The interviewer got a bit nervous and with a forced smile said there were no more questions to ask. Ryu, who was eating a strawberry at the time, started staring intently at Kim In-hong. He knew this bastard was lying. He wasn't a fund manager, but rather a fraud manager. Now he planned to use the username Blackie to borrow money from other players. Then the interviewer placed the tablet on the table, and after confirming their identities, explained that it was time to start the interview. He wanted to know why they wanted to join PCW, starting with Ryu. With a nervous expression, Ryu explained that the world was dangerous nowadays, and he was afraid of going out alone. For this reason, he thought it would be nice to be with other players. Then it was Fatty's turn. He got nervous because he couldn't say that he was there to kill players. He clenched his fists and said he was there for the same reason as Ryu, explaining that he couldn't even go to school and was worried about the next round. Then the interviewer turned to Black Scythe and asked why he wanted to join PCW. With an arrogant expression, Kim replied that he had signed up because he'd seen there was a forum. He did it simply out of curiosity. Hearing this, the interviewer began to show a nervous smile. It didn't take long for Ryu to realize that it was essentially a free pass no matter what Black Scythe said. Then the interviewer clasped his hands together and mentioned that everyone had given fairly satisfactory answers. And a wicked smile appeared on his face as he revealed that the final part of the interview was to kill another person, and only by doing this could they pass the last stage of the interview. Ryu, clearly pretending, began to show concern and fear. The interviewer fell for it, and with a serious expression decided to help Ryu understand. He extended his hands and revealed that the government had already started regulating players and turning their backs on them, because they feared them for being more powerful. He clenched his fist confidently, saying that soon they, the players, would dominate the world. This world would become reality much sooner if all of them worked together. With an evil smile, he made it clear that they didn't need to be bound by the laws. They had to show the government that the players were the law-resisting government regulations. Ryu became scared, realizing that this was why they needed to kill. The interviewer confirmed it, explaining that they had to demonstrate their will to the government and prove that laws couldn't control them. Fake Black Scythe and Fatty remained silent. The interviewer clasped his hands together and asked if Ryu understood now. Ryu said yes. Pointing a finger, the interviewer made it clear that if any of them were unwilling to proceed with this final part of the interview, they could leave right now. However, he warned that if they chose to leave now, they shouldn't expect any help from them in the future. Ryu wiped the milkshake cream from his mouth, realizing that anyone who left would be blacklisted. This was meant to pressure them into committing a murder so they wouldn't be able to easily leave the community later. Fake Black Scythe and Fatty remained silently deep in thought. The interviewer began to smile as he saw everyone was ready. He decided it was time to move forward with the final part of the interview. With a confident gaze, Fatty asked what he meant by proceed, making it clear that there was no one here to kill. A wicked smile appeared on the interviewer's face as he revealed that he had already prepared for this. It was raining heavily, and the interviewer told everyone to stand up. Seeing this, the owner of the cafe looked somewhat surprised and mentioned that they could stay longer if they wanted, since they had rented the place after all, with a polite demeanor. The interviewer replied that they were in a hurry and asked where the bathrooms were, pointing to the side. The woman said that the bathrooms were around the corner. The interviewer reached into his pocket and asked if he could ask her for a favor while he was in the bathroom. The woman agreed. He handed her his car keys and asked if she could take his car out of the parking lot for him since he was in a hurry. The woman took the keys and with a kind smile told him not to worry. She grabbed a red umbrella and went out to the parking lot in the rain. She opened the car door and closed her umbrella. Just then, hands started reaching toward her from behind. Before she could realize what was happening, someone grabbed her by the neck and began choking her. She tried to fight back, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, she lost consciousness. The person behind it was none other than the interviewer, a smile appearing on his face as his plan had worked. Fatty and Ryu were in shock, and Ryu asked what he is doing. Fatty also inquired why he did that. The interviewer put the woman inside the car and asked what they were doing, then ordered them to get in the car. Raindrops were falling from the woman's hand. Fatty seemed a bit annoyed, while Ryu, showing concern, revealed that they had to kill the owner of the cafe. Then the interviewer started driving the car through the rain. Until they arrived at a building located far from the city, everyone got out of the car, and the interviewer, who was carrying the woman's body on his shoulders, mentioned that this was where the final part of the interview would take place. They entered the building, which seemed to be empty, and the interviewer placed the woman's body on the floor and coldly asked who was going to kill her. He turned to Fake Black Scythe with a smile, asked if he wanted to do it with a cold attitude. Fake Black Scythe said yes, but just then someone caught their attention, asking them to wait a moment. It was Ryu. The interviewer turned around curious and asked what he wanted. That's when Ryu asked if he could do it. An excited smile appeared on the interviewer's face. Because this was unexpected, he hadn't anticipated this from Ryu, since he seemed shy. He turned to Fake Black Scythe and asked if Ryu could take his place instead. Black Scythe nodded in agreement, showing that he didn't mind. Then Ryu began walking toward them, creating tension until he passed by Fake Black Scythe. And with an arrogant smile, Kim asked Ryu to do a good job since he was doing him a favor. With a piercing gaze, Ryu thanked him and revealed that he would make good use of the cloning rune. Hearing the word rune, Fake Black Scythe grew curious and turned around with a suspicious expression. But in the blink of an eye, Ryu grabbed his head and without hesitation for even a second snapped his neck. The interviewer's head twisted and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Black Flame Dragon and the interviewer froze in place in shock. Their words failed to come out as intended, and their eyes dart around in confusion. The interviewer cast anxious glances back and forth between the lifeless body of Black Scythe and Ryu. Then he said to Ryu, "What in the world have you done? How could you dare to kill Black Scythe, a legendary figure?" He didn't expect the revered Black Scythe to meet such a simple end. He also said, "Have you lost your mind?" Ryu said with a low, menacing voice, accompanied by a piercing gaze directed at the interviewer. "Ah, you're blabbering nonsense, aren't you?" That interviewer was surprised and said to himself, "What on earth is behind that gaze?" It resembled the intense glare of a ferocious beast, capable of quelling one's spirit. Leaving the flustered manager behind, Ryu Min redirected his gaze to the empty air. Then the system message appeared. "You have committed murder while impersonating another player. The activation conditions have been met. You have discovered a hidden rune in this very place, the rune of Doppelganger. The acquired rune will be automatically engraved onto the player's body." Receiving the message about obtaining the rune of Doppelganger, a satisfied smile graced Ryu Min's face. Given the guy's future destiny as a villain, Ryu Min harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Then Ryu gazed at the ground with a calm expression, pretending to be little cockle had been worth it for him. The interviewer, clearly upset, approached Ryu and asked, Little Croc, tell me, why in the world did you kill Black Scythe?" Ryu took out a white mask, put it on, and as his eyes began to glow, he revealed that Kim was a complete idiot who had been stealing his identity. The interviewer felt even more afraid, his mind filled with confusion, because he didn't understand what Ryu meant by this. After putting on the mask, Ryu started walking toward the cafe owner, who was unconscious on the floor. The interviewer was upset. He started pointing at the woman's body, and with an angry expression explained that Ryu should have killed this woman instead of Black Scythe. Ryu approached the woman crouched down, and while picking up a trash bag from the ground, he responded that Black Scythe was trash just like the interviewer. Then carefully he placed the trash back over the woman's head. The interviewer clenched his fist, and with a furious gaze demanded to know what Ryu had just said, daring him to repeat it. After putting the trash bag over the cafe owner's head, Ryu stood up without saying a single word. The interviewer's eyes began to shine with hatred as he drew his weapon, causing a powerful golden sword to appear in his hand. Seeing this, Ryu reached out and started summoning his weapon, making a dark energy take shape and transform into it. The interviewer's attention was fixed on it, leaving him somewhat confused and surprised. Rao sheathed his side, turned toward him, and with a piercing gaze repeated once again that the interviewer and Kim were trash. The interviewer swallowed hard and his eyes widened in fear. He started sweating when he saw that Ryu's main weapon was a scythe. He had never seen a player wield such a large scythe before. Ryu, resting the scythe on his shoulder, silently observed him. The interviewer's jaw dropped and his eyes grew even wider with terror as he remembered that there was only one player who used a massive scythe as his primary weapon. He recalled that Ryu had previously mentioned Kim was stealing his identity. As he struggled to make sense of the situation, Ryu caught his attention and asked if he now understood what was happening and if he knew who the real Black Scythe was. The interviewer started trembling with fear, took several steps back, and finally realized that Ryu was the real Black Scythe. With a sincere expression, Ryu apologized for lying due to fear. The interviewer's hands began to shake, causing him to drop his weapon as he understood that Ryu was never Little Cockle. He was the true Black Scythe, his body shaking and his face filled with terror. He knelt before Ryu, apologizing for not recognizing him earlier and begging for mercy. Coldly, Ryu refused. With tears in his eyes, the interviewer lifted his head, and before he could even react, the interviewer's head bounced off the ground like a cluster of grapes. Rolling away, it came to rest at the feet of the Black Flame Dragon. Meeting their gaze, the Black Flame Dragon felt a sudden tremor of fear, and he said to himself, "This is the real Black Scythe. He's on a whole different level." Also, Black Flame Dragon hadn't even seen the attack that ended the interviewer's life. All he saw was the head falling after he swung that big scythe. Then Ryu said to Black Flame Dragon, "Now it's just you and me left. Do you have any idea what I'm about to do? If you have any last words, now's the time." The Black Flame Dragon mustered the courage to overcome his fear and managed to speak and said, I won't waste time with the obvious plea for mercy," Ryu said with a smile. "Oh, really?" Black Flame Dragon said seriously. I had something to ask when I met you. Why did you kill me 5 times in round 4? I was curious." Ryu said, "The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you in check." Black Flame Dragon said in amazement. "Keep me in check? But why?" Ryu replied. "Because out of all the people I saw back then, you seemed to have some skill. I needed to eliminate the competition." In that moment, a sense of relief washed over the Black Flame Dragon, as if a 3-day-long constipation had been resolved. His doubts were finally put to rest. Then Ryu said, "Any other questions? Even if I kill you now, you won't have any regrets, right?" The Black Flame Dragon desperately wanted to beg for mercy, but seeing the manager die right after their plea made him feel it would be unwise to do so. Then he said, Can I ask just one more thing before the end?" Ryu said, "What is it?" The Black Flame Dragon said, "Why do you want to kill me? What have I done?" Ryu replied, "Because you're trash." The Black Flame Dragon said in amazement, "Me? What have I done?" Ryu said, "Aren't you here to kill that woman?" He said, "Yes, but I haven't done anything yet." Ryu became angry and said, "Haven't done anything? You've been a mere spectator all this time. Being a mere spectator is also a sin. Now, do you finally understand why you deserve to die?" The Black Flame Dragon didn't answer, but his expression still showed a lack of comprehension. Then, Ryo Min let out a sigh and said, "Fine then, I'll give you a chance to survive. Unlike those scams, your only crime was being a mere spectator after all." The Black Flame Dragon said happily, "Really?" But Ryo Min tapped the ground with his scythe. "Empty everything you have right here." Ryu's words may not have been clear, but the Black Flame Dragon obediently took out items from his inventory. Naturally, their life held more value than these insignificant possessions. Ryo Min's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the items laid out before him and said to himself, He actually has quite a useful collection. Orange marrow stone, yellow marrow stone, sellable equipment, and more. While he didn't possess items as rare as black gold ore, these treasures surpassed expectations. Swiftly, the Black Flame Dragon, carefully measuring Ryu Min's reaction, spoke up. I've emptied out the gear and the axe I was using. This is all I have left. There's nothing more. The Black Flame Dragon assumed that Ryu Min was dissatisfied. But in truth, Ryu was 99% satisfied, and Ryu said to himself, if I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll get 2,000 gold. Ryu Min only took a few marrow stones and a couple of equipment pieces, stashing them in his inventory. The Black Flame Dragon was surprised and said, aren't you taking anything else? Ryu replied, no need. You can keep them. Some of the equipment, including the axe, couldn't be sold because they weren't shop-bought items. Then, Ryu Min cast a glance at the other corpses and said to himself, there's no point in searching them, because through previous rounds, Ryu already knew they didn't possess any valuable items. That's the reason for killing them without hesitation, unlike the Black Flame Dragon. Of course, he could have taken some loose change from them, but even if he had plundered their items before killing them, the Black Flame Dragon wouldn't have given up so easily. Then the Black Flame Dragon looked at Ryu Min with a mix of anticipation and unease and said, so, does that mean you'll spare my life as promised? Ryu said, yeah, I'll spare you. A promise is a promise. The Black Flame Dragon was happy and said, thank you. Thank you so much. Ryu said, now live a decent life. Whether you dispose of their bodies or not, it's up to you. The Black Flame Dragon replied, okay. But Ryu decided, take care of the woman. Black Flame Dragon wanted to offer assistance but was met with a dismissive gesture, and Ryu said to him, forget it. How can I trust someone like you? Just go away. The Black Flame Dragon said, yes, I understand. Then he felt a wave of relief washing over him and said to himself, phew, I'm alive. I thought I was done for. But he actually spared me. He also said Black Scythe had turned out to be more human than I expected, as he had anticipated losing all his equipment, but that wasn't the case because Ryu only took a few unidentified stones and some equipment purchased from the shop. The Black Dragon kept saying to himself, thank goodness, it ended like this. Sacrificing a few items for my life, it's definitely worth it. Then he let out another sigh of relief, grateful for his luck. But suddenly he felt some emptiness, and the emptiness turned into a simmering frustration. Even a tinge of anger started to well up inside him, and he said to himself, did I really deserve this? Did I lose all my items just because I watched while they wanted to kill that woman? It felt unfair. Then he looked at Ryu and said to himself, he looks completely weak from behind. Even if he's the powerful Black Scythe, wouldn't he die if I struck him with an axe from behind? And here he held the axe in his hand and said to himself, what should I do? This could be my chance. Should I take the risk and ambush the defenseless Black Scythe, or should I play it safe and turn back? And his decision didn't take long to make. He tightened his grip on the axe, feeling the surge of strength, telling himself, if I manage to kill a high-level player like the Black Scythe, imagine how much my stats would increase. Then he carefully stepped closer behind Ryu, while he was saying to himself, don't notice me, please, just don't notice me. In an instant, he raised the axe and shouted, die, you son of a bitch! With a mighty swing, he brought down the axe, and Ryu fell to the ground and said, I actually killed the Black Scythe? Just like that? Then he erupted into maniacal laughter, intoxicated by the exhilarating thrill, saying, is this for real? The Black Scythe, a mere level 10, killed you? You fell for me? You fool. Why would you turn your back on someone like me? Even a fool wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. But suddenly he felt worried and said, why haven't I received a message indicating an increase in stats? Normally, when he kills someone, the message would appear instantaneously. He didn't know what had happened. But suddenly he heard someone's voice, and when he turned his head, he got shocked and his eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. It turned out to be Ryu. Then Ryu said with smile, why so surprised? Did you see a ghost? Shim Hyung could only stutter, rendered speechless, and shouted, wait, what? I was certain that I had killed you. And he said to himself, did Black Scythe possess some mystical power of resurrection, or was he dealing with a spectral being? Then a gaze of the black flame dragon darted to where Black Scythe's corpse should be. The corpse had mysteriously vanished. Not a single trace of blood remained, as though that bloody scene was nothing more than a fleeting dream. Ryu said to him, what you killed was merely my clone. The black flame dragon said in amazement. A clone? Rao said, yes. The ability of the doppelganger rune allows for the creation of a clone identical to oneself, although it lacks any form of combat prowess. He also said, it seems that even without the ability to fight, the clone has proven to be surprisingly effective. That was a valuable test, the black flame dragon said in frustration. You deceived me. Ryu Min became angry, seeing the black flame dragon gnash its teeth in visible frustration, and said, why the sudden victim act? The real victim here is me. My head was almost smashed to bits, you know? The black flame dragon said angrily. You're the victim. Aren't you the one who threatened me first and took all my... Seemingly aggrieved, Ryu brandished his scythe. Simultaneously, the black flame dragon's vision skewed, and he asked himself, what's happening? Why is my body suddenly not obeying me? In his final moments, he remained oblivious to his impending doom, and the black flame dragon's head began to roll aimlessly across the ground. Then Ryu found himself standing amidst silent surroundings. No other player was left alive. Ryu, satisfied, unleashed the trace eraser skill across the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, all traces of the violent scene, from the 3 lifeless bodies to the remnants of the bloodshed, had vanished without a trace. To an unsuspecting passerby, it would be virtually impossible to conceive of the site as a former battleground. Apart from one person, then Ryu moved closer to the single exception. The woman wearing a black bag over her head, the lone survivor, and unintentional witness. And he asked, can I have your attention? The woman didn't respond. She was motionless, resembling a lifeless body. Ryu asked, why don't you sit down for a bit? Quit your acting. In silent confirmation, the woman gradually sat up. Hidden behind the bag, her face remained unseen, but Ryu could almost picture her embarrassment, and she stuttered, how did you know I was faking unconsciousness? Ryu thought that her thoughts were like an open book, but skillfully avoided answering her directly, and he said, attempting to deceive a player is unwise. She said, I apologize. Then she asked, her hands inching towards the bag, this is uncomfortable, can I remove it? Quickly, Ryu intervened, blocking her attempt. He had his mask on for discretion, yet his clothing might give him away, and he said, no, keep it on until my departure. She said, all right. Then Ryu asked, do you comprehend the danger you were in? She nodded, her fear resonating in her reply. Yes, it was terrifying, to the point where I dared not open my eyes. Ryu said, after I ask you a few questions, I will be on my way. Can you cooperate with me? She nodded and said, yes. Then Ryu asked her, do you know how many customers there were? Their faces? Do you remember each one of them? She replied, there were 4, and one of them was in his mid-40s. I remember him distinctly because we had a conversation, but the others I don't remember. Based on the woman's testimony, he examined her inner thoughts. It was the truth that she indeed can't remember the faces of the others. This was what Ryu wanted to confirm, whether she remembered his face or not. Then Ryu said, I understand. I'll end the questions here. The woman inquired, am I safe now? Everything is over, right? In response to her trembling voice, Ryu soothingly reassured her, saying, yes, you can now go home in peace. It will be hard, but forget everything that happened today. And don't make things worse by reporting to the police needlessly. There's a risk of retaliation. She nodded and said, yes, I understand. Ryu added, you can take off the bag after counting 60 seconds in your head. Do you understand? Do not take it off before then. Then the woman began counting to 60. During that time, the only sound was the rustling of the bag in the wind. As the countdown hit 60, she flung off the sack encasing her. Her eyes darted anxiously around her surroundings, met only by the sight of a dilapidated warehouse, and she asked herself, surely, it couldn't have been a dream, no corpse, no traces of blood, and the anonymous savior who'd liberated her was nowhere to be found. The woman's face mirrored the bewilderment incited by this unforeseen scenario, and she inquired, It couldn't have been a dream. But while he's waiting his transition to the parallel world, an unexpected message popped up. It was from Juri, and she said in it, "Ryu Min, it's nearly midnight, isn't it? Feeling so nervous, but I feel everything will go smoothly this time. Let's not worry. Come on, let's give it our all. We'll meet each other, alive and victorious." The lengthy message of support brought an involuntary chuckle to Ryu Min's lips. But Ryu wasn't worried about her because from the 5th round onward, the zones were set to merge, and Ryu Min would cross paths with Min Juri. Even if it meant he had to remain by her side solely for the purpose of receiving her buffs, ensuring her safety was a task he willingly undertook. After that, the minute hand of the wall clock swept past midnight, and Ryu Min's eyes gradually closed. His consciousness was transferred away to the parallel world. As he opened his eyes, the surrounding landscape was starkly familiar, a sweeping expanse of grassland, reminiscent of the setting of the 1st round. But the gathering was noticeably light, and the numbers were reduced to a fraction of the usual crowd. So someone said, Is this it? Is this all of us?" "No way, there have to be more on the way." Someone else told him, "Don't be naive. The last round had about 500 survivors, and when counting, the number does seem about right. Compared with the 1st round, which nearly had a staggering 10,000 competitors, the current tally was depressingly light. But this was merely within their designated area. After that the angel appeared and said, laughing, "Pleased to see you, humans. A hearty congratulations on your survival up to the 5th round." But none reacted to the angel's celebratory greeting with a smile. After all, everyone held the angels responsible for the chaos engulfing them. Then the angel said, "Oh, why the sour faces? Come on, lighten up. You folks had quite a blast in the last round, didn't you? Slaughtering your kind so enthusiastically," and it laughed again, but there was no response from the players, the angel said. I see. Enough with the teasing. It's no fun if there's no reaction." Then the angel's cheerful demeanor was replaced by a stern expression and said, "Presently, we have 442 survivors. We should be starting with 521, but it seems we're short by almost 80. Well, that's fine. Whatever you choose to do in your world is none of my concern. However, a thrilling game seems far-fetched with just over 400 participants." Then the angel smirked and added, "So I've planned something. It's the territorial integration." The angel's words left the people looking puzzled, not quite grasping the meaning, and someone raised a hand and said, "Angel, could you please explain what territorial integration means?" The angel retorted with a hint of impatience. "You should get it once I explain. No need to make it complicated." And it continued saying, "In simple terms, it means merging territories. You might not know, but your country has hundreds of them. To be precise, 875. Everyone was surprised by the number and said, 'We had that many territories in our country?' The angel chuckled, downplaying it. "Don't be too surprised. It's not a big deal compared to some other countries. China, for instance, has over 26,000 territories." The players quickly accepted the fact, considering China's vast population. But something else surprised them. The number of angels, because if each territory has an angel assigned, that means there are at least tens of thousands of angels. Hearing their murmurs, the angel smiled and said, "Your guess is spot on. We angels are each assigned to one territory. Did it take you this long to figure it out? Silly humans." Though the angel teased, they could only listen. Arguing with such a powerful being was futile. But suddenly someone asked a good question. He said, Angel, you said you were assigned. Are you saying you didn't create this survival game?" For a moment, an embarrassed expression crossed the angel's face, but it vanished quickly. Regaining composure, the angel maintained a poker face and asked, "Why would you think that?" The player said, "It's just hard to believe that so many angels decided to work together to create this survival game. There must be someone behind all of you." But suddenly the angel, radiating an intense golden aura, descends from above. its massive wings glowing with celestial energy. The sheer force of its presence distorts the air, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. Facing this awe-inspiring entity stands a lone figure, the player who appears both mesmerized and terrified. He does not move, as if paralyzed by the sheer might of the angel before him. The player stands frozen in place, staring at the angel before him. The angel's piercing gaze locks onto the player, and in that moment he realizes that her power is overwhelming, suffocating. She gracefully reaches out, lifting his chin with a delicate yet unyielding touch, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her voice is calm but laced with an unspoken warning as she utters chilling words. "Don't ask unnecessary questions. It might get you killed." The words reverberate in the air, carrying an undeniable weight. A surge of fear courses through the player, his body tense, his heartbeat erratic. The player said, I apologize. Faced with the stern words, everyone could only bow their heads. Except for Ryu Min, of course. Ryu Min noticed that the angel was trying to divert the conversation, likely due to a policy of keeping information hidden. It seemed improbable that a mere angel had crafted this massive survival game, especially considering the self-centered and competitive nature of angels. Then the angel grumbled and said, "Enough with the pestering questions. You pests should focus on surviving. And now, no more wasting time. Let's proceed with the territory integration as promised. Just so you know, it's only because there aren't many of you. Don't make wild guesses." With the snap of a finger, the ground began to shake. The players were shocked and said, "What's happening? An earthquake?" But suddenly around 500 unfamiliar figures materialized. They were players from other territories. Then everyone stood still, eyeing one another with caution, and they asked themselves, "Is it over? And who are these people?" Then a new angel appeared and said, "Well, the territory integration is complete." "Huh? Why the strange looks? You're all humans, so at least say hello. How long do you plan to stand there like statues?" And it was not only one angel, but it was there, a group of angels, gathered together. Then one of the angels said, "Olive, how many people are in your territory?" Olive is the angel from the same territory as Ryu Min, and Olive said, 442 player. The previous angel said, "Similar to ours, huh?" And it continued saying, "By the way, who's going to explain things to the humans here about the game and all?" Olive raised her hand and offered to take charge and said, "I'll do it." But another angel said, "Wait a second. Are you trying to impress the angel leader?" Olive felt nervous for a moment and said, "Me? Why would I? If anyone wants to do it, I don't mind." Another angel intervened and said, "Guys, let's not fight. Anyone can do it. But let Olive do it this time because her voice is beautiful after that." Olive fluttered her wings and flew to the center of the place and said, "Hello, everyone. Your assigned angels have already informed you, right? Due to the small number of players, the territories have been merged." And she continued saying, "Currently, 10 territories have been combined into one, and there are 4,144 players here." The players were amazed and said, 10 territories merged? Almost 5,000 people? No wonder it looked crowded. Then the angel said, "We integrated other territories too, to fill them with players. Naturally, with the integration, the territory names will change. For your reference, this territory is now named CES007, exclusively comprising players from South Korea." The players felt some relief and said, "Ah, so everyone here is from South Korea? Good thing we can communicate." At this moment, the players expected that perhaps later they might meet with players from other countries, and this prediction was correct, because the territory integration was not a one-time event. As the number of players dwindled to 500 or less, the angles will continue to merge territories. Eventually, they would inevitably cross paths with players from other countries, just as someone had predicted. It'll happen when there are fewer than 500 players from South Korea. Ryu Min knew exactly when that moment would arrive. It will be by round 11. The fourth territory integration will take place, and we'll find ourselves competing with players from other countries. But Ryu Min's knowledge didn't end there. He was also aware that the angels had a surprise side game planned for this round. And he was right, because after one moment the angel said, Before we unveil the main quest, let's celebrate the territory integration with a simple side game. And the angel continued saying, each territory used to have its representative, right? But now that they're integrated, what should we do? Well, it's only natural to select a new representative for the unified territory. The players were amazed and said, a new territory representative? Then the angel said, the rules are simple. The 10 existing territory representatives will step forward and fight each other until only one remains standing. That survivor will be promoted as the representative for this newly integrated territory. In other words, it was a death match where they fought until only one person was left standing. Then one player said, so in order to become the representative of the integrated territory, we have to eliminate each other? At this moment, the players expressed shock, but there was no sense of worry. In fact, they seemed rather entertained by someone else's predicament. And one player said, this should be fun, right? I wonder who will become the representative. But at this time, all 9 territory representatives were worried, but Ryu Min maintained a poker face. He was actually secretly happy with the knowledge of just how prestigious the position of the unified territory representative was. But the angel reassured them, saying, territory representatives, my. There's no need to make such worried faces. It's called a death match, but rest assured, no one will actually die. Once the game is over, all deceased representatives will be resurrected. The mention of resurrection didn't elicit any visible change in the expressions of the territory representatives. After all, the game seemed to offer no immediate advantages, making it an unappealing prospect. However, the angels had more to reveal. Seeing their expressions, the angel said, judging by your expressions, it seems you're not too keen on the idea of becoming the unified territory representative. But do you truly believe there are no benefits at all? One of the players asked eagerly. Are there specific benefits exclusive to the unified territory representative? The angel answered. Absolutely. The representative gains the power of domination instead of mere command authority. And it means having the authority to control players with lower levels than yourself. Irrespective of their job class, you can freely manipulate the players within your territory, much like an upgraded version of command authority. The territory representatives looked surprised and intrigued, as many of the players had already completed the changing of their job classes, effectively making the command authority useless. But now, those limitations were lifted, and they were presented with a practically omnipotent power, free from any drawbacks. Then the angel said, of course, the rule remains that you can only use this power 10 times, and if the integrated representative is killed, the authority passes on to the killer. But isn't it enticing, having the ability to dominate fellow humans? Though they didn't voice their response, the fire in the representative's eyes conveyed their resolve. They were determined to fight with all their might to become the integrated representative. Ryu Min shared the same sentiment and said to himself, until now, being a territory representative held little merit, but starting from this round, it's different. I must win the death match and become the united territory representative. And his decision to kill Huang Yongmin and become a territory representative in the previous round was motivated by the upcoming changes. From the 5th round onward, the authority of the representative would become useful, and also because of the hidden subquest. Ryu Min was resolute in his goal. With level and experience enough to win, even in a 9-to-1 battle, he felt more than ready to take on this challenge. But there was one thing that Ryu Min, a regressor who relived this round multiple times, was unaware of, because behind the scenes, the angels had placed a bet on the integrated territory representative position, adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding event. And before starting the extra game, the angels huddled together, engaging in a lively discussion. They said, not only does this new zone need a new representative, but it also needs a new angel to guide players. Then one angel said, now that the areas are integrated, we should appoint a guide. Another angel said, yeah, we can't afford to fight over it like we did before. But none of the angels seemed eager to step up as guides. Whether human or celestial, nobody was keen on taking up unnecessary responsibilities. Then one angel called Elu looked around expectantly and said, "Is there any brave one willing to volunteer?" But the silence was deafening. Not a single hand rose in response. At this moment, another angel called Priscilla couldn't resist throwing a teasing remark. "Anyone who's easy to volunteering must be a misfit, right?" Olive's eyes shot open in disbelief, and she became very angry and said, "You're talking about me just now?" Priscilla retorted, trying to downplay her earlier mockery. "What? Your name didn't even cross my mind." But Olive said, "You were making fun of me when I offered help earlier." Priscilla laughed and said, "Is that how it sounded? Pfft, you're not completely clueless after all." Another angel said, Hey, enough of this bickering. The humans are watching us, and if we keep this up, even the Angel Master will notice." At the mention of the Angel Master, the two angels immediately fell silent, choosing not to argue further. Then Priscilla, who had been keeping quiet until then, suddenly spoke up with an intriguing suggestion. "How about this? Instead of relying on a random game based on luck, why don't we use this extra round to decide? The district representatives are going to fight, right? The area angel in charge of the first person who dies will be appointed the guide as a penalty." All angels said, "That's a good idea." But suddenly Olive raised her hand to object and said, "Rather than that, how about doing this? Not the first human to die, but the angel in charge of the last human standing wins. To spice things up, the winning angel gets to take on the role of a king." The others echoed in curiosity. "A king?" Olive explained. "Exactly. The other angels must obey the king's commands. For example, if the king selects someone as the guide, they must be followed without question. It will be the king's order." The idea sparked excitement among the angels, and one angel exclaimed, "Oh, this sounds even more fun." Then all angel praised, all except Priscilla, who couldn't help feeling a bit miffed. But her irritation was short-lived as she couldn't resist a playful smile. Hey, proposing that the winning side becomes the king. You must be pretty confident," Olive replied with a hint of cheekiness. "Yes, I am," Priscilla said with an expression of challenge. "You're taking our area representatives a bit lightly, aren't you? They won't be pushovers. Mine maintained his top rankings across all rounds." Olive couldn't help but smirk internally, finding Priscilla's confidence amusing, and said, "Oh, really? You think you're all high and mighty? Don't be so quick to laugh it off. If you knew who my area representative is, you'd be astonished." At this time, Priscilla didn't know that Olive's area representative was an unstoppable force, dominating all the areas. Then Olive questioned, trying to hide her amusement. "So, are you up for it or not?" Priscilla replied confidently. "Well, I see no reason not to," and the rest of the angels also agreed. Then Olive flew back to where the players were. Her wings caught everyone's attention, and she called for the beginning of the extra game to choose the unified representative. And she said, "All right, everyone, gather under my command, all area representatives," and with a signal, the ground shook, and a circular hill-like arena emerged. Olive continued, saying, "From now on, we'll have a death match where you kill or be killed until only one remains. I must warn you, though, if you die outside the arena, there will be no resurrection for you, so stay within the bounds. Let the game begin." Despite the tense atmosphere, none of the participants moved. They waited, eyeing each other cautiously, assessing the competition. Engaging with an area representative was no small feat, and they wanted to see who would take the first step. And in the midst of this, Priscilla's representative, also known as Psycho Chopper, couldn't help but wear a confident smile. He had maintained his position as the top-ranked player in his area without fail. Then he said to himself with confidence, "I'm unbeatable when it comes to dismantling things, be it humans, animals, or monsters." His confidence stemmed from the dismantling rune, a cunning yet powerful rune she possessed. As in, the moment he pierces his opponent's body with his blade, he can flawlessly dismantle them. There's no other deceitful rune like this. He had already demonstrated its potency by killing 312 players in the 4th round, even proving its effectiveness in PK. At this time, everyone seemed cautious, reluctant to make the first move. They were eyeing each other, aware that acting rashly might make them the primary target. Then the impatient angels shouted from above, their voices akin to excited gamblers watching a dogfight. Why are they just staring at each other? Why aren't you fighting? Come on, humans, fight already. Then Psycho Chopper strode towards the center of the arena. With confidence, his mind set on securing a strong first impression to instill fear in his adversaries. And he said to himself, "To make them fear me, I'll unleash the full extent of my ruthlessness, leaving a lasting impression." He also said, "Whoever challenges me first will just be unlucky." And finally, a challenger emerged from the shadows. He declared, eyeing the player wielding a massive scythe, and said loudly, "Ah, there you are, my first sacrifice." As the distance closed, Psycho Chopper couldn't help but be astonished by the player's massive scythe. Then he became surprised and said to himself, "I've seen spears and swords, but a scythe, that's a rarity." And he mused in amazement. Scythe. Huh. I've come across usernames with scythe before, but encountering someone who wields an actual scythe is a first. Then Psycho Chopper's gaze instinctively shifted upward to check the player's nickname. The moment he read it, his heart stopped beating in shock, and he said in amazement, "A Black Scythe? Your nickname is Black Scythe? It's a familiar nickname because when the results are announced, it's the name that always ranked first in all districts." Then Psycho Chopper said to himself, "Could it be the same name? Oh no, nicknames can't be used by two people." And he continued saying, "So then, is that person really the Black Scythe that ranked first in the rankings, the level 30 player?" And he stood there without moving in a feeling of fear and dread. He did not know what to do in front of this monster. After that, one angel said, "Why is that human acting like that? Just moments ago, he seemed full of vigor, and now he's making such a stupid face." And the observing angels shook their heads, perplexed by the sudden change in the player, Psycho Chopper, who seemed dazed and lost. His expression appeared vacant, as if something was not quite right. Then one angel said, "Priscilla, isn't that your area's representative?" Priscilla wasn't in the mood to respond, clenching her teeth in frustration, and said to herself, "What on earth is that human doing? We've come this close, and he's just standing there." But suddenly laughter, irritating and mocking, echoed from the side. Then Priscilla shot a stern glare at the source of the annoying laughter, and it was Olive. Priscilla asked, and her voice tinged with frustration, "Olive, are you finding this situation amusing?" Olive replied, trying to suppress a giggle. "Sorry, but I can't help but find it funny," Priscilla inquired, perplexed by Olive's reaction. "What's so amusing?" Olive remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Just look at that human. Your area's representative seems as nervous as a willow in the wind in front of mine." Then Priscilla directed her gaze at the human wielding the impressive scythe. However, she couldn't sense the overwhelming aura that she had anticipated. Priscilla asked, raising an eyebrow, "So, you're saying my area's representative is scared of your representative?" Olive responded with a playful smirk. "Well, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it?" Priscilla said, defending her area's representative. "Don't be ridiculous, Olive. Do you think being the top ranked in my area is a joke? My representative has never missed the top spot since round 1. Olive challenged with a hint of skepticism and said, "In your area, is just being the top ranked in his area even a big deal?" Priscilla seemed puzzled and said, "I don't get you anymore?" "What do you mean?" Olive said with pride. "My representative has never missed the top spot in the whole region." Priscilla said skeptically and surprised, "In the whole region? Where did you come out with such a lie?" Olive pointed out, raising an eyebrow, saying, "Do you still not get it? For those angels who bother to check the rankings, isn't his nickname enough of a clue?" As Olive's words sank in, the other angels finally paid close attention to the human's nickname. Then one of the angels exclaimed, "What? Black Scythe? I've seen him. He's always at the top of the results screen." Even though angels didn't typically concern themselves with human rankings, they knew who held the coveted top spot. At this moment, Priscilla felt a tremor of uncertainty and said to herself, "Black Scythe is Olive's area representative," and her confidence faltered because if that human was indeed the feared Black Scythe, then her representative wouldn't stand a chance. But suddenly everything changed in a flash. Psycho Chopper's head dropped to the ground, severed by the Black Scythe's swift strike. Then the angels turned to Priscilla, silently acknowledging her elimination, and one of them said, "Well, Priscilla is eliminated. At this moment, the shock left Priscilla speechless. She couldn't even muster anger at this unexpected and inevitable defeat. Then one player said, "Wait, isn't that Black Scythe? Why on earth is Black Scythe here?" The representatives, just realizing the identity of their opponent, couldn't help but shiver with fear. Though they had never encountered Black Scythe face to face, they knew three undeniable facts about this formidable player. Firstly, Black Scythe was renowned for never losing the top spot in any previous area. Secondly, they were a seasoned high-level player sitting confidently at level 30. And lastly, they don't stand a chance against him no matter how hard they try. And the level difference was staggering, and it crushed their fighting spirit. Especially after witnessing Black Scythe's swift takedown of Psycho Chopper, their fear grew exponentially. They hadn't even glimpsed how it was executed. Then one player said, I wouldn't stand a chance. I won't be able to react just like that person right now. I'd be toast, and how could I possibly defeat someone at level 30 when I'm only at level 13? With just reading the nickname, the representatives had already lost their will to fight. Then Ryu Min started to step by step towards the other players, and they were all terrified of him. And one player said to Ryu, "Oh, hello, Black Scythe Nim. It's an honor to meet you." Ha ha ha. Can you believe it? Sharing the same area as the renowned Black Scythe Nim, it's enough to bring tears of joy to my eyes. Despite the flattery, Ryu Min's intense crimson gaze remained unwavering. He didn't even break his stride. Then the player said, hold on a moment. Let's talk this out, shall we?" So Ryu put away the weapon again, and he decided to wait and see what he wanted. After that, the player said to angels, "Hey, angelic beings, I have no intention of fighting Black Scythe. I surrender. I surrender." Then in a flurry, all 8 representatives waved their hands, indicating their decision to surrender. The angels couldn't help but touch their foreheads in frustration, and one angel said, "What disgraceful behavior is this? Surrendering? Did they just surrender? They're ruining our carefully crafted game." The angels were fuming, feeling their patience wearing thin with the seemingly cowardly bunch they had sent into the arena, and said, "Warning, any human who surrenders will have their head blown off, and it's best not to count on resurrection once your head's been blown off by us." Faced with the angels' menacing threat, the representatives turned pale, collectively realizing the gravity of their decision, and the fear of losing the chance to resurrect was more chilling than the prospect of their heads being blown off. Reluctantly, the representatives drew their weapons once more. They weighed their options and concluded that dying at the hands of Black Scythe was a better fate than remaining dead, unable to come back to life, courtesy of the angels. Cornered and with no other escape, they had no choice but to face this perilous situation. And one of them said, "There are 8 of us. Maybe we stand a chance." Then they cautiously encircled Black Scythe, narrowing the distance step by step. Observing this, Ryu Min couldn't help but smirk and said, "Are the angels scarier than me?" Ryu Min was unafraid of the angels. To him, angels were no more than frail beings, hardly different from humans. And if others knew their true nature, they wouldn't find them as fearsome. Then Ryu said to himself, "Of course, I can't overlook their execution ability, as the angels' lethal power allowed them to obliterate a player's heads with a single glance, and Ryu Min was not exempt from this deadly threat. And if an angel decided to act on it, his journey would come to an abrupt end. But he was sure that they won't kill the top-ranked player in the entire area, as tearing up the ticket to success in a game designed to toy with humans would undoubtedly enrage the creators. Although Ryu Min knew he couldn't be killed, he refrained from openly challenging the angels. After all, there might be an angel who hasn't used their one-time use ability yet, and if such an angel took offense for any reason, it would spell disaster. Aware of this, Ryu Min couldn't afford to confront the angels right now, and until he obtained the title that would enable him to face the angels on equal ground, he had to endure whatever they threw his way. Then Ryu glanced around and spotted the representatives cautiously closing in, akin to hyenas on the prowl. Yet Ryu remained undeterred and said with a smug grin, "No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants." The representatives became very angry, and one of them said, "Is this brat mocking us? He's acting all cool because of his high level, huh? But we're respected rankers in our own territories, too." Then they attacked Ryu, but Ryo was a step ahead, swiftly evading their attacks. Being able to anticipate their moves gave him an edge. Then Ryo started attacking them, and in one moment, 4 necks snapped and blood vessels burst simultaneously, and before the other representatives could react, Ryu Min moved like a lightning bolt, and with each pass, heads floated up one by one, and in the blink of an eye, all 8 representatives turned into lifeless corpses. Then a hushed silence fell over the spectators, and no exceptions, whether angels or humans. The result was disheartening, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, the level disparity in this match was insurmountable. After that, the angels didn't voice their thoughts, but their puzzled expressions spoke volumes. Then one angel said, "It's over. Black Scythe won. So we have to treat Olivia, the assigned angel to Black Scythe, like a king for a while." Hearing the name Olive, Priscilla's face contorted into a malicious scowl, and she said, "You knew it would end like this, didn't you?" Olive said with a smile. "Yes, I did," Priscilla said angrily. "Of course! You tricked us all with this proposal knowing you'd win," Olive said. "What nonsense! I suggested a game that would favor me, obviously. Why else would I propose it?" Olive's confident response left Priscilla momentarily speechless, and Olive continued saying, "And did I threaten any of you into making a bet with me? No, I didn't. You all agreed to the wager, claiming it'd be fun. But now you want to say otherwise?" Priscilla's rage was evident as her under-eye area trembled visibly. When Olive noticed Priscilla's appearance, she said, smiling and sarcastically, "What's making you so upset? Or is it involuntary? Maybe you should take some supplements. They say eye twitching in the human realm is caused by a lack of magnesium." Priscilla was about to rush forward and fight Olive, but Olive said confidently, "Go ahead if you're so confident. Do you really want the angels to lose their dignity in front of the humans? You'll end up in a containment pouch, and even the archangel won't save you." Then Priscilla hesitated and stopped as the mention of a containment pouch brought Priscilla back to her senses. A containment pouch was a degrading punishment where insects were confined to a cramped space of about 0.5 square meters. It was a humiliating penalty for dignified angels. Then Priscilla said to herself, "I hate containment pouches. I really do." Just the thought of it made her shudder, and Priscilla reluctantly stepped back, quelling her anger. After that, Olive said, "What now? Not up for the challenge? Well thought. You should be thanking me instead. If I hadn't warned you, you'd have had a 100% chance of ending up in a containment pouch." Priscilla said, "Thanking you for what? That's ridiculous." Although she shouted in frustration, Olivia's words were true, and unbelievably, Priscilla felt a sense of gratitude toward her. Then Olive said arrogantly, "Anyway, as per our bet, I'm the king now, right?" Then Olive directed her words to Priscilla, saying, "Priscilla, you'll handle the orientation for the unified area for a while." Then an expression of injustice flashed across Priscilla's face and said, "For how long?" Olive answered, "Until I feel better." "What are you waiting for? Aren't you eager to get started?" Priscilla sighed and said to herself, "Why did I agree to this bet?" Reluctantly, Priscilla flew above the players' heads. Then a message appeared in front of the players. Player Black Scythe has become the new Unified Area Representative, CESS-007. At this time, Ryu pretended to be unconcerned by the expected outcome and merely checked his skill window. He has obtained a new skill called Temporary Skill Domination. Effect: this skill allows the player to issue compelling commands and take control of others, and the affected player cannot resist these commands under any circumstances, but it can be used up to 10 times, and once all opportunities are exhausted, the skill disappears, and only one command can be given to each player. But this skill will not work on players with a higher level than the user. And the sole difference between domination and command authority lies in one key aspect, that the former can be employed whether the targeted player has a job or not. Then Ryu said to himself, "While there is now a level restriction, it remains an extraordinary privilege. With higher levels, anyone can be dominated." In other words, with his level 30 prowess, Ryu Min could potentially compel anyone to obey his will. After that, the angel said, Now that the verdict is reached, I shall resurrect the other fallen players. A radiant light erupted within the arena, miraculously bringing back to life the 8 players who had previously lost their heads, and one of them said, "How is this possible? I vividly remember having my head severed." Then the angel said, "You all perished at the hands of Black Scythe." Thus, the new unified area representative is Black Scythe, and with a new unified area representative appointed, the representative authority of the resurrected players will be withdrawn. Do not be disheartened, though. Opportunities to reclaim the representative position will always exist. Yet, despite the mention of another chance, the players did not appear pleased. After all, their opponent was none other than Black Scythe, and it felt like attempting to conquer an impregnable fortress. Then Priscilla announced, "Now that the extra game has concluded, let us proceed to the main quest." As she did so, the quest window materialized before them, beckoning them into the next chapter of their journey. Round 5, defeat 300 orcs per person within 10 hours. Collect 4 balance stones. Current area CISC 007. Participants 4,844. Achievers 0-1,211. Reward upon success. The reward marked with a question mark after that. The players scrutinizing the quest window were taken aback, and one player said, "What? Defeat 300 orcs? And why are there so few achievers?" Priscilla's patience wore thin with the players' complaints and said, "Why so ungrateful? Is it the low achiever count? Should I make it even lower?" The players remained silent, heads lowered. Then Priscilla continued, saying, "You've had easy rounds so far, but this time we've made it more challenging with fewer achievers. But don't get discouraged." But one player said, "Is defeating 300 orcs really that difficult? Aren't orcs just cannon fodder in games?" Priscilla felt irked by their ignorant comments and said, "You'll realize how tough it is once you experience it. I won't say more." Then another player said, "Angel, what about the sub-quests? Why is the reward marked with a question mark?" Priscilla replied, "For this round, unlike before, the sub-quests are publicly revealed. As for the reward, it's a secret." Though she called it a secret, Ryu Min knew what it was. The balance rune is the reward for completing the sub-quest. Ryu was determined to claim one of the 18 essential runes listed for the sub-quest's reward this time, and he said to himself, "The balance rune must be obtained in this round by completing the sub-quest." Then Ryu said to himself, "Bagging 300 orcs, no doubt, was simpler than amassing 4 balance stones, and getting my hands on those balance stones won't easy." But Ryu breathed a sigh of relief because he knew that even if the players completed the mission, the number of people who could meet the balance rune's conditions would be limited. Probably only Ryu Min, who prepared beforehand and adjusted his stats, could truly gain benefits from the rune of balance. And in the midst of strategizing, Priscilla resumed her explanation. This round's sub-quest revolves around collecting balance stones. You snatch up 4, and you will instantly get a reward marked with a question mark. However, only one lucky human gets to bask in the glory. One of the players said in amazement, "Just one?" Priscilla said, "Yep, because there are only 4 balance stones within the zone." Then the player said, "But what if the 4 stones were gathered by different players? Won't the sub-quests just fail?" Priscilla said with an evil look and amusement in her expression. "Sure, but don't worry. If you take down other players, you can swipe their balance stones." One of the players said, "Kill to snatch, similar to competing for the zone representative seat?" Priscilla replied, "Yes. And unlike the previous round, death doesn't lead to a do-over. Once you're out, you're out." And she continued saying, "Put conscience and morality aside, and getting rid of your fellow players will not be an arduous task. And didn't we practice this over and over again during the 4th round?" After hearing that, some players' eyes sparkled with determination, and the look that said they'd eliminate others without a second thought, all for the sake of the sub-quest. Then Priscilla said, "Of course, sub-quests had their appeal, but they can't quite steal the spotlight from main quests, right? If you failed to take down 300 orcs within a 10-hour time frame, there was no escape. You'd be out, no exceptions. And if you missed the leaderboard due to the timing, the consequence remained the same." Players nodded in agreement. Bagging 300 orcs wasn't an insurmountable challenge. They had a generous 10-hour window after all, and before Priscilla and the remaining angels vanished from sight, She said, "All right, I've given you all the intel you need. Now struggle hard." After that, a message from the system appears, time remaining until round ends, 09, 59, 59. As the progress window displayed the ticking seconds, Ryu Min sprang into action, and he said to himself, just as the angel said, subquests have their charm, but main quests take precedence. And the key here is speed. The quicker I achieve this, the better the rewards. Minjuri's assistance can come after, and Ryu wasn't worried about Minjuri as he has already cautioned Minjuri about the orcs, so he decided to go alone because when it came to setting records, flying solo was quicker than sticking together. Even without buffs, eliminating about 300 orcs was a walk in the park. With determined steps, Ryu Min quickened his pace. Time was of the essence in establishing a record. As Ryu passed by the players without harming anyone, players collectively released held breaths. Then one player said, "Phew, he was just passing by. Thank goodness." Another player said, "Caught me off guard with that sudden approach." My heart skipped a beat. But where's Black Scythe heading so purposefully? At this moment, one player said excitedly, "Yeah, what's the deal? Should we tag along?" Hearing this daring suggestion, listeners leaped to their feet and they said, "Are you crazy? Chasing after Black Scythe? Want to be under his dominion? And he would probably enslave you for life." Given Black Scythe's swift and ruthless beheadings, everyone was very afraid and wary at the mere idea of approaching Ryu. Then one of the players gathered his courage and said, "But is it better to just stay idle like this? Anything Black Scythe chases after is very important. He always knows what to do. That's why he consistently secures the first place." One of the players responded in fear. "But what if we get caught following him?" The player said, "Then we track him from a safe distance, but if you're not up for it, maybe you all should stay here. I'm going even if I'm alone." After a few moments of hesitation and discussion, the players gathered their courage and decided to go and follow Ryu. And while they were walking, they saw a village. It was a small village with haphazardly placed wooden stakes. One player asked, "What kind of village is that?" Another player answered, "That is the orc stronghold, and at the entrance to the village, an orc was standing there, almost like a patrol. Suddenly the orc heard a sound. Upon looking, he saw a person. It was Ryu holding his scythe. Ryu stepped from behind the tree towards the orc. The orc became furious and let out a screeching sound. Ryu lunged at the orc, and with one swing of his scythe, the orc's head flew off, and then the lower part of his body fell to the ground. After easily killing one orc, Black Scythe entered the stronghold, and when the orcs, who had been roaming the village, caught sight of the intruder, they grabbed the axes hanging from their waists. They shouted some unintelligible words, then orcs charged at Ryu. With a determined spirit, but death befell the orcs, and without exception, bodies fell to the ground. And with momentum, Ryu entered a rudimentary hut. And eerie sounds resonated, then Ryu emerged. Seeing Black Scythe returning to the village for more, players felt reassured, and one of them said, "As anticipated, the orcs seemed weak, and I don't see a big deal. They're just orcs." Another player was worried and said, "Maybe Black Scythe makes it look easier than it is." The player replied, "Indeed, the Black Scythe is strong, but not that kind of strong. We can handle it as well, right?" And another said, "In games, orcs often occurred as cannon fodder, easy to defeat. But the sheer might of Black Scythe might be the reason they look easy to kill. Don't dismiss vigilance." The player replied, "Right. No harm in being cautious, and we won't know their true strength until we face them. And instead of watching, let's take on a village just like the Black Scythe did." Then around 20 players set out in search of different strongholds. Even though this quest didn't inherently require teamwork, there was another motivation driving their unity as they were still unsure of the orcs' true power, and that making teamwork a strategic choice for now. Plus, banding together would provide a cushion for safety. Then one player said to himself, "I should cooperate with these newcomers for now, and if I find it doable to handle them solo after observing from the shadows, then I will act separately." Suddenly, one of the players said, "Hey, look, there's a village." A swarm of players who spotted a new orc nest hurried to the scene, and they said, "Wow, this one seems larger." And this village surpassed Black Scythe's raid site by threefold in magnitude. But suddenly an orc blew a horn. Then one player said, "What's that? Why does that one have a horn? Could it be calling for other orcs?" Then scores of orcs surged forth from the huts, forming an unbroken line. They were over 50 orcs. The shared expression among the players was unanimous, a mixture of shock and dismay, and this unforeseen surge in orc numbers caught them all off guard, especially in such overwhelming abundance. Then one player said, "Are you joking? This is why this village seemed larger. I never imagined there'd be this many." After that, the orcs started rushing towards the players, and one player said, "Damn it, we must fight for our lives, and they're just a bunch of orcs, nothing to fear." Then players faced the oncoming orc onslaught, and the clash of weapons echoed. And after exchanging some blows, one of the players said, "What's going on with these orcs? They're not that skilled, and their attacks aren't that swift either." Despite the axes carrying considerable force, the players managed to parry them. With seeing a glimmer of opportunity, players retaliated, and the sound of weapons piercing orc flesh echoed in the air. But something unexpected happened. Orc's muscles held on to the blade with a vice-like grip, defying release, and the player couldn't wrest the weapon from the orc's body. And in a surge of anger, an orc swung its axe, and the sharp impact resonated as a player collapsed and was crushed. Other orcs, quick to react, raised their axes again, and the number of fallen players steadily grew. Although the orcs' slow attack speed and lack of skills were real, even with these axe skills, killing a single human was no challenge. Then one player said, "Shit, to fall to orcs like this. Didn't think orcs could be this organized." At this moment, the orcs threw their arms up, celebrating their apparent victory, and it didn't take long for the group of 20 players to meet their downfall. On the other side, Ryumin, who had been leading, suddenly cast a glance backward and said to himself, "Moments ago there were around 20 following me. Now, they've vanished." Although Ryu wasn't known for his empathy toward others, he was only mildly concerned because the puppies that were following him were suddenly nowhere in sight, and he continued saying to himself, "Well, I shouldn't be worried. As long as they don't stir up trouble with those massive orc camps, they should be fine." Ordinarily, it was wise to steer clear of orc strongholds because they were sizable, and with a single blast of the horn, more than 50 orcs would gather quickly, and nests usually have over 200 orcs. 20 players would hardly do any damage. This is why dealing with orcs was tricky. And this was not the only difficulty facing the orcs, because thanks to their distinct muscle density compared to humans, pulling a blade from them won't be easy. After that, Ryu entered another orc village and killed 3 orcs. At that moment, 2 orcs rushed towards Ryu. One of them was carrying a chain, while the other was holding an axe in his hand. Ryu swung his scythe, then quickly jumped, and lightly cut off the orc's head, then struck a lightning-fast blow to the other orc's back. Then Ryu landed on the ground, then turned to the orc and aimed his scythe at the orc's back and pushed the cut part of its back away. The orc split in half and fell to the ground. After that, a message from the system appears. Time left until round ends, 08:59, T2. Ryu said to himself about an hour had flown by, and it should yield a decent outcome. Ryu was relieved, and he already had a reason for it, as he'd already wrapped up the main quest. After that, Ryu continued looking at the system message, main quest progress, orcs 300, entire area, achievers 119,327,557, specific area CESCAS 007, achievers 11211. Seeing the achiever's stats, he realized he was the only person to have completed the quest, not just in that specific area, but across the entire region. Then he said, "First place is locked in for now. Should I head over to support Minjuri?" And Ryu activated his tracking skill. He knew Minjuri's face and nickname, so locating her wasn't a challenge. When Ryu was heading to Minjuri's place, a new mission from the system appeared. It was about taking down the mid-boss of this round, the Orc Warrior. Then Ryu said to himself, "Since it's conveniently on the way, better handle it first," and he quickened his steps to complete this task. On the other side, there was a group of players in one of the orc groves. They were hiding after fighting some orcs and killing them. They were waiting for the right opportunity to escape from the orc village. Then one player of them moved stealthily. The village was quiet. He wondered why all the orcs had vanished, and said to himself, "It's so silent. Where did orcs all go?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar smell reached his nose, and he said, "What's that smell?" Then he approached a sight in the distance, and he involuntarily uttered, "Huh, what in the world?" before quickly stifling his reaction. In front of him was a scene beyond imagination. The corpses of about 200 orcs were spread across the village. Amidst the carnage, a single figure stood alone with the title Black Scythe above his head. The player said to himself, "Venturing straight into the orc stronghold? That's a recipe for madness." But he was right about that, because when that stronghold is big and comes with guard towers, you're edging further into the realm of lunacy. Especially when danger is perceived, the orc patrols respond by blowing their horns, rallying their comrades, and if over 50 orcs heed that call, players will find themselves left with no choice but to tread the path toward the afterlife. But this applies mainly to regular players, as Ryu Min had a different perspective, because he thinks there is no need to tediously troll through each house for orcs, as blowing that horn turned out to be quite beneficial for him, as they will gather in one place and come to him, and at that time, about 200 carcasses lay strewn across the ground. No matter how fiercely the orcs charged, they couldn't breach the level 30 barrier. Then Ryu said to himself, "Handling orcs easily starts around level 20. Beyond level 30, these creatures aren't much different from goblins, for me at least. In essence, it meant that the challenge was formidable for players currently hovering around level 10. Hence, Round 5 poses a considerable challenge. Monsters' levels are high and quantity poses another hurdle." Then Ryu Min's gaze caught onto a certain individual, and he said to himself, "Is this the guy who was being attacked by the orcs inside?" Drawing closer, Ryu couldn't help but feel astonished, and said to himself, "Jo Yong-ho. Could this guy be the renowned mercenary king?" Then Ryu said to himself, "The man standing before me is Jo Yong-ho, the sole bearer of the unique mercenary king job, and encountering a mercenary king in a setting like this was beyond imagination." And while Ryu was hiding his surprise, he looked at Jo Young. But suddenly, Jo Young said, "Black Scythe, oh no way." Ryu said, "Do you know me?" Jo Young said with a smile, "Everyone knows you. Is there anyone who doesn't know the #1 Black Scythe?" Then he glanced at Ryu and said to himself, "I never thought I'd meet the #1 in the entire district here. Would he hate it if I suddenly reached out for a handshake?" When Ryu Min read his thoughts, he felt in him a sense of admiration for the strong, and Ryu said to himself, "He doesn't strike me as someone who would stab you in the back. That's why he was able to get the job called Mercenary King. I may be unfamiliar with him, but he doesn't come across as a bad sort." Ryu only knew his name, and this was Ryu Min's first encounter with the Mercenary King. Due to Ryu Min's preference for solo play, there hadn't been opportunities to cross paths. In addition to, he didn't require assistance from mercenaries. And according to gossip, he once managed to survive beyond round 10 after that. Whether he lived or perished, Ryu Min remained uncertain. Then Jo Young said, Those orcs over there, did Black Scythe take them all down?" Ryu nodded in response to Jo Young's query. Jo Young said, "Wow, that's genuinely impressive, as expected from the #1 ranked class." And he continued saying, "I appreciate it. Thanks to you diverting the orcs' attention, I managed to come out alive." Ryu said, "I didn't even know you were here." Despite that, Jo Young insisted on thanking Ryo and said, "That's right, it wasn't intentional. Still, I received help, didn't I?" When Ryo read his thoughts, he felt genuine gratitude from him. Then Ryu said, "Understood. Once you're done here, gather your comrades and leave quickly. Don't worry, I've taken care of all the orcs." Jo Young said in amazement. "Is that so? But how did you know that I have comrades?" Ryu Min pointed to Jo Young's back. When Jo Young turned around, surprise swept over his face. It was because his companions, who had been hiding, now stood there, and he said, "Why did you guys come out? I told you to wait." They said, "We were worried you'd leave us behind, Hyungnim." Hehehe. He replied, "You're joking even now, as if I'd leave you guys behind." Then one of them said, when he looked around, "What's going on? Why are there so many dead orcs? Did Hyungnim hide his strength all this time?" Jo Yong said, "Guys, seriously? Joking at a time like this?" Then he looked at Ryu. Only now did the mercenaries notice Ryu Min's presence, and they were taken aback, and said, "Whoa! Black Scythe? What's going on?" Rao replied, "What's this about? Just came for a bit of hunting." They responded with awkward laughter to Rao Min's casual response. "Ha ha ha, right. You've already taken down around 200. They didn't harbor any negative feelings toward Black Scythe, but they were simply in awe of encountering the strongest of the strong. Then one said, "By the way, we watched that death match too. You finished things in the blink of an eye, huh?" But Ryu Min's tone intentionally turned cold, and he said, "Let's skip the chit-chat. If you're done here, leave," because he was being cautious, not wanting to put them in unnecessary danger. As once the orcs are eliminated, the mid-boss should be appearing soon. After that, Jo Yong's group offered a nod of farewell and turned away. Thinking the threat was over, they walked leisurely, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Just as Ryu Min was about to tell them to leave quickly, they heard the ground trembling. And they said, "What's that sound?" Ryu replied, "The mid-boss. Be ready." Then the orc warrior appeared. It was huge compared to the other orcs. As everyone stared, mouths agape, Ryu Min remained unfazed. In fact, Ryu had been anticipating this moment. After all, he needed to defeat it to obtain the Balance Stone, a sub-quest item. But it's not just this one. Defeating each bastion boss will yield the remaining stones. And completing the sub-quest meant taking down all 4 bosses. It wasn't an easy feat, to say the least. As evident, these bosses were no ordinary orcs. That's why Ryu has been somewhat at ease. Even with numerous players, defeating the bosses requires more strength than numbers. And the reason Ryu Min died 4 times in the 5th round was tied to this. Then Ryu said to himself, of course it wasn't pointless. Without the balance rune, I wouldn't be this strong. Because the balance rune was remarkably powerful, completing a sub-quest was a necessity to acquire it, and at least an orc warrior can be dealt with even without Minjuri's buffs. After that, the orc warrior, observing its fallen kin, seethed with anger, and the orc warrior's eyes darted around, seeking the prey that slaughtered its kin. And it did not take much time, and his focus quickly settled on the target. The orc warrior's primary target was Jo Yong. Then the orc warrior charged ahead. At this moment, Jo Yong was startled, but before he could react, the massive blade descended toward his head, and a shockwave rippled as the blade struck the ground. But luckily, in the nick of time, Ryu Min pushed Jo Yong aside with his staff. Jo Yong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Black Scythe Nim." If Ryu hadn't intervened, he would have met a grim fate. Then Ryu said to Jo Yong, "Step back, unless you want to be flattened." And Jo Yong promptly complied with Ryu Min's advice. After that, Ryu Min's scythe struck the orc warrior's foot, contorting its face in pain. The orc felt both agony and fury. It swung its axe at Ryu Min, and the sounds of slicing air and impacts echoed. But that was it. But Ryu Min narrowly evaded every strike, not incredibly swift, yet not sluggish enough to evade. Then Ryu said, "What's the point of strong damage if you can't land a hit?" Enough with the grunting. After that, Ryu Min leaped like a crescent moon, striking his scythe down. But the orc's sturdy neck prevented instant death, prompting Ryu Min to strike repeatedly. Then the orc warrior's head, separated by the scythe, plummeted to the ground. At that moment, Jo Yong Ho and his companions gazed at Ryu Min with awe and said, "He already killed it? Even that scary monster?" But Ryu Min's attention was elsewhere, and this is because messages detailing rewards were appearing incessantly. Defeated an orc warrior. Experience gained, +3773%. 3773%. Gold acquired, +4,000. Bonus gold. Obtained, 2,000. obtained Sword of Huandu, obtained Orc's Heart, obtained Lesser Azure Mana Stone, obtained Stone of Balance. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance 1-4. At this moment, a slight grin curved on Ryu Min's lips as the message materialized, and said to himself, knocking down a boss is way more rewarding than swatting the small fry, and the experience bar, which had barely budged before, now surged up by over 37% after the boss takedown. In addition to that, he pocketed 4,000 gold, and as if it wasn't enough, bonus gold cascaded in too. But that's not the whole story. Some nifty items popped up as well. Sword of Huandu. Description: a sword with an eye-catching circular loop on its hilt. Type: weapon, rarity, epic, attack power, 100. Effect: gain +5% attack speed with each hit on an enemy, up to 10 stacks. Durability: 1,000, 1,000. Usage restriction: requires regular grade or higher. Then Ryu said it was almost disappointing that it wasn't a scythe but rather a sword. If it were a scythe, it'd be a no-brainer to use. Maybe using this sword instead of the scythe might dish out more damage. In the fact, Ryu Min's current weapon, the Reaper's Scythe, boasted an attack power of 25. Even considering the Reaper's rune that doubled attack power when using a scythe, it still hovered around 50. And with a simple comparison clearly showcased the superiority of the Sword of Huandu, clocking in at an attack power of 100. Then Ryu said to himself, but hey, the sword's not my main. While its attack power might be lower, sticking to the trusty scythe might be more efficient. Although his initial class was a hunter, he could handle most weapons, but just not like a scythe-like master, and he had been planning to upgrade his weapon after this round anyway. Then he said, I'll stash the Ring of Huandu and sell it to someone in need later. A weapon of this caliber was practically one of a kind, so I could command a steep price. Next up was Orc's Heart, an item. Description: a solid red stone. It might look like a heart, but don't worry, it's not the real deal. And some might find it eerie enough to toss aside, but that'd be a lifelong regret. It's a key ingredient for crafting a unique item. It was a must-have item for Ryu Min, and he also got a Lesser Azure Mana Stone and a Stone of Balance in the fact Ryu had reaped a good harvest from taking down the mid-boss. And after wrapping up his item check, Ryu Min turned his gaze around, and he was surprised by what he saw as Zhou Yong stood there, wide-eyed. And then, in a flash, he regained his composure and spoke with a glint in their eyes. Black Scythe, you're incredible to single-handedly take down that monster. I wouldn't have dared to fight it. Then Zhou Yong, now more composed, respectfully dipped his head and said, Thank you for defeating the monster. You've saved my brothers' and my life. Ryu said, I don't have a hobby of watching people die. Then Zhou Yong said, I see. Did you know the monster was going to show up? But Ryu responded nonchalantly, not in the mood to delve into details. After wiping out the other orcs, a mid-boss usually makes an entrance. And Ryu continued, saying, Now that my business is concluded, I'll be on my way. Zhou Yong said, Yes, thank you once again for rescuing us. Take care, Black Scythe. And when Ryu Min turned away, a voice reached him from behind. One of them said excitedly, Let's head out too. We need to start hunting, as seeing Black Scythe's remarkable performance ignited their spirit. But suddenly a wounded mercenary crumbled to his knees with a groan. Zhou Yong said anxiously, Mangi, are you all right? Mangi said, Brother, I can't go on. I can't endure any longer. In the midst of the sudden commotion, Ryu Min stopped and turned around. Then Zhou Yong's voice echoed, directed at the injured mercenary. What are you talking about? Didn't you say that you were fine earlier? Mangi replied, Back then, I was concerned about Hyung Nim, but now, it's beyond my limit, Zhou Yong said, trying to motivate him. Nevertheless, hold on. You need to endure for the time remaining, so you can be healed when we're back to the real world. But Mangi weakly shook his head and said, Hyung Nim, you know it too. If we can't even reach 300 kills, it's all pointless. Hearing that Joe Yong fell into silence, facing the reality he had overlooked. Failure to complete the main quest would result in vanishing without a trace, and pleading to an angel would be futile. And now, Mangi had lost hope, and said, "I was wrong. I understand my own body well. With this body, I can't fight. Just leave me and go. I can't burden Hyungnam and the others anymore." Jo Yong, usually composed as a leader, was now flustered. And he said, "A weapon. Can't you wield a weapon, right? We'll weaken the orcs for you to stab. You have that much strength, don't you?" Mangi replied, "But then you and the others won't be able to hunt. I'm already causing trouble. I don't want to hinder you till the end. Please go quickly. I don't want you to see me like this," Jo Yong said in panic. "No, I can't just leave. You keep losing strength. How can I go and leave you behind?" At that moment, Ryu Min's eyes showed surprise at Jo Yong's near-panicked state and said to himself, for the mercenary king, leading hundreds of mercenaries, to show such weakness in front of a single comrade. If it were his own close sibling, Ryu might understand, as he had been in a similar position with his own sibling. Then Ryu said to himself, given this situation, I might be able to help, and he opened the store interface and hastily purchased a utility skill. Then Ryu said to Jo Yong's group, "Hey, looks like you need help. Can I take a look?" Ryu Min's sudden appearance prompted question marks on the faces of Jo Yong's group. Ryu seemed like he was trying to offer assistance, but given the dire circumstances, negative thoughts were the only ones that came to mind. Jo Yong said, "Is there even a way to save him?" Ryu said, "Yes." Then Ryu Min approached Mangi closely and inspected his injuries and said, "The wounds are quite severe, but they're not beyond healing." And Ryu muttered incomprehensible words and placed his hand on the injured area. At that moment, when the group was puzzled by Ryu Min's sudden actions, something unexpected occurred. A green light emanated from Ryu's palm. Its radiance exuded a comforting warmth, and the blood that had been sluggishly flowing started to clot, and the wound began to close on its own. Everyone present stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Mangi, the most concerned, couldn't utter a word as he looked at his own wound. Then Mangi said in astonishment, "The wound, it's gone?" And it wasn't just the wound. The pain had disappeared as well. Ryo replied calmly, "Yeah. In fact, the exceptional healing prowess left the party in awe, though the truth was, the skill wasn't quite as simple as it seemed, as it can stop bleeding and heal minor wounds, but it can't fix a shattered shoulder. But here's the twist. Ryu Min seemed to almost effortlessly heal the shoulder, pushing beyond the skill's limits. And it all boiled down to the influence of intelligence on healing, the intelligence stat being the driving force here, and with Ryu's current boosted intelligence of 123, combined with the rune's 32% skill boost, fixing a shoulder shouldn't be a tall order. Although first aid was at its core, a skill from the common category, with the rune's enhancement, its effects were magnified, leading to this impressive outcome. Then Ryu said, "Try moving your shoulder. Scars might linger on you, but your movements shouldn't be hindered." Mangi rotated his shoulder, and his expression shifted from disbelief to pure delight in the blink of an eye. And he said happily, It's moving normally." Then Ryu said to him, "But that doesn't mean it's completely healed. Remember, this is an emergency treatment. If you push too hard, the wound could reopen. Still, it shouldn't hinder your hunting activities." Mangi replied gratefully, Thank you so much. Black Scythe, you're my savior. Thank you, truly." At that moment, an expression of gratitude and recognition of the amount of help appeared on Jo Yong's face, and he said, "Black Scythe, thank you for healing Mangi. I'm grateful as well. Thank you for saving our comrade." Then Jo Yong take out an item from his inventory. It was a low-grade red mana stone, and other members also eagerly offered items, some mana stones, while others proffered equipment. They were originally hoping to secure some gold by selling them. And he said to Ryu, "While this might not have immense utility, please accept it. It's my way of saying thank you." Ryu said, "No need to go to this extent. Despite any attempt to decline, the items were placed into Ryu's hands, and Jo Yong said, "No, it's a symbol of gratitude. Please accept it. And, thanks to Black Scythe, our friend now has hope for survival. Separate from the token we've just given you, I promise to repay this debt someday." In an intriguing twist, Ryu had not only accrued a debt from the mercenary king, but also gained his favor, and he said to himself, "Considering I needed to learn a common skill anyway, this is quite a significant gain." And looking forward, when the strength of the mercenary king was inevitably needed, this episode would surely carry significant weight. Then Ryu said to them, "Well then, until we meet again, take care." Going to Minjuri, before entering the 5th round, she was immediately reminded of Ryu Min's advice. As Ryu said to her, "The quest to take down 300 orcs is far from a walk in the park. Orcs are no pushovers, they're tough, and they tend to swarm in aggressively. You definitely shouldn't entertain any thoughts of facing them solo." Then she replied, "So, you're suggesting I should seek help from Black Scythe?" Ryu said, "Exactly. Once the territory integration is complete, make your way to Black Scythe. Don't even think about tangling with orcs. And even if you somehow can't get in touch with Black Scythe, wait an hour before making any moves." Then Minjuri said, "Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Min." And sticking to Ryu Min's advice, Minjuri patiently awaited the territory integration. Putting her trust in Ryu Min, when the integration eventually took place, she tried to locate Black Scythe, and she said to herself, "How should I approach this?" she briefly wondered. But in truth, there was no need to actively search, because among the 10 area representatives gathered for the bonus game, Black Scythe was among them. Then Minjuri said to herself, "Ah, there he is. I will talk to him after it's over." But simultaneously, her curiosity was aroused, as she wondered if Black Scythe could truly claim the area representative position as the prophecies foretold, and the result didn't disappoint as Black Scythe emerged victorious, showcasing an overwhelming skill gap as expected. Then she said, "Well, he's at level 30, so that's understandable." And after understanding this, she tentatively moved towards Black Scythe, but her steps faltered as she neared. Even though she saw Black Scythe descending from the deathmatch, she hesitated to get closer. And she didn't believe she could and said to herself, Why is this happening?" And the reason was simple. It was an innate fear. The fear any human would feel towards a strong adversary hindered her steps, especially after witnessing scenes of heads being brutally severed. Then she said to herself, Min already said, I need to cooperate with Black Scythe. He'll definitely need my help, and he wouldn't harm me." But when she snapped back to reality, Black Scythe had vanished, and she said sadly, "Ah, I missed my chance in the end." It seemed he had departed for the main quest. Now what should I do? Min said attacking orcs alone was too much. But I can't just stand here. And with nothing else to do, Minjuri decided to heed Ryu Min's advice and wait for an hour. And an hour passed this way. Minjuri observed the progress window, time remaining until round end. 08, 55, 15. Main quest progress, orcs 0300. Seeing her progress, she let out a sigh and an unexpected unease crept over her, and she said anxiously, "This is bad. Will I really disappear if I don't kill 300 orcs? I came here trusting Black Scythe, but I can't even find him." In fact, it was her own mistake, as her unnecessary fear had caused her to lose track of Black Scythe. Then she said, "I can't just stay put. There's no guarantee Black Scythe will return to the starting point." Then, step by step, she moved, and her eyes darted around, searching for Black Scythe, and she remained vigilant of her surroundings. After that, she said, "At first glance, it seems like he went this way." And she headed in the direction where Black Scythe had vanished. About 10 minutes later, she spotted the outline of a village in the distance. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be the orc's dwelling. And she said, "Could he be inside? No, better not risk it. It might be dangerous." Then she decided to turn back without getting too close. But at that moment, she encountered the very presence she didn't want to face. It was an orc. It looked just like the orcs from the game. so she recognized it immediately. Then the orc rushed toward her with an axe. Minjuri said, "Oh no, I didn't want to face an orc," and it was an inevitable battle situation. Then Minjuri immediately cast a buff on herself, and all stats increased by 50% due to the effect of the skill Bless, and her primary agility stat rose from 24 to 36, and her secondary strength stat, where she had invested a bit, rose from 12 to 18. Then Minjuri gripped the rapier bestowed upon her as a mark of her class upgrade. In fact, Mingauri was noticeable at some points. First, there was the fact that she was facing a solitary opponent. Second, the knowledge she had gained from Ryu Min regarding the orcs' weak points, as Ryu suggested, aiming for their necks, since other parts are densely muscled. And in a one-on-one confrontation, Minjuri felt a surge of confidence. Then the orc's axe blade swung towards her shoulder. Fortunately, she dodged it and said, "Dodging is easy, and Ryu told me that one of their weaknesses is accuracy." Then she tried to search for a loophole to target the orc's neck, but targeting the moving opponent's neck was far from easy. Unlike in a game, there were no hit rate corrections. And she said, "If I mistakenly strike somewhere else, I'll be on the receiving end of a counterattack." And while evading the axe, Minjuri seized the opportunity to thrust her sword at the orc's neck. But because of the orc's sudden movement, the thrust ended up hitting its chest. Fortunately, the rapier, which had entered smoothly, was quickly withdrawn. Usually, weapons get stuck and players cannot pull them from the orc's body, and most players panic and often end up killed. But Minjuri was lucky this time too and said happily, "Thankfully, it didn't get trapped in the muscles as I feared." And she constantly targeted the neck and continued her attack. And finally, on the 6th attempt, she managed to pierce a hole through the orc's neck. After killing the orc, Minjuri breathed heavily and said, "It was tough, but I did it. I managed to defeat an orc one-on-one." Then Minjuri blinked repeatedly for no apparent reason, and she said in amazement, "What's this? Am I seeing things?" This was because the man she had been relentlessly searching for was walking towards her, and she said to herself, not believing what she saw, "Is the person in front of me really Black Scythe? Seriously?" And brief astonishment was followed by a sigh of relief, as the man she had been fervently seeking was approaching, but suddenly Ryu passed by her and did not speak to her. Minjuri quickly shouted, "Excuse me?" as she didn't want to waste the opportunity like the last time. Then Ryu turned around swiftly and said, "What's up?" When she attempted to speak, her mouth felt strangled, but she gathered some of her courage and spoke as though she was reciting words. Her hesitation was evident. "Black Scythe, let's team up." Ryu raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Why should I team up with you?" Minjuri realized that demonstrating would be quicker than explaining, and she suddenly extended her hand, a burst of light emanating from it. As the light seeped into Ryu's consciousness, he became amazed, but this was fake amazement because he knew her ability and everything about her and said, "What's this?" Minjuri said proudly and confidently, "This is Bless, my buff skill. It lasts for 3 hours. Most likely, all stats have increased by 50%. And to complete the fake play, Ryu looked into the system window and said, "It appears to be true." Then Minjuri said, "Is this explanation sufficient? My buff can be a tremendous aid during hunts." Ryu said, "So, if I want to continue receiving your buffs, you want me to team up with you?" Minjuri replied, "Yes, to be precise, assist me with my hunting." Then Ryu rubbed his chin, pretending to ponder, and looked at her with an intentionally cool gaze, and said, "I hold the upper hand here, but I could use you as my subordinate right away." Minjuri was taken aback, as this turn of events hadn't crossed her mind. Then Ryu said, "Can you promise not to stab me in the back?" She replied, "Well, of course." Ryu said, "Very well, let's give it a shot. And since we're teaming up, let's at least have a brief introduction. Black Scythe, level 32, class Reaper." Minjuri said, "Ah, I'm Democracy, level 13, and I'm a buffer." Then Ryu asked her, "Do you need help, though? I saw you dealing with the orcs quite well earlier." She replied, "It was my first time, and to be honest, it was tough," Ryu said with fake astonishment. "It took you about an hour and a half to take your first kill?" Minjuri laughed and said it just turned out that way. She was unable to say that waiting for Black Scythe had caused her to waste precious time. Then Ryu said, "Looks like we're short on time." Minjuri replied, "Yes, I just took down one orc and I need to hit 300 quickly, Ryu said. Then let me speed things up, she said anxiously. How can you help? Ryu said to her. I'll weaken the orcs enough for you to finish them off. You just need to land the final blow and the credit will be yours. Can you manage that? In gaming terms, he was suggesting she land the killing blow. Minjuri said confidently, Absolutely. You saw me handle the orcs earlier. I'm not weak enough to be unable to finish them. Then Ryu said, Then there's no need to worry. Let's go. But suddenly she said, Just a moment. At Minjuri's call, Ryu Min turned casually and said, What's up? She said, worried. While I appreciate the help, I'm wondering if my presence will disrupt your quest. But Ryu said, Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main quest, Minjuri said, surprised. Really? And she continued, saying to herself, He's already taken down 300 orcs? Yet there are over 8 hours left for this round to end. While Minjuri contemplated this, Ryu continued, I'm not aiming for the main quest. It's a sub-quest. I've already obtained 1 balance stone, Minjuri said in amazement. Oh, you've already got one, Ryu replied. I defeated the boss orc warrior. To get the others, I'll likely need to defeat more bosses. And he continued saying, If you're interested in the sub-quest, just let me know. I'll give you a shot at facing bosses solo, she replied quickly. Oh no, taking on orcs alone is already tough. Then Minjuri clapped her hands together and sneakily glanced at Ryu and said, So that's what you were worried about? You thought I might covet the balance stone and betray you. Although she believed in him, Minjuri couldn't help but think that way. And she continued saying, Don't worry, Black Scythe. I have no ambitions for sub-quest. I'm content with the main quest alone, so there's no chance of betrayal. Not that I have the skills for it. Ryu said, Got it. I'll see if I can trust you. With that, Ryu took the lead, and Minjuri followed closely, keeping up. But suddenly Ryu said, Don't stay behind. Come to my side. If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you. Minjuri said, Sure thing. After a while, Minjuri no longer feared Black Scythe and said to herself, He's not as ruthless as I thought based on our conversation. And he offered help, advised me to move to the side when danger lurked, and subtly looked out for me. And she continued saying, Min made the right call. Honestly, I was unsure if Black Scythe would agree to party up with me, but now he's helping me, and she wondered how they would tackle the orcs. But she would find out eventually. With those thoughts in mind, as they walked side by side, a group of orcs suddenly appeared. As 3 orcs approached menacingly, Minjuri raised her rapier, bracing herself. At that moment, Ryu said, Wait a moment, and stepped forward, swinging his scythe low. The orc's thick legs were severed, like slicing through meat, and the upper bodies of the fallen orcs hit the ground, and Ryu Min's scythe flashed once more, and this time the arms were severed from the torsos. The orcs, now with just torsos and heads, cried out in agony. Then Ryu said, Now, finish them off, all 3. But Minjuri was hesitant. Seeing that Ryu said, Why are you hesitating? She apologized and regained her composure and moved toward the orcs. Taking their lives wasn't a difficult task, especially when dealing with helpless opponents who had lost their limbs. After Minjuri killed the orcs, system messages appeared. You have defeated the orcs. Experience gained, plow 2.35%, gold, 40. At that moment, Minjuri's mouth hung open as she read the messages that appeared, and she said, This is, even if it's easy, this is too easy. She knew firsthand how challenging orcs could be, because orcs were no pushovers as goblins. So even though they were considered tough, she expected there to be some level of danger, but it's not dangerous at all. After that, her admiration for Black Scythe's skills was renewed. Then Ryu said, Let's continue. She said happily, yes, and she felt how fortunate she was to have teamed up with Black Scythe. Then they kept moving, and while that, Ryu continued to cut off the orc's legs and hands, and Minjuri's only task was to deliver the fatal blow to them. And Minjuri said, I never knew hunting could be this easy, and if an orc had witnessed this, it might have choked on disbelief, quite literally. Then Ryu inquired, How many have we dispatched thus far? Minjuri replied, her voice full of pride, 52 in just 30 minutes. That's impressively fast, isn't it? Ryu Min chose not to respond, for by his own standards it was merely efficient, not exceptional. After all, he used to take down a staggering 300 in an hour, a feat that had now become second nature. Yet the time spent wandering was too long, he contemplated. The monster population in these fields is far from abundant, and the act of killing them was almost effortless. But the true challenge lay in the hunt itself. Then he said to himself, but it's a risky proposition to wander too far, especially with Minjuri by my side, and it seems I must head towards the orc shaman. That way I can expedite the process of locating orcs, as the orc shaman possessed the ability to summon his brethren. By employing this resource, Ryu Min could bypass the laborious task of tracking down individual orcs. Besides, the path to the shaman's lair aligns with their current trajectory. If they stick to the plan, they should make good progress, and they could dispatch a few orcs along the way while approaching the boss's domain. Then Minjuri smiled brightly and said, at this pace, we could conceivably tally up 300 within 3 hours. Ryu said to her, 3 hours is too lengthy. Let's aim for under 1 hour. Perplexed, Minjuri queried, huh? Just 1 hour? And she concerned that she might have misheard. So she sought clarification, but she received the same response. As Ryu said, I intend to complete the quest in less than an hour. Minjuri said in amazement, really? How? Ryu replied, by making use of the orc shaman, and he revealed his strategy to her, saying, utilizing the orc shaman to summon orcs and reach the 300 mark without eliminating the shaman. Essentially, a tactic to maximize gains by keeping the shaman alive. But suddenly, Minjuri asked a serious question as she said, but how did you know about the orc shaman? You've never encountered it before, right? Without missing a beat, Ryu Min concocted a seamless lie. I encountered it briefly before meeting you, which is how I know its location. This answer was enough to convince Minjuri. Then Ryu said, don't worry. I'll safeguard against all potential threats. At that moment, Minjuri's initial surprise gave way to a warm smile. Surprisingly considerate, she remarked. Perhaps, as the saying goes, you only truly know someone once you talk to him. After a while, they arrived at a quaint village adorned with modest wooden huts. It was not extensive, and there were no orc sentinels in sight, and Minjuri voiced her astonishment, for the village consisted of no more than 5 huts, saying, a boss in this tiny village? However, appearances could be deceiving. Ryu Min knew this was a trap set to lure unsuspecting players. Entering might seem easy, but players who underestimate it often fall victim to the orcs summoned by the orc shaman. And a similar scenario had unfolded in the previous regression. As he circled behind the village, he discovered a mountain of player corpses concealed by the cunning orc shaman. It was a testament to his intelligence and malevolence. But in essence, it signifies cowardliness. He lacks the courage to engage in open combat. Without his orc summons, he's a mere pushover, and while Ryu could easily eliminate the orc shaman, he intended to keep him alive, at least for now, to aid in their hunting efforts. Then Ryu took the lead and said to Minjuri, come this way. She followed him and looked around, but she couldn't even see a single orc, and said, how come I can't see the orcs? But that was natural because orcs don't live here. Only the orc shaman lives here. After passing 3 or 4 thatched houses, they came across a large thatched house that was different from before. Then Ryu said, inside this place hides the orc shaman, quietly crafting traps, lying in wait for our entry. Minjuri queried, the orcs set traps? Ryu replied, indeed. As a boss, he possesses a measure of intelligence. These seemingly innocuous huts here are just disguises, designed to lure players in. In reality, this village harbors none but the orc shaman. And in the end, this entire village is a trap, meticulously set to ensnare and dispatch players. Then Minjuri said anxiously, so have we fallen into the trap? Ryu nodded affirmatively and said, at least in the eyes of the orc shaman. Minjuri inquired, do you have a plan? Ryu answered, yes, we can turn his trap against him. And he continued, saying, the trap is simple. Inexperienced players entering the house will trigger trap points. At that moment, the waiting orc shaman summons orcs to overwhelm them. About 10 to 20 orcs are summoned, and when surrounded, there's no escape. In fact, Ryu, of course, felt confident he could handle any number of orcs. Then Minjuri said in worried, but if they all come out simultaneously, it could get troublesome. Ryu said with smile, that's true, but there's a solution, and he detailed his plan for luring out the orcs. Minjuri's eyes widened as she listened and said in amazement, so, It really can be that simple? And do you think the orc shaman will fall for it? Ryu replied, Don't be afraid. The plan has already been tested. With doubt in her eyes, Minjuri seemed to have made up her mind and nodded. I'll take care of the first part of the plan. Ryu raised an eyebrow and said, Alone? She replied, Yes. It's unnecessary for both of us to risk entrapment. It would appear suspicious, wouldn't it? Besides, I've grasped the intricacies of our strategy and am confident in executing it flawlessly. I aim to prove my worth. When Minjuri offered to take on the task, Ryu-min didn't object further and said, All right, I'll wait outside. And with a mixture of resolve and apprehension, Minjuri pushed open the creaking door of the hut, stepping into the unknown alone. She cautiously entered alone, and there was no sign of anyone inside, no indication of any presence. Each step echoed on the wooden floor as she cautiously advanced, and she entered a spacious area. In this space, 20 orcs could easily fit in. Then she said to herself, This must be the trap point that Black Scythe mentioned, and she swallowed nervously as she recalled the plan she had heard just moments ago. As Ryu said to her, Inside, there's an orc shaman hidden. He's only focused on the sound of the door opening and footsteps, waiting for humans to come in, so we can use that to our advantage, deceive him, and corner the orcs. The method is simple. If you go a bit further, you'll reach an area with a red carpet. That's the trap point the orc shaman prepared. The moment you step on it, he summons orcs to block your escape. About 10 to 20 orcs will be summoned, and when they surround you, there's no way out. You'll go only as far as the carpet and then immediately leave the room. Afterward, the orcs will think they missed their prey and send a few scouts to lure us back. All we need to do is capture those scouts. Then Minjuri said to herself, That sounds simple enough. I'll give it a try. After several steps, she arrived, reached the red carpet, and made a noise to signal her presence. Then she quickly turned around without looking back and exited the room. And she let out a long sigh and said, It's not a big deal, but it's making me nervous for no reason. As she was catching her breath, she suddenly looked up and saw Ryu-min casually looking at the door. And he said to her, Are you okay? She said happily, Yes. And I followed the plan and reached the red carpet. Ryu said, Good. That's enough. But Minjuri wondered, Would the orcs really send scouts after us? Ryu replied, We'll find out if we wait. A moment later, the door opened and 6 orcs emerged. They received orders to lure the recently escaped humans. In that moment, Ryu stepped forward, wielding his scythe, and said calmly, Why are you searching so intently? And with a swift and brutal motion, an orc's limbs came crashing down, the grim sound of its fall filling the air. And before the remaining orcs could even raise their axes from their waists, their hands and feet were severed swiftly. Then Ryu stepped back as if his role were completed. Now it was Minjuri's turn, her rapier gracefully ending the orcs' lives. Minjuri sighed in relief and said, It's done. Then Ryu said to her, Then, let's lure them again, Minjuri inquired. Will they fall for it again? Ryu replied. They might possess some intelligence, but they forget things as quickly as goldfish. After that, Minjuri ventured into the house once more, repeating the process. And when Ryu-min cuts off the orcs' limbs, Minjuri quickly eliminates the orcs. Their coordinated efforts became increasingly efficient as they continued their task, almost like a well-practiced team. By the time orc summon corpses piled up next to the huts, Minjuri's voice rang out with joy. Black Scythe! We've captured all 300! Ryu-min checked his progress window and said, Exactly 1 hour has passed. Then Minjuri said happily, In just 1 hour, we had managed to capture 248 orcs, reaching the impressive total of 300. And she expressed her gratitude, saying, Thanks to you, Black Scythe, we could hunt comfortably and quickly. I'm truly grateful. Ryu-min smiled, appreciating her sincerity, and asked her, How much did your level go up? Minjuri proudly said, I've already reached level 19. Then Ryu commented, Just 10,000 more experience points, and you'll rank up. And he continued saying to himself, ranking up would grant her the ability to learn new skills and enhance existing ones, making her an even more valuable ally. So he said to her, "But what if I help you reach level 20? Minjuri hesitated and said, "Oh, you really don't have to." Ryu said, "No, I need to. Helping you reach level 20 will benefit me. I need to get a buff from you so I can set a record when I capture the High Orc." As in the 5th round, there were 4 formidable bosses. Among them, the High Orc was a particularly powerful foe, almost on par with a mid-boss. And that's why High Orc is different from other bosses. Even the time for kill rule applies differently to him. Then he said to himself, "I have to raise Minjuri's level to 20, receive the 2 buffs. Then I can attempt to break the record." Without even knowing that, Minjuri raised her hand to refuse and said, "You don't have to help me anymore." Ryu asked her, "So does that mean we won't hunt together anymore?" She replied quickly, "No way. How could I run away after receiving such great help? This time I have to help Black Scythe." Then Ryu said, trying to convince her, "If you want to help, do it after you reach level 20. I'll take care of you until then." Hearing that, Minjuri remained silent, her face not reflecting annoyance or frustration, but rather deep thought. And she said to herself, "I can't believe Black Scythe cares so much about me." Then she said, with expression revealed her gratitude for the unexpected help, It's a bit shameless, but I'll be in your care." She finally agreed. Ryu said, "Sure, let's start the work again." But their conversation was interrupted by a rumbling sound from behind. Ryu and Minjuri simultaneously turned their heads to see a group approaching. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a party consisting of 5 men. Then one of them exclaimed, "Hey, take a look over there. Isn't that a Black Scythe?" The men, upon spotting Ryu Min, suddenly froze in their tracks, clearly taken aback. It was as though they had stumbled upon a lion in the midst of a tranquil meadow. At that moment, Ryu Min couldn't help but wonder why he felt a pang of unease. After all, these weren't monsters. They were players, and said to himself, "Surely they wouldn't attack me unless they've gone completely mad." Then one of that group said, "Look, there's a woman with him." The men, their initial vigilance slowly waning, exchanged uncertain glances, and one of the men ventured hesitantly and said, "Hello?" But Ryu Min remained silent, his expression akin to someone bothered by pesky flies, his brow furrowed. Another inquired cautiously, "What's going on here?" As he spoke, their collective gaze shifted in unison, drawn to a peculiar sight. And they said, "How many of those beasts did they bring down? They managed to kill all these orcs?" And their shock quickly turned into comprehension, as responsible for the slain orcs were none other than the Black Scythes. And they started talking to themselves. "Wait a moment. There were this many orcs in such a small village? Something's not right. And who's that woman next to him? A companion, perhaps? Black Scythe has a companion? That's rather unusual, unless he's using her for some peculiar purpose." Another said to himself, "Her face is half and half, and she's quite buxom. She looks rather intriguing, heh? And I had no idea Black Scythe had such perverse tastes." They couldn't utter these thoughts aloud, but their minds were active, free to criticize even the president if they so wished. But they had chosen their adversary unwisely, especially when facing someone with runic abilities. At that moment, Ryu's eyebrows arched, and he curtly instructed, "Don't bother me. Just go away." One of the men stammered. "Excuse me?" Ryu said with a cold and angry look. "I said if you don't have anything to say, leave." The suddenness of his command was startling, but what truly irked them was his informal tone. And one of them questioned, "When did you start using such informal language?" Another added, "That's right. Isn't it impolite to be informal when meeting someone for the first time?" Ryu found himself equally bewildered and said to himself, individuals not even at level 13 daring to criticize someone at level 32. Then Ryu said to them dismissively, "What if, in the midst of a hunt, annoying little pests came buzzing around you? You'd want to squash them, wouldn't you? That's exactly how I feel right now. Don't trouble me. Just leave, unless you're not too attached to your lives." His words were met with silence. Then one of them urged, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Come on, guys, let's go," another said to Ryu. "Sorry for the interruption." After that, the men retreated swiftly, and Ryu didn't take his eyes off them until they had vanished from sight. He was, in fact, reading their thoughts, and said to himself, "They must be lurking somewhere, keeping an eye on me." And they were evidently curious about my hunting techniques, hence their strategic withdrawal and decision to observe from a concealed vantage point. And he continued saying to himself, "Go ahead, watch all you want. As long as I achieve my goal, it doesn't bother me. And now, I should eliminate the boss and collect the rewards sooner rather than later. But before that, I'll level up Minjuri to 20. Shifting his gaze away from the departing men, Ryu looked at Minjuri and said, "Let's get back to hunting." But suddenly Minjuri inquired, "Why did you deliberately speak so coldly to drive them away?" Ryu said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Why did you use such an icy tone to chase them off? You used to be so gentle." Ryu, somewhat taken aback by her ability to discern his thoughts, maintained his composure and simply replied, "If I don't do this, they'll keep bothering us. I have to make it crystal clear that I'll eliminate them if they dare meddle again." And he reassured her, "Just focus on hunting and pay no mind to them." Going to the group of men who had been shooed away by Black Scythe, one of them said aloud, "Perhaps we're out of his line of sight by now?" Another asked, "But what's our plan here?" A third chimed in, "It's curiosity, my friends. We're itching to discover just how this enigmatic fellow, Black Scythe, carries out his hunting." Another said, "Ah, yes, that thought has crossed my mind as well. I'm also intrigued by where he's sourcing all these orcs from." Yet another inquired, "So, what's the strategy? Shall we sneak closer and observe?" One replied, "Don't worry. As long as we stay a reasonable distance away, we won't be noticed. And if you're feeling scared, well, you can always hang back," he said bravely. "Fear? Not in a million years. Let's move." Having mustered their courage, the 5 men ventured closer in the direction where the Black Scythe had been spotted, and one of them whispered, "I see him, over there." Then they glimpsed a quaint thatched cottage, and just beyond it, the Black Scythe in the throes of his hunt, and one remarked, "At this range, we should remain concealed." At that moment, Ryu was outside the cottage, and when the orcs appeared, Ryu cut off the limbs, and orc corpses thudded heavily to the ground. Once he'd created a substantial pile, the Black Scythe turned away, as though his part in this macabre dance was over. Seeing that, one of the men pondered aloud, "What in the world is going on here? Why hasn't he finished them?" Just then, Minjuri, as if anticipating the moment, thrust her sword into an orc. Then one of them wondered, "What? Is he helping her level up?" Another mused, "Why on earth? What's his motive?" It was an incomprehensible sight, the number 1 ranked player squandering precious time leveling up with another woman. Then someone said, "What kind of pleasure did that woman offer to earn his help? Good Lord, just look at how easy he makes hunting seem." Their perspective on the matter was profoundly altered. Some of them, toiling to bring down a single orc, now felt a pang of frustration as they watched others amass experience points with minimal effort. One of the men said, "Isn't something rather peculiar here? Take a closer look at that woman." Another said, "What do you mean?" He responded, "Every time she entered the thatched house, the orcs would emerge and follow her outside. It wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly, and the orcs trailed after her like devoted followers." And he continued saying, "She's continually luring out the orcs, don't you see? I've counted at least 30 by now." Then someone wondered, "Doesn't that strike you as odd? Could there be as many orcs inside as she's drawing out?" Another said, "If those piles of orc corpses over there are coming from inside that small cottage, that would mean there were at least 300 orcs inside." One mused, "It simply doesn't make sense. And in that case, the only logical conclusion is that Thatched House is an orc respawn point." Another concurred, "It certainly appears that way. Otherwise, none of this adds up." In a world structured like a game, the presence of respawn points wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. In fact, it was a rather logical assumption. Then one seethed with indignation and said, "Could it be that they've been camping out here using this respawn point? And perhaps they asked us to leave to seize control of this spot?" It was infuriating, to say the least. They burned with the desire for revenge against these 2 interlopers, no matter the cost. But facing off against the Black Scythe offered little hope. For now, all they could do was bide their time and watch. Then one suggested, "How about we wait until those guys depart? Once they're gone, we can swoop in and claim this place." Another conceded, "That sounds like a plan. We'd love to take it back by force, but we lack the strength." Regretfully, the men settled into an impatient waiting game, not realizing that this would ultimately prove to be the gravest mistake of their lives. At that time, Minjuri couldn't contain her excitement and said, "Black Scythe, I've hit level 20, and this achievement had been unlocked in a mere 15 minutes. With his usual nonchalance, Ryu acknowledged, "Congratulations. Then Minjuri said, I've even picked up a brand new skill. Bless's effectiveness has jumped from 50% to 60%. Ryu inquired, can you cast it on me now? She said, just give me a moment. And a radiant light emanated from Minjuri's outstretched hand, making its way towards Ryu, and the system message appeared. The Bless skill, when activated, elevates all statistics by a resounding 60%. Duration, 02:59 or 59. Again, a verdant radiance enveloped Ryu Min's mind as it permeated his being, and Minjuri said, this is my newly acquired buff. The Swift skill dramatically enhances both attack and movement speed by a whopping 60%. Duration de was 29:59. In fact, Swift, the skill that enhanced attack and movement speed, was nothing short of a game changer. Although its effects lasted a mere 30 minutes, they were anything but trivial, and it boosts agility by a solid 40 points. While it might not be on par with Bless, it was a valuable addition to his arsenal. What's more, it promised to significantly improve his time-killing records. Ryu said, Swift is quite a useful buff, Minjuri said happily. Right? Don't fret about its short duration. I'll refresh it every 30 minutes, Ryu said. All right. Let's conclude our leveling here and set our sights on that orc shaman. Then Minjuri asked, isn't hunting orcs like this profitable? Ryu replied, we must venture after other bosses as well. We can't linger here indefinitely. Minjuri wanted to help Black Scythe, so she asked, is there anything I can do to assist? He answered in a warning tone, stay out of harm's way so you don't become a liability. Despite his brusque words, Minjuri didn't take offense. Instead, she appreciated his vigilance and said, yes, don't worry. Just before Ryu Min ventured inside to confront the orc shaman, he surreptitiously glanced toward the 2 o'clock direction and said to himself, noob's time. In that direction, the same 5 individuals he had previously told to leave were observing from afar, blissfully unaware that their presence had been detected, and Ryu had discreetly kept tabs on them using the rune of inner thoughts, allowing him to read their intentions, and he said to himself, they were bad-mouthing me and Minjuri pretty harshly. His mental fortitude was substantial enough not to be swayed by insults. Still, their attitude irritated him, and he continued saying to himself, even in the face of such an overwhelming level gap, they dare to entertain such thoughts about me. Then Ryu sighed silently, believing that they just hadn't comprehended the Black Scythe's terror yet, and he said, I need to work harder to build my reputation. I can't allow anyone to talk about me like that. To reach that goal, Ryu had prepared something improvised, a plan to expose their weaknesses. It's almost like an integrity test in a way, and with a sly smile, he swung open the cottage door and stepped inside. A short while later, the cottage door shattered, and Ryu ran out of the house. Minjuri, wisely keeping her distance to avoid becoming collateral damage, widened her eyes in astonishment and said to herself, why is Black Scythe, the same man who had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of orcs, fleeing? What could possibly terrify him? Her questions were soon answered as an orc different from the normal orc came out behind Ryu. When the orc shaman bellowed, 20 more orcs materialized out of thin air. At that moment, Minjuri felt worried about the Black Scythe, and she said he's encircled by 20 orcs. Should I help him? Minjuri's momentary hesitation was brief, as Black Scythe, whom she knew better than anyone else, didn't fear facing 20 orcs. Then she said, with the movement speed he possesses, he should easily be able to outrun them. But why would he let himself get cornered when escape was a breeze? Knowing all this, Minjuri suspected he had a plan. At the orc shaman's command, the orcs surrounding Black Scythe initiated a coordinated attack and moved tirelessly. Seeing that Minjuri silently admired and said, he's parrying and evading them all, remarkable skill, but her admiration was short-lived, because suddenly she spotted figures approaching from behind the orc shaman. They were the same men they had encountered earlier. She said to herself, what are they up to? Could it be that, while Black Scythe is drawing the orcs' attention, they're attempting to eliminate the orc shaman? Seeing them cautiously approach with weapons drawn confirmed her suspicions, and she said to herself, no, the shaman is Black Scythe's target. Whether he knew this or not, Black Scythe was busy dealing with the orcs, and if this continues, the orc shaman will be stolen by them. Moments before that, when the group of 5 men stood watch, waiting for Black Scythe to vacate his post, one of them said, hold on a second, why is Black Scythe heading into the house? Another said, "Until now it's been only the woman going in there. Is he planning to lure the orcs in himself this time?" Someone else inquired, his face etched with bewilderment. "But why is that woman leaving her spot?" At that moment, their eyes were fixed on the scene before them, brimming with incomprehension as the door shattered and the black scythe came running out. Then one of the onlookers exclaimed, "What's going on? Black Scythe is being chased by orcs." Does that even make sense? The infamous Black Scythe is fleeing? After all, they had witnessed him sever orc limbs numerous times. He was certainly no ordinary individual. The idea of him fearing 10 orcs was preposterous, and someone wondered aloud, "Wait a moment, who's that monster chasing him from behind? Doesn't he look over 2 meters tall?" Someone else said, "He appears larger than the other orcs. Could he be the boss?" Another said, "Could it be that he's not regenerating orcs but summoning them? As fate would have it, that was precisely the case. The boss, summoning an additional orcs, had encircled Black Scythe. After that, 20 orcs relentlessly swung their axes, and amidst them, Black Scythe danced nimbly. Then one of the men exclaimed, "This is insane! Can he dodge all of that? He's a monster." But suddenly someone declared, "Listen, everyone, this isn't the time to be standing here idle." Another asked in confusion, "Why's that?" He answered, "It's that monster there, who we suspect is the boss. He's completely defenseless, and if we can sneak past the orcs and strike him from behind, we might be able to steal from the boss." Then someone asked, "What's our move then? Do we go for the steal?" Another answered, "Well, this is our chance. Make a quick decision," urged another. Another said in fear, "But what if Black Scythe catches us in the act?" He answered, "Black Scythe won't notice. He's too busy with the orcs right now, and if he asks us why we stole his kill later, we can simply claim it was to rescue them because it looked perilous." Everyone agreed to this proposal, and they quietly advanced toward the orc shaman from behind, but suddenly darkness enshrouded their vision, and in their confusion, they involuntarily let out startled gasps. The group hastily attempted to cover their mouths, but the orc shaman had already detected the presence of an enemy behind him and distanced himself. Then someone said, "Was it anger at nearly falling victim to an ambush?" At that moment, the orc shaman, who had been bellowing loudly, raised his axe high, and when the darkness lifted, they beheld the scene before them. The orcs that had surrounded Black Scythe had been summoned right in front of their eyes. Then one of them said in fear, "Damn it, we're in trouble!" Following the orc shaman's command, the orcs simultaneously swung their axes. The group of men shouted loudly, "Save us!" Unlike Black Scythe, the men had no skill to fend off the simultaneous axe attacks of 20 orcs. And to make matters worse, they had already struggled against just 5 orcs. Though the orcs had vanished abruptly, Ryu remained unfazed. In fact, he seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. His gaze trained on the direction the orcs had moved, and it was painfully obvious who had been just killed. It was the group of 5 men who had been watching him and Minjuri intently. Then Ryu said to himself, "As I expected, it seems they attempted to steal the orc shaman from me and got caught in the end. In fact, Ryu could have killed the orcs inside the house, but for the sake of the test, he pretended to be chased by orcs. It was a kind of test of character, to see if they would seize the opportunity to steal the orc shaman when he was in danger." Then Ryu said, "The result is as I expected." Of course, it seemed likely that they would go after the shaman. Their behavior fell squarely within the expected range of character, and the price for failing the test was death. And the darkness that suddenly occurred and obscured their vision was caused by Ryu, as at the moment when they were trying to ambush the orc shaman, he cast the spell of the Night of Death. And when night fell, the aggro of the orc shaman shifted to the 5 men, and without exception, the men became minced meat. At that moment, Ryu felt no sympathy because they were individuals who had taken advantage of someone else's life to benefit themselves. Then Ryu said, "If they hadn't been so greedy, they might have survived, and I had undoubtedly given them a chance to live, but the choice of death was entirely theirs." After that, Ryu, carrying his scythe, walked casually towards the orcs, and when the orc shaman spotted him, he raised his axe, and the orcs rushed at him, wielding their axes. But when they entered Ryu Min's range, a fountain of green blood burst forth, and the orcs fell without even swinging their weapons. And the result was the same no matter how many of them approached. They were mercilessly cut down as if they were being shredded in a blender, an attack so swift that it might appear invisible to the naked eye. Then Ryu said, "But the attack speed has definitely increased, right? With Bless and Swift, plus the 50% attack speed increase at night." And when his summoned orcs were mercilessly cut down, the orc shaman opened his eyes wide in surprise and tried to summon again with his staff. At that moment, Ryu swung his scythe and cut off the orc's head, saying, "Goodbye!" Then the system message appeared, "You have defeated the orc shaman. Experience, plus 37.73%. Gold, Po 4000. Level up, obtained Bead of Eternity. Obtained Mystic Wooden Totem. Obtained Lesser Blue Magic Stone. Obtained Stone of Balance. Subquest Progress, Stone of Balance, 2-4. The unique material item, the Mystic Wooden Totem, was a particularly welcome harvest, but above all, an item had caught Ryu's attention. It was the Bead of Eternity classification, necklace rarity, epic. Description: a necklace adorned with a murky white bead. It is said that the souls of the defeated are trapped within the bead. Effect: gain 1 stack every time a monster is killed, reducing durability by 1. Every 100 stacks can be converted into 1 stat point. Durability: 1,000. Usage restriction: regular grade or higher. It was similar in effect to the absorption rune that the flame dragon had, and the only difference was that stacks were accumulated only when monsters were killed. Then Ryu said, "It's as good as it gets to permanently raise stats, but the only downside was that it was a consumable item, as it had a durability of 1,000 points. In other words, with a durability of 1,000, you can gain 10 stat points." Then Ryu smiled and said, "But what if I could infinitely restore durability? Then I could raise stats indefinitely, perhaps up to 100 points, and I know that method." Among the runes, there was a special rune that restored durability, and it can be obtained in the 8th round. Then Min Juri's voice echoed, laden with curiosity. "Black Scythe, where are you?" Ryu stayed silent. The power of the Reaper's rune had significantly reduced his visibility when motionless. Swiftly, he deactivated the Night of Death skill at that moment. Min Juri, noting the peculiar alternation of light and darkness, finally locked her gaze onto Ryu Min. "Oh, there you are. I've been searching for ages," Ryu said. "Oh, as you can see, I've been a bit busy," and he pointed to Orc Shaman's corpse. Yet Min Juri's reaction was oddly nonchalant, as if this outcome were no surprise. Then Min Juri asked, "Have you finally captured him? But haven't you seen anyone else? There were individuals attempting to steal the Orc Shaman from you," Ryu replied with a hint of uncertainty. "I didn't notice anyone." Min Juri voiced her doubts and said, "That's strange, don't you think? It felt like I heard screams." But Ryu chose silence. There was no need to reveal the grim evidence. Then he said, "Let's proceed and try to kill the next boss quickly." Then they headed to the third boss, the Orc Archer. Unlike the protracted struggle against the Orc Shaman, there was no reason to prolong this battle, so Ryu cut the Orc into pieces very quickly. Then the system message appeared, "You have defeated the Orc Archer. Experience, 37.73%. Gold ploy 4,000. Agile Archer's boots have been acquired. Rusted Arrowhead has been acquired. Lesser Green Magic Stone has been acquired. The Stone of Balance has been acquired. Subquest Progress, 3-4 Stones of Balance." Ryu Min, contemplating whether to inspect his newfound items, was drawn to one particular artifact, the Bead of Eternity. This epic necklace had proven itself invaluable, accumulating a stack with each slain monster, at the cost of a negligible durability reduction. Once a century stack milestone was reached, it could be converted into a precious stat point. And Ryu is also now equipped with the Agile Archer's boots, boasting a remarkable +10 agility. Ryu Min contemplated a change from his current, less impressive footwear. Then he decided to begin by disassembling the lowest grade green magic stone, one of his oldest possessions. With the recent acquisition of a lesser green magic stone, he embarked on a fusion of the two, and the announcement declared, "Combination successful," and the resulting synergy bestowed upon the newly enhanced boots an additional perk, Agility +4. As Ryu reviewed his achievements, Ryu Min acknowledged the successful conquest of all mid-level bosses. The final challenge loomed, the formidable High Orc, and this president differs from his predecessors in that he adhered to the rule of time. Faster completion equals greater rewards. Then Ryu said to himself, "This one needs to be killed rapidly. The quicker, the more bountiful the spoils," Ryu Min strategized. His previous best time, 43 seconds, was the record to beat. Though Ryu had regressed 99 times, he had yet to surpass that record. However, he held a trump card this time, Minjuri's buffs. Given his confidence in breaking records this time, Ryu resolved to delay his showdown with the High Orc, utilizing the surplus time to maximize his level. He also intended to use the Bead of Eternity without the fear of its destruction, and in his quest to attain the highest record, he committed to enhancing his stats and achieving what had thus far eluded him. After that, Ryu started killing the orcs without stopping. It was a one-sided massacre. He even killed 24-15 orcs. Then a message from the system appeared, time remaining until round end, 30 minutes and 41 seconds, and he said to himself, "It's time to change our approach. Leveling up in the remaining time doesn't seem feasible." At present, Ryu Min was standing at level 39. Just one more level, and he'd unlock new skills, significantly boosting his prowess. But time is running short for that. Still, Ryu had no regrets. He'd given it his all. 7 hours of relentless hunting, over 2,000 orcs slain. And he said to himself, "Minjuri tagged along during this ordeal, but I've handed her more than 100, so she should be content. Besides, she gave me buffs." But what made him happy most was boosting 9 stats through the Bead of Eternity. Then he said, "One more, and the bead's durability hits 0, shattering it. I'll have to halt its use to restore durability later," as the bead's remaining durability stood at 1,000. To rejuvenate it for future use, he had to cease its current use. At that moment, Minjuri asked Black Scythe, "Finished hunting?" Ryu replied, "This should suffice." Then she said, "Time to tackle the remaining boss, then? Any idea where it's located?" Ryu said. "We'll have to search for it." After that, Ryu briefly locked eyes with Minjuri and suddenly said, "Let's part ways here. You've gone through a lot chasing me," Minjuri said sadly. "Ah, is this the end?" And Minjuri's face clouded with disappointment, signaling the end of their partnership. And she said to herself, "Should I ask if it's okay to stick around until we defeat the final boss? No, parting ways here is for the best. Being by his side would likely hinder more than help. Yes, parting ways here is the right call." Ryu heard her thoughts but chose to ignore them. The final boss, High Orc, posed a significant threat. No need for Minjuri to shadow him. Then Minjuri said, "I'll refresh your buffs one last time." As Minjuri reached out her hand, the Bless and Swift buffs reset, and she said, "Thank you again for your help with hunting. It would have been incredibly tough for me alone." And Minjuri handed over a mana crystal from her inventory, saying, "It dropped while I wheeze hunting. I'm not sure if you'll need it, but I'll give it to you." Ryu said, "You can keep it." She said, "No, I'm fine with just the experience points." Even without reading her thoughts, her sincerity shone through. Her thoughts involuntarily seeped into Ryu Min's understanding, and she was saying to herself, "Originally I had 2, and I have to give Min 1, but I can't let Black Scythe refuse. I owe him big time." Observing Minjuri's caring nature, unaware that they were the same person, Ryu Min couldn't help but smile, and said, "I also received help, so stop trying paying off your debt." Minjuri appeared bewildered by his words, as if he could see through her. In the meantime, Ryu accepted the mana crystal and said, "I'll gladly accept what you give me. Well then, we'll see each other next time." Ignoring the perplexed Minjuri, Ryo set off at a fast pace, as time was of the essence in defeating the High Orc. Among the 4 bosses in round 5, High Orc undoubtedly stood as the mightiest. He was so formidable that even a group of 20 level 20 players wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe 100 players throwing their lives at him might have a shot. However, such a scenario had never unfolded. rendering it pointless to contemplate. Then Ryu said to himself, "That's why I can be at ease until now as the round draws to a close. There's no risk of someone snatching it from me, so there's no need to fret." And during the early regressions, no one had managed to take down the formidable High Orc. Its sheer dominance discouraged any thoughts of challenging it, except for one determined soul, Black Scythe. At first, Ryu Min had hesitated to confront the High Orc. He had ventured out to complete a sub-quest, but ended up dying 4 times, courtesy of the High Orc. However, as his head got progressively cracked open, he learned its tactics and grasped the rules of the time attack. Since then, he haven't met his demise once while hunting the High Orc. And with each passing round, he shaved off precious seconds from his hunting time, even setting a new record of 43 seconds. Then Ryu said to this time, "I'll shatter that record," and his feet pushed him forward with remarkable speed. Thanks to Swift, he could cover 100 meters in a mere 7 seconds. As he sprinted, his focus zeroed in on a specific point. The High Orc, essentially a boss that roamed the field without a fixed spot, remained elusive to Ryu Min until he employed the tracking skill. Then, the system message appears, target High Orc location identified, currently 121 meters away. Tracking isn't exclusive to players, monsters aren't exempt. Of course, the conditions remained constant. Remember the face and name, but was tracking only useful for locating bosses? Not at all. It could be employed for regular monsters as well. If he thought of any orc and said track, it would pinpoint the nearest one. This had been the secret to his rapid hunting all along. Then Ryu said, "Seeing that tracking is possible means it hasn't been captured yet. After all, who else but Ryu Min could tackle the High Orc? The players who had fought fiercely in previous rounds were unlikely to team up now. As the distance to the High Orc shortened, and it faintly appeared within Ryu Min's field of vision, he sighed with relief and said, "Good. It hasn't been captured yet. If I handle it quickly," but an unexpected turn of events halted Ryu Min in his tracks, as the High Orc was already locked in combat with other players. These players were a group of 5 people. It was a hastily assembled party. They were essentially strangers, only teaming up for mutual gain, and each of them was having difficulty killing 300 orcs alone, as their level at that time was 12 or 13, so they decided to cooperate with each other. Recognizing their own limits, they had carefully avoided dangerous situations. After more than 6 hours of hunting, they reached the goal of taking down 300. Although they weren't sure if they had secured a top position, for now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly one of them said, "Wouldn't it be a shame to part ways now? How about some more hunting?" Another said, "Sure, I'd like to reach level 20. The group decided to continue their hunt. Having already completed the main quest, they were feeling more relaxed and confident. They dispatched orcs with newfound assurance. After some hunting, they reached level 20, and each of them obtained a new skill, and their self-confidence increased even more. Then the party continued hunting together until their remaining time was up. During hunting, one suddenly said, "Huh? Wait a minute, what's that?" And he pointed in the direction of a peculiar orc they hadn't encountered before. It had tough, taut skin, stood over 3 meters tall, and boasted bulging muscles. Even without any weapons, it exuded power. Then one said, "What's that? It looks like an orc. I've never seen one like that before. Could it be a boss?" In the past, they would have been terrified at the mere mention of a boss. But now, they were at the peak of their confidence. Without any evidence, they simply felt it was achievable. And one of them said excitedly, "Want to try taking that guy down? The 5 of us should be able to handle it." Another said, in worried, "Should we?" The player replied, "It's a boss, so the reward should be substantial, right? If there's a reward, we'll split it fairly among us, all right?" Then they advanced towards the High Orc, shouting confidently. Perhaps it was their confident shout that caught its attention. At that moment, the High Orc turned its head toward the group, and when they met its eerie eyes, they instinctively felt that their opponent was not prey, but death itself. Then the High Orc made a bizarre sound and leaped toward them. The colossal creature, over 3 meters tall, landed in front of the group with a resounding thud. With a single punch, one person's head burst like a balloon, and with another strike, someone's spine folded like a hinge, causing instant death. In the blink of an eye, 2 were gone, and the remaining 3 were paralyzed by fear, unable even to think about using their skills. And with another High Orc's attack, 2 more players died, one after the other. They both died with their mouths open and their chests pierced. The last player from the groups felt like they were shattering, and he said in horror, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." His mind was filled with the terror of death, and there was no time to run or counterattack. As the High Orc looked at the last remaining prey, it seemed to mock him with an amused expression. To be laughed at by a monster, it was a blow to his pride. But to that player, even that was a luxury, and he said, "Please spare me, Mr. Orc, please," if he could. He wanted to grovel and beg, regardless of his pride. But he couldn't move, that was all. Then the High Orc attempted to swing its fist, but before his fist could reach the player's head, suddenly the High Orc's body fell to the ground, and the High Orc's head bounced as it landed. At that moment, Ryu, who had approached unnoticed, let out a short breath. From behind, he had swung his scythe with all his might, cleanly severing the High Orc's neck. He had wondered if it would work, but it had taken just one strike. Then, a message from the system appeared. The time it took to kill the High Orc, 1 second. It was a new record. One day, a hot damn angel kidnapped 9 billion human and teleported them into a dungeon. And this our loser Ryu, who has unique gift when he dies, he goes back to the first day. He has returned 99 times, and this is his last time. Will he end this hell and take revenge? Or will his life end forever this time? Now go to the comments and you will find a playlist with all the parts. Secondly, I hope this video reaches 3,000 likes. Thank you to everyone for the continued support, especially those friends who support the channel financially. I really appreciate that. The last remaining player said in fear, "Please spare me, Mr. Orc, please," if he could. He wanted to grovel and beg, regardless of his pride, but he couldn't move. Then the High Orc attempted to swing its fist, but before his fist could reach the player's head, Ryu, who had approached unnoticed, let out a short breath. From behind, he had swung his scythe with all his might, cleanly severing the High Orc's neck. At that moment, the High Orc's body fell to the ground, and the High Orc's head bounced as it landed. Ryu had wondered if it would work, but it had taken just one strike. Then a message from the system appeared. The time it took to kill the High Orc, 1 second. It was a new record, and system messages began to appear. Triumph over the High Orc. Experience points gained, plus 154.79%. Gold acquired, 8,000. Additional gold, 4,000. Level up, obtained High Orc's gauntlets, obtained High Orc's fang, secured low-grade purple mana crystal, acquired Stone of Balance. Subquest progress, Stone of Balance, 4/4. But what truly piqued Ryu Min's interest was the following message. Subquest completed, rewarded with the Rune of Balance. He had acquired the Rune of Balance, a crucial item for becoming stronger, and one of the runes in his list. Rune of Balance. Effect. When the difference between pure stats is 10 or less, all stats are doubled. The condition for the Rune of Balance to work was straightforward. The difference between stats had to be 10 or less, focusing solely on attribute points and excluding items or additional effects. It means you have to evenly raise all 4 attributes. For instance, imagine if an average level 20 player were to obtain this rune with the following attributes: Strength 30, Agility 14, Intelligence 3, Luck 3. In this case, the minimum is 3 and the maximum is 30, resulting in a difference of 27. It doesn't meet the condition of 10 or less. Naturally, the Rune of Balance would be ineffective. On the other hand, if someone with a balanced distribution like Strength 20, Agility 10, Intelligence 10, Luck 10 were to obtain it, it would work like a charm. Minimum and maximum are both under 10, so he qualifies for the Rune of Balance, and all attributes would double, granting benefits that surpasses his previous stats. Then Ryu said, "I already planned on getting this rune and have already balanced my attributes." Currently, Ryu Min's pure attributes were Strength 27, Agility 26, Intelligence 18, Luck 28. He had deliberately kept Intelligence lower to precisely match the minimum and maximum of 10, and his pure attributes were high compared to his level, thanks to the 9 points from the Bead of Eternity, which also included to his pure attributes. Then he said, "Let's see how much the attributes have increased," and he opened his status window and was pleasantly surprised. Strength 374, Intelligence 614, Agility 518, Luck, 374. Seeing his status, Ryu said in surprise, all attributes are over 300, huh? Of course, it's largely due to the buff and bless as buff 1.5x, Rune of Slaughter 2x, Rune of Balance 2x. It was an unbelievable figure for someone at level 40, and there was more to be delighted about. His grade has increased from regular to expert, and he can now use the trading function, allowing him to exchange gold with other players. Of course, the other party also needs to open this function to work properly. But Ryu didn't really care about the trading function. What mattered now was that he had learned a new skill. New skill. You've unlocked the unique skill Moonlight Slaughter for Reapers. This new skill is a game changer for Reapers, serving as their sole offensive maneuver. Effect. Gather energy for 1 second, then unleash a devastating 200% area of effect damage in a crescent-shaped pattern ahead. Damage type. A hybrid mix of both physical and magical, amplified by 1.5 times when used under the cover of night. Cooldown. Requires a 10-minute cooldown and can only be employed while wielding a scythe. Then Ryu said to himself, I've finally learned it. The exclusive offensive skill for Reapers. Regrettably, Reaper-class characters are limited to just one offensive skill. The rest of their arsenal consists of buffs and debuffs, and when you only have one attack skill, it's only natural to use it cautiously. After all, if it misses, the risk is incalculable, and there's nothing more frustrating than a missed coup de grace. But all these considerations hinge on the assumption that the attack will miss. And if you're confident in landing your shots, the risk is null and void. And Moonlight Slaughter happens to be one of those skills that are relatively easy to land. With its wide crescent-shaped radius, there's practically no room for it to miss. Even if it did somehow miss, you'd have little room to complain. Plus, there's no skill more potent than this one. And with its 200% area damage, the figure jumps to a staggering 800% when deployed at night. Besides, if your opponent is immune to physical attacks, you can still hold your ground with this skill. Currently, only low-level monsters are making appearances. But sooner or later, more formidable adversaries will emerge. Those creatures are truly indomitable. The 7 archangels who reign supreme in the heavens. They are beings even Ryu cannot contend with. And Ryu said, while I've only encountered them once briefly, their power is beyond comprehension. Of course, no quests have ever instructed me to kill them, but given the opportunity, I have a burning desire to try and eliminate at least one of these archangels. Judging by the fact that regular angels drop items when defeated, Ryu has a hunch that there will be rewards. And he said, well, that's a challenge for when I've reached max level. For now, it's all about growth. Then Ryu cast a final glance at the message that had come to his mind and said, it's time to check the rewards for the time attack. You've defeated the 5th round boss, High Orc, in a mere 1 second. This boss is subject to the time attack rule. Additional gold will be awarded based on your record. Since you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you will receive the maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Seeing this gold, Ryu said, with this, I should be able to learn all the common skills I've yet to learn. Satisfied, Ryu-min was about to shift his gaze elsewhere when he paused. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there were more messages that had appeared. You've set an unprecedented record in time attack history. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. As a reward, you will receive a unique item selection voucher. Ryu was surprised and said, what's this all about? This 1-second victory marked Ryu's first Akashic record. Naturally, he hadn't anticipated any extra rewards. Upon checking his inventory, he indeed found a unique item selection voucher, and he said, you mean I can choose a unique item? Can it be anything? Without hesitation, he pressed the button to use it. Then a message from System appeared. You're about to choose one unique item. First, please select the item category. 1. Weapons. 2. Shields. 3. Helmets. 8. Rings. Then Ryu said, they even gave him the option to pick any type of item. I need to think of something that I need right now. At that moment, Ryu-min paused briefly, his hand gently brushing his chin as he contemplated his decision. And he said, as for unique weapons, I'll craft them after returning, so they're not necessary. I needed utility more than immediate power, and he pondered which abilities might be useful in the current situation. Then he suddenly said, ah! That could be great, and Ryu's finger landed on option 3. On the other hand, the last remaining player gazed at one spot with widened eyes, and he said to himself, Did I cross the threshold of death and return? This can't be real. That monster, taken down in a single blow. The player found himself utterly bewildered as the high orc, who had crushed his comrades with one mighty punch, now lay at his feet in a bizarre twist of fate. And he asked himself, was Black Scythe this strong? Then he simply gazed at the Black Scythe with a mixture of awe and admiration. At that precise moment, just as he was about to utter something, the Black Scythe swiftly vanished from sight. His expression shifted to one of regret. He hadn't even managed to utter a word of gratitude. Finally, as the time limit elapsed, the players congregated in one location, and, as if awaiting their arrival, an angelic figure materialized. Then the angel said with a blatant taunt, "How did it go? Did you complete the quest?" And, "It seems the number of participants has dwindled within the span of 10 hours. Surely you didn't fall to those lowly orcs. Did you engage in skirmishes over prey?" But the players chose to remain silent. They weren't in a position to respond, and their energy was depleted. And Priscilla continued saying, "Now, shall we see what results have been achieved?" Then Priscilla's wings fluttered, and the results screen materialized. At that moment, the expressions of astonishment danced across the players' faces. Overall rankings: first place, Black Scythe, level 40 Reaper, 1 hour and 6 seconds. Second place, Dumb Idiots, level 25 Shaman, 2 hours, 30 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 24 Dark Knight, 2 hours, 47 minutes and 21 seconds. Zone CES007. First place, Black Scythe, level 40 Reaper, 1 hour and 6 seconds. Second place, Democracy, level 21 Buffer, 2 hours, 55 minutes and 38 seconds. Third place, Aged Man, No Gay, level 23 Warlock, 3 hours, 19 minutes and 12 seconds. The achievements of Black Scythe were indeed impressive, but it was their level that stole the spotlight. Then one player said in surprised, "Level 40, this is simply mind-blowing," and there were no words adequate to describe this overwhelmingly remarkable performance. Some were left speechless, while others nodded, as if expecting nothing less. After all, Black Scythe had maintained their unbeaten streak of first place since the previous rounds. But Ryu didn't share the same level of enthusiasm upon seeing the message. Then, system messages began to appear to Ryu. "Congratulations! You have achieved first place in this zone. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the overall ranking. Current ranking for Black Scythe is first place overall and first place in this zone. As the first place reward in this zone, you will receive the Intermediate Epic Necklace Selection Voucher. As the first place reward in the overall ranking, you will receive the Special Reward Selection Box." The rewards for achieving first place had started to feel somewhat repetitive, but the following message managed to pique Ryu Min's interest. "Confirmed as the first player to achieve 5 consecutive first places in the overall ranking. You have accomplished an unbelievable feat. You will now be granted the title, The One Who Leads." Title: The One Who Leads. Requirement for acquisition: achieve 5 consecutive first places in the overall ranking for the first time. Effect: increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. When Ryu read the message, a subtle smile curved at the corner of his lips and he said, "I've obtained the title as planned." And the reason for his unwavering pursuit of first place in the overall rankings lay here, with this coveted title. With this title, he could expedite his leveling progress by 1.5 times. Then Ryu continued saying to himself, "I can't afford to miss out on an opportunity to grow this fast. And this experience point boost would prove invaluable in the future. Now that I have the title I desired, should I consider selecting some first place rewards? You can now choose one of the following epic necklaces. Please touch the reward you desire. 1. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight. 2. Necklace of the Java Tribe. 3. Necklace of Resilience. These necklaces held abilities not easily deduced from their names alone, and ordinary folks might pick one at random, like answering a test question. But Ryu was well informed about each necklace, having carefully chosen them through successive rounds, and he said, "What I need is number 2, the necklace of the Java Tribe." And without hesitation, he made his choice, and the reward swiftly found its place in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Category: Necklace. Rarity: Epic. Description: this necklace, worn by the enigmatic Java Tribe, an extraterrestrial race, is imbued with magical energy. Effects: boosts all stats by +3 and resistance by +35%. Durability, 1000. Usage restriction, requires at least regular rank. Despite possessing formidable power and skills, Ryu Min was not without vulnerabilities. Then he said, "What I need to bolster now isn't just strength or stats, it's resistance to abnormal status effects. Even the mightiest could succumb to these conditions, especially when they were widespread. And it might not be time for monsters like that yet, but it's better to be prepared." Moreover, items with resistance enhancements were exceedingly rare and valuable, making this a prudent investment. So in the future, if Ryu doesn't need them, he can sell them for a good price. And players who grasped the danger of abnormal status effects would be willing to part with a hefty sum. Lastly, Ryu turned his attention to the special reward selection box. You can now choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the reward you desire. 1. 3x experience boost buff, limited to round 6. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information on round 6. Seeing that Ryu said the first option no longer featured a stat boost, but instead provided an experience boost, there's no need for deliberation. The experience boost is the best choice. Ryu was already privy to the details of round 6, and his need for additional gold was currently not pressing, and 6,000 gold didn't seem like much of a reward. That's because Ryu currently had over 220,000 gold in his possession. Then Ryu pondered and said to himself, the 1 time attack record was quite unexpected. I had no idea a high orc would go down in one hit. It might because was busy dealing with other players, so I could go all out. At that moment, Ryu remembered that only survivor from that group of players, and said, wasn't the player who drew aggro from the orc named Aom Jun Seok? And Ryu looked around but didn't find him among the players. After that, the angel said with evil smile, has everyone checked their rankings through the list? If so, I have to inform you now that there are 1,585 main quest achievers. We'll mercilessly eliminate anyone below 211th place. The players said cringingly and fearfully, oh no, wait, angel, have mercy. There could be no mercy for an angel clad in the guise of a demon. Players wailed as they were wiped out. Priscilla sneered, saying pathetic, begging for their lives like this. Humans truly are no better than insects. Ryu discreetly clicked his tongue inwardly as he looked at her, and said, you're no different to them, though. Also, he had already seen angels pleading beneath his feet. Then Priscilla said, inferior humans, who probably couldn't even achieve the 5th round subquest. I thought they didn't, but it seems they did, and her gaze briefly turned towards Ryu Min, her eyes reflecting a hint of unease. Then a message from System appeared. Round 5 ends. Overall rankings? Survivors, 19,327,557. Zone C, ES007. Survivors, 1,211. And the angel continued saying, all right, humans, rest up, and we'll see you in the next round. Shortly, your souls will return to your original dimensions, and on June 1st, 2022, at midnight, round 6 will commence. As soon as Ryu Min woke up, his brow furrowed. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and checking the time, it was 10 in the morning. 10 hours had already passed. But suddenly, Ryu Min's gaze fell to the floor, where his younger sibling lay, asleep as if he'd passed out. And he said, this kid must have been really worried, and a smile unconsciously appeared on Ryu's lips. Most likely his brother had stayed up all night, fretting because he hadn't woken up. Then Ryu called his brother, trying to wake him up. Wanna, wake up! Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ryu Wan looked as if he'd been drenched with cold water when he realized Ryu Min was awake, and said, Hyung, you're up! I was so worried when you didn't wake up. Ryu smiled and said, I'm sure you checked if I was breathing. For Ryu Wan, his sibling was not only his sibling, but his only family. Even though he had heard the warning beforehand, worrying was only natural. Ryu Min knew this, so he chuckled and ruffled his brother's hair, and said, you brat, but it's nice to see you care. His brother grumbled, saying, why are you like this? My head hurts. Though he grumbled deep down, he was relieved that his sibling had returned safely. Then Ryu Min said, if you haven't eaten yet, let's have breakfast. I'm hungry. After enjoying a meal, Ryu Min returned to his room. He had work to do. Then Ryu opened the combination window, and he moved the materials he had acquired from round 5 into the slots. His goal was to create a unique item, no less. The main material was Reaper's Scythe. Sub-materials were Orc's Heart, Mysterious Wood Totem, Corroded Arrowhead, and High Orc's Molar. In the main material slot, Ryu placed the Reaper's Scythe, a weapon he intended to reinforce. Naturally, he removed the low-tier orange-grade gemstone embedded in the scythe, and he said, if I press the combination button like this, the weapon should be enhanced into an epic item suitable for my rank. Even if it wasn't a weapon, combining it with the item he wanted to enhance, and the remaining materials would result in an epic item. However, Ryu Min had something more valuable in mind, the black gold ore he had swiped from Huang Yong, as incorporating it with the black gold ore will allow Ryu to enhance it to a unique item, not an epic one. In the last slot among the sub-materials, Ryu placed the black gold ore. As he pressed the combination button, a dazzling white light burst forth, and a system message appeared. Combination successful. Death's side has been created. Death side, type, weapon, grade, unique. Description: a formidable scythe favored by the Grim Reaper. Legend has it that the shadow of death perpetually trails this scythe. Attack power, 300. Effects, all stats plus 10 and skill damage plus 10%. Durability, 3,000. Usage requirement, expert rank or higher. Finally, Ryu had crafted the unique weapon he had longed for. Then he smiled and said, now, I've finally outgrown that beginner's weapon, and now, with all this extra gold, should I invest in some common skills? The store offered 4 common skills. 1. Area scan allowed them to perceive their surroundings like a mini-map. 2. Enhanced vision elevated their sight beyond that of an average person. 3. Basic resistance boosted resistance to abnormal status effects by 15%. 4. Dexterity enhanced skill accuracy by 20%. With 220,000 gold at his disposal, Ryu could afford to learn them all. Then he said, I would still have 140,000 gold left after purchasing all the skills, and after perusing the store, nothing else seemed worth buying at the moment. Besides the epic items coming up in a few days, there doesn't seem to be anything else worth purchasing. Although money remained unused, it wasn't entirely without purpose, thanks to the trading function. Then Ryu said, first, let's organize those mana stones. And he combined the mana stones in his inventory into lower grade ones and inserted them into his required equipment. After donning the entire set, Ryu opened his status window to review his stats. Name, Ryu Min. Nickname, Black Scythe. Rank, Expert. Titles, Time Regressor, hidden. First Angel Slayer, hidden. Challenger of Retribution, hidden. The One Who Leads, hidden. Level, 40. Class, Grim Reaper. Strength, 106. Intelligence, 150. Agility, 136. Luck, 106. Common skills, tracking, detection, erasure of traces, first aid, area scan, enhanced vision, basic resistance, dexterity. Exclusive skills, seal of death, night of death, moonlight slaughter, runes, rune of slaughter, rune of the Reaper, rune of illumination, rune of inner thoughts, rune of doppelganger, rune of balance. Remaining stat points, 0. All Ryu's stats now boasted 3 digits. This was his base stat with only the rune of balance buff, and when combined with Min Juri's buff and bless, his strength would be unmatched. Then he said, if the rune of slaughter is applied, it'll double, and I've reached my full potential for now. It's time to advance with my plans involving Ma Kyung-rok. Ryu needed to utilize Huang Yong-min, and he asked himself, how's that guy doing? I hope he survived as planned. Considering he had always survived up to round 5, he assumed he was alive, but just to be sure, Ryu used the tracking skill to search for him. Tracking. Huang Yong-min, face and name match, tracking the target's location. Seeing that tracking was possible, it was certain that he was alive. Then Ryu smiled and said happily, thank goodness, I can make more use of him now. Ryu had planned to use Huang Yong to the fullest, but beyond this point, it was unrealistic, and he said, this is the last time I'm going to use him in real life. Huang Yong would never know that his fate rests so heavily in the hands of the shuttle that had once tormented. The day after their return, Min Juri found herself seated at a cafe table, her heart racing with anticipation. She was about to meet Ryu Min, and the appointed time was drawing near. Juri pondered, her thoughts veering into the realm of speculation. Why does Min want to meet again? Could it be? And she shook her head, deeming her musings somewhat outlandish. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and a delightful rush of anticipation surged through her. Whoa! Okay, calm down, stay cool. I can't afford to let it show, she reminded herself sternly. She didn't want to burden herself with unnecessary anxiety or, even worse, reveal her one-sided affection. Just then, the cafe's door swung open, and Ryu Min entered. Seeing her, Ryu Min inquired with a friendly smile, "Hey, you're here already? Have you been waiting long?" Min Juri replied, "Oh no, not at all. I arrived just a little while ago," and she was feeling a tad self-conscious about her earlier fanciful thoughts. During that time, an awkward silence settled between them. Then Min Juri said to herself, "Why does it feel so awkward? Was it because of my earlier, somewhat bizarre daydreams?" Even the briefest moments of silence seemed strangely uncomfortable to her. Breaking the silence, Ryu Min finally spoke. "So, how was round 5? Did you meet the Black Scythe, like I said?" It was a rather blunt question, but Min Juri, eager to steer the conversation, welcomed the opportunity to discuss it. "Yes, just like you said, we met and hunted together. To be honest, I had doubts that the top-ranked player would join me, but when I showed him my abilities, he agreed." Ryu said, "I told you so. If he sees your buffs, the Black Scythe will want you on his team," Min Juri added with enthusiasm. "Thanks to that, I had a really comfortable hunting experience. I even managed to secure second place in the area for the first time," Ryu said with fake amazement. "Second place? Impressive. What was the reward?" She said, "I received a mid-tier rare necklace that boosts agility. Would you like to see it?" And she opened her inventory and displayed the necklace to Ryu Min, who responded with an impressed, "Wow." Of course, it was also a mere display of admiration. In a world filled with epic necklaces, regular ones hardly caught anyone's attention. Then Min Juri asked, "What do you think? Does it look good?" Ryu replied, It looks great." She added, "You can have it. It's thanks to your prophecy that I obtained it, so it's only right for you to have it." But Ryu gently declined, pushing her hand away, and said, "I'm fine. Why would you give me the reward you worked hard for?" She said, "It wasn't all that difficult to obtain. Thanks to the Black Scythe, I had a very comfortable hunt." Then Ryu asked her, "In that case, why not give it to the Black Scythe instead?" She replied, "Do you really think a high-level player like him needs a low-level necklace like this?" Ryu agreed with her, saying, "Well, it's not needed. A regular grade rare necklace. For someone of his level, it was a rather useless item. With plenty of gold to his name, even selling it wouldn't make a significant difference in his finances." And he declined once more, saying, "Thank you, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the regular grade yet." Min Juri get surprised and said, "What? You're not even a regular grade? What's your level?" Ryu admitted with a hint of exasperation in his voice, "I'm level 19. I barely managed to defeat 300 orcs on my own in 10 hours. Although unspoken, Min Juri's frustration was evident, and she said, "Well, a prophet isn't exactly suited for combat." Then she said to herself, having the ability to see the future, combined with strong combat skills, was just too powerful. That would just break the system. Of course, such an individual stood before her now, but it was a concept Juri couldn't even fathom. Ryu Min's demeanor, tone, and image were worlds apart from Black Scythe. But suddenly she asked a question he wasn't expecting from her. "How does the prophet fight?" Ryu replied, I have magic skills. I'm embarrassed to show it." She was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Then you don't need the agility necklace? Since you're using magic, you need to increase your intelligence." Ryu said yes. But in fact, even those classes that use magic need a certain level of agility, because they have to have a means of defense, and they may not need the attack speed that increases with agility, but movement speed and evasion are somewhat helpful for survival. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ryu Min, who does not use magic. And so, when Ryu Min insisted that he didn't need it, Min Juri found herself with no other option but to tuck the necklace away. Then Min Juri said, "Well then, how about this instead?" And she suggested, retrieving the lowest grade red mana stone from her inventory, saying, "I found this during one of our hunts. I can't vouch for its quality, but it's a token of my appreciation, so please don't decline." Ryu Min, aware that Juri had prepared this for him in her mind, smiled with genuine warmth and said, "Thank you for thinking of me." It was an offhand remark, but it seemed to catch Juri off guard. Minjuri's face reddened and stuttered as she said, I mean, I didn't do it with you specifically in mind. I just noticed you've been helping me with information all along, and I thought I should show my gratitude. Seeing Juri's flustered response, Ryu Min found it rather endearing, and he said, I get it now, thanks. I'll accept it gratefully. Then, without further protest, Ryu Min stowed the mana stone away. Although it was the lowest grade, collecting these could undoubtedly aid in his growth, and he said, since you've given me something, I feel like I should give you something too, you know? Minjuri was surprised and asked, huh? Like what? Ryu replied, well, naturally, it's information about round 6. For a moment, she seemed disappointed, but it was a fleeting emotion. Then Juri brightened up with a wide smile and said, if you tell me, I'll be more than thankful. As Ryu Min's prophecy unfolded, Juri's eyes gradually widened. It was all due to the mention of the Black Scythe and the directive to cooperate with him. And she said, so, I should team up with the Black Scythe again this round? Ryu said, yes. Considering that your buffs proved their worth in round 5, he probably won't decline. Then Minjuri added, I just didn't expect to team up with him again. Ryu asked her, well, isn't that a good thing? She replied, well, I guess so. Black Scythe was so good to me. Ryu asked, he was good to you? Juri answered, yeah. Surprisingly considerate and not as intimidating as I had imagined. A bit cocky, sure, but that's par for the course when you're the top-ranked player. It was an unintentional self-evaluation, but Ryu Min couldn't help but smile at the unexpected compliment. It was quite a positive assessment. Then Juri added, he also seems quite insightful too. It's hard to put into words. What can I say? It feels like he really understands people's hearts. Ryu said to himself, well, I do have the rune of inner thoughts. For Ryu Min it was a given, but Juri, unaware of such a rune's existence, found Black Scythe incredibly impressive. And Ryu said to himself, I possessed skills, insight, charisma, and thoughtfulness. A near-perfect existence, really, but I'm far from perfect. After all, I failed 99 times. Despite the sense of urgency he felt for the final round, where a 5-person party was required, failure was simply not an option. And he continued saying, I can't afford to fail, especially when it's my last chance. Then he gazed at Juri with determination, knowing that he needed to bring her along, and said, Juri must join me, and so must the American priest. And with 2 positions now secured, there were still 2 more to consider. Ryu's thoughts were interrupted by Minjuri's voice. Min-ah? What's on your mind? Are you worried about how to pass the next round? Ryu said, huh? Well, I am a bit concerned. I'm not that strong. While it might seem like an exaggeration to others, Ryu Min couldn't reveal his true identity for various reasons. Minjuri added, if only the zones were integrated, I would have gladly helped you. But don't be disheartened. We'll probably meet soon. Ryu said, yeah, you're right. Until then, I'll stay strong. You do the same. Ryu couldn't help but smile at Juri's determined fist-pumping and her words, and he wondered how she'll react when she finds out that he is the Black Scythe. The day after Minjuri received information about round 6, Ryu rode in his car, heading to the company's office. Originally, Heavenly Demon suggested having lunch together at the hotel, but Ryu declined and proposed a meeting at the company. It was time to discuss business matters. Then Ryu said to himself, I've already proven that I'm a prophet, so there shouldn't be any issues. Although Ryu hadn't yet revealed to Heavenly Demon what kind of business they would venture into, he was confident that Heavenly Demon would trust and follow him, as Heavenly Demon was a person willing to go to great lengths for the sake of his company's growth, and Ryu had a track record of solidifying his abilities as a prophet over time, and with the trust he had earned, it was now time to deliver results. But for him, this wasn't merely about making money or starting a business. It ran deeper than that, as using Heavenly Demon's company meant he could obtain any item he desired whenever the need arose. Money was just a tool for acquiring these items. His primary goal was his own personal growth, and expanding the company allowed him to strengthen his bond with Heavenly Demon. This, in turn, was his ticket to connecting with the enigmatic priest, leveraging his contacts. The financial gains that came with it were quite literally a cherry on top. When Ryu arrived at his destination, the bodyguard received him with great respect and said, "Please wait a moment, I will show you to the office." And he led him to the building and into the elevator, where the bodyguard's courteous demeanor suggested that he was ordered to treat him well. Upon entering, Ryu was enthusiastically greeted by Heavenly Demon, who said, "Oh, have you arrived, Major Shareholder?" And he gestured for him to take a seat. Ryu could tell that Heavenly Demon's hearty laughter was somewhat contrived, meant to create a favorable impression. Then Heavenly Demon said, "Major Shareholder, no profit. Did you feel uncomfortable coming here?" Ryu replied, "Not at all. I came quite comfortably." Heavenly Demon asked, "Have you had a meal? I would have liked to have lunch together." But Ryu replied seriously, "There's something more important to do than have a meal." Heavenly Demon asked enthusiastically and eagerly, "Could it be that you're here to tell us about the next round?" Ryu had to stifle his internal laughter and said to himself, "It seems you're eager to know about the 6th round." The reason Heavenly Demon mentioned it out loud was that he was afraid that Ryu might not share information with them this time. Then Ryu said, "Of course I'll tell you about the 6th round as well." The Heavenly Demon asked, "Have you seen the future?" Ryu answered, "Yes, I have." At that moment, the bodyguard approached and placed a cup of tea in front of him. He didn't show any signs, but he was eavesdropping. Then Ryu continued saying, "I'll provide you with information about the 6th round, but in return, I'd like to convene an ad hoc shareholders meeting." Heavenly Demon was surprised and said, "An ad hoc shareholders meeting?" Ryu said, "We should start discussing business soon. We need to change the industry and the company name." Heavenly Demon's expression turned serious as the topic shifted to business. In reality, business was just as important as information about the next round. Then he inquired, "What can I do for you?" Ryu replied, "Support me in the ad hoc shareholders meeting regarding the business I propose. Although I effectively hold 51% of the shares, for a special resolution, I need a 67% majority vote for the motion to pass." Changing the company's name and industry was a significant undertaking. Without the consent of investors who had already put in money, he couldn't unilaterally make decisions. Of course, Ryu didn't need other shareholders to agree. As long as Heavenly Demon sided with him, that was enough. He seemed to understand this fact as he nodded and said, "Since I have 20% of the shares, with the two of us, we'll have 71%. Ultimately, we can easily pass any motion." Ryu said yes, but as I mentioned before, there shouldn't be any gossip. Convincing other shareholders will be necessary. Heavenly Demon said confidently, "Don't worry about that. I'll ensure the other shareholders won't make things difficult." And he added, "But seeing you mention this in advance, it seems that the shareholders might oppose changing the industry?" Ryu said yes. "I didn't find it as sweet as they might have hoped when I looked into the future, especially those shareholders who are in their 30s or older." Then Heavenly Demon asked, "Exactly what kind of industry is it?" He looked extremely curious, and Sang Cheol, the bodyguard who had been listening in, seemed equally interested. Ryu said to himself, "He looks extremely curious. I did promise we would succeed just by changing the industry." Ryu Min laughed as he began to explain. As Ryu Min spoke, Heavenly Demon and the bodyguard leaned in. Their curiosity piqued, and Ryu said, "I'm planning to create a unique social open e-market exclusively for players." Heavenly Demon said in amazement, "A social open e-market? Are you referring to platforms like Auction, Amazon, and Kuopeng?" In response to his question, Ryu nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right. However, there's a significant twist. Only players can access it, and instead of regular articles, they'll be trading in-game items." Heavenly Demon asked, "You think these items would be traded for real cash?" Ryu replied, "That's an option determined by the sellers when they list their items. They can choose to trade for real cash or swap items with others." Heavenly Demon said, "I get the barter idea, but why would players need cash?" Ryu said, "Well, some players might need cash, don't you think? Especially since there aren't many viable options available at the moment." He inquired, saying, "At the moment? Does that imply there will be other options in the future?" In response to him, Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with anticipation and said to himself, "He's sharp, as expected." Clearly, he wasn't taking this lightly. Then Ryu said to him, "Yes, exactly. I've caught a glimpse of the future. People who've crossed level 40 will soon be trading in gold rather than cash." Heavenly Demon asked in amazement, "Gold?" The two who hadn't yet reached level 40 had no idea that a trading function even existed, let alone the possibility of gold trading. Naturally, the concept of trading in gold had never crossed their minds. Then Ryu added, "When you reach level 40, the trading function becomes available. With this feature, players can exchange gold amongst themselves. All we need to do is build a secure system to facilitate this, and, of course, charge a commission in cash or gold." Heavenly Demon was silent for a while and thought to himself, a social e-market for players. It's not a bad idea at all. For now, the fact that no one had ventured into this territory gave them a significant first-mover advantage, and if they played their cards right, they could establish a monopoly in this niche. While his inclination was optimistic, Heavenly Demon didn't show it. Caution was still in order. Then he asked Ryu, "Do you believe people will actually use a social market like this?" Ryu replied, "We're currently in round 5, and players already have a considerable stash of items. As you know, items dropped by monsters can't be sold in regular shops, so players must be grappling with how to manage them." Then Heavenly Demon added, "So you're saying, if we create a platform where they can trade these items, players would welcome it with open arms?" Ryu said, "Exactly. Moreover, now that most players are over level 20, a crafting feature has been introduced, and they'll be eager to experiment with various items for recipes. When there's an easily accessible marketplace for these items, people will flock to it. And now is the perfect timing." Heavenly Demon nodded, echoing the positive sentiment. There was little more to discuss. Then Ryu asked, "What do you think of creating an auction system, allowing users to list items and participate, thereby increasing the value of select items?" He replied, "That's a fantastic idea. It would certainly pique players' interest." Then Ryu suggested, "And what about this? Allowing items to be listed without fees initially to attract users. We could also implement a tiered system that rewards more active traders," Heavenly Demon said with a smile. "That's a great concept too." A satisfied grin spread across Ryu Min's face as he observed Heavenly Demon's enthusiastic response, and Ryu said to himself, "It seems like you're quite taken with the business proposal I'm presenting." Indeed, it was a promising venture, especially in an era where players would dominate. Most importantly, it appealed to him because it was an entirely new concept, and since the prophet is vouching it, he has no right to say no. Ryu continued saying to himself, "Creating this player-centric marketplace will benefit me as well. I will be able to easily procure the items I need, especially those crafting materials that currently have an uncertain purpose. We must secure them. By acquiring these materials, they could effortlessly craft items of legendary and god-tier quality, surpassing even unique items." Then Ryu Min inquired, "Regarding our chosen industry, we've settled on a social market. Now, what about the company's name? Do you have any ideas?" But Heavenly Demon simply shook his head and said, "Let's not dwell on my suggestions. Especially in times like these, we should follow the path foreseen by the prophet. After all, aren't you the major shareholder of our company?" Ryu Min didn't disagree because what he said was true, and he said, "Well then, how about this? We could name it Player Place to signify that it's a space tailored for players." Heavenly Demon said, "Player Place, huh? It has a nice ring to it. I like the name." In reality, Heavenly Demon wasn't entirely sure, but he placed unwavering trust in the prophet's judgment. Then Heavenly Demon eagerly delved into more business ideas, and he said, "By the way, I have another idea. Would you like to hear it?" Ryo said excitedly, "Yes, please share." And he listened attentively, and as the final decision-maker, evaluated and made choices. As the seconds ticked away on the office wall clock, the two of them engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to the advancing evening. But before they knew it, it was already evening, and Heavenly Demon said, "It's gotten late. Would you like to have dinner together?" Ryu said, "No, I'll have dinner at home. My younger sibling is waiting for me." Heavenly Demon looked disappointed and said, "Oh, I see." It seemed that discussing business with Ryu was quite enjoyable for him, and Ryu asked approximately, "How long do you think it will take to build the system and bring it to market?" Heavenly Demon replied, "It should take around a month. If everything goes smoothly, it will be launched after round 6. Ryu nodded and said, "A month wasn't too much." And he added, "Speaking of which, I have some information about round 6. Heavenly Demon leaned in eagerly, genuinely excited, and said, "Oh, that's something I've been eager to hear." The bodyguard who was sitting beside him pretended to be disinterested, but was secretly focused on Ryu's words. Finally, Ryu explained the details of round 6, including the key points and strategies to consider. Having absorbed all the information, Heavenly Demon sent a meaningful glance filled with interest, and said it seems cooperation will be crucial in round 6. "Thank you for sharing, Prophet," Ryu said with a smile. "You're welcome." Heavenly Demon exchanged polite words, but couldn't help but smile inwardly, saying to himself, it was a wise decision to keep the Prophet close. It feels like things are going smoothly because of it, both in the real world and in the other realm. That's what he thought. But Ryu heard every word, as if it were coming out of his mouth. He had no way of knowing that his every thought was being meticulously read by the Prophet right in front of him. Then Heavenly Demon added, "Well then, let's proceed with the business plan we discussed today. I'll arrange for an interim shareholders meeting as soon as possible to pass the resolutions. At that time, would it be okay for you, Mr. Ryu Min, to come and explain the business idea? Are you comfortable with that?" It was a subtle way of asking if he was okay with presenting in front of people. Ryu said, "Yes, I'm fine with that." After the meeting ended, Ryu returned home. A few days later, as midnight approached, Ryu opened the shop window as if he had been waiting. Today's item, Wanderer's Tattered Cloak. Category, Armor. Grade, Epic. Defense, 1. Effects, Attack Speed, plus 30%. Movement Speed, plus 30%. Durability, 1000, 1000. Usage restriction, regular grade or higher. Description, a dirty, torn cloak that can't perform its original function, but it has its advantages. The awaited epic item had finally appeared. The defense is garbage, but it's an item with significantly higher attack and movement speeds. The price was a whopping 20,000 gold. It might seem steep to other players, but Ryu had no qualms about it. For Ryu, who was swimming in money, it didn't make a dent. Then Ryu said, "Until a social market is established, I have to rely on shop items like this. And once the business thrived and item trading became more active, the need for this shop would diminish, so he could get everything he needed from the e-market." Ryu continued saying to himself at that time, "I can combine as many unique or higher grade items as I want." As in the shop, they didn't offer anything beyond epic items. And for anything better, crafting was the way to go, but discovering the right recipe was no walk in the park. But hey, Ryu has got most of those crafting recipes memorized. This was because Ryu had meticulously checked all the patterns items containing crafting recipes over numerous regressions. Then Ryu said, "If it weren't for these patterns, there would be no way for me to know all the crafting methods. But now, since they don't have those patterns, people will have to experiment with various combinations to figure things out. Later, as the existence of patterns becomes public knowledge, more people will embark on the hunt for them, because experimenting randomly to unearth crafting methods had its limitations. Furthermore, certain patterns are traded for exorbitant prices, even if they only contain crafting methods. And imagine getting your hands on crafting methods for god-tier items, usually out of reach by conventional means. Would you not buy them, even if it cost a fortune? Plus, having information means you can sell it to others for a pretty penny. That's how valuable crafting info was. Then Ryu said, "But for someone like me who already has this information, items like patterns are utterly unnecessary." Going by that logic, Ryu Min's information was worth an immeasurable sum in terms of money. And he added, "The plan is to create god-tier items before round 11. Smirking, Ryu settled onto his bed. Not because he was just sleepy. There was an interim shareholders meeting scheduled at 10 a.m. As the top shareholder and ultimate authority, he couldn't afford to miss it. Then Ryu closed his eyes, and the murmurs gradually died down. In the morning, the room buzzed with anticipation as many people gathered for the shareholders' meeting. These were all shareholders who had invested in Cheonma Consulting. At the entrance, Ansang Cheol, the bodyguard, handed out simple brochures to the arriving shareholders and said, "Please take these documents and fill in your seats from the front." These brochures contained information about the company's management policies, performance data, operating profits, and more. The shareholders who entered quickly glanced at the brochures before setting them aside and focusing on the stage. As they were already informed about today's agenda through the notice of convocation, so there was no need to read the brochures. Then one said, "They must be joking, right? They want to change the industry and the company name?" Another said, "Let's hear what they're saying first." At that moment, the shareholders were anxiously awaiting the appearance of the CEO. And if the CEO made unacceptable statements, they planned to withdraw their investments as soon as they left the shareholders' meeting. As time passed, more people gathered, and the expected 10 a.m. arrived. When the time came, Heavenly Demon, dressed neatly in a suit, stepped onto the stage and said, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, our shareholders. I am Ma Kyung-rock, the CEO of Cheonma Consulting Chairman." But there was no applause at this point, which was unusual. It seemed like they were withholding it, waiting for something more. Smiling as if he anticipated this reaction, Heavenly Demon quickly got to the point, saying, "The reason we have convened this interim shareholders meeting today, as you all know, is to address a matter of great importance. And it may be sudden, but we, as a company, intend to change our industry along with our company name." They finally heard it directly from the CEO's mouth himself, and sighs were heard from various places. It was a natural reaction, as investors who had put their money into Cheonma Consulting because of the company's vision were now being told that the company was taking a completely different path. Naturally, the shareholders found it bewildering and absurd. Then one said, "We were doing so well, and now you're suddenly making some strange changes?" Another said angrily, "What do you mean by changing the industry? Is this a game to you? Just keep doing consulting like you're doing now." And some impatient shareholders began to create a commotion, but Heavenly Demon didn't lose his smile and said, "All right, folks, calm down." And he added, "First, with regard to changing our industry, I'd like our largest shareholder, who now holds 51% of the company and has acquired the top management rights, to speak. Mr. Major Shareholder, can you join us?" At Heavenly Demon's call, Ryu stepped up to the stage. Then he said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Ryu Min, and I've recently become the major shareholder of Cheonma Consulting." As the shareholders looked at Ryu, they were collectively astonished. A young man, who couldn't have been more than 20, was now asserting himself as the top executive of the company. And they said to themselves, "Is this some sort of joke? That young man is the major shareholder? Having 51% of the shares implies investing billions." The shareholders' reactions towards Ryu were remarkably consistent, and they regarded him with suspicion. Some even clenched their fists, as if grappling with disbelief. Then Ryu said, "First, allow me to elucidate the industry shift we're considering." As Ryu began to explain the business idea as he did with Ma Kyung-rock, the shareholders' eyes widened in response. Then one said, "He's planning to create a social open e-market for players? Isn't that only primarily beneficial for players?" Another said, "Is he planning to change the company's name to Player Place? Fuck, what kind of naming sense is this?" Although complaints simmered beneath the surface, but none were vocalized. In the face of numerous onlookers, Ryu exercised restraint, and Ryu couldn't help but smile at the brewing discontent, and said to himself, "Yes, it's undoubtedly frustrating. After all, these shareholders are not players." As the attendees represented a diverse age range, spanning from their 30s to their 60s, they were all ordinary individuals because the younger generation of players had largely abstained from stock investments. Because in a situation where one might face life-threatening challenges in the next round, long-term stock investments seem futile, and if they needed funds, they either sought to utilize their own skills or resorted to gambling, and some players were enticed by the temptation of criminal activities. As with a few robberies, they can easily obtain what they desire. And what is there to be afraid of when your life is at stake? Given the choice, many would opt for prison over the uncertainties of the next round. That's precisely the issue. In the eyes of ordinary citizens, players are often seen as instigators of social unrest. They were essentially viewed as potential criminals. Hence, it was natural for skepticism to arise when someone proposed creating a market website for players. Then Ryu said, "Now, that concludes my explanation. I'll be happy to address any questions if anyone has inquiries." But before Ryu Min could finish his sentence, hands shot up throughout the room. In response to the eager gestures, Ryu couldn't suppress a wry smile and said, It appears there's a considerable degree of discontent. Then one asked, whose idea is it to change the perfectly fine industry? Ryu replied, it's my idea. Another asked, what's your intention behind changing the industry? Do you anticipate the company's downfall? Ryu said, is there any CEO who wishes for their company to fail? It's a change aimed at growing the company further. Then another inquired, do you have solid evidence that changing the industry will be successful? Aren't you just assuming the players will want to use this platform? Who says they will accept this idea? Ryu said they will find it very handy, and if a few decide not to use it, they will just fall behind. And he continued saying, gentlemen, if the company grows, wouldn't it be good for the shareholders here? You will receive higher dividends. One asked, what are you going to do if you try for nothing and the company goes bankrupt? Can't you just be satisfied with consulting? Ryu replied, I'm sorry, but I can't be satisfied with just consulting. Consulting is not viable. Moreover, the era of players is coming in the future. Changing the industry is for that reason. We need to adapt to the trend. Despite the onslaught of inquiries, Ryu remained unfazed, responding to each query methodically. As he continued, the frequency of questions gradually dwindled. Then he said, are there any further inquiries? The once turbulent atmosphere had now transformed into silence, and they said to themselves, what more is there to ask? It seems we've covered most ground, and he may be young, but he's certainly not flustered. While the shareholders were surprised, the most astonished person was Heavenly Demon, who had been observing from the sidelines. And he said to himself, what's going on? Is this really the same prophet I know? The atmosphere feels subtly different, and I thought he was just a naive kid, but surprisingly, he's quite bold, and today he's truly impressive. Indeed, today's display of resilience in the face of criticism was rather astonishing. To answer every question amidst a barrage of complaints required a remarkable degree of composure. Then Heavenly Demon said to himself, it's difficult to believe he's just 20 years old. For a moment, he reminisced about his own life at the age of 20, and comparing his past to Ryu Min's composure, these were undeniably less mature times. Then he said to himself, if only I could have handled situations as calmly at 20, I might have earned my father's recognition and taken my place as the successor. Then, an unexpected awkwardness swept over him. But this was the shareholders' assembly, after all. Heavenly Demon quickly regained his composure and said, ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, we shall proceed with the vote. For a special resolution to pass, the affirmative votes needed to surpass 67%, and with Ryu Min holding 51% and Heavenly Demon holding 20%, their approval alone guaranteed the resolution's passage. In reality, there was no need to solicit other shareholders' opinion, but holding a shareholders' meeting and discussing it with the shareholders served primarily for diplomatic reasons. Then Heavenly Demon said, is there anyone opposed to the change in industry and company name? But no one said anything, so with a smile, Heavenly Demon declared the results, saying, as there are no opposing votes, I announce that the proposal has passed with 100% approval. Although they had voted in favor, the shareholders couldn't hide their unease. They hadn't raised their hands reluctantly. They had wanted to oppose it. Ryu knew what they were thinking, and he said to himself, in a few months, these people will be thankful they didn't sell their stock. They'll be celebrating a remarkable success, and everyone would be cheering for the company's soaring success. Then Heavenly Demon said, now, with this, we conclude the shareholders' meeting. Thank you to all the shareholders who attended. And with Heavenly Demon's closing remark, the shareholders began to leave, one by one. During this time, Heavenly Demon approached Ryu Min and said, major shareholder, well done. You handled it with confidence, and there wasn't a hint of nervousness. Ryu laughed and said, I practiced for various scenarios at home, which seems to have paid off. In truth, Ryu hadn't practiced at all, but his recent speech had somewhat softened Heavenly Demon's guard. Then Ryu says, now, all that remains is to create the website and build the system as soon as possible. I'll leave that part entirely to you, Mr. Heavenly Demon. He said, of course. Major shareholder, focus on surviving the next round without any worries. It appeared Heavenly Demon was concerned because the prophet class appeared weak. Reading his thoughts, Ryu smiled and said to himself, I guess he's worried that if something happens to me, he won't receive any more prophecies. Then Heavenly Demon asked, would you like to have lunch together at the hotel? Ryu replied, yes. Sounds good. And Ryu said to himself, with this, today's tasks were completed. Now there's only one thing left. How to use Hwang Yongmin. Ryu, who lost in thought about how to use him, wore a broad smile. Sunday's regular meeting of Players Haven Cafe, that cafe that Ryu previously joined under the name Little Kotal and the fake black scythe that Ryo killed. A woman called Yamti appeared on with an energetic voice, and she said hello. However, unlike Yamti, the expressions of the others were far from normal. She was surprised and asked, huh? Why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? One replied. You probably haven't heard the news, Yamti. 2 of our officers have been out of contact all this time. She said, really? Who are they? Another said, my age 30, and jam made of honey. Since we haven't heard from them since round 5, it seems they didn't survive. She said no wonder the atmosphere felt heavy. Someone died. But at the same time, she found it puzzling, as they only met through video chat. Did they really develop such strong feelings that they were mourning like this? Then she said to herself, I get it. They're just acting, right? Trying to impress the chairman. The founder of the cafe, known as the chairman, was undoubtedly the top dog. And in corporate life, it was only natural to cater to your superior's emotions. And that the chairman had genuinely shown sorrow every time a player died. Then she said to herself, well, I can't lose in that regard. After that, Yamti activated her female tears, and she said while crying, what should we do? My age 30 and jam made of honey. Sniff. One said, don't cry, Yamti. If Yamti cries, I feel like I'll start tearing up too. The officers in the chat room sympathized with Yamti's tears. Men, this is the power of a woman's tears. Then she said to herself, sly bunch. Look how they stick together at a time like this. Well, humans are naturally sly. The chairman entered. He cast a surprised glance at the people before him and said, what's happening? Why is everyone in tears? Seizing the opportunity, Lost Yak quickly reported, his tone incisive, and as anticipated, the chairman covered his face, displaying a somber reaction. This was his usual response whenever a player met their demise, and he said, why is something like this happening? But we're fortunate that the others have survived. Then he sighed and said, by the way, it seems incidents like this keep happening. Our officers have been reduced to 6. One said, Chairman, why don't we recruit new officers now? He said, I'd like to, but don't we lack suitable talent? The candidates who applied last time haven't even been in touch. He was referring to the 3 officer candidates, including the fake black scythe. Then Lost Yak asked, did those interviewees still haven't been in touch? Chairman said, yes, I've called them several times, but no answer. One added, could it be they didn't survive in round 5? Chairman said, while we don't know about the other 2, Black Scythe is still alive. Didn't you see the results of round 5? He passed as first place. Another asked, then why did Black Scythe apply and then go MIA? Chairman replied, I have no idea. Then one said, could they be trying to deceive us? Or maybe Black Scythe wasn't the real one from the beginning. The reason there's been no contact is because they died in round 5. Chairman, after thinking for a moment, said, a scammer. That actually makes sense. But suddenly one said, well, there's no way a guy like Black Scythe would want to join a cafe like this. This person momentarily realized their slip of the tongue and closed his mouth. However, the chairman's expression had already chilled, and he said, did you just say, this kind of cafe? What's wrong with our cafe? Our cafe plays a pioneering role in this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. Why criticize our cafe? The man said with worried, I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't mean it that way. But the chairman did not care about his apology and said, as of this moment, I hereby remove you from your officer position. No. You're permanently expelled from the cafe, and cooperating to survive in a situation where even our combined strength falls short, we can't accept someone who belittles our cafe. From now on, Poison Person, you'll be on our blacklist, so adapt when a new era arrives. That man shouted, please, Chairman, forgive me. Now 1 officer down and 5 remained. Then Chairman said, now since we've removed the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? The remaining officers' faces were tense. Once again, they realized that in this place, the chairman's word was law. At that moment, Lost Yak made an ah sound and displayed a noticeably flustered expression. The chairman asked him, "What's wrong?" he replied. "There's a player who just applied now, see, and the player's nickname is Black Scythe." The chairman asked in surprise. "Black Scythe applied again?" Lostiak said. "Well, the name is different from the previous Black Scythe. The previous Black Scythe's real name was Kim In Hong, but the person who applied this time is Hwang Yong Min." After pondering for a moment, the chairman made a decision and said, "Go visit his home. We don't know for sure if it's Black Scythe, but we have to meet to find out, don't we?" Lostiak asked. "What if he's not?" the chairman said in a chilly tone. "If he's not Black Scythe, he'll have to pay for playing tricks on us." Not long ago, Ryu found himself in a local internet cafe, of all places, but he had a specific mission in mind: to join the enigmatic Players Haven Cafe. However, there was a catch. He was doing this under the identity of Hwang Yong Min, and this cafe didn't require any pesky real name verification, making it a haven for identity impersonation. Then Ryu said to himself, the reason behind this covert operation, it was born out of necessity, and because somebody has been masquerading as the enigmatic Black Scythe, PHC's top brass can't just sit idly by. Then Ryu mused and said, my grand plan was to use Hwang Yong Min as bait to draw out the PHC executives. Choosing the nickname Black Scythe was no arbitrary decision. Ryu believed it would grab more than just attention. It would potentially serve as an entry point to confirm Black Scythe's authenticity through an interview, perhaps even a visit to Hwang Yong Min's residence. That's why he had meticulously listed Hwang Yong Min's home address when signing up, right down to the villa's plot number and unit details. And he smirked, confident in his tracking skills, which could unveil anyone's, and said, wherever these guys go, they're in my palm. Whereabouts. This was one of the perks of being a player in this realm. While Ryu could understand the cafe executives' power-hungry drive, he vehemently disagreed with their methods. In their quest for supremacy, they forced members to commit murder, shunned regular folks, and treated them like slaves. Their actions were causing a dangerous rift between the general public and players, a division that could ultimately lead to societal collapse. This was precisely why Ryu felt compelled to act. He believed that the cafe villains, who could be considered the architects of this impending chaos, needed to be eliminated. However, he also saw an opportunity to harness the might of the cafe rather than dismantle it. Ryu also thought that Players Haven Cafe is too valuable to be eliminated. Though it was still in its infancy, the cafe was on the path to becoming a formidable organization, with over 30% of the country's players joining its ranks. Despite their often terrorist-like behavior, they were undoubtedly the most influential player organization around. So, rather than tearing it apart, Ryu decided to find a way to utilize it. He already had a plan in mind, one that would save him precious time. His plan? To seize the existing top leadership position within the cafe, taking on the role of chairman. Ryu also recognized that no matter how strong he was individually, controlling a vast number of players required more than just raw power. It demanded a well-structured organization, something he couldn't build from scratch given the ticking clock. But if he could take over an already established leadership role, everything would become more manageable. And that's where the position of Players Haven Cafe's chairman came into play. Then Ryu said, Chairman, that guy doesn't hold any special significance. What truly matters is the role he has created. And that's why I had infiltrated the cafe, to bring down the higher-ups and claim the chairman's seat for myself. Hwang Yong Min was simply a pawn to draw them out. And with a sly grin, Ryu Min shifted his stride, heading toward Hwang Yong Min's house. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe and wait for the next part. Last episode, we saw that Ryu was heading to Hwang Yong's house after he used Hwang Yong's name and address to register at the Players Haven Cafe in the name of the Black Scythe. On the other hand, following the mayhem of the fourth round in this nightmarish realm, many players had grown desensitized to murder. They no longer hesitated to take the lives of ordinary people, and player misconduct had reached alarming levels. In a way, it was a natural progression. With enough repetition, Even the most daunting tasks become second nature. Hwang Yong-min was no exception. He had adapted to the chaotic lifestyle that had become his daily reality. At that time, the shrill sound of a bell echoed as Hwang Yong-min entered a lottery shop. He approached the counter, where the owner had been engrossed in reading a newspaper. Finally, looking up, the owner inquired, "What brings you here today, good sir?" And with a sudden, brisk movement, Hwang Yong-min tossed his bag onto the counter, his voice laced with a steely edge. "Put all the cash you have in this bag, if you don't want trouble." The owner hesitated, his confusion palpable, and in response, Hwang Yong-min hit his fist on the wall. Despite the punch being seemingly ordinary, it sounded more like a blow from a sledgehammer, leaving a lasting impact, and he said, "What are you lagging for? Do you think this is a joke?" It was only now that the owner recognized the truth. And he said, "Is this a player? Such incredible strength could only be attributed to a player. In fact, resisting a player was foolish, especially in South Korea, where firearms were a rarity." The owner's thoughts were interrupted by Hwang Yong-min's voice as he said, "What's the holdup? Hurry and fill the bag. Do you really want to risk it?" The owner said, "I'll do it right away," and he collected cash from the register and presented the bag, anxiety clear in his eyes. Then Hwang Yong asked, "Is this all you've got?" The owner replied, "Well, lately, business hasn't been great. Lottery ticket sales have been suspended, you see. I do sell various items like a convenience store, but revenue—" Hwang Yong shouted angrily. "Who asked for your life story? You're aware there's a safe, right? You think you can fool me? Go get everything from there. Understand? Go," the owner said in fear. "Yes," and he reluctantly retrieved the money from the safe. "It was about 10 million won," Hwang Yong said. "That should suffice." Then he turned to leave, but abruptly pivoted back and said, "You know, if you ever think about reporting this, think again. I'll break out of jail, and when I do, I'll come for you." The owner, now considering reporting the incident, swallowed hard. After that, Hwang Yong quickly retreated to a nearby alley, minimizing the chances of being recognized. Then a smile involuntarily spread across his face, and he said to himself, "Today's haul is quite the catch. This should sustain me for a month. In the real world he could manage, but what about the other world? Could he endure the next round?" Such thoughts cast a shadow over his face and said, "Damn, if only it weren't for that penalty." In fact, the permanent stat reduction penalty had not only hindered his growth, but also sapped his motivation. Then he added, "I managed to defeat around 300 orcs this time, but can I survive the next round?" The more he pondered, the heavier his sighs became, and he continued saying, "Damn you, Black Scythe. It's all because of that bastard." It was due to Black Scythe that he had lost his friends, suffered stat reductions, and resorted to robbery. Then he shouted in the alley before making his escape, "It's all that bastard's fault." Upon opening the shabby front door, a cramped one-room apartment greeted him. Surprisingly, he paid a monthly rent of 50,000 won for this place, and he said, "Still, it's good to be independent. No more nagging parents." After the fourth round had ended, he cut ties with his parents. He had acquired money through robbery and started chasing the dream of living a thug's life with gang members. But with the world in chaos, who needs to be a thug? As everything had become too bothersome, so he had discarded that idea, securing this one-room apartment instead. Then he said, "At least I can make enough money through robberies as things are now." But he sighed and said, "How much longer do I have to live like this?" In the past 4 months, much had transpired. He had fought numerous battles against monsters like goblins, trolls, and orcs to survive. He had even lost a limb to the monster known as Black Scythe. He had also killed his role model, Jo Jung-shik, by striking him from behind. And as for his close friends from his school days, he had personally ended their lives. And in a desperate bid to earn some cash, he reluctantly turned to robbery, steering clear of any criminal affiliations. His life had taken a chaotic turn, spiraling into the abyss. Then he said, "If only I hadn't crossed paths with that bastard Black Scythe," and a deep sigh escaped his lips. Suddenly he felt as though he was squandering precious time, lost in thought, and he said, "This isn't the moment for such indulgence. I must make every remaining moment count, experience everything I've ever desired. What should I try next? Should I try to rape a woman?" But suddenly he said, "Oh, by the way, Aren't all my peers are players too? But he backed down from the idea of raping women of the same age as him, because they had certainly gone through hell as well during the previous rounds, and whoever remained of them would be strong and able to resist. And he said, there's no choice but to set my sights on older women, and if they were over 30, they'd be easier to overpower. And he added, regardless, I must search. My wish is to be with a beautiful woman, isn't it? And perhaps an ordinary person resembling Seo Arin would be on the streets. With a tune humming in his heart, he donned his coat, ready to step out. If the mood struck him, he might visit a room salon, as he yearned to spend money as if he were a character in a movie, surrounded by women, showcasing his wealth. And he said, if I run low on cash, I can always raid a store again. And with unwavering determination, he swung open the door. But suddenly he said, what the hell? Hwang Yongmin's reaction was one of shock. As a stranger stood at his doorstep, he asked, who are you? The man didn't respond his question and said, are you Hwang Yongmin? Hwang Yongmin regarded the stranger with cautious eyes. In response, the man offered a friendly smile and said, I suppose my guess was correct, judging by your reaction. Then Hwang Yong asked, who are you? Are you a police officer? The man laughed and said, a police officer? Why have you committed a crime? Let's discuss this inside. Attempting to enter, the man tried to push past Hwang Yong. So Hwang Yong said angrily, hey, who told you can go in? Who are you? The man said, oh, my apologies. I'm Lost Yak, the interviewer from the Player Haven Cafe. You applied for membership this morning, didn't you? Hwang Yong said, are you on drugs? What nonsense are you talking about? Then the man asked, aren't you Black Scythe? Hwang Yong said in amazement, Black Scythe? Me? Hwang Yong's bewildered response clued Lost Yak into the possibility of a misunderstanding. And he said, let me ask again, aren't you Black Scythe? Hwang Yong said, you think I'm Black Scythe? Are you joking? Then the man asked, did you not apply for membership at Player Haven Cafe? Hwang Yong said with confusion, what? What's that? Lost Yak sighed, realizing his error, and said, I apologize for the confusion. I'll take my leave. Hwang Yong said, what's going on? You should at least tell me why you're here, you jerk. Lost Yak said, it appears that someone played a prank using your personal information. Given that your name and address match, Hwang Yong said angrily. So, someone used my personal information? Who the hell was it? But suddenly they heard someone saying it was me. Both Hwang Yongmin and Lost Yak turned their heads in response to an unexpected voice. As soon as they looked back, they saw someone wearing a mask. Then Lost Yak asked, are you the one who used Hwang Yongmin's personal information? And Hwang Yong said in surprise, what the hell? Who is this crazy guy? Hwang Yongmin's bewildered reaction was expected. After all, a masked lunatic had suddenly appeared and claimed identity theft. And he added, you're actually admitting this, right? Damn it, how do you know who I am? Ryu said, I know. Hwang Yong said angrily, who the hell are you? Instead of responding, Ryu retrieved Death's scythe from his inventory. Witnessing the colossal weapon, both Lost Yak and Hwang Yongmin were left in stunned silence. Then Ryu said, does this answer your question? In fact, the player using a scythe is not common, especially a scythe as large and brutish as this one. And if there is a player carrying such a scythe, there is only one person. They both thought of the same person as if they were twins. They were thinking about the player who is a top-ranked, high-level ranker, known to anyone in the other realm, and they said to themselves, shit, is that a Black Scythe? But suddenly Lost Yak erased his surprised expression and narrowed his eyes thinly, and said to himself, could it be that he's another imposter? And he added, there was a discrepancy between reality and calling oneself the Black Scythe. First of all, he's small. He doesn't look like he's even 170 centimeters tall. And he had a large scythe that looks hard to swing, a somewhat weak voice, a petite figure, and so on. And Lost Yak continued saying, of course, comparing the real person to his avatars is stupid, but the problem is he also looks weak. But Hwang Yongmin, who had actually met the Black Scythe before, knew. And he said to himself, that's the Black Scythe. For real, it's the Black Scythe. Although their physique was different, their tone and atmosphere were the same. Above all, the look in those eyes that appeared through the mask was unforgettable. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and wait for the next episode. Then Hwang Yong-min said, "It's real." The real one appeared, and his head stood on end, and his hands and feet trembled intermittently. It was like the reaction of a herbivore recognizing a predator, and he said to himself, Black Scythe, showing himself, "It hasn't been a long time since I promised myself to cut him in half if I saw him in reality. But, to be honest, it was just something I said. With the level difference being more than double, how could I kill him?" And he also asked himself, but why is the Black Scythe here? No, more importantly, why did he use my identity? There should be no reason for him to have any business with me now. Whether it was because his hands were sweating or to ease his tension, Hwang Yong-min clenched and released his hands repeatedly. With such strange behavior, Lostiak once again looked at the Black Scythe and said to himself, "Is it really the Black Scythe?" Even he, who had thought of him so lightly, had a somewhat tense expression now. "I've never seen him in person, but if he's really the Black Scythe, someone like me at level 20 wouldn't be a match. And perhaps the only answer is a surprise attack." But suddenly, Ryu said to Lostiak, "You didn't come here alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I know everything." Lostiak was shocked. He was so impressed that he wanted to applaud. And he said to himself, he even knew there were other executives here. Until just a while ago, he was suspecting whether he was the real Black Scythe. But now, he was sure. Regardless of whether he was the Black Scythe or not, he was not an easy opponent. At that moment, two men who had been hiding revealed themselves, and one of them said, "Man, we've been caught. How did you know we were here?" But suddenly, without knowing anything about the presence detecting common skill, another two men tried to approach Ryu. Then Ryu said in a sharp tone, "Don't come any closer if you don't want to die." But one of them said, "You're just all talk." Another asked, "Hey, are you the Black Scythe?" At man's question, Ryu shook the scythe and said, "You should be able to tell by looking at this, right?" The man said, "I heard that you use a scythe as your main weapon, but we've never seen the Black Scythe in person, so we don't know just by looking at a scythe." Then Ryu sighed and said, "Then why did you ask? You won't believe it anyway." The man said, "But we still want to hear it from your own mouth." Ryu said, "Fine, I'm the Black Scythe. Is that enough?" Once Ryu admitted that he was the Black Scythe, Poppering's expression changed, and a message from the system appeared to that man. "The target you are currently looking at is telling the truth." It was all thanks to the truth rune he had. The man who was next to him turned to him and asked, "What did it say?" The man who had the truth rune said it said, "It's the truth." At his words, the executives looked at the Black Scythe with surprised eyes, and they said to themselves, "I can't believe it, but it seems to be true." They were somewhat surprised by the slightly awkward reality. The man who arrogantly acted up talking to Black Scythe a minute ago was the only one making a face as if was chewing poop, and he said to himself, "Well, I'll be damned. Damn it. I can't keep my mouth shut. To think I would annoy someone who might become a cafe executive." And he thought, if Black Scythe became a member, it was obvious that he would get kicked. Then he asked himself, what should I do? Should I apologize for my mistake? Oh no, maybe he didn't hear it. He's still just standing there quietly, right? Then he first greeted him, saying, "Black Scythe, it's a pleasure to meet you." But Ryu aimed his scythe at him and said, "It's not the time for greetings. You said you want to confirm if I'm the Black Scythe, right? Then let's confirm it through our skills." The man was taken aback and said, "Skills?" In reality, challenging level 40 to level 20 was just child's play and would be a one-sided massacre. Then the man said to himself, "The intention is clear. Darn it. He is obviously holding a grudge from earlier, and he thought that Ryu clearly intended to embarrass him in front of others. So he said to himself, there is no way I would do this. Let's just apologize sincerely." Then he said, "I'm truly sorry for my rudeness earlier, Black Scythe." Ryu said, "You're sorry? How would that help you check if I'm the Black Scythe?" Another intervened and said, "There is no need to show your skills. The verification has already been completed." But Black Scythe's anger did not go away, and he asked, "You just asked me and it was confirmed?" The man who had the truth rune said, "Ah, well, I have a rune related to that." Then Ryu said, "Okay, but I can't let this slide. If you block my attack, I'll treat your rude behavior as if it has never happened. Then shall we begin?" The man said, "Well, Black Scythe Nim, there's no need for that, I'm really sore." But before the man could apologize for his mistake, with a chilling sound, his head fell to the ground. When their colleague's head rolled under their feet, the two were in shock. Lostiak wanted to shout, "What the hell is this guy doing?" But if he did, He might end up like that man, so shut his eyes in pain. The man who had the truth rune felt the same way, and he said to himself, I didn't even see him swing the scythe. It was a clear gap. Then one said, Black Scythe, what on earth are you doing? Ryu said, What am I doing? I just proved with my skills that I'm the Black Scythe. At that time, they thought they could be next, but they were sad because one of the executives just died so easily. And there was no resurrection here, as in the other world. They were not members who could be just replaced. They were executives. They can't just find replacements. And they asked themselves, who are we going to replace him with? The moment they thought that a madman in a white mask appeared in their field of vision. The Black Scythe was the perfect candidate for an executive position. In fact, they had come here to recruit him in the first place. Then they said to themselves, but how can accept a lunatic who kills his comrades as an executive? Chairman probably wouldn't agree either. He cares more about the lives of his subordinates. It was too much of a risk to accept the Black Scythe as an ally, especially since he was a cold-blooded killer, so they didn't have much trouble deciding. The other two said to themselves, it's dangerous to accept the Black Scythe as a member. If we can't accept him, we have to kill him right here. Even though it wasn't easy, they couldn't just let it go after killing a comrade. It was the right thing to do even from the perspective of eliminating competitors. Then they exchanged glances and tacitly agreed to kill him, and said to themselves, first, pretend to surrender. That will make him lower his guard. Then we ambush him. That's the only way. But suddenly a small laugh leaked out from Ryu's mask and said, do you really think I wouldn't suspect you when you openly showed your intention to kill me earlier? They were surprised and said, what are you talking about? Ryu said I bet you were planning to act submissive and then ambush me, right? Isn't that so? Then Ryu said, let me ask you something. Do you know why I used Hwang Yongmin's name and address to apply? They replied, we don't know. Ryu smiled and said, because I wanted to lure out the executives. The executives were surprised and looked at each other and asked Ryu, what do you want from us? Ryu replied, it's simple. I want you to die. If it had been someone else, they might have dismissed it as a joke, but the opponent was the Black Scythe. He was definitely not someone to joke with. He had already killed one of the executives as an example. Above all, he had that crazy look in his eyes. Then they said to themselves, what should we do? Let's think. If we stay like this, we're as good as dead. And one of them, usually the logical one, tried to calmly assess the situation. However, in such a panic situation, there was no way for his mind to work properly, especially in such urgent situations. And he said, let's try to persuade him for now. Persuade him and buy some time. Although Black Scythe had killed someone out of the blue, maybe they could still talk it out. That was their hope. But just as the Emin was about to speak with that thought in mind, he unintentionally exclaimed, huh? That's because Lost Yak had also become a headless corpse, and in an instant, 2 corpses were under his feet, and only 3 people remained in the corridor. Trembling Hwang Yongmin, the man who had the truth rune, and the Grim Reaper. Then the man said to himself, he was trying to lure us in to kill us from the beginning, and fear filled his eyes as he faced the harsh reality. And he asked Ryu, why do you have such a grudge against us? Ryu said, you're asking me why? It was, because you falsely accused innocent people and killed them, didn't you? The man was shocked and said, how did you know? Rao said, did you think I wouldn't know? You killed a lot of people during your job interview tests, especially the executive interviews. You have to personally deal with innocent civilians. You guys raped and killed a lot of them, the man said, seemingly unjustly accused. They weren't innocent civilians, and they made remarks that disregarded players and belittled them. They secretly envied our abilities. Such humans who hold double standards deserve to die, Ryu asked him. And what about you? While treating others strictly, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? The man said. What are you talking about? You don't even know me, Ryu said. You think I don't know? I can see right through your inner thoughts with my rune. Then he raised his scythe and said, I might not know you, but I know one thing. After that man's head fell to the ground like a grape. And Ryu said, only scums kill innocent people. Hwang Yongmin, who was trembling, looked frightened. But Ryu looked at him and said, there's no need to be afraid. I'll send you to your friends soon. Hwang Yongmin, who had been trembling just a moment ago, now looked at Ryu Min with a determined expression and said, how do you know my friends? Ryu said, why wouldn't I? We used to hang out together. Strictly speaking, I was dragged into your group. Hwang Yongmin was shocked, and he asked, "What?" Ryu smiled at Hwang Yongmin, who was looking at him as if asking what kind of bullshit he was saying, and he said, "Don't you know who I am?" Hwang Yongmin said, "You're Black Scythe." Hwang Yongmin's words were cut abruptly as he looked at the face revealed behind the mask. It was a face he knew very well. At that moment, Ryu said, "It's me, Ryu Min, the one you used to torment." Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. Yongmin freeze up like statues, and he said, "Ryu Min? The Black Scythe. Ryu Min?" he uttered, while the scenes from his memory were overlapping in his mind. One was of Ryu Min, hunched over like a turtle. The other was of the Black Scythe, exuding an overwhelming charisma while slashing his arm. These two seemingly incongruous images pointed to the same individual standing before him. Then he said, "The same person? It can't be. Ryu Min, the nerdy guy, is the Black Scythe." Even after blinking his eyes a few times, there was no doubt that the unmasked man was indeed Ryu Min. Then Ryu said, "It seems hard to believe for you that I'm the Black Scythe." And he added, "Well, it makes sense. Until last year, I was the one who got beaten by you," Hwang Yongmin inquired, his voice quivering with a mix of emotions. What are you? Have you been deceiving me all this time? Why pretend to be a fool?" Ryu retorted. "What are you talking about? When did I pretend to be a fool?" And in the midst of their conversation, Ryu Min's scythe spun around, and Hwang Yongmin's arm fell to the ground. The shock of losing his arm left Hwang Yongmin momentarily speechless. Then Ryu said, with voice carried a chilling edge, "It's unpleasant to hear words like fool from trash like you, isn't it?" Hwang Yongmin, stammering in pain, could only manage a feeble response. "Stop." But Ryu said, "Be quiet, unless you want your tongue cut out." Hwang Yongmin held back tears and endured the pain, while the blood leaked out from the cut. Then Ryu's hand moved swiftly to administer first aid, stopping the bleeding and healing Hwang's arm. And he smiled and said, "Oh, you're one-armed now?" Hwang Yongmin, having failed to reattach his severed arm, had tears in his eyes. Ryu looked at him and said, "So what? You can still live with one arm, right?" Although Ryu Min's actions seemed designed to shame him, Hwang Yongmin remained emotionally numb, overwhelmed by the situation. Then Hwang Yongmin asked, "Is it really you?" "The Ryu Min I knew." He was searching for a glimmer of the familiar in this transformed figure. Ryu replied, his voice devoid of sentiment. "No, the Ryu Min you knew is no longer here." After these words, Ryu slowly raised his scythe, akin to an executioner preparing to carry out a sentence, and said, "Goodbye." Hwang Yongmin's voice was desperate, pleading for a chance at redemption. "Wait, just a moment, Mina. Please spare me. I've caused you a lot of trouble, haven't I? I was wrong. I'm truly sorry." The scythe, previously in motion, hesitated in midair, and Ryu leaned in, appearing to consider Hwang Yongmin's plea, and said, "Is that so?" At that moment, Hwang Yongmin saw a glimmer of hope and thought, and said to himself, "Maybe I can survive this." Then he continued, carefully choosing his words, "You have nothing to gain from killing me. Why not use me?" Ryu's curiosity was piqued, and he said, "Use you? How so?" Hwang Yongmin quickly responded, "Well, I'll be your exclusive assistant. I'll obey your every command, run errands, act as bait during hunts, whatever you need." Ryu pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, while Hwang Yongmin held his breath in anticipation. But hope was short-lived. As Ryu said, "It's still not going to work." Hwang Yongmin's expression sank, and he asked, What do you mean?" Ryu said, "You still intend to strike me from behind, don't you?" Hwang Yongmin was left dumbfounded and said to himself, "How did he know? Did he guess?" Then Ryu said, "You can't keep a dog that tries to bite its owner." With these words, Ryu raised his scythe, and Hwang Yongmin's face contorted in desperation. And he said, "Wait, just a moment." But Ryu said, "Your worth as a pawn ends here." And with one wave, Yongmin's head flew off. It was a pitiful and insignificant end to a once tangled fate. Then Ryu's cold voice echoed in the air as he aside, "I gave you countless chances. In the previous regressions, back when he didn't have the rune of inner thoughts, Ryu Min had spared Hwang Yongmin, who had been deceived by his silver tongue. But as expected, it ended with betrayal. Then Ryu chuckled inwardly and said, I was such a sucker back then, and only after my death did I realize how foolish I had been to spare Hwang Yong-min. Of course, this was a tale from a time when his level and experience were much lower than they were now. And he said, Goodbye, you bastard. And now, I need to clean up this mess. Utilizing his skill to erase any traces, Ryu made the 4 lifeless bodies vanish from the scene. It appeared that no one had detected their presence, as there were no witnesses to be seen. After that, Ryu stowed away his scythe once again and donned his disguise. With this, he had successfully accomplished his goal of dealing with Hwang Yong-min and the Player Haven Cafe executives. Now, he was one step closer to the position of the chairman. Well, it wasn't just one step. It was more like a series of steps. And he said to himself, should I pay a visit to his house? With that thought, Ryu swiftly disappeared into the darkness. In the next day, people began to gather in the cafe meeting room. Then Yamti said, Welcome, Chairman Nim. But the chairman didn't welcome her and said, Come on in, Yamti. Yamti, with a smile on her face, scanned the room, but couldn't help noticing that some of the other executives were missing. And she asked, Where are the other executives? Before the chairman could reply, he let out a sigh. Then he said, It's precisely because of that issue that we had to convene this meeting urgently. And he added, The executives have been killed. Yamti was shocked and asked, What? They're dead. And she stared at the room once more. There were empty seats, and the executives, who were never late, were absent today. Then she asked, What happened? Have you tried calling them? The chairman replied, We checked, but they're not answering individual calls either. It seems they were attacked while going for interviews. Yamti thought of one person and said, So who did it? Could it be? As if to confirm her suspicions, the chairman nodded and said, That's right, Black Scythe, he's hunting our cafe members. Strictly speaking, they weren't regular members, but executives. However, the chairman wasn't concerned about that distinction. What mattered was that the cafe they had painstakingly built was under attack, and it was by none other than the Black Scythe, who was considered the #1 player in the other world. Then Yamti asked, What about Sobaru and Poparing? They were killed by him too? The chairman replied, That's correct, she said sadly. Why? What could those good people have done wrong? The chairman said, Why do murderers commit murder? It's just for their own satisfaction. Or maybe they saw us as a threat. Gaining influence. Listening to the chairman's explanation, Yamti could understand to some extent. There were people with twisted personalities who, when others' success seemed too prominent, wanted to snatch it away. And she asked, Did he join our cafe just to lure the executives? The chairman replied, Yes. Then she added, I was looking forward to meeting Black Scythe someday, but now I find out he's a psychopath who's hostile to us. I feel really ashamed. If we had accepted him as an executive, it could have been a disaster. The chairman said, That's right. I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Maybe even before that, he would have killed me. Losing the executives seemed to have put the chairman in a bad mood. And he said, Black Scythe is now our clear enemy. We must find him and avenge our lost members. But with an assured tone, Yamti asked, Yes, we have to do that. But is it certain that the Black Scythe is the culprit? The chairman replied, There are eyewitnesses. And he called out saying, Lost Yak Nim, as you reported to me, please explain the situation to Yamti Nim. Lost Yak said, Of course, and with a gloomy expression described the confrontation with the Black Scythe. Then the chairman left the room and Lost Yak exchanged greetings with Yamti, saying, Yamti Nim, we'll see you next time. She said, Yes, please take a rest. You've had a tough day today, Lost Yak Nim. After everyone left, Lost Yak said to himself, Fortunately, it seems they didn't notice. And he opened his equipment window and pressed the button to remove his helmet. Suddenly, his face returned to its original appearance. It was no longer the gray-skinned Lost Yak. It was Ryu in all his glory. Then Ryu chuckled and said, I guess I've got a knack for acting, and he gazed at the item he had just unequipped. Assassin's Mask. Category, helmet. Grade, unique. Description, a thin, translucent mask. Favored by assassins, boasting an astounding 99.9% success rate. They say no one can unveil the true face behind it. Defense. 1. Effect. By saying the trigger word, disguise, it lets you mimic the appearance of a player you've dispatched, down to their facial features, skin tone, voice, and physique, all flawlessly replicated. Durability. 3,000 out of 3,000. Usage restriction. Requires an expert or higher-grade Ryu had chosen this helmet as his reward from the previous time attack event, using a unique item selection ticket. Even though it lacked stats and provided minimal defense, its perks were invaluable. Then Ryu said, "Being able to transform into the appearance of a player I've slain is a major advantage. And it wasn't just about deceiving opponents. It had versatile applications, from gathering information to espionage and deception. In essence, it was the ideal mask for assassination." And he added with a smile, "There's no easier assassination than betraying allies." That was precisely why Ryu killed the executives today, as he needed to infiltrate their ranks as one of the executives. Then he said, "Now, I can even turn into Hwang Yong-min if needed. But for now, I'd stay focused on playing the role of Lost Yak." And he continued saying, "If I hadn't delved into Lost Yak's inner thoughts earlier, I wouldn't have been able to fool the other executives." As his speech patterns, habits, and social connections had all been meticulously unraveled by the rune of inner thoughts in previous regressions. That's how he'd managed to play the role of Lost Yak. And without the assassin's mask, this intricate plan would have been impossible. Then Ryu said, "Now, all that remained was seizing the right moment and taking over the position of chairman." Don't forget to like and subscribe and wait for the next part. After Ryu played the role of Lost Yak and fooled everyone, he decided to go to the chairman's house. But after thinking for a moment, he gave up on this idea and said to himself, "If it were up to me, I'd eliminate the chairman, assume his identity, and effortlessly manipulate the organization." But that was proven impossible because the assassin's mask only targets players, and the chairman wasn't a player. It was an ironic twist that the leader of a player-filled organization wasn't a player himself. Also, approaching him was no easy task, thanks to player Yamti. Then Ryu added, "I can't deal with Yamti's abilities with my current capabilities, and until then, I'll stick to playing the role of Lost Yak, and he likely wouldn't be transforming to Lost Yak until the next meeting. So he has got some spare time now. And with the newfound free time, there was something he had to do. It's related to recovering durability. The Bead of Eternity, a remarkable item, bestows stat points for killing monsters, and for every monster you kill, the durability drops by 1 point. And once that durability is depleted, the necklace vanishes. That's its one shortcoming, but only when its durability wanes. And if one can restore durability, there's no better stat-boosting item. That's why it's a tailor-made item for blacksmiths. And with the repair skill, you can endlessly mend durability and strive for permanent stat gains. But this necklace isn't easy to acquire, as if you fail to defeat an orc shaman in the 5th round, the chance to obtain it eludes you. But there's no law that says only blacksmiths can benefit from it. Recovering durability is possible for anyone. That was the reason Ryu wanted to go abroad, because there was a blacksmith overseas who would become famous for being the best. And he said, "I need to ask that person to fix the durability of the bead." With this goal in mind, Ryu promptly prepared for his overseas journey. Observing Ryu Min packing his suitcase, his younger sibling inquired with curiosity, "Hey, what are you up to? Where are you headed?" Ryu replied, "Just a quick trip abroad. I'll be back soon. 3 days should suffice." His younger sibling asked, "What's the reason for your trip? Business-related?" Ryu replied, "Well, you could say that." Then his sibling said, "I was thinking of joining you if it was for leisure, but it doesn't seem feasible." Ryu smiled and said, "Who goes on vacation in times like these?" And he added, "Make sure to eat well while I'm away." His sibling asked, "But where are you off to?" Ryu chuckled and replied, "The UK." In the UK, Russell Daniel had long forsaken formal education. For 6 years, he had dwelled in a rustic cabin amidst the woods, honing his blacksmithing skills. The clang of the hammer meeting red-hot iron resonated through the air, and this was the craft of shaping and strengthening. At that time, Russell was fashioning a 15-centimeter-long dagger, and when its shape met his approval, he used a whetstone to sharpen the blade. Subsequently, he plunged the blade into the water after heating only its edge in the fiery forge. This process elevated the blade's sharpness. Now, it's complete. Gazing at the finely crafted dagger, Russell let out a wistful chuckle and said, "It'd be nice if I could sell at least one a day." Then he said, "Well, I did anticipate this turn of events. After all, making a living as a blacksmith was never a walk in the park. as the costs of blacksmithing materials were no trifling matter. He had persevered thus far, but now he reached his limits. His bank balance also was plummeting, and he wished not to burden his parents any further, and he said, perhaps it's time to explore a different profession. And without thinking, Russell turned around and suddenly he was taken aback. Instead of a wild animal, a person was approaching, and not just any person, but someone of Asian descent. Russell said to himself, what? It's not common to see people here. However, he wasn't sure if they could communicate, but he decided to start a conversation and he asked, what's the matter? Are you lost? Ryu spoke fluent English and said, Russell Daniel, right? The young, famous blacksmith. Russell's expression grew cold and asked, who are you? Ryu smiled and said, it seems I've found the right person based on your reaction. Then Russell asked, where did you hear about me? I don't have any Asian customers. Ryu replied, I didn't hear about you. I saw you. Russell said in amazement, saw me? Ryu said, I'm a prophet. I can see the future. Russell said to himself, a prophet? What nonsense is this person talking about? Then Ryu added, Russell, level 21, occupation, blacksmith, area designation, CU key 008. Is that correct? Russell remained silent, unable to speak due to his shock, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Then he said to himself, to accurately guess the area designation, even details I've never disclosed to anyone, it seems saying he's a prophet isn't just a baseless claim. And he asked Ryu, can you really see the future? Ryu replied, yes. Russell said, I've never heard of a profession like prophet. Ryu said, that's because it's rare. In this other world, there are countless professions. Among them, there's a unique class that only one person can have. That class is prophet. Then Russell said, okay, and why have you come here, Mr. Prophet? Ryu said, don't ridicule me like that. Russell, I've come because I want to strike a deal with you. Russell inquired, a deal? Ryu said, yes. Please use your repair skill to fix one item for me. If you do that, I'll provide you with valuable information. Russell said in amazement, information? And he asked, what kind of valuable information? Ryu replied, it's information about the 6th round. Russell's eyes widened, and he said to himself, if I can know about the next round in advance, it will be of great help to plan ahead. Honestly, it wasn't a difficult task. It was easier than blacksmithing, as all he needed to do was touch the item and cast a skill. But being cautious by nature when it came to interpersonal relationships, Russell couldn't help but be wary. And he said to himself, the problem is that it's too easy. And the benefit outweighed the simplicity of the task, as information about the 6th round was a significant advantage. Then he asked Ryu, are you really offering 6th round information in exchange for repairing an item's durability? Ryu replied, yes. Russell looked at Ryu with suspicion and said, isn't that too good to be true? Are you sure there isn't another motive? Ryu chuckled and said to himself, typical Russell. Even though it was a no-risk proposition, he doubted and remained cautious. And he said to Russell, I could have been disappointed if you had just accepted it without suspicion. And Ryu continued saying, may I be a bit straightforward? I want to become friends with you. Russell was surprised and asked, what? Ryu said, I saw it in the future. You, reaching the pinnacle as a blacksmith. Russell said, me? Reaching the pinnacle? Whether Russell's eyes widened or not, Ryu Min continued saying, you survive up to the 15th round without anyone's help. It's an impressive feat, but that's all it is. After that, you have no future. It's a bleak prospect, but I can help you. If you join hands with me, you can grow more easily, even beyond the 15th round, even the blacksmithing life you desire. Just a while ago, Russell didn't believe a word this Asian man was saying. He thought it might be a trick, but when he accurately guessed his wish, his thoughts changed. Then he asked, what do you want from me? Ryu smiled warmly and said, I don't want much, just helping each other. In fact, unlike the more unique classes like Buffer, Mercenary King, and Dark Knight, the blacksmith class is a common class. This means there are a lot of other blacksmiths that can replace Russell. However, Ryu had a specific reason for embarking on a journey deep into the mountains of England. It boiled down to one simple fact. Russell was a rare talent, and the story about Russell surviving up to the 15th round was far from fiction. He had not only defied the odds, but also reached the pinnacle of the blacksmith class. Then Ryu said to himself, although he never hit max level and eventually met his end, he was the last blacksmith standing. And if I can maintain a friendly relationship with such a talent, it would be incredibly advantageous as they progressed through the rounds. Furthermore, repairing the durability of the necklace was an added benefit. Then Ryu cast a thoughtful glance at Russell. He seems to be torn between trusting him and doubting himself. For times like these, Ryu's grasp of English honed through countless regressions came in handy. And with a fluent voice, Ryu made his proposition, saying, "What I'm requesting isn't too demanding. Just help with occasional equipment maintenance and cast a few skills when needed. In return, I'll provide you with information about the next round. By doing so, you can rapidly enhance your strength, taking advantage of missed opportunities from the past." Russell hesitated, pondering the tantalizing offer of receiving future information in exchange for the use of his skills. However, his primary concern was trust, and he said to himself, "Ryu Min seems honest when he speaks, but can I really trust him?" Then Russell, caught in a dilemma, offered a compromise and said, "Thank you for valuing my future, but I'm not entirely convinced yet. So, here's my proposal. I'll decide whether to continue the deal based on the results of round 6. Ryu said, "Do whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not asking you to sign a contract." And Ryu wore a confident smile, believing that once Russell saw the prophecy come true, he would have no choice but to rely on him, just like Heavenly Demon. Russell added, "First, let me repair your items, and you can give me the information for round 6 afterward." Rao said, "All right, here," and he retrieved the Bead of Eternity from his inventory. With only one durability remaining, it was on the brink of shattering. Without even checking the item's information, Russell immediately cast a skill. As the bead briefly emitted light, the repair was complete. Then Russell said, "I've fixed everything here." Ryu accepted the item and checked its information. The durability was now 1,000, fully restored. Ryu smiled and said to himself, "Great, now I can start stacking again." At that time, Russell said to himself, "I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it seems quite valuable if he's willing to go through all of this trouble to repair its durability." Although Russell could have easily read the item's information, he had chosen not to, respecting the customer's privacy. It was a professional and ethical approach. Then Ryu said, "Thank you. The durability is fully restored now." Russell said, "Now can you provide me with information for round 6? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. And wait for the next part." Ryu said, "Of course. The 6th round is a quest," and he began unveiling various advanced information. Each revelation caused Russell's pupils to widen and contract repeatedly. Russell said, If what you just said is true, I should try to gather strong allies as much as possible." Ryu said, "Yes, that would probably be helpful. The monsters are exceptionally powerful." Then Russell nodded reluctantly, but deep down he still harbored doubts about whether the prophecy would come true. Reading his thoughts, Ryu said to himself, "Well, he won't believe it until he experiences it firsthand." And Ryu remained patient, knowing that Russell would find out the truth after round 6. And to survive, he will have no choice but to grasp the thread of the prophet. Then Russell asked, "Is the deal complete with this?" Ryu said yes, "But would you consider selling me some items?" Russell inquired, "Items?" Ryu asked him, "Do you have black iron dust by any chance?" Russell had been cautious until now, but this time he couldn't help but be astonished. And he said to himself, he actually saw that too. Did he foresee all the items inside my inventory too? Russell didn't know that predicting the contents of someone's inventory was even possible. However, his astonishment didn't stop there. As Ryu said, "That item, sell it to me. I know you're looking for work because you're short on cash. I'll pay you generously," Russell said in amazement. "You know that I'm looking for a job too?" It wasn't a prophecy. Ryu was actually reading his thoughts, but to Russell, it made little difference. Then Russell said, "I'm genuinely amazed now. I believe you're the prophet, and I apologize. Honestly, I had my doubts, thinking you might be trying to trick me." Ryu said, "No need to apologize. I only speak of what I've seen in the future. Whether you believe me or not is your choice." Then Russell asked himself, he won't be wrong about the information for round 6 either, will he? With those words, Russell, who had been deep in thought, raised his head as if he had made up his mind. And he said, "Do you need black iron dust? I'll just give it to you." Ryu said, "You're giving it to me just like that?" Russell said, "I feel like I've received more than I've given. I'm not that shameless, you know. It seemed that he had belatedly realized the value of the information he received about round 6. Then Russell, with a smile, took out the black iron dust from his inventory and said, "Take it." Without hesitation, Ryu Min accepted it, and the item's information came up. Black iron dust. Category: inventory. Description: black-colored iron dust. Faint magical energy can be sensed. Then Ryu said to himself, he's giving away this valuable item just like that. Strictly speaking, he had given it as compensation for the information. However, Russell was unaware of the value that black iron dust held. In fact, it's a material that falls into the god tier after all. And it might be an item that could easily be obtained after round 11, but for now it was difficult to come by, and the likelihood of finding it by killing monsters, as Russell did, was slim. Then Ryu asked Russell, "Are you sure about giving this to me for free?" Russell replied, "I'm perfectly fine with it. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, as the prophet, would know how valuable this item is." In fact, Russell had a hunch after all, as he knew if Ryu is demanding it specifically, it must be quite important. But he didn't ask deliberately. He also didn't seek to find out, and he thought that asking for more after already receiving help would be greedy. Drawing a clear line and not crossing it, that's Russell's strength. Ryu, who had been smiling, extended a bag and said, "Take it." Russell, who had received it unexpectedly, opened the bag and said, "Wow, inside was a total of 20,000 pounds. And Ryu said, you gave me an item for free, so I'm giving you this as a payment for the repair job. I think it should cover the cost, right?" Russell mumbled and then replied quickly, "More than enough." And he said to himself, "I won't need to look for a job with this amount." Russell's gaze at Ryu quickly turned friendly. Realizing his situation, Russell hesitated and spoke up belatedly. "But is it okay for me to accept such a large sum of money?" Ryu said, "It's perfectly fine. I didn't give you that much money just for the job. It's for the item you gave me too. Actually, it's not a waste to give him even millions, but if it's too much, it'll feel burdensome for him." Then Ryu added, "Of course, I didn't give you this much money just to use it for food." Russell inquired. "What?" Ryu said, "Open an overseas stock account and invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. The company's name is Player Place. It will soon become a big hit, so if you invest, you won't have to worry about looking for a job for the rest of your life." "Well, it's up to you whether to believe it or not." Russell said, "I believe you. Your words as the prophet must be infallible. Besides, it's money I've received without any effort." When Ryu witnessed his commitment, he could finally take a step back from the negotiations. And he said, "Well, it seems my business here is concluded, Russell Daniel. I wish you luck in the next round." And he added, "Oh, do you have a cell phone?" Russell said, "Of course." Ryu said, "Then I'll share my number with you. Please save it." After some days, as always, that day arrived. June 1st, midnight. Just like before, Ryu, summoned to this world, cast his gaze around, and he said to himself, "Round 6 is a cooperative round. I need to find people to collaborate with." Then he scanned his surroundings and employed his tracking skill. The first person he located was Min Juri. If he had to form a party, she was an essential presence. In reality, besides Min Juri, there's no one else he need. But he needed to fill in the required number of party members, as the rule for this round was to assemble a 5-person party. At that time, Min Juri spotted Ryu and approached, waving her hand, and said, "It's nice to see you like this. How have you been?" Ryu said, "You're talking as if it's been ages since we met." She smiled and said, "But it's been a month, hasn't it?" Now, Min Juri smiled without any fear. After all, their partnership had been excellent in the previous round. Then Ryu looked around and noticed that people's eyes were directed at them. One of them said, "Who's that woman? Why is she talking to Black Scythe?" Another said, "Democracy? Is she such a high-ranking player to be talking to Black Scythe?" Another said, "Come to think of it, I think I saw her during the last round's result announcement. I think she was in second place. I'm envious to have a connection with a top-ranked player like that." Ryu didn't pay any attention to it, but Black Scythe was popular among the players. Being the unchanging #1 in rankings and possessing a cold charisma, he was someone everyone wanted to befriend. That actually was a bit troublesome, but Ryu Min had only thought about it in his mind. He hadn't actually done anything about it, and the reason was simple. As Black Scythe had been too intimidating, and an unfathomable aura had surrounded him like a barrier. However, Min Juri seemed unaffected and continued talking. "Did you defeat the final boss in the last round?" Ryu said, I did. Minjuri added. Even though the time was tight, you defeated it quickly, right? Then, have you completed the subquest to gather balance stones? Ryu said. I completed it. By the way, I won't tell you what rewards I got. She asked in amazement. How did you know I was going to ask that? Ryu replied. Just a hunch. Then she said, I've always felt this, but you really seem to have deep insight, Black Scythe. Silence followed, and Minjuri only realized then that the atmosphere had turned strange, and she asked herself, what did I say? Did I say something wrong? How embarrassing. Belatedly, embarrassment washed over her, and her face turned red, and she said, I said something too presumptuous, didn't I? I'm sorry, Ryu said. What's there to apologize for? And anyway, thanks for the compliment. With that, she said to herself, he's considerate yet exudes charisma. Anyway, he's a fascinating person. At that moment, two players approached Black Scythe and said, Hello, Black Scythe. The person who approached Ryu Min wasn't anyone else but Seo Arin and Ansang Cheol. Then Seo Arin said, It's been a while, Black Scythe, her eyes briefly glancing at Minjuri, and she asked, But who's this? Ryu said coldly, I don't think I need to explain, do I? Seo Arin's smile, though seemingly in agreement, concealed her true feelings. She was telling herself, why is he smiling at her and not me? Seo Arin couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment at the cold reception. Then Ryu asked, But what do you want from me? He acted as if he didn't know the reason, even though he did, and he said to himself, They probably came because I forecasted as a prophet that Black Scythe would party with them. On the other hand, Seo Arin and Ansang Cheol were deliberating on how to respond. Since they couldn't openly discuss the prophecy, they chose their words carefully. And after a moment of hesitation, Ansang Cheol finally spoke up. Black Scythe, honestly, we want to party with you. Ryo inquired, Party? With me? And Sang Cheol said, Yes, we'll just be in the way, but we promise we'll do our best not to cause any trouble for you, Black Scythe. Seo Arin and Ansang Cheol were sincere in their request. The prophecy had stated that Black Scythe needed to join their party to have an easier time with round 6, and they couldn't afford to back down now. Ryu pretended to ponder the request, tapping his chin. In reality, their presence in the party was inconsequential. Whether they joined or not made little difference since there were plenty of eager volunteers. And he thought of the potential benefits, as Ansang Cheol will report this development to Heavenly Demon. Then Ryu said to himself, it wouldn't hurt to build a positive image for the future. Though he had already made up his mind, Ryu pretended to hesitate, making it an intense situation for those watching. With growing impatient, Ansang Cheol made a proposal and said, We won't ask to join the party for free. I have information about round 6. If you let us join the party, I'm willing to share the information. Ryu smiled and said to himself, What you're trying to share with me is what I told you. Then he said to Ansang Cheol, I don't need it. Ansang Cheol looked puzzled, unaware of this fact, and he asked, Why don't you need it? Wouldn't it be helpful to know how to pass round 6 in advance? Ryu replied, I'll strategize in my own way. I don't rely on unreliable information. Seeing Ansang Cheol's flustered state, Ryu couldn't resist playing a little prank, and he asked, But where did you get that information? The bodyguard hesitated and said, What information are you talking about? Ryu said, The information about round 6 that you just mentioned. Who's the source? The bodyguard was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Revealing the existence of the prophet would put them at risk, so he hesitated. Then Ryu added, Can't you say it? If you do, I'll let you join the party. Reluctantly, the bodyguard lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Surprisingly, it was difficult for him to speak up. Then Ryu smiled and said to himself, he won't reveal the existence of the prophet. Of course, he didn't want to mention it to avoid Heavenly Demon's wrath, but it didn't bother him much. The bodyguard, on the other hand, was crestfallen, and he said to himself, darn it, I couldn't party with Black Scythe as planned. How will he report this to the CEO? Then, unexpectedly, Ryu made a decision and said, I'll let you join the party. The bodyguard was surprised and said, you will? But why? Ryu said, I thought it might be trustworthy since you didn't reveal the source of the information. I don't like filthy rats. Realizing that exposing the prophet's existence could have backfired, the bodyguard breathed a sigh of relief. The two expressed their gratitude and said, thank you, Black Scythe, and they turned to Minjuri. It seemed they were still curious about her relationship with Black Scythe, seeing that Ryu said, as for her, she's a buffer in a contract relationship with me. Then they asked themselves, a contract relationship? A buffer? How did they meet up? They had many questions, but they decided to inquire about the contract first. And they said, if it's a contract relationship, Ryu said yes, there is such a thing. At that moment, their curiosity subsided. It seemed Ryu wouldn't disclose more details, even if they asked. Then Seo Arin shifted her gaze toward Minjuri and said, hello, I'm Seo Arin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Minjuri said, oh yes, I'm Minjuri. By any chance, are you the famous Seo Arin? Did you just change your appearance? Seo Arin said, yes, that's me. Minjuri said, really? I was curious, given your identical face and name. And Minjuri was ecstatic. Meeting a TV celebrity in person was truly fascinating. And she added, oh my God, I'm a huge fan of yours. My father adores the drama you were in. He's a massive Seo Arin actress fan. Seo Arin nodded politely and said, thank you for your kind words. While Minjuri continued with excitement, the bodyguard cast a glance at Ryu and said, are you sure it's okay not to share information about round 6 with you? Ryu said coldly, I don't need it. Don't bother offering it to me. I don't want to owe you anything. The bodyguard felt a tinge of disappointment as Black Scythe drew a clear line, and he said to himself, I was planning to provide information in exchange, but if Black Scythe didn't want it, there was nothing to be done. Maybe I should discreetly advise him if he deviates from the provided information during the quest. When Ryu shared the information, he had considered offering a bit of assistance to make the prophecy come true, that if they didn't follow his words, but it seemed unnecessary now. At that time, the two women continued their conversation. And Seo Arin said, by the way, Minjuri, is your profession a buffer? Minjuri said, yes, I'm a buffer, and I'll buff everyone later. Seo Arin said, I have something similar to a buff in my job too. And I'm a summoner, and I can cast shields with my fairy summons. Minjuri asked in amazement. Summoner? You have summons? Seo Arin replied, yes, my profession is a summoner. I can summon up to 3 creatures I'll show you later. At that moment, the bodyguard interjected and said, I apologize for interrupting. I think it's important to exchange greetings. My name is Ansang Cheol. Minjuri said, oh, nice to meet you. I saw you earlier, and it seemed like you and Black Scythe knew each other. He said, we received some help from Black Scythe. He saved both of our lives. Minjuri said, oh, I see. And she looked at Black Scythe in surprise and said to herself, he even rescued someone who was in danger. My instincts were right. And she once again felt that Black Scythe was a surprisingly warm-hearted person. As more people gathered over time, Priscilla appeared with a burst of light and said, hello, humans. Have you rested well for a month? And she added, there are 1,010 participants for this round, which is a perfect number. Shall we get straight to the point? Then a message window appeared before the players. Round 6. Defeat 1 boss within 6 hours. All areas. Participants, 16,120, 590 achievers, 0, 8,062.95. Current area, CESKS007. Participants, 1,010 achievers, 0505. Then one player inquired, what's this? Defeat 1 boss? Our boss is finally coming out. Another said, how are we supposed to defeat a boss on our own? Hearing the murmurs, Priscilla chuckled and spoke. Don't worry, you can't defeat the boss on your own. Of course, you'll need to work together. One player inquired, we can't defeat it alone? Work together? How? Priscilla said. Naturally, you'll need to form parties. That's where the party system comes in. And she added, a party is a group formed to allow cooperation among its members. You need 5 members to form a party, and when you're in a party, you won't harm each other. One player said, oh, so we won't accidentally hit each other? Priscilla said with an evil smile. That's right. No more worries about friendly fire or betrayals. That's convenient, isn't it? And she continued saying, however, attacks from other parties or monsters will still affect you. Only your party members' attacks will be nullified. The players nodded in understanding, and the quest's difficulty seemed reasonable. If you had a party of 5, defeating the boss should be manageable. Then Priscilla said, when you form a party, the experience points and gold obtained from defeating monsters are distributed evenly among party members, regardless of who delivers the killing blow. Just keep in mind that if the distance between party members exceeds 100 meters, the distribution won't occur. One player said, "Oh, so experience points and gold are distributed equally? I think it's fair, though." Another asked Priscilla, "So, how are items distributed then?" She said, "Unlike experience points or gold, items are distributed based on contribution. For example, if two humans contributed 70% and 30% to defeating a monster, the chances of getting an item when it drops will be proportional to those percentages." The player said, "So the person who contributed more to defeating the monster has a higher chance of getting the item." "I see. That makes sense." Another asked, "So, conversely, even if someone had a low contribution, they could still get an item if they're lucky?" Priscilla replied, "That's correct. Even if you contributed only 1%, you could still get an item if luck is on your side. The probability might be low, though." Then one said, "Angel, I have a question. How is contribution measured? Is it all about dealing the most damage? Wouldn't that disadvantage players with lower damage output?" Priscilla replied, "That's a good question. While dealing more damage usually leads to higher contribution, it's not always directly proportional. The system considers all factors and makes a judgment to measure contribution, so even a player who mainly provides buffs can affect contribution." One said happily, "Wow, so just giving buffs can earn you contribution." At that time, Ryu said to himself, "For me now, parties are just a nuisance, but I can't say no." Then Priscilla said, "By the way, if you don't form a party, even if you defeat monsters, it won't count." And as the angel had just mentioned, the system enforced party formation, so there was no option for soloing. Then Priscilla added, "But that doesn't mean there are no advantages to it. The benefits of a party include the ability to rely on each other and cooperate freely. And after forming a party and defeating just one boss, you'll immediately pass the round. All 5 members, that is." One player inquired in amazement, "All 5 members?" Priscilla said yes, but in the current field there are 101 boss monsters released. In other words, only the 505 who defeat a boss will survive. Then the angel chuckled and clapped her hands and said, "That concludes the explanation about parties. Now that you know the quest, it's nothing special, right? Just defeat one boss, and it's a straightforward quest to pass." Hearing that, a hint of amusement appeared on Ryu's lips, and he said to himself, it wasn't as simple as she made it seem. And before the angel disappeared in a flash of light, she said, "Now, humans, do your best to defeat the boss. Oh, and there are no sub-quests, so keep that in mind." Then one player said, "Easy quest. My ass. This boss is going to be a real pain. Mark my words." The curses and doubts flowed freely as the angel vanished into thin air. Everyone knew by now that curses hurled in the angel's absence fell on deaf ears. The angel only appeared at the start and end of the quest, a fact well known to all. At that time, the timer on the progress window began ticking, announcing the commencement of the quest. Time remaining until round end, 05, 59, 53. And within the time limit, the party had to form and defeat the boss, or else they would meet a grim fate. At that moment, a message popped up demanding action. Form a 5-member party starting now. To create a party, hold hands with 5 people and memorize the party formation command simultaneously. Remember, defeating the boss won't count unless you form a party, so keep that in mind. Then one player said, "We should definitely form a party, right?" Another said, "Yeah, they say defeating the boss doesn't count without one. So would you like to join my party?" He asked. "What's your level?" He said, "I'm a level 20 warrior," and people raised their hands, searching for potential party members. The scene turned into a bustling marketplace in no time. Amidst the chaos, the bodyguard pondered Ryu's prophecy, and he said to himself, "It's all unfolding, just as the prophet foretold. The 6th round requires a 5-member party." Then he cast a glance at Black Scythe by his side. He knew it was a wise choice to stick with him after hearing the prophecy, and he said, "Mr. Black Scythe, we should—" But Ryu interrupted his words and said, "Wait, since it's a 5-member party, we need to find more 1 player. Minjuri asked, "Who should we choose for the last spot?" The bodyguard said, "Let's leave it to Mr. Black Scythe. the strongest among us. Nodding in agreement, the others turned their attention to Ryu. Ryu pretended to ponder, but he already had a candidate in mind, someone he wished to include in the party, someone who had to be nearby so that Ryu could smoothly invite him. But suddenly one player approached and said, "Hello, Mr. Black Scythe. Would you by any chance consider joining our party?" But with a sharp tone of voice and a look that made that player's ass pump water like a fountain. Ryu said, "No, go away and don't waste my time." Dejected by the firm rejection, the players retreated with downcast faces, and that player said to himself he didn't even hesitate to reject us. How embarrassing. Damn, I was trying to get on Black Scythe's good side. The other players said to themselves, whoever gets to party with Black Scythe must be living the dream. Such thoughts circulated, but Ryu had no interest in these indecisive individuals. He already had a candidate in mind, and he said to himself, it's not about finding party members for this quest. Rather, it's about selecting the right people to fill the slots for the last round. These were connections that didn't exist in previous regressions. Originally, at this point, Ryu had never interacted with anyone, not Min Juri, not Seo Arin, not Ansang Cheol, and he said to himself back then, I would have accepted anyone to fill the slots. But now, plans have changed, because I needed to find people that would grow together with me. Although Rio rejected the former player's offer, some players did not give up and asked Rio to join, all in pursuit of obtaining the coveted blue chip, as the prospect of joining forces with the Black Scythe was, in essence, a guarantee of survival in this treacherous quest. But Rio rejected them, and one by one, those who suggested forming a party were quickly brushed aside. As word spread that the Black Scythe was declining all party invitations, the number of hopeful players diminished. Then one player said to himself, damn, won't he just accept anyone? He's being way too choosy. At least hear them out before saying no, another said. But aren't those guys next to him already in his party? They've pretty much secured their survival. And disheartened players distanced themselves from the Black Scythe. Those who had witnessed the rejections did not dare to try their luck and retreated voluntarily. At this point, Ryu's party members became curious and said to themselves, who would he possibly choose for that last spot? While the bodyguard was curious, he also felt a tinge of regret and said to himself, it would have been great if Master Ma was here in this section. If they were in the same zone, he would have actively recommended him without hesitation. Min Juri shared a similar sentiment, and she said to herself, if only Ryu Min were here, I would have passionately advocated for him to take the last spot. They each had someone in mind for that last spot, but the different zones made it impossible. Then a group approached Ryu, and one said, Mr. Black Scythe, it's a pleasure to meet you again. He was Jo Young-ho, and with a smile, Ryu said, I'm pleasantly surprised to see you here. I thought you might not make it past the 5th round. He laughed and said, really? Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? Dealing with around 300 orcs was a walk in the park. It wasn't an empty boast. Jo Young-ho had safely passed the quest, ranking 125th among the 211 participants who reached the 5th round. And he added, I was inspired by your battles back then, which motivated me to finish the hunt quickly. Ryu said, is that so? Jo Young-ho said, either way, thank you. Thanks to you, my friend here also survived without a scratch. Then one of the players who had benefited from the Black Scythe's emergency treatment, Mangi, stepped forward, and he said, Mr. Black Scythe, I'm grateful for your help with my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I could extend my lifespan like this. Ryu said, you managed to take down 300 with that body of yours. Mangi said, it's all thanks to you, Mr. Black Scythe. I'm truly grateful. You're my savior. And with a friendly gaze, Jo Young-ho turned to Ryu and asked, are you looking for party members? Ryu replied, that's right. Jo Young-ho added, you have 4 members now. Just one more, and you'll be set. Right? Ryu said yes. Then Jo Young-ho said, oh, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to ask you to join our party. We've already completed our formation. Ryu said I wasn't. In fact, Ryu already knew that their party formation was complete. Golden chains on Jo Young-ho and his mercenaries' wrists served as proof. Then Ryu said, it seems you've formed a party of 5 since you all have the correct number of members. And he asked straightforwardly, in that case, what was the reason for Jo Young-ho's visit? If you're not here to join our party, why did you seek me out? Jo Young-ho replied, well, out of goodwill, I wanted to greet you and make a suggestion. Ryu Ryu inquired, "A suggestion?" He said, "Our party and Black Scythe's party. How about forming an alliance together?" At that moment, Ryu read his thoughts on what he meant by proposing an alliance. He was saying to himself, "I'm not trying to benefit from him. Hope he understands that I'm just offering this with the intention of helping him a little bit. Perhaps grateful for the treatment of Mangi, Jo Young-ho is trying to help Black Scythe in some way." Then he said to Ryu, "We're not asking you to join your party. We don't have any intention of seeking items or experience points. If we encounter the boss, we'll give you priority. We simply want to help. Please don't be too guarded. We mean it." Ryu sensed that Jo Young-ho wasn't trying to cling to him, but was genuinely offering assistance out of gratitude for his past aid in Choi Mangi's treatment. After a period of silence, Jo Young-ho seemed like he had been misunderstood and become wary. So Ryu decided to clear up the misunderstanding, and he said, "I decline." Jo Young-ho was surprised and said, "What? Why, oh, perhaps you're concerned that we might be a hindrance? Don't worry about that. We'll never be a burden. If you ever find us troublesome, you can simply, in front of the boss." Ryu interrupted his words, saying, "It's not about that. I just don't like complications. I appreciate the offer, but I'll decline." Then Jo Young-ho said sadly, "Oh, is that so? That's disappointing. We wanted to help." Ryu said, "I'll ask for help when I really need it." Jo Young-ho perked up after receiving a positive response, and he said, "Will you do that?" And he added, "So, if we're needed in the future, should you let us know?" Ryu said, "Yes." He asked, "Is it a promise?" Ryu replied, "I said yes, didn't I?" With a definitive response, Jo Young-ho broke into a satisfied smile. And he said, "Since we have a promise, we'll take our leave now. We hope to meet again next time. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. Goodbye." After they leave, the bodyguard said, "Mr. Black Scythe, it's time to make a decision. Who will fill the remaining spot?" Ryu said, "I've made my decision." And he pointed his finger in one direction. The gazes of his party members followed his finger. Then Ryu said, "There, you, come here." The person singled out was taken aback. The person hesitantly approached, and Ryu said, "You've been watching me for a while now, haven't you?" He said, "Yes." Ryu asked, "Why?" He hesitated, struggling to answer, and said, Well, I want to party with Mr. Black Scythe." Then Ryu asked, "What's your level in class?" He replied, "I'm level 23, a black mage." Ryu said, "Well, that probably doesn't matter much." And he added, "I'll take this guy for the remaining spot." The bodyguard and the other party members were surprised, and they said to themselves, how could they choose a player who was rejected by others? But the most surprised person in the group was the chosen one, and he said to himself, "The Black Scythe wants to include me in his party?" Ryu was unexpectedly satisfied. After all, the young man before him was the potential leader of a cult that would worship the Black Scythe like a deity. And Ryu said to himself, in the future, if we form a strong bond, this guy could become a devoted follower. That young man's nickname was Aged Man No Gay, while his real name was Heo Taesok. Then Ryu said, "So, let's form the party like this." As they silently memorized party formation, golden rings with engraved characters appeared on their wrists, and the Black Scythe's party had been formed. At that time, Aged Man No Gay never imagined that he would form a party like this. Then Ryu called out, saying, "Aged Man No Gay." He inquired, "Yes?" Ryu said, "Now that we're in a party, introduce yourselves." At the Black Scythe's command, Heo Taesok hesitated for a moment before speaking up, and he said, "I'm Aged Man No Gay, level 23, a black mage. My skills are black arrows and black chains." At first, he stumbled over his words, but soon he found his voice. Then Minjuri said, "Nice to meet you, Aged Man. I'm a buffer level 21. I'll do my best to support you." Then Seo Arin and the bodyguard introduced themselves. After that, Ryu said, "Now that we've finished introductions, shall we go hunting?" But Minjuri said, "Wait a moment. I'll cast buffs on everyone first." And she went on to cast buffs on her party members one by one. It was blessed and swift, and those who received the buffs couldn't help but be astonished. And they said, "My attack and movement speed are 60% faster. Is this real?" But Ryu Min remained composed. Then the bodyguard said, "This is why the Black Scythe was always with Minjuri, right? Buffer, you're truly amazing." Minjuri smiled and said, "Why are you embarrassing me?" Seeing this, Seo Arin spoke as if unable to contain her jealousy, and she said, I'm a summoner, too. I can cast buffs on my summoned creatures. With here skilled incantations, two fairy-like creatures, aglow with golden dust, materialized. They fluttered about like radiant fireflies. Following this spectacle, a soft, rustling sound filled the air as a humanoid golem, the size of a person, coalesced from the gathering earth. Then Minjuri said in amazement, "Wow, what are those adorable little things?" Seo Aaron said, "They're fairies. Protective summons that bestows shields. Originally, this one lacked attacking moves, but when I reached level 20, one more fairy was summoned and it could use offensive magic." Minjuri said, "Wow, that's impressive. And what about that stone-made summon?" She said, "That's a golem I acquired at level 20. While it doesn't provide buffs, it serves to draw monster aggro, so I summoned it ahead of time." Minjuri said excitedly, "Wow, a tank and a support. You're really impressive, sis," as she received a continuous stream of admiration from Minjuri. Seo Aaron's gaze remained fixated on the Black Scythe, and she asked him, "What do you think, Black Scythe? Don't I contribute in some way?" And she sent a beseeching look, hoping for recognition, but Ryu appeared disinterested, his attention directed elsewhere, and he said, "Let's get going now." Seo Aaron felt very frustrated that the Black Scythe ignored her. As Ryu took the lead, everyone nodded and followed suit. At that time, aged man no gay said to himself, buffer and a summoner, "Everyone here is quite remarkable. I need to be helpful too," and with a tense expression, he followed closely behind. However, amidst their leisurely pace, he suddenly found himself perplexed, and he said to himself, "Why is the atmosphere so relaxed?" Of course, with a generous 6-hour time limit, they had an abundance of time. They needed to defeat just one of the 101 boss monsters in the field to complete the quest, so it was only natural to proceed with a sense of calm. But isn't it faster to defeat the boss and secure the top spot? Why isn't anyone in a hurry? And doubts crept in. But aged man Noge, unaware of the prophecy, couldn't fathom the reason behind this lackadaisical attitude, and he had yet to realize that there was no benefit in swiftly defeating the boss. But suddenly, from somewhere nearby, a cry rang out. "There's the boss!" All eyes turned toward the source of the commotion, revealing a colossal monster. It possessed the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, a monstrous centaur. One player said, "We must claim the top spot." Then one party charged forward, undeterred, towards the centaur. Brandishing its colossal double-edged axe, the centaur resisted fiercely, causing the players to grapple with its strength. And one player said, "This guy, he's incredibly strong. Spread out and attack." Another said, "Aim for the back. Attack its rear." In response to a shouted command, they instinctively approached from behind. Ryu, who had been observing them, clicked his tongue in disdain and said, "Targeting its rear. Huh? How foolish." And as expected, one player who had ventured behind was met with a powerful kick from the centaur's hind leg. They were sent flying 10 meters before crashing into the ground, rolling an additional 3 meters. Fortunately, the player was still squirming, having avoided death, but the battle seemed impossible to continue. Then one player said angrily, "This bastard will seek revenge!" And the remaining players employed their skills, launching a coordinated assault. Indeed, they succeeded in killing the monster. Then one player said, We won! We're in first place." Another said, "We've finally achieved first place in completing the quest." Another inquired, "It was surprisingly manageable, don't you think?" Amidst the rejoicing faces of the rival team, aged man no gay couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened, and he said to himself, "Oh no, the first place was taken from us," and his gaze naturally drifted towards the Black Scythe. After all, he had consistently maintained the top ranking, so he must be the most disappointed. But Rao's expression remained entirely nonchalant. There was no trace of regret on his face. As time passed, the cheers from the opposing team gradually dwindled, and one player inquired in amazement, What's going on? Why isn't the quest completion appearing?" Another said, "Ah, could it be?" As the players belatedly expressed their disappointment, Ryu smirked, and he said to himself, "I guess they finally realized it. They didn't defeat a boss." And the angel had claimed that there were only 101 bosses, but she never said there were no regular monsters. and the reason Ryu had been so composed while observing became evident. The centaur was merely a standard monster. In fact, the definition of trash mobs can vary from person to person, but in general, they refer to the relatively easy-to-defeat monsters. And for Ryu, the centaur fell into the category of these trash mobs, though for others, it might be considered as elite-level foes. However, that doesn't mean they couldn't handle it, because with a group of 5, they were more than capable. But the issue here is that this creature is labeled as a trash mob, and the real boss, lurking somewhere, was a minotaur with a bull's head, and to take down the minotaur, you'd need at least 20 people, all at level 20. In other words, you'd require 5 parties to have a chance. It's a tough enemy, to say the least. Then Ryu said to himself, of course, from my perspective, it's merely a monster with a sturdy physique, but somewhat sluggish movements. And when players assembled their party, they probably thought this mission would be a walk in the park. They might have even thought, with 5 of us, we can be the first to kill the boss. Then Ryu said to himself, to stand a chance with a 5-player party, you'd need to be well beyond level 30. But in all honesty, even level 30 seemed like a stretch. Maybe if you're at level 40. This is precisely why the Angel had emphasized that tackling it solo was a no-go, as the Minotaur wasn't the kind of monster you could take down on your own. And the trap in this round lies right here. They explained it in a way that indicates only a 5-person party could take down the boss. Of course, there hasn't been any explicit mention that a 5-person party is guaranteed to defeat the boss, and they'd need at least 20 people to stand a chance, but the Angel acted as if she didn't know. It seemed intentional that crucial information wasn't shared. Then Ryu said to himself, well, she's probably just following orders from higher-ups, and they gave us 6 hours not only to defeat the centaur but to gain some levels through hunting. So dealing with the Minotaur could come later. And the ranking method didn't prioritize who struck first. It was all about how quick the party could eliminate the boss. In essence, the order didn't matter, and achieving the quickest kill time meant securing the top spot. That's why Ryu and the rest of the team weren't rushing into action, and the other members of the party knew this too. This is why they didn't rush in, as there were 6 pieces of information that Ryu gave them as the prophet. First, the main mission of round 6 is to form a party of 5 players and defeat the boss. Second, centaurs are just mobs, and minotaurs are the real bosses. Third, the boss requires 4 parties of 5 people to defeat, so cooperation between parties is necessary. Fourth, the ranking measurement method is not based on the order in which party killed the boss first. The order will be determined by which party achieved the lesser time kill. Fifth, the moment a party kills the boss, they will be immediately sealed by a pillar of light. In short, it is rather disadvantageous to defeat the boss quickly because you will spend the remaining time meaninglessly sitting there. Sixth, it is best to defeat the centaurs within the time limit, level up, and then challenge the boss. This was the key strategy for round 6. Only Aged Man No Gay did not hear the prophecy, doesn't know this. Then Ryu, who was silently observing the field, finally spoke to the party members and said, "Let me lay out my plan for the moment." And he added, "We're going to put off tackling the boss for now, and instead, we'll focus on taking down these centaur-like creatures to level up. We'll keep at it for at least 5 hours." Aged Man No Gay inquired. "Why? What's the reasoning behind this?" Ryu said. As you can see, players at level 20 were struggling against these centaurs. If such trash mobs are so troublesome, then the boss likely requires multiple teams to stand a chance against it. Rushing into the boss fight without knowing its true strength seems ill-advised. Plus, there might be other traps awaiting us. He said, "Ah, I see now," and Ryu added, "Also, I'm thinking, what if, for instance, we defeat the boss early, like we did in the first round, and end up trapped in the Pillar of Light? We'd waste precious time without any gain. So it seems wiser to hunt the mobs and assess the situation." Aged Man No Gay said, I understand. So, your plan is to prioritize leveling up first and leave the boss for later?" Ryu said, "Exactly." Then he asked, "But what if we miss out on the top spot?" Ryu replied, "It doesn't matter. Even if we miss out on the first place reward, we'll have earned experience and gold from 6 hours of hunting. Perhaps the ranking method doesn't give priority to who strikes first. At that moment, the bodyguard found himself speechless, and he said to himself, "Incredible. How did he figure it out like this? It's exactly like the prophecy, and it's like finding your way out of a maze without making a single wrong turn." Then he said to Ryu, "Got it. Shall we all head out to hunt these centaur-like creatures together? Oh, but before that, we should discuss our positions and basic strategies." Ryu said, "No need for that. I'll handle the monsters on my own." Everyone, including the bodyguard, was astonished, and they inquired, "What? You alone, Black Scythe?" They said to themselves, taking on a monster that a 5-member party struggled with, alone? Of course, given Black Scythe's level, it was entirely possible. But what would the rest of the group do if he went solo? Ryu read their thoughts and said, "The rest of you, just stick with me, collect experience points, and gold. You could think of it as a free ride. In other words, he'll carry them along." And Ryu added, "However, I'll take all the items that come through contributions. In return, you can level up and earn gold quickly without any risk." How does that sound? In fact, it was certainly an appealing offer. And why refuse to give up a few items when you could safely gain experience points and gold? So they said, "Very well, we're fine with it." Ryu nodded in agreement and said, "You made a wise choice. You probably won't be disappointed." As Ryu, going solo was more convenient than fighting with everyone, and trying to help from the sidelines would only be a hindrance. Then he said to himself, "It's just a centaur, so it's nothing more than a trash mob to me." And he brandished his death scythe and said, "Shall we get going?" As Ryu shot off like a bullet, the group was taken aback, and they said, "We should follow him quickly," and they chased after Ryu. Despite the swift spell being active, the distance didn't seem to close down, and the bodyguard said, "How can he be this fast? Just how high is his agility?" Even aged man No-Gay, who prided himself on his speed, felt like a mere cat compared to Black Scythe. At the moment, they were able to catch up with Ryu. Ryu came face to face with a centaur for the first time, and before the monster finished screaming, Ryu waved his scythe and the monster's head fell with a swift strike. The time it took to defeat the centaur was 0.3 seconds. The group was left dumbfounded as it hadn't even taken a second, and they said, "What just happened? Just one hit?" None of them had expected the centaur to be defeated in a single blow. Using his tracking skill, took a moment to catch his breath, and a system message appeared. Target centaur located. Then Ryu continued to hunt. He was like a killing machine in human form. Then he said to himself, "Had it been around 30 minutes since I began my hunt?" After that, Ryu looked at the system messages. Centaur has been defeated. Experience points, XU3. Title effect increases experience points by 1.5 times. Experience, 0.89%. Gold plus 60. Current kill count, 172/100. Rune of Slaughter effect increases all stats by 100%. Then Ryu said to himself, 172 kills in 30 minutes. Not too shabby, and there were a total of 2,000 centaurs in the field. At this rate, I might be able to devour them all within 6 hours. But considering other players will be hunting too, let's leave some for them. Then Ryu's gaze shifted downward to the system message. Stacks accumulated with the Bead of Eternity, 71/100. Current durability of the Bead of Eternity, 828/1000. Stat points gained from the Bead of Eternity, 11. And Ryu said to himself, all I need to do is keep hunting centaurs until the Bead of Eternity's durability reaches 1, just like last time. And I should ask Russell to repair the durability when I return. While pondering that, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw his party members rushing towards him. Seeing the party members who were too exhausted even to chase, Ryu couldn't help but smile. And he said, if you're tired, take a short break. They said happily, really? Thank you. After that, the party members sat down on the spot for a break. CO Aaron and aged man No-Gay, with the lowest strength stats, lay down completely on their backs. And aged man No-Gay said, it's tiring just to chase after him. Seriously. I thought a 100-meter radius would be spacious enough, but it's not. The bodyguard said, yeah, you're right. They said that, but it couldn't have been a happier concern. They had already leveled up in just 30 minutes. Then Minjuri said, Black Sai, you're truly amazing. Your hunting speed is unbelievably fast. Ryu asked, do you not like it? In response to Ryu's teasing question, Minjuri waved her hand dismissively and said, oh no, not at all. Even just chasing after you raises our levels. At that moment, Seo Arin joined the conversation and she asked, "Is this what they call a free ride? You're probably working harder than us, Black Scythe." But Ryu Min simply responded with a nonchalant remark. And he said, "It seems like you guys are working even harder." They all laughed. As they laughed and caught their breath, a group approached Ryu, and one said, It's Black Scythe. Wow, it really is him." There were 4 people in the group and a total of 20 onlookers. And when the group came closer, the party members' laughter subsided, and they looked at the approaching group with wary eyes. However, there was no need to worry. These guys were crazy, but they wouldn't attack a party with Black Scythe in it. Then one said to Ryu, "Hello, Black Scythe. It's quite lucky to meet you here." Ryu said coldly. "Okay, and what do you want?" He said, "Well, we're recruiting a team to hunt the boss. How about joining our group?" Ryu asserted firmly. I declined. The response caught the other party off guard, and his expression shifted from anticipation to puzzlement. And he said, Black Scythe, you might not be aware, but the boss isn't a pushover. Do you see that thing over there? The muscular minotaur?" Everyone's attention shifted to a minotaur that exuded an aura of strength, even from a distance. Then the player said, "That creature is the boss we must confront, and I assure you he's no walk in the park." Ryu asked, "How can you be so sure? Have you faced him before?" The player replied, "Yes, not personally, but we witnessed another party attempt a solo challenge and end up in utter defeat. It was a sobering sight that made us realize the importance of cooperation among parties." Ryu responded curtly, "Take care of it yourselves. We're not interested." The player said, "Still, wouldn't it be better if we helped each other out? We'll even allow you to deliver the finishing blow first, so consider it." Before he could finish, he was interrupted, as Ryu retorted sharply, "This is the 3rd time. Don't make me repeat myself." Subdued by Ryu's aura, they reluctantly retreated and said, "All right, my apologies." As they reached the gathering of parties, discussions and deliberations commenced. And the player said, "It seems we won't be able to recruit Black Scythe." Another asked, "Did you try to recruit them?" He replied, "We did, but they declined and said we can defeat it on our own." One player said, "Why's that? Black Scythe should be part of this or we won't be able to take it down." Another player sighed and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe they're intimidated by the boss, or perhaps," and he added, "Well, it looks like we'll have to face the challenge alone." Since Black Scythe declined, we had planned to tackle it independently anyway. With nods of agreement, the group finally prepared to hunt the Minotaur, and with each heavy step, the massive creature, standing at a towering 6 meters tall, emitted a resounding thud that reverberated through the air. From a distance, the creature didn't appear as intimidating, but up close, its immense size was even more apparent. Then one player asked in fear, "Do you think we can defeat it?" Another replied, "Well, our group consists of about 20 members." Despite their words, uncertainty still clouded their expressions. But suddenly, the Minotaur sensed something and turned its head. The players, who had been quietly advancing, froze in their tracks, and excitement surged through the Minotaur as it spotted the humans, and it charged forward. Then 20 players rushed in to engage, fighting for their lives against the towering beast. At that time, Ryu observed the situation calmly, contemplating, how long will it take them to bring it down? Ryu had no doubt about the outcome, as the Minotaur wasn't as formidable as it appeared. Its attacks lacked finesse, and it was far from swift. Its somewhat sluggish movements made it predictable and easy to evade. Then Ryu said to himself, if all 20 of them attacked, that creature won't stand a chance. However, the Minotaur's strength lay in its extraordinary endurance, surpassing even that of a jewel. From its perspective, humans were nothing more than buzzing flies, and 20 flies buzzing around won't pose much of a threat. At least, that's what it believed. As the battle raged on for over 3 minutes with no end in sight, Ryu continued to watch, as the demise of the boss would provide them with the motivation to focus on the hunt. Finally, after more than 7 minutes had passed, the Minotaur let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground, and the party members rejoiced and said, "We got it! We finally killed it!" But 3 out of 20 players didn't make it and died. Then one player asked, "Who landed the final blow? It doesn't seem like our team did." One player said happily, "It was our team. We're the ones who brought it down." Amidst the victorious cheers, a radiant pillar of light descended from the sky, and one of the 4 teams that had been battling the Minotaur found themselves enveloped by a translucent pillar. Then one player said, "It looks like our team has survived." I checked the quest progress window and it proudly displays success. Then one player asked, but do we really have to stay here until the time runs out? Is it true that we need to be trapped here for over 5 hours? Another replied, it seems so. And it's nice to rest early, but it feels like we're missing out on something. Although defeating the boss first was a triumph, the idea of being stuck within the pillar, having to while away the remaining time, felt somewhat uneasy. Then one of the players who hadn't managed to defeat the boss said, well then, let's go and find other parties. We need some reinforcements. At that moment, the remaining parties briefly cast glances at Black Scythe, but soon shook their heads and departed, as they knew that talking wouldn't change their minds about cooperation. Then Ryu said to his party, it's fortunate. If we had defeated the boss too early, we would have squandered the remaining time. The bodyguard said, yes, just as Black Scythe predicted. Hunting slowly and defeating it as late as possible was the right approach. And without altering his expression, Ryu addressed his companions. We've rested enough. Now let's move on. Follow me. While Ryu hunted the centaur, other teams joined forces and concentrated on the boss hunt. And one player asked after defeating the boss, are we the 50th party? Another replied, I don't know, the rankings aren't displayed, but who cares? We've defeated the boss, so we've survived, right? Another player said, let's just lie down and rest for the remaining time. In fact, even though they were trapped, they were safe from monsters. And the Minotaur didn't seem to acknowledge their presence. They were like invisible entities. But suddenly one of them shouted, hey, look at that! Look! At that moment, a player holding a scythe appeared, and with each pass of the scythe, the centaur heads rolled to the ground. Then one player said, isn't that Black Scythe? He defeated it in one shot. Another said that's what you'd expect from a level 40 player. While it was impressive that Black Scythe had taken down the centaur with a single blow, the victorious players didn't envy them. They were already winners, having defeated the boss and now resting. But what puzzled them was why Black Scythe was only targeting the centaur and not the boss. Then one asked, why are they not going for the boss and resting early? Isn't it better to defeat the boss quickly and take a break? Another replied, no, they're below the top 50 now. They've missed the top ranks, so they're probably focused on leveling up. The player said, I see. That makes sense, but it's a shame. I thought he might aim for first place again. Another added, even though they're Black Scythe, they can't stay at the top forever. While the group that had already defeated the boss believed they were superior to Black Scythe, they were unaware of one thing. Their record of 11 minutes and 30 seconds in the boss hunt was the longest and ranked last. As Ryu continued to run without stopping to focus solely on hunting the mobs, he suddenly halted. As he paused in response to a message that had popped up, can't locate target centaur anymore, Ryu muttered. Finally, they're all gone, and he checked the kill count and the remaining time. Current kill count, 1,920 out of 100. Time remaining until the end of the round, 20 minutes and 43 seconds. Then he said to himself, about 1,920 kills in roughly 5 hours and 40 minutes. It was incredibly fast compared to what he had expected. At that moment, a panting voice came from behind. Black Scythe, is it finally rest time? Rao said, yes, we're done with hunting. Only now did the group check the time limit, and they exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency creeping in, and said, only 20 minutes left? It had been a mere 3 hours since their last check, but time had swiftly slipped away, leaving them in a race against the clock. Because in the amid of the relentless pursuit and constant action, there had been no chance to pause and take stock. But suddenly the bodyguard urged, his tone laced with surprise, huh? Everyone, check your levels. The party members hurriedly opened their status windows, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. And they said our levels. They've shot up significantly, and SEO Aaron said it was 20 initially, but now it's 34. The bodyguard said, I'm in the same boat, from 20 to 34. Minjuri said, mine went from 21 to 35. Aged Man No Gay said, I was 23, and now I'm 36. As Aged Man No Gay's response came in, Ryu muttered to himself, recognizing that everyone had gained 13 to 14 levels. Well, it's no wonder, considering the first digit changed from 2 to 3. And in fact, Ryu's own level had made a significant leap, shifting from 40 to an unexpected 54. This impressive feat was thanks to the 3x experience round buff, and the title he earned that multiplied experience by 1.5x. With over 1,100 kills under his belt, he had acquired a trove of items, including 19 magic stones, 9 pieces of normal equipment, miscellaneous items, and the ingredients needed for a God-grade combination. Then Ryu scrutinized the item information once more. Glimmering tail. Category: inventory. Description: as the name suggests, it's a tail that glimmers. Faint magical energy can be felt, and Ryu said to himself, this is more important than anything else. Perhaps because he had secured the key item, Ryu couldn't help but let a satisfied grin creep onto his face. And he said to himself, all the hard work had certainly paid off. Now I just need to find 2 more items. At that moment, Minjuri let out a collective gasp and said, everyone, check this out. We've amassed a huge amount of gold. CO Aaron said, I have the same. It's 115 gold. Since they were in a party, the gold had been evenly distributed among them. Of course, there might be some differences based on their luck stat. And in contrast to his teammates, Ryu had a staggering 150,000 gold in his possession, thanks to a luck stat exceeding 350, which increased his chances of acquiring extra gold. Then Minjuri smiled and said, what should we do with all of this? Having this amount of money doesn't feel right, right? His party members were unsure how to spend their newfound wealth, so Ryu offered some guidance, and he said, if you don't have a specific use for the money, buy utility skills from the store, invest in perception, enhanced night vision, and basic resistances, save the rest of the gold, and if you spot something you need in the daily items section, make the purchase. Minjuri said, I will follow your advice, Mr. Black Scythe, and the party members nodded, readily accepting Ryu's counsel. Given his high insight and extensive experience, it made perfect sense to heed his words. While his teammates indulged in unexpected shopping, Ryu opened the quest progress window. Area CESKS07. Participants, 1,010. Achievers, 445 out of 505. Observing the number of achievers, it was evident that 50 remained, and that means there are only 10 Minotaurs left. Then Ryu promptly activated the track monitor skill to pinpoint their location, and the system message appeared. Location of target Minotaur has been determined. Currently, 198 meters away. Seeing that the Minotaurs were relatively close, Ryu took the lead and said to his party, follow me. We need to defeat the final boss. And after a few brisk strides, they finally laid eyes on the Minotaur. However, they weren't alone. 3 other teams were already waiting nearby. Then one player said, oh, it's Black Scythe? He's finally moving. Another said to Ryu, Black Scythe, please party with us. Let's hunt together. Without hesitation, Ryu shook his head and nonchalantly said, no, I'll take down the boss on my own. The player said to Ryu, capturing the boss alone, what kind of nonsense is this? Forgetting about your own capabilities, you're saying you're going to capture the boss by yourself, not even your own team. And that player said to himself, no matter how high the level of the Black Scythe is, the opponent is the boss. And it's a boss that takes at least 20 people to barely defeat. And if the Black Scythe really manages to capture the boss, it's the same as saying his skills are on par with 20 players. From their perspective, who take pride in their skills, this was unacceptable. Then the player laughed and said to Ryu, I see now that you're quite boastful, Black Scythe. Ryu's gaze turned cold and said, you're underestimating me too much. Do you guys think I can't capture it? The player said, well, but we have more people, right? Ryu smiled and said, even if you are many, flies are still flies. The player hesitated and said, what? That's a bit... Ignoring player's comment, Ryu walked forward, and his team members were also surprised by the declaration that he would capture the boss alone. And the bodyguard said, Black Scythe? But Ryu said, wait, I'll finish it soon. Carrying the death scythe, people made way for him like the Red Sea, and the atmosphere was unusual. Then Ryu said to everyone, stay further away. Anyone who interferes will die. And he also said to himself, it would be good to hide the ultimate skill if possible. But maybe this is a chance to truly showcase my strength. In fact, most people don't know how strong the Black Scythe really was. They just assumed that since his level is higher, he's just a little bit stronger and they'll catch up eventually. And Ryu said to himself, they felt it when they saw me fight before, but they don't truly understand yet. But what if they saw me quickly defeat the Minotaur that they needed 20 people to have a chance against? No fly would dare to underestimate the Black Scythe, so let's finish it as quickly as possible. As Ryu stepped forward, most people wore expressions of disbelief, and they said, Is he really going to do it alone? It was getting boring, but this should be interesting. At that time, Ryu, who had stopped a certain distance ahead, faced the Minotaur. Then the giant bull monster sensed his presence and turned to look, and it snorted with a menacing glint in its eyes. But Ryu's momentum did not waver. Ryu simply held his scythe with both hands and extended it behind him. Seeing that, one player inquired, "What's he doing? Is he going to use a skill in that posture?" Despite the murmurs around him, Ryu continued to gaze at the Minotaur without faltering. And Ryu said to himself, "The system measures the record when the attack reaches a certain range. In other words, right now, it's just considered a preparatory movement, and time measurement isn't taking place. And when he enters my range, I'll aim for his throat." Then Ryu Min's gaze narrowed as he gauged the distance from the Minotaur, and he said to himself, "Be patient." Then the Minotaur dared to charge at Ryu. At that time, moonlight energy gathered around Ryu's scythe, and darkness covered the place. It was the result of using Night of Death skill. Then he used Moonlight Slaughter skill. At that moment, Ryu's scythe traced a half moon, and the sound of something falling could be heard. The situation became clear as soon as the curtain was lifted, and one player shouted, "Look at that! Isn't that the Minotaur's head?" That thick neck that would be difficult to cut even with 20 swords was cleanly severed in one stroke. The players wore expressions of disbelief, their gazes alternating between Ryu and the fallen boss. And they said, "He defeated it in a single strike. This can't be real. It doesn't add up." What are his stats now? Currently, Ryu's stats stand at 403 in strength and 627 in intelligence. These impressive figures resulted from a combination of Minjuri's buffs, the Rune of Slaughter, and the Rune of Balance. And with stats like these, taking down a boss in a single hit is entirely feasible. Furthermore, he had activated Death's Knight during this crucial moment, amplifying the damage from Moonlight Slaughter by 1.5 times. Then Ryu said to himself, the High Orc was one-shotted, and this Minotaur is weaker than him. And despite being the boss for round 6, the Minotaur was weaker than even the High Orc. Then a message from the system appeared. "You have defeated the Minotaur." Experience points are boosted by 3 times. Experience points increase by 1.5 times due to the tidal effect. Experience points plus 111.68%. Gold by 1,200. Acquired bull leather. Acquired blueprint Minotaur armor. Since they were in a party, similar messages would have appeared for the teammates. The experience points and gold might not seem substantial, but that was due to their large group. Then Ryu smiled and said to himself, "It's true that I didn't get a lot of gold, but all the items are mine." Ryu chuckled as he glanced at his item list. Among the various items dropped by the Minotaur, the best one had emerged. Bull leather. Category: possession. Description: a high-quality cowhide suitable for crafting armor due to its toughness. It is a material used for creating the Minotaur's armor, and the blueprint for the armor had also appeared. Design: Minotaur armor. Category: consumable. Description: an item with 6 combinations that can be used to create the unique item, Minotaur armor. It's best to prepare to jot down the combinations before using it. Then Ryu said to himself, most likely the bull leather would be listed among the materials in the blueprint, and it reveals the item's combinations when used. But because it disappears after one use, it was best to either memorize it or jot it down somewhere. And I don't need it though. I have everything in my head. In fact, Ryu had no intention of crafting the Minotaur's armor, as it was exclusively designed for tanks, and he already had a set of armor in mind, so this item wasn't necessary. However, he decided to keep it for the time being, as unique design blueprints could fetch a high price. Satisfied, Ryu returned to his party members, who were all wide-eyed in astonishment. Their expressions seemed to say that they hadn't expected it to be a one-hit kill. But among them, aged man No-Ga's expression was particularly peculiar. Seeing that, Ryu said to himself, "What's with that guy? What's with that look?" He was gazing at Ryu Min with a dreamy expression, resembling someone smitten with love. It seemed like he had lost his mind. Then Ryu said to himself, "He's going to become a follower, so it's not like I don't understand, but maybe I should keep my distance." And Ryu Min didn't want any misunderstandings. Although his name says he is a straight person, but those looks make anyone say, "Damn, what the fuck is he?" In the midst of it all, the bodyguard was secretly amazed, and he said, "What just happened? It was so fast that I couldn't even see it properly. It seemed like a flash of lightning in the darkness." and the next moment, the Minotaur's head had fallen, and he continued saying to himself, was it a skill, or maybe a regular attack? And to think he'd take down the boss in one shot, it still seemed absurd. Afterward, pillars of light descended and enveloped them, and with the boss defeated, they had passed the round, although their ranking remained uncertain. Then Ryu gazed at the remaining bosses and said, now, only 9 tickets left. There's not much time left, so they need to hurry. Realizing this, the parties scattered across the area and began to engage the Minotaurs, and the game soon came to an end. Then the angel appeared, and with an evil smile she said, for the teams that failed to defeat the bosses, there's no need to worry. You will immediately be eliminated. These players started screaming and cringing. No, please! Wait, Angel, just a moment. After that, Priscilla said, shall we take a look at the rankings? Round 6. Results. Overall, first place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 0001. Second place, Heavenly Demon and 4 others, 00321. Third place, Dumb Fools and 4 others, 0009. Zone CS 07. First place, Black Scythe and 4 others, 0001. Second place, Kim Sahanmu and 4 others, 00531. Third place, Rice Eater and 4 others, 00558, and Priscilla added, by the way, the nicknames on the results screen have been credited to the most contributing humans. Players who checked the rankings were taken aback, and one player said, what's this? Why isn't our team in first place? We definitely defeated it first, didn't we? Also, Black Scythe's team is in first place? The team that took so long? Priscilla, overhearing their complaints, couldn't help but smirk, and she said, who said that? Who said the ranks would be based on the order of defeat? As you can see, the ranking is determined by the time it takes to kill the boss. Another said, time? Ah, so that's why our team is in last place. Then Priscilla said, the longest time taken was 11 minutes and 30 seconds. I can't imagine how someone could spend over 11 minutes on a single cow. These inferior humans, I swear. And Priscilla, who had been mocking them, checked the records once more and said, on the other hand, the shortest time was 1 minute. It belongs to Black Scythe's team and, well, it's a decent performance. One player said, Angel? The time is wrong, Priscilla inquired. What are you talking about? The player said, the time, I mean. She said, is it not 1 minute? With feeling something was amiss, Priscilla blinked and looked again. She was surprised and said, it's not 1 minute? It's 1 second? But she realized her mistake too late and wore a bewildered expression, and she murmured under her breath, seemingly unaware that humans were watching her in astonishment. She was saying to herself, 1 second? Just 1 second? The angel, who had only just realized her mistake, broke into a cold sweat, and she tried to remedy the situation, saying, it seems that a record of 1 second is possible. Anyway, how weak must the boss be? But her earlier boast about the boss's strength now seemed completely contradictory. Then she added, well, first, let's reward the top 3 ranks. The rewards will be given only to the person with the highest contribution, so please keep that in mind. At that moment, a welcome message appeared in front of Ryu. Congratulations, you've achieved first place in this zone. Congratulations, you've achieved first place overall. Black Scythe is ranked first in the overall and zone rankings. As the first place reward for this zone, you will receive a high epic helmet selection voucher. As the first place reward for the overall ranking, you will receive a special reward selection box. Then Ryu smiled faintly and said, a high epic helmet? And another system window appeared. You can choose one of the following epic helmets. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Angel's Ring. 2. Minotaur's Bullhide Helm. 3. Hermes' feathered helm. Ryu said to himself, among these, the feathered helm suits me best. It has some pretty appealing stats. And when he selected option 3, the item information appeared. Hermes' feathered helm. Category helmet. Grade. Epic. Description, a helmet modeled after Hermes' feathered cap. It's not a genuine article, but it allows you to use invisibility when needed. Defense, 180. Effects, agility, +10. Invisibility available. Durability, 1,500. Usage restriction, expert rank or higher. The best thing in Hermes' feathered helm is the unique option, invisibility. Invisibility, as the name suggests, grants its user the extraordinary ability to become invisible. It's a skill particularly coveted by assassins, often considered the pinnacle of their craft. And when assassins reach level 20, they gain the skill of invisibility. However, what makes this item truly remarkable is that it can be wielded by anyone, not just assassins, and its effectiveness remains consistent for all classes. But before you start thinking that invisibility is the ultimate game changer, there's a catch. This skill triggers the perception skill, a common ability that allows individuals to detect concealed presences. In essence, while you can turn your body invisible, you can't muffle the sound you make. Additionally, invisibility's effectiveness is limited by its cooldown period, making it less advantageous in combat situations. And if you're wondering why does Ryu hold invisibility in such high regard, well, that's where the Rune of Concealment comes into play. This special rune, known as the Rune of Concealment, can be acquired in round 9. It not only shields the user from perception skill, but also eliminates invisibility's cooldown, rendering it an incredibly potent combination. So Ryu's plan is clear. Obtain the Rune of Concealment and pair it with an item possessing the invisibility ability for a nearly unbeatable and broken strategy. For now, Ryu secured one of the two components of his plan. All that's left is to acquire the Rune of Concealment, and with Hermes' feathered helm now in his possession, a message appears. Wearing Hermes' feathered helm, you can use the invisibility skill as an option. Temporary skill, invisibility. Effect: you can completely hide yourself from your opponent. However, only the appearance is hidden, and the effect does not apply to the sound. This means that the skill allows complete invisibility for 30 minutes, but any action, be it an attack or being attacked, dispels the effect. You can deactivate it at will, but it comes with a 30-minute cooldown, and this newfound skill, invisibility, is now a part of Ryu's skill list. But as soon as he removes Hermes' feathered helm, the skill vanishes. Then Ryu faced a choice from a special reward selection box. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Please touch the desired reward. 1. Material item selection ticket, 14,000 gold. 3. Information about round 7. In Ryu's mind, the choice is clear. Option 3 is discarded, because Ryu's biggest weapon is the experience and information from his 99th regressions. And option 1, the material item selection ticket, is chosen. As soon as the choice is made, the material item selection ticket appears in Ryu's inventory. Without hesitation, he makes his selection. Then a message system appeared. Please choose one of the following materials. 1. Broken ironwood branch. 2. Bubbling elixir. 3. Tough magic shell. 10. Angelic golden powder. Then Ryu said to himself, if you don't know the uses of each item, it will be meaningless what you choose. But for me, the decision is crystal clear to someone with his knowledge, and he chose the last option. Among the 10 choices, this was the lone god-tier material, and with obtaining the item, information unveiled itself. Angelic golden powder. Category: inventory. Description: fine powder scattered from an angel's hair. It's not dandruff. Then Ryu said to himself, now, with just one more material, I can craft a god-tier item. However, that remaining material wouldn't surface until after round 8, so there was no need for immediate excitement. After that, the end window appeared for everyone. Round 6 ends, entire area. Survivors, 8,060, 295, area CES007. Survivors, 505. Souls will return to their original bodies shortly. Round 7 will commence at midnight on July 1st, 2022. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. Once back in the real world, the bodyguard quickly ran to Heavenly Demon's hotel room. Then he pushed the door. Seeing this situation, Heavenly Demon said, Director Ann, what's the matter that you've come rushing right after your return? The bodyguard, his face radiating excitement, blurted out, saying, Chairman, my level has shot up dramatically. Heavenly Demon said, Really? So did you level up by hunting alongside Black Scythe? Is it like he said, a 6-hour-long hunting spree? In fact, having received the same prophecy, Heavenly Demon was well aware of the situation. Then he asked, So how many levels is it, to the point that you came running so excited? The bodyguard replied, I went up from level 20 to level 34. That's a whopping 14 levels up. Heavenly Demon was shocked and inquired, 34? Are you sure? The bodyguard said, Yes, it really went up a lot, didn't it? Heavenly Demon said, It's worth getting excited about. But how did you gain 14 levels in 6 hours? He said Black Scythe did all the hunting by himself. Our party members had a tough time keeping up. Then Heavenly Demon added, but as a compensation, he took all the items, right? He said yes. But I don't regret sharing the items at all. I never imagined I'd level up this quickly. Heavenly Demon said I find myself in the same situation. I never thought Director On would surpass my levy hearing that. The bodyguard asked Chairman, what level are you? He replied, 29. At that moment, the bodyguard decided not to say anything more. No matter what he said, it would make the chairman uncomfortable. Then Heavenly Demon asked, is CO Arian around the same level as well? He nodded discreetly while gauging Heavenly Demon's reaction. Heavenly Demon said to himself with a wry smile, I've ended up with a lower level than CO Aaron. I need to step up my game. Then he asked, why don't you tell me, Director Ann? Did Black Scythe really hunt down the bosses so quickly? The bodyguard replied, yes. He took out the centaur in one hit. Heavenly Demon said, so, that's why it was much quicker. Even though our team consists of 5 members, it wasn't as quick as that. And he inquired, is it true that it was in just 1 second? The bodyguard said indeed. He used a skill I'd never seen before, and the Minotaur's neck was sliced in an instant. It was the first time I'd seen such a skill. Heavenly Demon, who took pride in his skills as ranking 2nd or 3rd, couldn't hide his astonishment, and he said, killing the Minotaur with 1 skill in 1 second? Amazing. And he added, it should be a skill learned at level 40, since Director Ann is seeing it for the first time. Then he felt bitter and said to himself, is the gap between us and the first ranker this big? Can I become that strong when I reach level 40? In fact, the Dark Knight's skills were powerful, and he was satisfied with them. But he said to himself sadly, it's not on the same level as Black Scythe's. And he thought, even if he reached level 40, he wasn't sure if he could display the same presence. Facing the unexpected situation of having subordinates with higher levels than himself, his pride couldn't allow such humiliation. Instead, a newfound determination began to kindle within him, and he said to himself, instead of worrying about that, I should focus on leveling up first, and I need to up my game. Then he said to the bodyguard, who chose silence, after unintentionally pricking the chairman's ego, I should really thank Black Scythe. I've been slacking off lately, and he's managed to reignite my motivation. And not to forget, he helped level up Director On and CO Aaron's levels. We should definitely show our appreciation when we meet him later, don't you think? The bodyguard said, should I try to find a way to personally show my gratitude too? Heavenly Demon said no need for that. After all, you sacrificed items in exchange for experience points. My subordinates benefited from him. Showing gratitude is my responsibility as the chairman. And he added, we should also inquire with the prophet about when we can meet Black Scythe again. The bodyguard asked, do you think the prophet survived? Heavenly Demon smiled and said, instead of pondering that, it's faster to make a confirmation call. Besides, it falls under Director On's jurisdiction. The bodyguard said, I was being thoughtless. My apologies. I'll check right away. Then Heavenly Demon said, no need to apologize. Just inform me once you have the information. Oh, and by the way, did you manage to learn those skills I mentioned earlier? He responded, yes, I've indeed acquired the tracking and erasing traces skills as you advised. Heavenly Demon smiled and said, then, later on, when we put those skills to use, join us for a little cleanup. We're planning to take care of some nuisances, and it's been a while. The bodyguard inquired, you intend to work at this hour? It's almost dawn. He said, it's fine.